Brought the Jillian girl to the tower. She is completely healed, and now is looking around nervously and scared, seeing the hungry gazes of all old monsters. Little girl, you don't have to feel scared seeing their creepy hungry eyes. All these brats want to take you to their organizations, Lady Mavis said to the scared girl. Each of us will get 10 minutes with you to make their organization's case for you, and you can make your decision after hearing all of us, said Lady Mavis, and transparent energy released from her and created a small room around Jill. Who will talk to the girl first? She asked. We will, said the old man before Skysaber before Lady Mavis even finished speaking. You bunch from Skysaber, always first to hump on any opportunity and first to run from any danger, Lady Mavis said dryly as she motioned an old man and middle-aged man to go inside the room. Everyone laughed hearing that what she said is truth. These guys from Skysaber are renowned for shamelessness. Both of them went inside the energy and started to talk to Jill. First her expression was that fear, but seeing the kind smile on both of their faces and sugary words, her expressions eased up a little, and she started to talk back a little. Soon 10 minutes passed, and they walked out, but not before hearing the reminder from the Lady Mavis. One by one, people from each supreme organization went in to make their case for their organizations. Soon Lady Vivian and Lady Hera went inside and got the most bright response from her for the first time. She smiled. 10 minutes later they came out, and finally, Matron Mavis Energy. After entering she did not speak, she just unfolded her withered hand, and an abyssal fire came out which shocked that Jillian girl. After a few seconds, Matron Mavis spoke for a few minutes before she came out. She did not even state the room for 5 minutes. Everyone heard what she spoke. She did not hide it. She just straightforwardly said that she is the same as their founders, and the inheritance Matron Mavis has is based on the apex inheritance she had received, so there is no better in the world to each her than Matron Mavis herself. She is right. Matron Mavis is the only person who reached a high level with abyssal inheritance, and that Ramon Hawthorne created inheritance. It is a watered-down version of her inheritance. Give her half an hour to decide. Matron Mavis said and turned. The complete silence descended in the hall. Everybody took their seats and waited with no care for the competition. After finishing the quarterfinals, there would be semi-final matches, but clearly there is nothing but the airshow in the arena. Time passed by, and I continued to chat with my sister, telling her about the developments around here. She's very amused by the squabble of the powerhouses, but at the same time, she is happy this inheritance has reappeared again. With the emergence of this inheritance, we will get another super powerhouse. If she turned out anything like her predecessor Ramona Hawthorne, then we will again be able to push back the grim monsters from the central continent and other continents. I hope something like that happens, the grim monster becoming more and more scrupulous, producing more powerhouses, capturing more territories. There are even indications that they are preparing for the Era War. There had been 4 Era Wars since the invasion. The last Era War was 3,000 years ago. That time we had people like Ramona Hawthorne, Saint Isabel to lead, but this time we have been grossly unprepared. We do not have such powerhouses. There are very few capable like Lady Mavis, but they are at their last leg. If any Era War happened in the next decade, then we will be fucked. The half an hour is over. Lady Mavis said, bringing me out my thoughts and also dissolving the room that girl was in. As Lady Mavis dissolved the energy room, all the gazes fell on the girl who is now looking at her hungrily, which again scarred, but this time she steeled her gazes and met them directly. I have to commend her for that. Not many people have will to do that. Tell you to answer, girl, which organization you have chosen, Matron Mavis asked. Hawthorne C., the girl said after some time. The silence descended, but a second later, the ecstatic laugh broke out of Matron Mavis. Good, you have made the right choice. There is no one better than us to guide you in your inheritance, she said as she appeared beside the girl and started to talk to her under the glowering gazes of many top powerhouses. Did the semi-final matches begin? The girl, after some hesitation, girl, forget about fighting for a week. The holy energies of Crystal's girl had awakened your inheritance. Further, you should let that happen without interference, added Matron Mavis. Both Ellen and Jill had decided to walk out of the competition due to the injuries they have received in the battle. I could not understand why they did that. The reason for injuries is completely sham, even if they have received grave wounds that could not be healed by them. It is no problem for the powerhouses that are sitting in the tower. To heal the knight's injuries, they will not even need to take a moment, so both of them walking out is extremely confusing to me. I had tried to contact them, but both of them had not picked up my call. I had asked the professor for the reason why they had walked out. She just told me that it involves some secrets which I could not know with my current level, and both of my friends are fine. With both of them walking out of the championship, the semi-final had been cancelled, and now there would be a final tomorrow where Edmund and I would fight. I couldn't help but sigh deeply when I thought about tomorrow's battle. I am going to become a joke tomorrow. If I am lucky, then the battle would be finished in a single move, and if I am not, then I will get beaten with every inch of my life. I have seen the battle between Ellen and Jill, and it is mind-blogging. I've never seen anything like that in my life and never expected a knight could possess such terrifying power. They have destroyed the whole FUCKING arena for FUCK's sake, all the champions. IPs held before on the arena, never able to form more than single cracks, but this the whole area turned to dust. I was in complete shock when I watched their battle, thinking about how they could produce such power. Even with the strongest defense, I am ashamed to admit that I could not defend against them. Even their average attack would take to the death door, and a powerful one will turn to the blood. Don't be discouraged. Those two have displayed such incredible power due to their apex bloodlines and inheritance. If you get the inheritance with your constitution and energy control, you would not be much weaker than them, Professor said. I couldn't help but smile mirthlessly when I heard that. She said I would reach closer in strength but not equal to them. Even with my level 12 constitution and inheritance, I will still not be as powerful as them. The apex inheritance and bloodlines gives one too much strength. Normal people could not be compared to them. If I want to gain power equal to them, I will have to have apex inheritance or bloodline. And clearly I don't have that. Still, I am not backing down. There is always a way. As long as I find it, I will gain power equal to them and even surpass them. It seems like a dream of the fool, but I believe it is possible. As long as I find the way, I will be able to surpass them. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, we landed in the garden of the mansion and sat on the chairs. This time we usually discussed the strategy of tomorrow's matches and seeds that professors were interested in, but today nobody was in the mood to talk. Everybody is busy in their own thoughts. Even Alina seemed quite lost. If it had been usual, I would have asked her what is burdening her, but now I was so burdened over my thoughts that I did have the energy to ask about her burdens. I will go and prepare for tomorrow, I said and stood up to walk away. Mitchiel, said Professor after I took a few steps. I stopped hearing her voice and looked at her, which seemed to be filled with a slight worry about me. Don't stress yourself too much, said the professor said softly, nodding before I walked toward my room. I directly went to my room without stopping at the hall where my parents are this time, and directly walked into the shower after taking off all my clothes. This time I stayed in the shower for quite a while. For about 45 minutes I was under ice-cold water, lost in my thoughts, and only got out when I had all sorted completely. What is about to happen will happen. There is no need to waste time about it. The only thing I could do is make as many preparations as I could before tomorrow's battle. Tomorrow I will fight with my all. Whether it will one-shot finish or long embarrassing beating, I did not care. After coming out of the shower, I walked to the training room. Usually after a shower, I go to the kitchen to cook dinner, but I had returned early. There is still half a day till the evening. I will train until the evening before going to the kitchen and cook the food for my family, which I regularly do. In the training room, I sat in the center of the room cross-legged and looked at my space at the tower. I will break into the 7th floor again. The 7th floor would provide me mana pure like any other. If I am writing, then the mana from the 7th floor will increase by 100 at the least. This is my modest estimate. It could be more, but I did not want to get my hopes. But before I could even crash into the 7th floor, I closed my eyes and started to create momentum. Yesterday, I was able to create the cracks. I am sure today, I will blast it open. Crack, crack, crack. I began building the momentum and started to crash across the roof, and cracks began forming right after the first clash. In today's battle, I had made small breakthroughs in my energy control, which have given me full confidence in breaking the entrance, and seeing how speedily cracks are forming, my confidence has been reinforced. Bang! After hundreds of tries, the floor had been finally broken, and now energy is climbing the 7th floor while reducing at a visible pace. The mana I am circulating is getting more and more concentrated and pure as it reaches higher and higher on the 7th floor. As the mana goes higher, the dense green runes on the 7th floor also start to light up brightly. By the time it reached the top, it had remained a fraction of what it was, but the purity of it astounding. My mana has now become 7 times purer than before, and if I am not wrong, such pure mana will increase the power of my armor by 300, which is a big thing. If I had such purity in today's battle, I would have had a little easier time winning my battle against Camilla. Though the advancement is huge, it will not be able to bring many changes in tomorrow's battle. Still, I am very happy about it. I started to refine my mana. It is a very tedious process, but I had completed it with just little more than an hour. Now that my mana has been refined on the 7th floor, it is time to refine the mystic energies. I hesitated a little when I looked at the mystic energies. They had already been quite purified, and now, if I too purify them further into the 7th floor, I don't know their bases will be able to bear such pure energy. I could not refine them, as even if they were refined by the 7th floor, they would not provide me as much strength as my runic armor, but I still decided to purify them, but not before opening a specific page on my holowatch. It is an emergency button that the professor had given me. If something weird happens during the refinement, I will simply call the professor. I am very sure she will be able to help me with whatever danger I will fall into. So after opening the page, I closed my eyes again and entered the space. The first mystic energy I am refining is from the domain of withering sand. It is the most useful method I have. I took a healthy amount of energy and brought it into the tower. In a second, that energy reached the top of the sixth flood where it got refined before, and now I am taking it even higher. As I started taking the dark gray energy of the domain of withering sand into the seventh floor. It started to become darker and darker as it became even more concentrated, till it began to gain a faint red hue. As this red shine had appeared, the aura of mistake suddenly became powerful. It shocked me completely, seeing the change happening into the mystic energy, as I thought it would get more powerful as it gets more refined. Some small changes like change of color may occur, as that has happened many times. But I did not expect a faint red hue to come over, and its power had increased explosively. It looked like after the mystic energy got purified enough, the change occurred in it. I wonder if the change will only occur in the other mystic energies too, or it is only specified to the mystic energy of the withering sand. I continued to purify the energy, till it reached the top of the tower. The red hue and gray energy became even more prominent, and the aura it released is even more powerful than before. If I am not wrong, then the domain created through it will be very powerful, and if the same changes occurred in the other mystic energies, then their powers will only be slightly less that of my runic armor. But I could think further. I worried about its base. Seeing the aura of energy, I am sure the base is hard-pressed to house such energy, but the energy had already been purified, and I have released it from tower. I took a sigh and readied myself to press the emergency button for the professor's help as I released purified energy from the tower. The small cloud of dark gray energy with a tinge of red flew toward the runic flower that represented the domain of withering sand mystic method. Soon it reached it and filled into it. Crack, crack, crack. Just the whole cloud of energy filled into it. The cracks started forming in the runic flower. Seeing that, I couldn't help but curse into my mind. I had expected something like this to happen, but did not expect it to happen in the first bout of purified energy. I had thoughts it would take a couple of more refined energy infusions before something like this to happen, but it looked like I had been wrong. The cracks continue spreading, and before long they spread to the whole runic flower, and now the flower started shaking, ready to break any moment. Seeing that, I took a disappointed sigh and made my mind to press emergency buttons. The base and mystic energy are poisonous to the body, and I am confident my body and healing energy can handle it. However, I still like to prefer to call the professor in case any accident occurs. Buzz. With that, I thought I was about to open my eyes and tap that button when suddenly, I heard a buzz from the tower, and the next moment, the very top of the tower lit up and covered the whole runic flower in its energy. The next thing that happened had shocked me quite much. The runic flower, which had cracks all over it, there were no rules which had not been cracked, started healing. The runic flower that was on the verge of collapsing started healing, and within a moment it completely healed, and the top of the tower turned normal, but the runic flower is still covered with faint green energy. Seeing that, an idea came to my mind. I took another bout of mystic energy of domain of withering sand and purified it through the seventh floor of the tower, and when the cloud energy released filled it in, there were no changes happening. The flower is still covered in the faint green energy of the tower. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The tower had saved me again. Seeing nothing will happen to the runic flower of the domain of withering sand, I took a large bout of energy. I took to the refinement tower. I continued refining mystic energy, and finally, after more than half an hour later, I completely refined the whole mystic energy of domain of withering sand. And the flower is completely fine. There are no cracks, no other signs of breakage. It is still covered in faint green energy. I looked at it for a while before moving to another mystic method. If the tower could save one mystic method, then it wouldn't be a problem for it to save another if something like that had happened. So without waiting, I started to refine the mystic energy of Wolf Lord's armor through the seventh floor of the tower. Finally, I said tiredly as I opened my eyes. Though I am quite tired, I am happy. I have finished refining the mystic energies from all the 6 mystic methods. They would not be much help in championship as their collective power is still weaker than my armor, and they are not that flexible as my runic armor, but still, they will turn useful. With them I will not have to summon my complicated armor for every small thing. I just wished I had found a way to integrate mystic energies into my armor. If that had happened, then I wouldn't have feared to fight someone like Jill and Ellen. I shook my head of those thoughts and got up. There is no meaning in thinking about them when they are not possible. I should focus on other methods that increase my strength for tomorrow's battle. I looked at Holowatch and got up. The evening had come. It was time for me to cook dinner for my family. Mitchiel, you don't have to cook today. You should focus on training. You have a big match tomorrow, my father said as I walked into the kitchen. He seemed very proud of me and believed that I will be able to win the battle tomorrow. Unlike my father, my mother's eyes reflected reality as she looked at me worriedly. She seemed extra worried today, and I don't think the whole worry about me is likely about the thing that had been bugging her for quite a few days. Don't worry, father, all the preparations for tomorrow had been done, I said with a smile and played with my sister before I started to make dinner. 45 minutes later, I finished with dinner. We began to eat dinner while talking about the championship. Ellen is very powerful. I did not think Ellen would be that powerful, said my father, his voice filled with awe I felt when I saw her release her strength. True, an exception among the knights, my mother added, hearing that I am not surprised. No knight who had fought in the arena had shown the same power as them. Even my fight paled completely in front of theirs. Mitchiel doesn't take too much stress. Life is full of many things, winning and losing are just small parts of them, Mother said when I was about to leave after the dinner. I don't know why I felt like it contains a much deeper meaning than I am understanding. Don't worry, Mom, I will not lose my way even if I lose, I said to my mother, who just smiled softly at me. I left the kitchen soon after and directly walked into my training room. I am planning to give my all in sessions of training. Though I am very far from making any progress, I will still try. If I am lucky, then I should be able to level up into the general stage. I have accumulated huge amounts of energy by eating crystals daily, and now just a little more to make a breakthrough into the martial stage. If I reached it today, my bond with Nero would completely solidify, and I will receive him. I couldn't help but feel slightly excited about it. Nero is a life made of miracle fruit energy, and given wisdom by that being hiding in the garden, the ability he will provide me with will be quite shocking. Or I might not receive any ability for that same reason. Nero is a special life. Nothing could be said about him. So I drank 4 drops of soul-tempering essence, one more than usual, before I started practicing the tree method. It is quite difficult to practice the 3 methods, especially the secret method, with 4 drops. It makes me feel quite heavy, as there is a load of thousands of kilograms weighing down on my body. Each drop adds quite huge pressure, making it quite challenging practicing the method. 3 drops is my limit, but I had drunk 3 doing that. I was kind of hoping to make the advancement into the secret method, which I had not made since I returned from the ruin. The advancement of the secret method is unpredictable. One would never know when they will make advancement. Still, I was kind of hoping I would make it today. The strong soul would help me very much in the operation of my runic armor. Gulp. I gulped down another piece of monster more as I reached the 15th move of body cleansing method and started performing poses inside it. Yesterday, I had reached the 73rd pose of the 15th move. It was extremely difficult to get there. Today, I was hoping to reach the 90th or at least 85th pose to feel Nero enough energy to reach the martial stage. Crack, crack, crack. I continued performing and reached the 70th pose and moved to the 71st pose when suddenly I heard a familiar cracking sound. The expression of shock couldn't help but appear on the face. I was hoping to make advancement into the secret method, but had not believed I would make it, seeing the unpredictability of the secret method. Seeing the breakthrough came, I pushed both the supreme combat exercise and body cleansing technique until the blood started to go out of my nose and ears. The body cleansing technique is too far to take advantage of this advancement to make the advancement of itself. If I did not push myself beyond my limit, then there would be no advancement in the body cleansing technique. I need my body to go through 5th grand cleansing 15th move tomorrow. I will need a shred of strength to hang on the battle, not embarrass the people close to me. So I pushed myself as I had never before and gulped down all the monster cores I had been holding in my mouth. I did not reach 15th grand cleansing. Then I will become extremely injured by these pieces of cores that I had eaten. Crack, crack, crack. Bang. Finally, a faint bang sound rang out, and I found myself enveloped in the familiar darkness. Thud, I fell on the floor loudly before losing my consciousness in tiredness. When I gained consciousness a few minutes later, I felt a little better. I had pushed myself so hard that when I came back from conscious space, I found myself extremely tired. I've never been so tired that, right after I came to myself, I fell unconscious. As I became conscious again, I smell a vomit-inducing smell. Smelling that, a smile couldn't help but appeared on my tired face. I had gone through the 5th major cleansing. Now, only the 16th move of body cleansing exercise remains. After my body went through the supret cleansing, I will get a stainless body with no injuries. Inside, it will be purer than that of a newborn baby. Not only have I gone through the 8th level of secret method and 5th major cleansing, but I have created the 2 amethyst seals, which is the record itself. I had never created 2 amethyst seals in a single run before. After completely checking myself, I walked to the shower to get rid of this horrible smell. I wanted to make a breakthrough first, but seeing how I don't want to vomit on my place of practice, I decided to shower first. I showered, wore fresh clothes, and came back to the training room, which is now smelling like roses. There are no impurities on the floor or that horrible smell. Everything has vanished. I again sat on the floor and took a couple of breaks to calm my very exciting mind before looking at Nero, who too seemed very excited about the thing that is going to happen. With me reaching martial stage, the bond of Nero and me would be completely perfected, just like that of Ashlyn. If I am lucky, I might receive a mighty ability, making me extremely excited despite knowing there are chances of me not receiving any ability. If it had been any monster in Nero's place, I would not be excited. A single ability is enough for people having more abilities, is a burden to the mind, and not worth it, so people did not bond with more than one monster. Nero, start to level up, I said to Nero through our link just as I did. Nero sent me excited emotions as he started the level up. A huge amount of energy was released from Nero like a tsunami. The tide began to spread through every inch of mine and Ashlyn, filling every cell of us. The amount of energy is really immense. If someone sees this, they would be shocked out of their mind. Even Professor Josephine would be quite surprised if she saw this. As my constitution has increased, so has the need for energy, and these energies are not only for me but also for Ashlyn, whose constitution is even better than mine. The tsunami of energy reached every cell of it, filling with energy, advancing it with the power. The breakthrough had started, and I could already feel the significant rising of my strength. It continued rising for 10 minutes before it had completely stopped, and Ashlyn and I had formally entered the initial level of martial stage. Buzz. The level up had just finished when suddenly Nero started to shine brightly, and I started to feel my connection with him began to become stronger and stronger, and at the same, I felt very strange energy entering me through him. It is not only entering my body and soul, but also my source when the blueprint of the ability is present. Unlike the breakthrough, this process is quite slow, but I did not mind it. I am more than content to observe the changes it is bringing. Despite this energy entering my body and soul, there seemed to be no change in it, and when I look at my source, which I found I can't seem to access it, it is locked, which is not strange since most changes are happening in it. An hour passed by, and changes were still happening, but the speed had slowed down. If I am not wrong, the process will be finished within a few minutes, and I will finally get to see the ability that Nero had given me. Few minutes passed when changes had finally subsided, and my connection with Nero had completely solidified. Just as that happened, I looked into my source, which has now expanded quite much. Now, besides the source of my fire ability and rules representation, there is another thing in my house. It is completely back, and it's neither solid nor liquid. It is between both and is constantly changing sizes. Sometimes it would be a spear before it would turn into hexagon, pentagon, pyramid, or any other shapes. The shapes are not only standard geometric shapes, but there are shapes too, which do not make shapes. They're like mold, which could take any form without any restrictions. Buzz, I had just thought that sentence when black mold shined for a moment, and information came to me. It could not be said to be information, more like an instinct that inherently let me know this ability is. Gasp. When I truly understand what my ability is, I couldn't help but gasp loudly. It is not an offensive or defensive ability, but something that is thousands of times more valuable than them. In front of this ability, all the natural restriction that binds one gets broken. It is an ability that surpassed restrictions itself. With it, I could do things that are impossible by the standard of common. This ability completely deserves to be given by the being which has been birthed from energies of miracle fruits. My ability could be called mold, as it has the power of mold energy into my desired form. Through it, I can disregard the natural restrictions that energy possesses. Sigh. I sighed and took a couple of deep breaths. I have a lot of work to do. I don't know if I will get any sleep tonight or not. Tring, tring, tring. I was woken up by the loud alarm that I had set up before sleeping. I opened my eyes and stopped the alarm before waking up. I had slept pretty late, 6 in the morning. My tinkering had kept me awake whole in some morning before it was finally finished. Even if I had gotten barely 2 hours of sleep, it is worth it. Now the final will be exciting. I just hope that Edmund will not be disappointing. I hope I had Ellen or Jill to fight that way. I would know my real strength. Seeing there are only 2 hours before the championship starts, I quickly freshened up, showered, wore my clothes and artifacts, becoming completely ready for the battle that I will have in a few hours. Seeing everything ready, I walked toward the kitchen. Usually it is I who makes the breakfast, but seeing I had not woken up, Father would have made, I had thought as I walked toward the kitchen. As I walked toward it, I started to hear voices that felt both familiar and unfamiliar, with the voices of my parents confused. Feeling curious, I quickened my pace toward the kitchen. Soon I reached the kitchen and saw people I least expected to see in this place, or at least not in the kitchen with my parents. It would have been if they had been profession. It would not have been surprising, much less shocking as it is right now. 10 minutes earlier. Sigh, it's been 20 years already. Said the old man with eyes filled with grief. Yes, it's been 25 years since that incident. Repeated women in their late 30s. Sandra finds where she is. It is time for her return home. Said the old man. The woman nodded and tapped a few buttons on her holowatch, and soon a surprised expression appeared on her face as she looked at her holowatch. She is in Cometh City, Father. Sandra said as she saw the result. Hearing that old man and man in the early 40s beside her got quite surprised. Where? The old man asked as he readied himself to teleport. The woman clicked a few buttons to see where the person they are finding is staying, and when the result is shown on her holowatch, she couldn't help but get surprised again. The place that appeared in the place she is planning to visit in the evening. She had wanted to meet with the sister of her closest friend, but now looked like the person they are finding is also staying there. It surprised her very much. She is at Jospehind's place, said Sandra with a clear hint of confusion, hearing that her husband and father got quite confused. What is she doing there? The middle-aged man asked. Forget it, we will know once we get there, said old man, and soon his energy enveloped 4 people in the room and they disappeared, and when they appeared, they were in the garden of the mansion. Josephine, who was drinking the tea with her niece, could help but looked at them in surprise as they appeared in front of her. Sandra, you have come and brought your family too. If you have informed me before, I would have been better prepared to receive someone like Sir James, she said, looking at the old man looking at her seriously. Josephine, why is my sister at your place? Sandra asked directly. Your sis, Josephine said, but suddenly she stopped as if she realized something and smiled. So, she really is Annabelle Mitchelson, Josephine said as she looked at 5 people. Come, I will take you to them. I am sure you will get a nice surprise when you meet them, Josephine said and led them toward the left wing of the mansion while smiling with anticipation for the family drama. Soon they reached the left wing and walked inside toward the kitchen. On the way, they started to hear voices. One of the voices extremely familiar to them, hearing that stoic eyes of the old man couldn't help but well up, and his steps became hurried. Soon he reached the kitchen where he saw a scene he had never expected to see after what had happened 25 years ago. There he saw a man as weak as an ant in the kitchen, while his daughter, who he hadn't seen in 25 years, sat on the chair. In her lap is a cute little girl whom she is trying to feed, but the little girl wouldn't listen to her. Their entry quickly got noticed by men and women and the little girl, while the man and the little girl seemed surprised by the entry of unknown people, but his daughter did not, as if she had already expected they would come. Anna, elder sister. The old man and woman beside him said in unison. Father, little sister, it's been a while, said the woman as she held the little girl close to her. I had expected you guys to come, but I still wished you hadn't, she said with a sigh while gently massaging the head of her daughter. Hearing what she said, her father and sister couldn't help but wince, but also understood why she had been told that her loss 25 years ago was too great. Not only had she lost someone extremely close to her, but she had also lost the strength that had made her the successor of Mistan. They stayed silent for a while before her eyes turned to the man in his 40s, to whom she only spared a single glance before she turned to 2 young men and women who seemed few 2 to 3 years older than her own. These must be my nephew and niece. They are quite talented to reach the initial level of king stage. She praised them. Yes, they are trying to follow their aunt's footsteps, Sandra said with a proud smile as she looked at her children. They do not follow anyone's footsteps. Following my footsteps going to get them betrayed and crippled, Anna said mirthlessly while having the little sharp edge in her voice. The father and daughter duo winced hearing that, but there is nothing they could say as it is the truth. You have made good progress, sister. You have finally become tyrant, Anna said to her sister. It's just an initial level, sister. It could not be compared to your prime, she replied. Her sister had reached the middle level of tyrant. If not for that accident 200 years ago, the Mitchelson family would have peaked tyrant, who would have held similar strength as that amazing duo from Crystal Domination. They remained in uncomfortable silence until she looked at the little girl in her sister's lap. What is your name, dear? She asked the little girl silently, staying in her mother's lap. Lee Rose, she replied in a cute toddler voice, hearing that I couldn't help get emotional seeing her sister named their daughter after their mother, and a very special person that used to belong in her sister's life. She was about to say when she heard footsteps from behind before soon a young man, a few years younger than her whole children, appeared in the doorways. Looking at him, she did not have a guess who he is. Those eyes of his already told who he is. Mom, what is happening? I asked, looking at these powerful people in the kitchen with my parents. Mitchiel, come, Mother said as she beckoned me in. This is your grandfather, aunt, cousins, and uncle, she said as she pointed towards the 5 people. I shuddered a little when I found all of their gazes on me. Their gazes may be normal, but they are from powerful people which itself held power. Not to forget there are 2 inquisitive gazes from my cousins, which are scanning through every inch of mine. It is a very uncomfortable sensation, the one I did not like. My gaze couldn't help but harden a little seeing that. Cousins or not, it is very rude to scan one with their sense, especially this deeply. My aunt seemed to understand what was happening when her gaze hardened a little. Archie Johanna, behave, she said angrily to her children. Sorry, mother. Both apologized to their mother, not me. I am sorry, Mitchiel, for their rude behavior, she said. It's nothing, I said. An uncomfortable silence spread across the room with no one having an idea about what to talk about. Is anybody hungry? I've made breakfast for everybody, said my father awkwardly. He is not good around people, especially unfamiliar, very powerful people. We would love to join for breakfast, said my aunt. I could tell that two of my cousins had no wish to do so, but they joined without complaining after seeing their mother's eyes. My father soon served breakfast and everybody started to eat. I could tell that these people do not like breakfast, especially my two cousins. What is delicious too is dirt to them, but they are eating it without complaint. Anna, the designer of Mitchiel's runic armor, is quite indigenous, and his energy control is beyond comparison. Did you help him with that? The old man finally asked. No, father, except for manners, I did not teach Mitchiel anything. Whatever he did, whatever he accomplished, he did with his own efforts, she said. An unsealed pride could be heard in my mother's voice. This seemed to startle 5 people very much. Why did you not teach him anything? With your teaching him, his accomplishments would have been far greater than it is right now, my aunt asked. Hearing the question, my mother's eyes hardened like never before, and I felt like the temperature of the room dropped several degrees. I had never seen such an expression on my mother's face, even when she was extremely angrily. Everything I know has come from Mistan. I don't want the slightest shadow Mistan in my son's life. And by the way, his present accomplishments are already enough for us to be extremely proud of him, Mother said as she gently pressed my shoulder. Hearing that expression of grief and sadness couldn't help but appear on their face, they looked at the badge on their chest. So you would not let him join the Mistan then? The old man asked. No, my mother said sharply, bringing down any discussion about that subject. My mother really seemed to hate Mistan very much, and the hate she is not normal either. Her eyes literally blazed when she uttered the word Mistan. The breakfast after that was very long and uncomfortable. From what I had gathered through the conversations that were going around, that my mother did not seem to be close with her family, and she had not seen them in 25 years. 25 years seemed like a very long time to not talk with your family. There must have been something big to stay away from her family for such a big time. The painful breakfast finally over, and I hope these relatives of mine leave soon, so I could ask my mother what is really going on. Don't try too hard, boy. That boy from Sky Saber had accepted level 5 inheritance, top of his grade 12 constitution. If it gets harder, just admit defeat, said old man. Father, you don't have to tell my son what to do. He understands that himself very clearly. My mother snapped all sudden as if he touched some bitter string. Of course, daughter, I have no right to advise you or your children after what had happened, the old man said with grief-stricken. I wish you good luck, my grandson, for your battle, the old man said as he clapped on my shoulders before turning to my mother. Anna, we have some important things to talk to. Would tomorrow be fine for you? The old man asked. Tomorrow would be a fine, father, my mother replied without getting angry this time. See you tomorrow then, the old man said before disappearing with her family. Mom, are they really our relatives? I asked, seeing what had transpired within the past hour. I am having a hard time believing that. Yes, mother said with a sigh. I looked at my mother and thought about whether to ask the question I had in my mouth or not. We will talk tonight. It is time for you to know some things about me, she said, likely reading the questions I have in my mind. Okay, I said. I talked for a while before leaving the kitchen and walked toward the garden. The championship will start in 45 minutes. I want to reach there as soon as possible. I had worked hard for the whole night, and now I couldn't wait to test the fruit for my labor. I now just hope that Edmund could give me some big surprise, pull out power equal to that of Ellen and Jill. It would be very interesting if he is able to do that somehow. I still am not quite sure if my strength has reached the degree of Ellen and Jill, and I am really looking forward to finding that out. Soon I reached the garden, where Professor and Aline had already been waiting for me. Best of luck, Professor said when we reached arena, which seemed bigger than yesterday. It is bigger than yesterday. They had added a few layers into the arena overnight so more people could watch the final battle. Now the capacity of the arena has reached 1.5 huge million, is enormous, but it does not seem to be enough. The arena is packed to the brim, and there are millions of people outside watching the battles through the gigantic screens. I flew down and entered the participants area, which had my name marked on it. It is only for me. The one for Edmund is on the other side. I heaved a sigh of relief as I entered inside. The audience had been too much. Even after days of experiencing the craziness, I still haven't got used to it. I still felt quite scared, seeing millions of people chanting my name. I heaved a sigh of relief and took a drink from the server holding tray, standing respectfully by my chair. Only when I drank the ice-cold drink did I feel really good and again became excited by the prospect of the battle. The battle will start soon, and I could not wait ever since I had received that ability from Nero. I had been excited about the battle, and now that the battle draws near, I am barely able to sit tightly on my chair. Time passed by excruciatingly slow before finally, the host appeared in the center of the arena. Her appearance had brought a huge cheer from the audience. She had become quite famous by hosting the championship. Except for top contestants of the championship, she had been the most popular person in the whole continent. I am sure all you had been waiting for the final. I will not drag it aimlessly and call the final contestants, she said, and called out mine and Edmund's name. Hearing my name, I calmly got up and walked out of the room. My excited heart had calmed down, and now there is the only tranquility in it. The excitement would not help in battle. The more I will be, the better I will use my armor and harness more power from it. Soon, I walked up to arena and saw Edmund's coming from the other side, wearing dark red armor. He looked quite handsome and had quite a lot of fans in the arena, especially women who had been cheering from them. He is quite a good seed, Edmund. He also seems to bear the same name as you, said the old man to the middle-aged man while looking at the arena. It was luck, James. A few years ago I picked this little guy when I was in this continent a few years ago, said Edmund with a laugh. Your organization is quite great lately. People with peak constitution and apex inheritances seem to be raining down on you, the old man said. Hearing that, smile on the middle-aged man's face widened even more. Well, I had expected people from Skysaber to be shameless, but not people from Mistan would be just as shameless too. I did not expect you. You Lord James chat happily with the man who put the killing order on your grandson. But well, this is the kind thing one would expect from Mistan, now seeing how you guys handled the matter of Annabelle Mitchell, Josephine said slowly. Just as she said, the temperature in the hall has reduced several degrees, and two old monsters from Sky Saber and Mistan looked at Josephine with wrathful eyes. Little girl, think before you spear, or there wouldn't be the tongue of yours to speak, the old man from Mistan said threateningly. The incident of Annabelle Mitchell is a gaping wound of Mistborn, and whoever tried to mention it, especially in front of old monsters, received the wrath of them. Josephine doesn't slander Sky Saber with fictitious accusations, Edmund said threateningly. If it had been any other place, people from both organizations would have drawn arms without hesitation and attack, but here they would think 1,000 times before doing that. On the platform of Hawthorns, Seal, that old venomous snake, is looking at everything with a gentle smile. If they so much dare to draw the weapon out, there will be a swift attack from her, not only from her, but the old monster from Wisdom Tower would also attack immediately. Riverfield Academy is a soft spot for both of them. If anything happens to their members, they would attack madly without any hesitation. Josephine, what are you talking about? When did Sir Edmund put kill order on Archie and Joanna? Sandra asked unhappily, looked at her two children who were sitting beside her. How Edmund dares to do anything to your children, Sandra. It is a child of Annabelle Mitchiel, who anyone could do anything, even throwing him in the space sea by tinkering his homing bacon, she said with a mock. The temperature of the room decreased even more than people like Alina started shaking, not from cold but from fear, while the other powerhouses had a faint smile on their lips as they watched the drama unfold in front of them. Hearing what Josephine said, Edmund seemed to have realized something as he was in front of the arena with a face that looked like it had just eaten a shit. Angela, did your organization really put a kill order on Annabelle's child? Old Monster Camphor asked. He still remembers the mess of 25 years ago, the mess so complicated and shameful that old people like themselves had to come out to clean. That incident had already put a huge stain on Mistan's reputation. They have laughingstock in the eyes of the other Supremes. He did not want to bear that shame again, especially regarding Annabelle. The old monster from Sky Saber looked at Edmund, feeling her gaze. Edmund couldn't help but shudder uncontrollably and curse his students in his mind for not doing a proper background check. Edmund really understood he had fallen into deep shit. If it had been any other night member of Mistan, it would not have been a problem, but now the person is son Annabelle Mitchell herself, and that is a very sensitive topic in Mistan even after 25 years of that incident. I did not know he was the son of Annabelle, he admitted while gritting his teeth. Denying would make matters even worse, and it's not like these old monsters could not find the truth. He could feel sharp gazes when he said that extremely pure killing intent. It is not only John, whom he was talking smilingly a few minutes, but also from the old monster from Mistan. Camphor, Sky Saber will give you an answer in a few days. Old Monster Angela said a few seconds later, I will be waiting for it. Old Monster Camphor said before he is turning his gaze toward the arena. These matters could not be hurried, and seeing the gravity of situations, they are better dealt personally rather in front of the whole crowd. Edmund and I came face to face with only 10 meters distance between us. Unlike his previous battle, he did not seem to take this battle seriously. It is visible in his eyes. Both of you ready? The beautiful referee asked. Yes, I said while Edmund nodded. Fight, the host said. Hearing the fight, nobody moved. Edmund and I stayed in my place and just looked at each other in the eyes. You should admit defeat. This is the only chance you will get, Edmund said directly. There is no scorn in his voice or mockery, just simple truth. He believes he could defeat and rather not use his weapon to fight. Don't worry, I am not as weak as you think, I replied. Okay then, I hope you do not disappoint me, he said, and a scary aura shot out from Edmund's body that immediately quieted down the rowdy audience. Seeing that silver armor started appearing on my body, seeing it looked of slight mockery couldn't help but appear in Edmund's eyes before replacing with clear shock as lines and runes of different colors started to appear on my body. It is not only Edmund who had an expression of shock appearing on his, even the host had clear shock written all over her face. Her shock is even more prominent, as if she could not believe the things happening in front of her. My runic armor now not only contains the power of my fire ability and rule powers, but now it also contains the mystic energies of my 6 mystic methods. The ability I received from Nero was called Mold, its ability which can surpass the natural that defines energy. The mystic energies could not be mended into the runes. The base will not let one do that, but with Mold, I passed that restriction and molded the mystic energy into the runes I wanted. Its look has now completely changed. Earlier, it used to look very regal, but it became a visual marvel with 9 different colors spread over it. I could hide the colors of mystic energies and rule power if I wanted to, but I did not. I wanted to create the effect with my beautiful armor. Well, it looks like the battle would not be as boring as I thought, Edmund said with the battle intent burning his eyes as he came at me with the brimstone's armor appearing on his body. This Edmund Matt looks carefree, but he is not seeing the runic armor. He had not only used his inheritance, but also integrated his grade 12 brimstone constitution with it, making his power rose to an unbelievable degree. Zup, seeing him coming at me, I did not stay on my spot. Violet runes lit up on my legs, and I disappeared from my spot. When I appeared again, I was beside Edmund attacking with red, blue runes flashing across my arms. Edmund seemed quite surprised by my speed and attack, seeing me directly appearing in front of him and attacking, but that did not stop him from reacting quickly. Seeing my totem artifact coming at him, he also swung his brimstone sword toward me at extreme speed. Clang, our weapons clashed, and sparks fly, creating a powerful force field. Still, some people may not see this attack powerful. Seeing, there was not much of a visual phenomenon. Those people just have to look down at faint cracks that have appeared on the tiles of the arena. This attack was powerful, and yes, this attack was just a normal attack from my armor. With the powerful runes harassing the real power of mystic energies, my strength had grown beyond I can measure. Hee hee. I let out a smile before I brought back my sword and attacked again, this time my speed of attacking even greater than the last time, and the power I am using even stronger. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed again, spreading the cracks on the ground even further, making them spread to an even wider area. That was just the starting. Right after the first attack, I attacked with second before third, fourth, and so on. Each of my attacks holds even more power than before, making tiles under our feet cracks at the visible speed. The audience had been completely silenced by such attacks that now they only watch without saying anything. It is very difficult to immerse the audience in the fight that will watch without making any noise. Usually, there is always a cheer, but now they are watching silently without uttering a single word from their mouth. If I had not been completely focused on fighting, I would have been quite pleased by such a reaction, which I would be after watching the recording of a few days later. D-Hub, wow, you have surprised me. I have never thought anyone would be able to bring out this kind of power after those 2 girls. Edmund said the tile under our feet had been crushed to powder. It may not look like we are using all our power, but we are using it. Each of the attacks is very powerful enough to cut the arena into 2 if hit directly. If not for that, how could we have turned the tile we have been standing on to dirt with just shockwaves of our attacks? There is immense power in attacks. Each of my attacks possesses power that is more than 10 times the strongest explosion that I had created in my fight with Camilla. We are just fighting without any flashy moves. It is a pure power and combat style. We are competing in power and finesse. We are fighting. It is a battle completely unfiltered with special moves and arts. Arts will come soon. We've been fighting without using them for quite a few minutes, I am sure. If Edmund did not see any progress in direct fighting, he would surely use his art, which I am very curious about. Looks like I have to start using some strength if I want to defeat you, Edmund said as we separated again. We had been fighting for 10 minutes and used enough power that we had not only crushed the tile we were fighting on, but also crushed the surrounding tiles with the shockwaves of the attack. I am thinking the same, I replied, and several runes on my runic armor lit up. It is time to get serious. I've gotten the basic control over my new armor, and now it is time to use the real power. Now experience the real power of level 5 inheritance, he said, and his aura sky rocked. The changes also started to occur on his body as the armor he is wearing started to change. Its red color became even deeper, that it became deep red with a shade of brown. It looked like his armor is made of brimstone. Various cracks on his armor could be seen, and in those cracks, the fire could be seen burning inside. A heavy smell of sulfur could be smelled through the air as the faint fumes released from the armor. Edmund's look has become quite demonic in his brimstone armor. He smiled faintly and came at me. His speed is extremely fast. If I had not seen him through the vision of killing rule, it would have been very difficult for me to see his movements. It is a really great speed, and I intend to match it. Just as he came at me, the violet runes lit across my legs, and I moved toward him with a speed that is greater than him. These times he seemed to be prepared and was not surprised when I appeared next to him instead, his lips curved like an arc, and he attacked with the clear hint worldly energies swirling around him. At the same time, a big hexagonal phantom appeared behind him, and on that hexagonal phantom, there is an image of a fiery three-headed dog carved on it. It looks quite scary. Seeing him using his art that is being powered with the inheritance, I've become quite vigilant. In an inheritance art which is power boosted by a special constitution, such an attack will be extremely dangerous. Nothing had happened. His sword is coming at me like it usually does. This time it is just packing a lot more power, but I did not let vigilance down. The inheritance art is extremely dangerous and tricky. One has to be very vigilant when dealing with. The sword had reached halfway when it suddenly burst into the flames and divided into 3 parts that came at me. Seeing such a sudden change, I am not surprised. I would have been surprised if nothing suspicious had happened. Seeing the 3 swords, my eyes turned serious, and violet and blue runes lit up across my armor, and the speed of my sword's speed increased suddenly, so much that even Edmund got surprised by it. Clang, clang, clang. I moved my sword speedily and clashed across all the 3 swords within a moment, creating a fiery blue force field that crushed all the tiles in the 10 meters radius. FUCK, what an attack, I said in my mind as I activated a couple of formations to crush and covert the hell energy that came at me. This attack by Edmund was extremely dangerous. 3 coordinated sword strikes with the power of hellfire. If they had touched my naked body, then I would have surely turned to dust, but of course, that is impossible to happen. My whole body was covered in runic armor, including my head. Even if his attack had hit me directly on the head, I would have been fine. To break this armor mine, his attacks had to be more powerful than they are now. As I defended against his attack, he looked at me for a second before he attacked again, and what an attack it was. It was like hellfire raining down on me. His sword burst into flame again, but this time on a much grander scale. As it burst into the hellfire, it transformed into the silhouette of Cerberus, and he launched that Cerberus at me. He launched it became even bigger until it turned 5 meters large. Roar! The fiery Cerberus let out a fiery roar like a real being as he came at me. The Cerberus looked extremely real, if not for it made for a real fire. I thought it is a real Cerberus. It is now coming at me with its 3 mouths opened, wanting to swallow me whole. Seeing it, I couldn't help but gulp down my saliva. This Cerberus is really big and dangerous. Now the fight battle had turned truly interesting. I guess it is time to use that, I thought, and lighted up the special attacking formation I had created last night. As I activated the formation, 3 types of energies started to rush into that formation. The first energy is, of course, my fire ability, while the other 2 are mystic energies. First is from the domain of withering sand and the other from red arc, my new offensive mystic method. The formation is being flooded with 3 energies, but its hunger did not seem to satiate, seeing that I couldn't help but worry slightly as the Cerberus is coming at me with the extremely fast speed. If the attack did not charge up soon, then I will have to dodge the attack. Finally, what seemed an hour, the formation stopped sucking the energies when the Cerberus was just 2 meters ahead of me, seeing that I did not wait and slashed down my sword toward its direction. Zup! A beautiful arc came out of my sword. This arc holds a combination of 3 colors: silver, gray, and red, which made it look very beautiful. It is not only beautiful, but also very deadly. Soon the tricolored arc reached Cerberus. As it did, the fiery Cerberus reacted as it is a living being, and moved its claws toward it as if it is a living being. Zrrrrrr. The Cerberus claws clashed against the tricolored arc, and what happened next moment had surprised both Edmund and the audience. The arc had not stopped by the claw, instead it had cut through the claws before cutting through the center head of the fiery Cerberus. It started to cut through the body of fiery Cerberus, and while doing that, it is also releasing hundreds of small arcs around the body of the fiery Cerberus to completely destroy the attack. Bang bang, the arc moved out of the body of the Cerberus, with losing more than half of its power on the way. As the arc moved out of the Cerberus, 2 halves of it exploded in colorful light, creating a beautiful picture, while the faint arc moved toward Edmund. He looked very surprised seeing the arc coming toward it, and just as it approached it, he swung his sword at it, creating another colorful explosion of the colors. Cheer, cheer, cheer. The audience cheered loudly, seeing the colorful blast, and volume increased even more as another Cerberus rose from his sword, and this one was even more bigger. It was 10 meters tall. Roar! I couldn't help but feel my loudly beating heartbeat when I saw the 10-meter Cerberus coming toward me. It is huge and has completely dwarfed me, not to forget the super threatening aura it is releasing actively that would make any normal adamantine shit his pants in fear. I had already started preparation for the next arc, right after I launched the first, and also started my tower to refine mystic energies for me. The arc attacks of mine need an immense amount of energy. In the formation that an immense amount of energy gets concentrated to the greatest degree and imprinted with several runic diagrams as it got shaped into the arc form. The energies alone are not enough to make the art this powerful. The true value lies in the runes that I had imprinted on it. Those runic formations are what make the arc very powerful. I had experimented with such formations many times in conscious space, but physical applications of it were not possible due to many restrictions. So when I got the ability to go around those rules, I've added many interesting things I've experimented with into my armor. Sup, as the charge finished, I released another arc at the 10-meter-long Cerberus that is coming toward me. This time the arc is bigger, double the size of last. I've decided to make it bigger to deal with such a powerful attack. ROARRR. The Cerberus roared and jumped at the air. Unlike last time this time, the claws of the Cerberus are a lot denser. I could feel the powerful worldly energy around its claws. Edmund seemed to realize something from the last attack, and this time, instead of equally distributing the power to the whole body of Cerberus, he focused 50 power at the claws to better deal with the arc attack of mine. ROOR. Soon the Cerberus and my art had come to face, and like I had expected, seeing the arc close, the Cerberus used its claws against it. Zing zing zing. Unlike the last time where my claws went through its claws, this time the claws resisted against the arc's power and started to struggle against it, and their struggle started to create furious sparks which were enough to destroy them completely. Their struggle continued as more and more sparks started to release from it. These sparks are like powerful bombs. When they fall on the arena, they destroy it. The place where the arc and the Cerberus are struggling is in complete shambles. Seeing such destruction made by just sparks, I couldn't help but feel happy. This is the level of power I had been dreaming about yesterday and now, and I have it. The struggle lasted for a few seconds before the arc was finally able to tear through its body. As it reached its body, the arc collapsed into thousands of little arc and reached every part of its body. BANNNG. A huge explosion rang out. It was so loud and powerful that I even had to take a jump back so I could not get swept in it. It is more powerful than I had imagined, but that is also good. I had not expected this fiery Cerberus to be this powerful. The arc was only supposed to collapse when it did not have the energy to cut through the whole body of the enemy. To maximize the power of the attack, I added a small collapsing mechanism that will distribute to every part of the enemy's body before creating an explosion dealing with the enemy with the maximum damage. The explosion was big, and it took some time to clear away, and when it did, I couldn't help but open my mouth in wonder. The explosion had destroyed half of the arena. The place where the explosion happened, there is nothing but fine dusk. It had made everything into the dust. If it had been yesterday's had swept in this explosion, I would have directly vaporized. That is how much fearful this explosion was. I looked at Edmund, standing on the other end of the arena like me. Watching the destruction our clash had brought, I could see extreme excitement in his eyes when he looked at the explosion. Good, good, Edmund said as he moved his eyes to me from the destruction. After watching yesterday's battle, I had made a sudden breakthrough. It was a huge surprise, but it had also brought quite a disappointment, as I thought I would not have anyone to test my new strength in this continent. But you have proved me wrong, Edmund said with his eyes blazing with battle intent. For that, allow me to show you my real power. I hope you will last at least a few minutes in front of it, Edmund said before a horrifyingly powerful aura burst out of his body. His aura has become extremely horrifying, and it is of a level I've never sensed before. It is way thicker than the aura of adamantine should have. There is only one answer to this. Edmund had reached the unknown level of night, the true limit of night. Very few people are able to reach this level. This level purely worked on comprehension. You will reach it there only if you have the comprehension of it. Professor had told me that this level brings complete change into one. This level provides an explosive growth, and one will be able to harness every bit of untamed energy hidden inside them. Many people tried for years to reach this level, to bring out all the potential of night stage, as only doing that will bring their full potential out in the future stages. This is what this unknown stage is so important, reaching it meaning having complete access to potential as one advance forward. I, too, wanted to give myself at least a year to try to reach this level. I did not expect you to reach the unknown level of night, I said to Edmund with a smile. I am very happy he reached that, as only now he had become capable of forcing to use the real power of my armor, and I will finally know how powerful my armor is. You seemed quite happy seeing me at this level, Edmund said as his horrifying aura finally stabilized. I am happy the earlier you weren't capable of forcing me to use the true power of my armor, but now I am sure I will have to use the real power of my armor if I want to defeat you, I said with a smile. Well, good. I also want to see how powerful your armor is, Edmund said, and the next moment he came at me. The violet runes lit across my whole leg, and I moved toward him with speed impossible to be seen by a normal knight. Only those bearing the power of level 3 inheritance will be able to see my speed, and even they have to try their all to see. It did not take us a moment to reach next to each other, as we swung our weapons toward each other while standing in the air. Most than half of the area had already been destroyed by our earlier attack, and what remains is not suitable for a fight. So we are fighting on the air, and unlike yesterday, where I could not build the momentum of the ground, today I could do it with some new formations that I had attached to my armor. Clang, our weapons clashed, and a deafening sound rang out with it, an invisible force field produced which had completely grounded the stones beneath us to dust and damaged the arena even more while we stayed on our spot as if nothing had happened. The attack was really powerful, and the inheritance energy is off the chart that when it is crushed and converted into the raw energy, it quickly helps me charge several formations very quickly. Good, said Edmund and attacked again. This time the attacks were even more powerful than before. As his current power, Edmund can harness a lot more power from his inheritance than before. The more powerful one became, the greater power he will draw up from one's inheritance. Inheritance gives near unlimited power, one just has to be capable enough to draw out the power from them. At his current strength, Edmund can draw out quite great power from his inheritance, that our fight is reaching very close to the fight of Ellen and Jill yesterday. I can't imagine what will happen when Edmund harnesses the power to his limit. As we were clashing intensely, the swords of the Edmund lit up suddenly and divided into three as they came at me. He had used his art again, and this time it is more powerful. The blue hellfire is very dense and releasing the aura that is enough to make freeze on the spot. Seeing the appearance of three hellfire swords, my expressions became serious, and violet runes lit across my body, and my sword suddenly became even faster. Seeing that Edmund increased the speed of swords, not wanting me to deal with three of his attacks with speed, but unfortunately for him, it is quite difficult for him to match me at the instant speed. Clang, clang, clang. My sword speedily clashed with the tree swords, creating the huge blue shockwaves that destroyed the perfect tiles that remained at the end of the arena. Now, the whole area is completely shambled with each and every tile turned into the dust. After the first attack, he attacked again with his art this time. The movement of the three swords was complicated and coordinated. It is like a spider, one can defend against the one sword if capable of the second sword, but it will be extremely difficult to deal with the third sword. He had not used such a complicated move before, but now he used it. I couldn't help but become impressed by it. Professor had warned me about it. Unlike the other participants who had barely spent a year in the central continent, Edmund had spent 5 years there. In those 5 years, 3 years of his spent on the main campus of the Sky Saber, where only the best knight was able to get. There every teacher is at least a king stage with an emperor grade teacher for every class. They even get weekly classes from tyrant grade powerhouse, which only happen in Supremes. It made every student of the main campus powerhouse themselves in their level that only members of other Supreme could compete against them. I looked at the three fiery swords coming at me, and various options flashed across me, but only two will help me deal with the swords coming at me. One is speed. I had to activate a couple more formations, which will reveal my real speed, which I did not want to happen. The other option is quite simple. I have to use the data I had collected on him so far. With it I am sure I will be able to deal with these traps like swords effectively. So I chose the second option, and moved my sword at the extreme speed. I could tell a small arc forming on Edmund's lips, as he did not think I would be able to deal with such a tricky attack with just speed. But he is wrong. I had already found the best way to deal with this attack when I used the data I had collected on him so far. Though he may not have used this move before, the fighting style is the same. The analysis of the fighting style held the clue to deal with this move, and when I used the data, I found several ways I could deal with, one being most suitable for my current condition. Clang, clang, clang. So just as I found the way, I moved my sword and clashed against the three of the fiery swords. Edmund could try any new trick again to invade my sword. He looked quite shocked seeing me dealing with his powerful attack easily before a bright smile formed his face. Next moment, his sword blazed like an angry volcano before it came at me again like it wanted to turn me into cinders. This time the sword did not divide itself into two, it just came at me directly. This move is direct, plain slash. There is nothing impressive about it, except for the blazing hellfire burning on it. It is giving me an intense feeling of the threat. Ever since the battle started, I've not felt such a feeling from any attack, which undoubtedly means that this attack is extremely dangerous, that I better not underestimate it. Seeing it coming at me, I also swung my sword. It is also a simple swing. There is nothing before the sword having unimaginable strength as it tore through the air. Till now, since the battle started, I have not used the energy I have got from my opponent. I had stored it in special formations, which I had created with the help of the mystic energies. My armor is strong, but it did not have unimaginable power to help me deal with the enemy. How powerful my armor could be is totally dependent on how strong my control over it is, and how powerful my opponent is. The stronger my opponent is, the more powerful my armor would become. The base of my armor is crushing and converting the energies, with mystic energies like domain of withering sand. I could easily crush any energy and convert it just as easily before storing it into the storage formations made of Mystic Method, which worked as the base of the Mystic Method. It is based on mystic energy. It is where I got the idea of storing energy into the formations. I have tried these formations with other energies, but they are not suitable. Only mystic energies mixed with the healing rule could create the formation where I would store the raw energy. CLANNNG. My sword clashed against his sword again, creating a huge blue shockwave that, without surprise, had pushed both of us back a couple of steps back. This had happened for the first time. It is no surprise for us. The attack now just contains too much power. I had not only used all my energy, but also used nearly all the raw energy I had stored in the armor. The blue shockwave has decimated everything it has come across. All the stones turned to dust and created a small wave which clashed across the shield and made it rippled slightly. I also got quite an energy from the attack from my armor. Just as the energy crushed and covered, I moved toward the Edmund using all the raw energy I have stored in my armor. The battle is nearing the end right now. There is no use in holding back anymore. Seeing me coming toward him, his sword burst into even more dense hellfire as it came at my hole, having a wild smile across his face. Clang, clang, clang. Deafening sounds started to ring across the whole battlefield, so most people who were watching the battle had become invisible. The only thing they could see was a powerful blue force field that was coming every second, grinding the stones in the area into the dusk. Even though some of them could not see the battle, they are extremely excited by just seeing the effects of battle and hearing the soul-shaking sounds. While those who could see the battle had a look of wonder on their face seeing such power projected by the knight that is far greater than the average lord. The strength of the two of them is too great, just like that of the two girls yesterday. It is a sight that is ever rare in the central continent, which couldn't help but make them sigh. Clang, clang, clang. A smile couldn't help but form on my lips seeing such an intense clash. Edmund is a worthy opponent. He had not disappointed me with his power. His level 5 inheritance, special constitution, and limit of a knight made him a very powerful opponent. Except for using my art, I am giving my everything in this battle. I am using every move I have in my arsenal, but Edmund is not a simple opponent. It is taking my all to not get hit by his tricky moves. David had the trickiest moves I've ever seen in any of my opponents and also very versatile. It is very difficult to predict when he will use one of his trickiest moves on you. I am very vigilant, using my full power of my killing rule not only to collect more data on him, but also to keep an eye on him, watching every move to react accordingly. The power of his attacks had now reached the point where it could collapse my armor if hit directly. Your armor is very good, Edmund said as our weapons clashed, siphoning the power of my attacks to attack me. Sir had warned me about it, but it looked like no matter how much I tried to stop, you always managed to suck my energy, he said in exasperation. I am not surprised about him knowing about my runic armor. Professor had already told me about supreme powerhouses looking at my armor. Other supreme powerhouses may not tell their members about my armor abilities, but those from Sky Saber would have surely told them. Professor said that these people from the Sky Saber are famous for their shamelessness, and I should be prepared about my opponent knowing everything about my runic armor. So what he knows, my armor had changed, and it had become even more powerful than before. Nor he or anyone could stop me from taking the energies, even if he did not use any energy. I could easily use the force for my energy needs, so as long as there is an attack, there is no one who could stop me from siphoning energies for my needs. Sheik, 2 of the Cerberus had exploded behind me as my sword had completely cut it from the middle. With the strength we are fighting, all my long-range attacks have become useless. I had to counter everything with my sword. It had been nearly an hour since we had been fighting. In this hour, we have shown nearly all our abilities and turned the whole arena into the dust. Now, we have barely 1 or 2 moves that remain to be used. I only have my art, while as for him, I don't know, but I know about one, now that he has reached the true limit of Knight, the unknown level, and is the best of the best. He can use that thing. That thing will be his biggest trump card. The professor had said if any opponent reached an unknown level, I should be careful of that thing. The power it gives is humongous, unlike the trickle that it uses to give it before. Looks like it is time to go all out, hun, Edmund said with a smile. He may have a smile across his face, but his eyes were serious. The times have come to let go of everything and reveal all. Yes, it is time to go all out, I said with finality as the worldly energies started to swirl around me. Good then, Edmund said as strange energies which I hadn't felt for quite a while started to pour into him. The occult method. He is finally using the occult method, seeing that I couldn't help but sigh. The occult methods are really great, but they are not for knights. What we used to use before were dregs of occult energy. Every grade of the occult method needs soul and body sufficiently strong. If it is not them, one will be only drawn out a trickle. When I was a normal elite, the dregs were enough for me, but as my strength rose, the strength they provided was insufficient that I stopped using it. It is the same for everyone. The dregs of occult energy are not enough to fill the need for ever-increasing strength. As I have said, the occult method of every grade needs body and soul sufficiently strong to house its real power. The knight does not have such strong bodies. Even those who reached a new level also do not have that strong body and soul it requires. Only a very tiny percentage of people who have powerful inheritance, bloodline, or constitution could get such a strong body and soul. Edmund is a prime example of that. He had grade 12 special constitution and level 5 inheritance. Both of them give him a huge boost that makes cream and crop amongst the knights. The milky white layer started to surround him as occult energy had poured into him, and the aura he is releasing now is giving me a feeling of the extreme threat from now. I have to be careful, one little mistake, and I'll be out of the competition. I also called out the occult energy and started to spread it into the specific runes. Seeing me summoning occult energy, a faint laugh appeared on Edmund's face before it had become serious after he realized something. Sup, he turned completely serious before he came at me. His speed was so great that even I was slightly slower than him despite using the stored raw power to power up the speed runes. We moved toward each other with speed like never before. The air itself started to heat as we tore through it. Soon we appeared next to one another and swung our weapons, his swords filled with dense hellfire in which clear traces of milky, while occult energy could be seen. The two energies did not seem to clash but exist in dependency, making their power even greater. Our weapons got closer and closer. As it did, I started to change runic formations of my armor, as what will happen next will break all the record. Even the fight Ellen and Jill will pale in front of it. His sword moved like a vicious snake, trying to touch my body, but how can I let that happen? If his sword touched me, then it would be game over for me, so my sword moved to intercept his. Boom. As our weapons clashed, time seemed to slow down for me. Everything became slowed down in front of me. Even a deafening sound that had bled my ears did not feel as painful as it is. I saw the cloud of blue and white ballooning slowly as it contracted before it began spreading outwards, expanding the explosion. I had finally used my art for the attack, and the explosion it had created is earth-shaking. But this is just a start. The real challenge starts now, and that is dealing with the explosion. The power of the explosion is huge. If it were yesterday's me, I would have no power to resist the explosion like this. I would have flung back like a hit ball. Even now, with current armor, I am walking on the tightrope. A single mistake, and I will crash on the shield, and that will be game over for me. Seeing the cloud of blue and white coming at me slowly, I activated the formations I had been changing right now. There are 4 types of formations that now covered the majority of the space of my armor. First is crushing, second is converting, third is storing, and fourth is jet to select and resist the momentum of the explosion, which is trying to throw me at the shields. DHUB. The explosion finally hit me, and time went back to its normal speed. As the explosion hit me, I felt like a huge metallic press had crashed on me. It had completely rattled my armor, and if not for me having strict control over it. My armor started to get on the work as an explosion crashed into me. The formation sucked the energies that had crashed into me and started to crush them. This time, there is not only hellfire from his art, which is being powered by inheritance energy, there is also a huge amount of occult energy. Crushing occult energy is no simple task. If I had not done that 10 minutes experiment before coming here, I would have found myself completely crushed under the explosion. The reason I had summoned out the occult energy earlier, because I wanted it into crushing formation. Though its power is very low compared to what Edmund had summoned, the runes had helped it power up enough that it would be able to grind the occult energy. After the energy is crushed, it directly went to numerous converting formations, which are being powered up by the swallowing rule. The crushed energy started to convert through these formations before directly going to the jet formation, which is making my armor resist the momentum of the explosion, and whatever energy these formations did not take went to storage formations, waiting to store later. I controlled the armor like a seamless machine, and when finally I completely stopped, I found myself just half a meter away from the boundary of the arena. FUCK, yesterday I had seen your explosions, but had not thought they would be this powerful. Edmund said. He, like me, also stopped at the edge of the arena, but his condition is slightly better as he had a solid 2-meter distance from the boundary compared to my half a meter. But isn't it more fun? I asked. Yes, I am really liking these explosions. He replied as we again moved toward each other. This time my speed is not any less than that of Edmund. The explosion has given me quite a lot of power, which I am using right now. BOOM. Our weapons clashed again, creating an even bigger explosion than before. I had to proactively suck the energy so that any energy won't forcefully seep inside me and injure me. The explosions are being way too powerful. They are powerful enough to vaporize me if I caught off guard in them. So even the slightest bit of energy from it would injure me seriously. My art had lighted up these energies, making them extremely wild. It would not be a pleasant experience to get tormented by them. So I had to try my best not to let even the slightest energy touch me. As I stabilized myself, I found myself in the same position as earlier, which put a smile on my face. The explosion earlier was stronger than previous, but I was still the same as before, but I do not feel that great about it. Edmund is now 3 meters from the boundary, which is 1 meter extra from the earlier. I had seen how he did it, and I couldn't help but marvel his ability. He had used the combination of 3 inheritance skills to resist the momentum of the explosion. His usage of those 3 skills is very precise that even I got quite impressed by it and sad. His resisting explosion better means he had a high chance of winning, which I did not like. So just as I stabilized myself, I went against him to get maximum distance from him, so when we pushed back I will have the maximum advantage, but I am not the only one to think that he had thought the same thing, and coming at me with the lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. We started to attack each other like crazy, creating massive explosions across the arena that brought destruction to the already destroyed area. Every second there would be shockwaves running through it, baking and grinding the dust even more, not to forget the ripples that are spreading across the shields. Seeing them, it felt like someone is constantly banging them with the hammers. The rippling effect is too huge, it's spread across all the shields surrounding the arena. Our attacks are getting stronger and stronger each time, and seeing how closer to the boundary I am getting every time, I had started to worry about losing and began to think about the way to solve that. But no matter how much I tried, I had not found it. The only way I had found is the old way of controlling my armor. The better I control my armor, the more chances of winning I will have. Since then, I had wholly focused on controlling it, but I had not done better with it. Still, I did not back. If I continue with it, something will eventually come. Until that, I have to hang on tight to my position. You are quite good. I did not think you would hang on till now, Edmund said as we stabilized at the edge of the area. Tiredness could be felt through his voice when he said it. He is not the only one who has grown tired in this 1.5 hour of fight. I am feeling quite tired too. I am using nearly all my energy maintaining the armor, and each explosion is a challenge itself. Not to forget, I had spent some of the energy on Edmund too, collecting data, tracking every move to better respond to every attack. Of if it had made me very tired, but I will continue no matter how tired I am till I win this battle. I also did not think the battle would last till now, I said and moved toward him. I am going to try very riskily this time. If it became successful, I would have more energy and strength for my next attack. If I failed, I would be blasted apart, and it would be game over for me. Soon, I reached the Edmund and used all the power I had stored on the strength formations and attacked. The attack was very powerful. One could see my great sword tearing through the air as it moved toward the heart of Edmund. Boom. But he was not going to let me attack his heart as my sword moved toward his heart. His sword came like a snake and clashed against mine, and an explosion happened. The mass in blue and while started rising at extreme speed, and a moment later, it crashed across my armor. But unlike other times, few runes came out of the armor, and they activated and started sucking energy. The absorption formations, or as I called it, sucking formation, I had added all around the armor to suck the energy during the clash actively. An immense amount of energy started to flow through my armor, shaking it heavily, near breaking it apart, but I had stabilized it forcefully and diverted all the energy into the various crushing formations. It is a very difficult task and made me bleed through my nose and ears, but I did not care about that as the thing that mattered had happened. I was able to use more energy I've ever before, and now I am crushing it, converting it before sending half into jet while the other half into storage. The half energy is more than enough to resist the momentum of the explosion that when I stopped myself, I could not believe what I was seeing. I had stopped 20 meters before the boundary. Hee. An unconscious laugh couldn't help but rose out of my mouth when I looked at Edmund, who is still stabilizing himself. Seeing I did not waste a minute and moved toward him. The risk I took was worth it. It had given me the edge that I needed to win the battle, and now the only thing I have to do is finish off Edmund as soon as possible and win the competitions. Edmund's eyes couldn't help widen, seeing me coming toward him as till now he hadn't stabilized himself. Seeing me coming at him, his eyes hardened, and the aura he had been hiding finally came out. He stopped at its place immediately before shooting toward me. Seeing him still hiding his power, I am not surprised. I had already detected him still hiding some of his power. He had always kept it on standby, ready to use at a moment's notice, but I had never given him a chance to use that. But now, the danger of losing the battle had come. He had immediately used that strength he had been hiding. Boom! The explosion blew out again, sending both of us back. This time, too, I had actively taken the energy from the explosion. More than last time, as just as I stabilized, I moved toward Edmund, only to see him coming at me. Boom, 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 boom. The real end of the fighting had started, and in just a few minutes, the result of the battle would appear. Both of us are using our everything in one of the clashes. The winner would be declared. Fuck, pa. I cursed loudly as the energy of the explosion leaked inside me, and that wild energy tore through my body, seriously injuring me, making me puke blood several times. The injuries are serious, but I have no time to care about it. I had just simply circulated the healing rule and continued fighting, while reminding myself not to repeat the earlier mistake. Suppressing the intense pain I am feeling, I moved toward Edmund again, who is also coming at me with the intent to end this battle as soon as possible. The battle had lasted too long, and it was time to finish it as soon as possible. But it is not easy when both have nearly similar strength, and no combat tricks work on others. It makes it difficult to win the fight. One has to look for that one in thousands chance and take it. As I fight again Edmund, I see those hundreds of chances. All of them could help me defeat Edmund in a single move. It is what they look like, but all of them are traps, expertly crafted through the thousands of battles. That is why unless you have an overwhelming advantage, it is very difficult to end the fight in defined times. Boom, boom, boom. The booming sound rang across the arena, with both of us having pale faces. For the past few moves, Edmund's defense also reached its limit. He could not defend against the ever-increasing power of the explosions. Earlier, he had easily defended the power of the explosions. Again, his brimstone armor had given him an envy-worthy defense. But now, as the power of the explosions increased, it had started to test the defense of the high armor. If this continues, his powerful brimstone armor will not be able to save him from the continuous assault of the explosion, and that will be my chance. Unlike him, my armor's defense depends upon how I control it, and since the intense fight has begun, I am controlling it just fine. Though there were some exceptions where I made some mistakes and received some injuries, they are behind me. Now I just carefully fight. Since the Edmund's defense is reaching the limit, he will make a mistake in action, quickly finishing the fight. Boom, boom, boom. I was right after his defense started crumbling. He became a little hasty. He did not increase the power of his attack, but started to make his attack trickier, wanting to exploit a mistake in my combat style. It is a very good thing for me, as with a controlled explosion, I started to suck more and more power into my storing it for a special purpose. As such, this again turned into a battle of skills. At every attack, he would try to breach the defense on my body, and while I would counter it, creating the explosion. I'm having really fun fighting like this. This feels like a game of chess where you counter every move of your enemy while making strategy for the checkmate. While I am having fun, Edmund is too engrossed in finding ways to beat me. He is also storing the power for the one big move and will use it when the time comes. A chance. Suddenly, when we were fighting, I found a perfect chance. It had been quite a while since I had been using the data to fight, and I have never seen such a surety till now. And another thing about this chance that this is a trap, like the tens of other obvious traps that were opened by Edmund at the last minute, but I am still going to act on it. Hee. I moved my sword toward the opening, seeing that wide smile couldn't help but appear on Edmund's face, who swung his sword at my neck without care for my sword, which is coming toward his chest. Well, I could understand why he is doing that. The speed his sword going toward my neck is extreme. He had never shown such speed before. To be honest, even I got quite surprised by it. He had carefully held back this speed, only to be used right now, but unfortunately, he could not accomplish his goal with this speed. He is not the only one who is holding back on his strength. Suddenly, the biggest energy storing formation that took nearly all my back had lit up and released all the energy into the speed and strength formation. I had been collecting energy into that storing formation for the past half an hour. At every explosion, 10 of converted energy would go into that formation. Now it had enough energy to give my attack a shocking burst. The speed of my sword increased suddenly, so is strength radiating from it. The power was so great that it had completely shocked Edmund. A flabbergasted expression appeared on his face as he tried to increase the speed of the sword, but unfortunately he could not. Bang boom. Finally, the back of my sword crashed on the chest of Edmund in a fearful speed and strength, which sent him flying like a cannonball and crashed him across the shield, which creates a huge rippling effect. I won. I finally won. I have dreamed about winning the competition millions of times since childhood. Though this competition is way bigger than the League of Heroes, still, it is a sentiment that counts, and winning the competition where billions of people watching were my dream which I had fulfilled. Cheer. Finally, the audience cheered loudly as they registered my victory. I bask in those cheers. It is cheered that I had earned myself in my blood and tears of the past few years. This seed has good potential. Teach him well. A very old voice said. After he reaches the king stage, we will be happy to take him in. Matron Mavis added. Josephine got quite startled hearing it. She did not think Matron Mavis would talk to her. Though she was also a student of Riverfield Academy, that was the thing of more than 400 years ago. Yes, matron, I replied happily, who just nodded before she softly started talking again with the Jillian girl who was sitting beside her. She is the only person matron is actively talking with. Even when the current leader of Hawthorne Sea tried to talk to her, she only replied to him with one word. She is very happy for Mitchiel. It is not easy to get praise for matron. She is an old monster, one of the oldest living humans in the world. What hadn't she saw? Even simple praise for her means great things. Hearing the praise, the faces of those from the Mistborn become a little nasty, as if they had eaten something distasteful, but they remain quiet while some of them, especially Sir James and Sandra, glared at the Sky Saber side, whose faces are worse than them. Please welcome the top 10 of the championship on the stage, the host said 15 minutes after the final battle is over. Edmonds and I were already on the stage, while Jill, Ellen, and others came after calling. We stood on a shiny new arena they had erected within 15 minutes and received our prizes. I've received a quite good mystic artifact, a sword to be exact, a pass to ruin which only Supreme Organization's members have access to, and place in 1000 in a competition that will happen in the Central Continent 2 years later. This place in 1000 seemed to be a big deal, as I've jealous gazes of Edmund and others when the host mentioned it. Alina had many times mentioned the importance of the competition during our spars, and how she intends to get into top 100 of it. This competition seemed extremely cutthroat. The very best people of all the world participate in this competition to earn the title of Battle King Queen, and this time it is even special, as this time it will be the 10,000th year of the competition. That competition had begun during the darkest times of our history and continued. Since then it even happened when the Central Continent was nearly occupied fully by the grim monsters. It is considered sacred, and people prepare thoroughly for it, and despite having strict conditions, people flock to participate in it. Winning it is not proving themselves in front of the young generation of the continent, but also becoming light that takes the human race forward. Since the inception of the competition, 95 of those who won it have reached the tyrant stage. Nearly all the winners of the competition end up becoming leaders of their organizations. All this makes this competition very attractive to every young person in the Central Continent, and some of them work harder so that they could perform better at the competition. The prize distribution and photo ops lasted for nearly 2 hours before the whole top 1000 got invited to a party or more, like a talent hunt, where people from many organizations offer their membership to the participants of the competition. Even though I already have a member of the organization, I still had to go. Professor wanted me to charm some people so that they could join our organization. Not only I, Ellen, and Jill also have to attend these parties with their seniors. This is the most important part for which all powerhouses have on our continent. They have no interest in the small competition. They have come to search for the seeds who, in the future, became a pillar for their organization. It is quite boring, but I had to spend hours with Alina and the professor smiling and inviting the people that the professor had chosen for the organization. While mingling with these people and telling them the benefits of the organization, I also looked at their power and performance in competition and found that their performance was not that great. They could be considered average at best, but Alina explained that Riverfield Academy had a special way to determine the potential of people, and they will only recruit those who are compatible with their organization. It is also the method opted by the other powerful organizations and Supreme. They accept anyone talented. They accept those who are compatible with their organization to their inheritances, to be exact. Since the competition was going on, these super powerhouses, which was sitting in the tower, were observing each and every participant with utter scrutiny, determining who is best suitable for them. Though there are always exceptions, people like me who have a special constitution and those with bloodline or something, the organizations always make exceptions to these things. If one calculates me and scrutinizes according to their inheritances, then it would be Blood Sun that is the most suitable organization for me. Their inheritance is a perfect match for my constitution and the rule power that I've comprehended. They even approached me shamelessly before being shooed away by the professor. To be honest, their offer was quite great. Still, I would not accept it. I would not leave the Riverfield Academy, even if they had offered me the Apex inheritance. Here, the teacher said it is a complete poison that I should not even touch. The energies of several miracle fruits have made something extremely dangerous that creates a different effect every time it is tested, Ellen said as she handed me the box. In the box is a thing I've found in a Firian ruin, which contained the essences of various herbs and miracle fruits. I had sent it to Ellen right before I went to the ruin. Lady Vivian is also quite an accomplished alchemist, and I thought she might help me find a way to realize its uses, but it seemed like it's all for naught. Well, it's good if I used it without knowing, then I might have poisoned myself or turned into an abomination or something else. Don't bury it or throw it in the sea, it will only contaminate them. Teacher said the best place to throw it would be a space crack where it does not do any harm to the land or its organisms, she said with a serious note. I nodded and stored it back to my storage with a disappointed sigh. You are leaving today, right? I asked, hearing that a disappointed sigh appeared on her face. Yes, teacher said it is time to leave for the Central Continent. We are leaving right after this party is finished. She said, I wanted to fight with you before you leave. I said with my voice full of regret, I want to take revenge for the beating she had given me about a year ago. It It wouldn't have been a problem to sneak a fight before leaving, if not for my bloodline in the awakening process, she said with regret before a smile appeared on her face. Don't worry when you come to the central continent. Come visit me, I will give you another beating you deserve, she said with a smile. Only battle will decide who beats who, I replied with a smile. We talked for a few minutes before we left to mingle again with the seniors of our organization. The party lasted for quite a while and only ended at midnight by that time. I had been thoroughly tired both physically and mentally. I returned back to Manor at midnight and slept right after. The huge battle and mingle after that had thoroughly tired me like never before. I had slept through the night and the better part of the morning before I finally woke up. It was around 1000 a.m. when I woke up, and it took me 45 minutes to freshen up and shower before I walked out of my room. You woke quite late, Moan said as she served me the breakfast which my father had made some times ago. The party night was quite tiring, I replied as I ate. It usually is. Social events are more tiring than the battles, Mom said with a laugh as she took a seat in front of me as she sat. A smile on her face faded and her mood became somber. You must be wondering about your mother's identity, right? After yesterday's meeting, Mom asked that I just nodded. It is time to tell you some things you deserve to know about them, Mom said as she gently ruffled my hair. As you guessed, my real name Annabelle Mitchelson and I was born in the powerful House Michelson, which, one of the powerful families that control the Mistan, she said as she took a gentle sip of the tea. You could say I am very talented, and I also worked hard that when I was 20 years old, I had been named as one successor of Mistan. At 25, I've become heir presumptive of House Mitchelson. At the age of 28, I had finally broken through the tyrant and defeated all the successors who were higher stages than me and became the successor presumptive of Mistan, she said, and let out a mirthless laugh at her past glories. I am quite shocked when I heard it spending days with Professor and Alina. I've come to know how hard it is to level up on the stages above the night. As for reaching the tyrant stage, it is extremely difficult, so difficult that only a select few in the whole world were able to reach there. Also, that time, my family had engaged me to a scion of another powerful house without my knowledge when I was on a very important mission, she said slowly, and emotions of both happiness and grief appeared on the face of my mother. It was a year-long mission to guard an important post against the grim monster who attacked that post by millions in number every month. It was a very challenging assignment, but I liked it, and I started to love it when I met a wonderful woman, she said when she said the last sentence. A beautiful smile couldn't help but appear on her face. She was a breath of fresh air and completely different from any other person I've met before. I fell in love with her within a month and proposed to her 3 months, and we married 6 months later, she said with a smile. I am shocked to hear about my mother's marriage. I had not known my mother was married before. It is the first time I've heard about it. Every day with her was like a dream. Even if we have to fight intense battles against the grim monsters every day, we were happy, but such happiness rarely lasts, she said with her mood becoming somber and clear grief could be seen on her face. At the 11th month of my mission, the grim monsters sent a huge force with the lead of 11 tyrants. Of 11 tyrants, 6 were early stage, 4 were mid-stage, and the leader was peak tyrant. It is an impressive force sufficient to crush an entire tyrant-grade organization. It was a nightmare for us. There were only 4 tyrants among us, and with only one being mid-stage, Mother said in a shaking voice as if she had relieved her worst nightmare. You don't have to tell me anything if it is too painful, I said as I pressed her hands gently. No, you need to know this. It will be a helpful lesson to you, she said while putting a small smile on her face. Seeing such force, we did not even think about fighting, and I ordered the activation of wards and requested reinforcements. By my status of successor presumptive, I would have gotten reinforcements within an hour through teleportation formations that were present inside the post and those around the post, she said with a grief-filled voice. But reinforcements were in the hands of the Madden family, the same Madden family whose scion my family fixed my engagement without me knowing. So when the news of my marriage reached them, they felt like they had lost an honor. So when I requested the reinforcements, they intentionally delayed it for 3 hours, and when they finally came, they found everyone was butchered in a worst possible way, with only one person being alive of the force of million, she said with extreme grief. I could guess what had happened next, thinking that the tears couldn't help but well up in my eyes. That person was me. I was the only person alive. Lee had sacrificed her life to save me by using a very powerful defensive amulet she had gotten in some ruin. If she had used that amulet on herself, then it would have been her alive, not me, she said. When she finished, tears were falling from her eyes with overwhelming grief shadowing on her face. In that battle, I had also lost all my powers due to a powerful curse and fell into a coma for 3 months. When I woke and remembered what had happened, I had broken away all the relations with the Mistan and Mitchelson family and came to this continent to spend my remaining years, she said. She wiped her tears and looked at me with a smile. Don't be sad, I am extremely lucky. I had experienced love again and have wonderful children like you and Lee Rose, she said with a smile as she gently ruffled my hair with a smile. There is something else I want to tell you, Mitchiel, Mom said with a very guilty expression on her face. The powerful curse that grim monster afflicted on me and made me lose all my powers has seeped inside you. Though its quantity is not huge as it was sealed inside me, it is still there, and it will put a big hamper on your progress after the night, she said with guilt. Don't worry, the little bit of curse will not be a problem for me, I said, pressing her hands gently. You are quite lucky to have joined the Riverfield Academy. From what I've heard, the current headmistress of Riverfield Academy is the elder sister of Jospihine. The headmistress of Riverfield Academy has special inheritance in art that is one best in dealing with curses. She will be able to heal that curse or at least seal it with her powers, she said with smile. Don't worry, Mom, I will be fine, I said, seeing guilt all over her face. The central continent is full of danger. Having strength is not enough, you have to be also aware of the complex political webs that surround everything, she reminded me, to which I nodded. We talked for quite a while before Mom left the kitchen with a tired face. The conversation has been very emotionally draining for her. After Mom left, I started to make preparations for lunch. I wanted to cook something good to celebrate my victory. It took me 1.5 hours to make the feast. I've invited the professor and Alina for lunch, but they are somewhere important to meet some people. They will return in the evening. As always, Mitchiel, it is delicious, Father said. As he took a bite of his food, I smiled at his praise while continuing eating. Time to time, I would feed the Rose, who would stop eating to feed her food to Ashlyn and her parents. We ate before we talked for a while before we left for our respective rooms. I went to my room and laid on it. Since the competition has been a woman, there is no immediate need to increase my strength, but still, there is a goal in my mind. I have to fully practice body cleansing technique and secrete method, and also create 300 seals of supreme combat exercise. It's a good thing I am only one level away from both of the method's completions. As for creating 300 seals, I am a little far, but as long as I worked hard, I will be able to accomplish it. The other goal I had set up is reaching an unknown level of knight. It is a very important target, and I am willing to give 1 year for it. After talking with a blood-red being who wanted to occupy my body and professor, I know its importance. I am willing to give it 1 year, but I did not think it will take me that much after fighting with the Edmund. I've got a clear idea what this level and what I have to do, so, as long as I comprehend on the feeling I got from the Edward, I would be able to reach the unknown level within 6 months. I thought about my goal for a while before I sat crossed-legged on the bed and meditated with the feeling I had gotten from Edmund. Professor had said that I should find my own feeling to break into that unknown level, but I think I should comprehend the feeling I got from Edmund before finding my own. When I opened my eyes again, I found it in the evening. Without knowing, I had meditated for the whole afternoon. After seeing the time, I walked out of bed, freshened up before walking toward the kitchen. It is time for dinner. I had checked up on the professor and Alina, but both of them were still out, and they were eating dinner at their host place so that it would be my family and me again. My parents and Rose were already in the hall and came to the kitchen with me. Like morning, I talked with my parents as I cooked. It felt good to spend the time with family again, with a calm and peaceful atmosphere, very unlike the grim battlefield, where chaos is everywhere. We were just talking when suddenly 5 people appeared in the kitchen, startling everyone other than my mother. Seeing them, my mood couldn't help but sour, blood relatives or not. After what my mother told me, I felt no belonging to these people. Daughter, sorry for disturbing your family, but we have some important business to discuss. Old man, okay. Mother said, Mitchiel, keepin' on the Rose. Mother said as she looked at the Rose, who is busy munching on the beans with Ashlyn. Yes, Mom. I said, Archie, Joanna, stay here with your cousin while we talk with your aunt. Sandra said she left with others, while I and my sister remained awkwardly in the kitchen. Rose is fine, she just looked at 2 people for a while before she started munching on the bowl with Ashlyn while I remained in an awkward atmosphere with my new cousins. Will you guys stay for dinner? I asked, trying to make conversation. Eating trash once a week is enough, said the man rudely, hearing that anger couldn't help but a bubble in my heart. I don't like anyone disrespecting food at my house if they don't like it. They don't have to eat it, but they can't just disrespect it. And I was about to say something without caring how powerful they were when the girls spoke. I am sorry for my brother's burst, he is just cranky for some personal reasons. We would have loved to eat the dinner with you, but we have already made plans, she said. There was no apology on her face when she said sorry, but she had uttered the sorry, so I can't make too much fuss about it. So I just nodded and went back to cooking. Time passed by, and we did not talk. The only people talking in the kitchen were my sister and me, while those 2 remained quiet, which is fine to me. The less they talk, the better it is for me. Finally, an hour later, my parents and others returned to the kitchen, and when they saw the atmosphere, the old man couldn't help but sigh before he turned at me. Mitchiel, Lord Abraham asked me to ask you if you're willing to join the Mistan. We are willing to offer you the core inheritance and Al's no. The old man was just talking when I stopped him with a definite no. I was already unwilling to change the organization. After what my mother told me, I will not join the Mistan, no matter what they offer to me, but the old man did not seem discouraged by my rude behavior and continued. He said that he would also give you the opportunity to enter the apex inheritance ground that we control. He said, hearing I couldn't help but get shocked as I know how big this thing is. The Wisdom Tower and Hawthorne Sea had offered many things to me, but they never offered me a chance at apex inheritance ground that they hold. No, I replied in a single word. Even though this is a great opportunity which one would die for, I do not need it. I am confident that I will make something of myself just staying in the Riverfield Academy. Sigh, I expected that much. The old man said with a sigh as he looked at my mother and me complicatedly. See you tomorrow then, daughter. The old man said and disappeared with his family. Mitchiel, I and your father are leaving for the central continent tomorrow. I had just looked at their disappeared bodies when my mother dropped another bomb at me. Why are you leaving for the central continent? Did they force you? I asked hurriedly, seeing my parents made a sudden decision to leave for the central continent. Sigh, Mitchiel, it's very complicated. I am extremely lucky that I got 25 years of freedom, but now I have to go back whether I am willing or not, she said with sadness. I could ask Prof. I was just saying that when my mother cut me off by shaking her head. It is a matter of supremes. Even Josephine could not do anything about it, she said with a sigh. I wanted to say something and open my mouth and say something, but words couldn't form in my mouth. Don't worry, they have already become a laughing stock among all supremes due to that incident, and if they dared to do something to me, they would become even bigger laughing stock of all. Mother said while having a slightly cruel smile on her face, which I've never seen on her face. So they will be actively protecting me, making sure no harm comes to me, she said. Hearing I felt a little good, but I still didn't like my parents going to the central continent against their will. But it is Supreme we are dealing with. If it were any other lower-level organization, then I am sure the professor would have been able to help, but against the Supreme, she is powerless. We ate dinner and talked till late at night, spent as much together as a family. We don't know when we will meet again. I returned to my room late at night, and when I woke up, it was already early morning. When I walked out of my room an hour later, I saw my parents in the hall with little Rose playing with Ashlyn. I took the Rose in my hands and played with her for a while before cooking breakfast for my family for the last time. Soon, breakfast is finished, and I ate it with my family. Daughter, it's time. We had just finished breakfast when the old man and his family suddenly appeared in the kitchen. Okay, Mom said before she turned to me. Remember, Mitchiel, always depend upon yourself. Don't be at the mercy of others. Mother said seriously as she said it. A flash of guilt and regret couldn't help but appear on the face of old man, Sandra, and her husband. I will remember then, Mom, I said seriously after what happened with my mother. I would be an idiot if I ever depend on others to save my life. Goodbye, son. See you in the central continent, my parents said as they hugged me. I also kissed little Rose a couple of times on her chubby cheeks. It will be quite a while, at least a few months or even a year, before I could see them again. They waved and disappeared from my eyes. Seeing them disappeared, tears couldn't help but well up in my eyes before I wiped them off and sat on the chair. With them gone, there is no meaning for me to stay in Cometh City anymore. The sooner I leave for the grim battlefield, the better. The professor said she would drop Alina and me off as she finished with her recruiting business, but I could not wait for that long. I will take an airship. A few days of travel will also help me in clearing my mind. The things my mother had told me weighed too much on me. I need some personal time. So I got up from my chair and walked toward the garden where the professor usually is during the morning. I was right when I got out. I saw Alina and Professor sipping tea while enjoying the morning. Have your parents left? Professor asked as I reached them. Yes, I said. Don't worry, the Mistan will not do anything if they want to preserve whatever respect they have left after the incident of 25 years ago, she said as she read the worry on the face. Hearing that, I finally heaved a sigh of relief. Mom had said the said, but I still felt worried she would have said it so I would not worry about her every day. Professor, I want to leave for the grim battlefield today. I said so early. Wait for a week. Auntie will drop both of us to the grim battlefield. Alina said, no need for that. The airship will be fine for me. It will give me a few days to think through some things. I said, hearing that both of them fell silent. I have been thinking about what to give you since you have won the competition. Professor said suddenly, I think this gift will be very suitable for you. She continued, and the next moment, something big or small by its standard appeared in front of us. A small, very sleek airship had appeared in front of me. It is the sleekest model I've ever seen. It is just 30 meters long and very slim. It does not have a compressed balloon that normal air has. It has the special engines that work on mana crystals. This is a very rare airship that I had only seen on the catalogs, even the airship used by Guild and Adventurer's Paradise. There is even a sleek logo of Riverfield Academy on its sleek black body. This Hornet's Razor K12, it is quite a popular model among you young people. Ellie also has the same model, said Professor while completely enamored by the beauty in front of me. It is extremely fast but also has quite good offensive, defensive, and stealth. Alina said, I can't take it, this gift is too expensive, I said. Even though I don't know its exact price, I know it is very expensive that I could not afford it even with my current wealth. Take it, you deserve it. Said the professor. I wanted to reject it again, but seeing the look on the professor, the words died down in my mouth. Rejecting it would be disrespecting her good intentions, and it's not like I don't want it. I fell in love as soon as I saw it. It is the most beautiful machine I've ever seen. It is so sleek and powerful that I just want to caress its shiny black body. Goodbye, Mitchiel, see you in the week, Alina said as I took out my shiny new airship that Professor had gifted. I am going to ride it to Grim Battlefield. Professor had gifted me in the morning, and now in the night, I am finally going to use it. I would have left in the afternoon if not for the professor taking me to meet some people from Supreme Organizations. I've only returned an hour ago, and now I'm leaving, or may I say escaping, before Professor could drag me to one of these tedious social events. I waved at Alina one more time before I stepped inside the airship. Its complete luxury inside everything is designed by famous designer. All the things inside are efficient and useful. As I went inside, I sat on the center chair and opened the control panel. This ship is extremely fast and could take me to Warzone 1, which is in the center of the Grim Battlefield, within a day, but I would not do that. Using such speed inside the Grim Battlefield is like lighting a beacon to let a grim monster know the position of my ship. There are 8 selective modes in the airship from which I could travel, though I could configure the mode of my own. I do not, since I already know which model I will travel with. I chose the third mode, which provides not only sufficient speed but also stealth. With this mode, I will reach the Warzone in 4 days, but I am not going directly to the Warzone. I will be stopping at the midzone for a day or two before going to Warzone. I am planning on visiting the garden. I hadn't been there since the last time I sneaked there during the reconnaissance mission. Since then, I did not get a single chance to sneak there again. SHOOZUP. As I activated third mode, the airship started with slight vibration before it began to fly up in the air, and when it reached sufficient client height, the silent thrusters activated, and my airship tore through the air like a rocket. I looked at the scene down below for a while till the city passed by before I closed my eyes and pondered over the feeling I got from Edmund. Breaking through the unknown level night is my priority. The sooner I reach that stage quicker, I will be able to go to Central Continent. There are too many things to do in the Central Continent. I meditated till the last night before I opened my eyes and walked toward the cabin. Yes, this small airship has cabins and also a small practice room. It is the perfect vehicle for an alone or a small group of travelers filled with nearly everything they will need. In the cabin, I laid on the small bed, which is even better than the small bed of manor, and slept. When I woke up the next morning, I freshened up, showered before eating breakfast with Ashlyn. After I finished my morning activities, I meditated again, but this time not on the feeling of unknown level of night, but on the second level of my Eldritch Sword art. Since I had comprehended the first part, it is time to start on the second part, which is even harder, but I am confident that I will be able to comprehend within 3 months fully. So I opened the second chapter of Eldritch Art, which had been unlocked, and started comprehending its mysteries. The second part is based on the first, but the mysteries are a lot more complicated than the first one has to ponder hard to comprehend them. Though it's difficult to comprehend, I am very excited to comprehend it. I very much understand how much this art helped me winning such a difficult battle. If I had only art, then it would have been really difficult to comprehend. Time passed as I lost in comprehending the art. It had been 2 hours since we entered the Grim Battlefield, and the airship is continued moving in stealth mode toward the Milfred. According to the ship, we will reach the midzone by 11 a.m., a little more than a day. I am planning on landing in the Milfred and meeting a few people I know before snaking toward the garden. The garden is too precious, and I don't want anyone to know about it. The value of the garden is precious beyond belief, and I can't share it with anyone till I become strong enough to protect it. Time passed, the morning over and afternoon came. The afternoon passed, and evening came. A few minutes passed since I opened my eyes after hours of meditation. I just returned from freshening up and about to start eating dinner with Ashlyn when suddenly the whole ship went red. Emergency, emergency, the ship is under attack. All the defense mechanisms had been activated. I heard loudly from the ship, and a projection appeared in front of me where I saw a black ship around the same size as my ship appeared not far from me and had launched tens of missiles toward me. Grim monsters. I shouted as I looked at the ship. It was the Grim race's ship. It is black like mine and had a similar shape but a shade of black. It had a rusty feel and looked like it made from the skeleton some kind of snake monster. This is my first time seeing the airship of the Grim monsters, an airship that can attack. Usually, Grim monsters rarely use the Airship. S on the continent, the small continents are whittling ground for these grim monsters before they head to the real battlefield of the grim monsters. Seeing the attacks coming toward it, the ship's AI was still screaming while it had activated the shields and brought out weapons ready to attack at my permission. I had control over the attacks. The ship can advise me to attack the right moment, but it can't launch an attack without my consent. The first thing I did was send the emergency signal of the grim monster attack to a closed city for reinforcements. After that, I looked at the attacks coming toward me. 21 projectiles are coming toward me, nearly blocking all the exits, but I am not worried. The ship had a state-of-the-art defense system that included its AI, which had already found several ways to defend against upcoming attacks. The ship had already started to move. While moving, it had also released flares to destroy the tracking projectiles coming toward us with my permission. Bang, 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 bang. The airship moved around the projectiles while releasing flares, which destroyed every projectile was coming toward us before making just toward the midzone closest to us. This time, I had activated the full speed. Since the grim monsters have already found us, there is no reason to waste energy at stealth. It is better to use it to flee. I am fleeing at full speed while continuously dodging the attacks that the grim monster's ship is sending at me. It is chasing my ship at full speed, and I have to continue fleeing for about 2 hours before I reach the range of closest midzone. 10 minutes passed by since the grim monsters started chasing me, and attacks continued, but the airship handled them fine. As long as it continues like this, I will be able to get away. As for stopping the ship and fighting, I am not an idiot to do that. Who knows what kind of monster hiding inside the ship? The safest place for me is Airship. Hun. The chase continued when suddenly a bright red projectile shot out from the grim monster. Just seeing it, I started shaking for some reason and knew that thing would be dangerous. Warning in class II, EMP bomb detected. Permission to launch offensive. AI said, blaring. Hearing what it said, I paled but responded very quickly. Release all weapons. Stop that EMP bomb at all cost, I ordered. I do not understand the class of EMP bombs, but I know how dangerous they are. They are special formations bombs that could stop the working of any machine, whether it be an electrical, magical machine, or fusion like this ship. It could disable anything that it touched. With my order, the ship started to unload the whole arsenal of weapons toward the EMP bomb. I did not stop its crazy releasing of weapons. From what I know, EMP bombs are crazy expensive. Normal people, be it humans or grim monster, could not get hands on themselves easily. Even with this powerful and expensive ship, I did not get any EMP bombs. They are too dangerous to be in the hands of like me. So I don't think it has more than one, and even if it has another EMP bomb, I have enough missiles in the ship's arsenal to drown them as I am drawing this one. About 100 white dots moved toward the red dot coming toward the projection. Shows everything to me. The red dot moved toward me in a straight fashion without changing direction when suddenly it's changed the direction. Boom! It started to move between the missiles, but it became clear that it would not be able to get away. I'm waiting for them to destroy that EMP bomb when suddenly the EMP bomb exploded itself. As it exploded, it let out a red shockwave, and the whichever missile that shockwave touched would instantly get decibels and fell. Emergency: the EMP wave will clash against the ship within 3 seconds and disable the ship for 11 minutes, The instructions started to blare. Hearing them, my expressions couldn't help but pale, but there was no time. I had barely 3 seconds before the wave struck the airship, and I had to get out before otherwise I would have to forcefully break through the ship, which I could not do to its powerful defense. That will make me an ideal target for the grim monster's missiles, so I have to get out of the airship, whether I want to or not. Sup. I instantly made a decision and touched one of the emergency exit options on the projection. There are 2 emergency options, one pod exit and the other is a direct exit. The pod exit will be that I will be encased in a pod and shot out of the airship. I cannot choose that option. That grim monster's ship had FUCKING EMP bomb. I can enclose myself into the pod and hand myself to them. I chose the second option of direct exit. There will be a small hole opened on the airship, and I just have to jump in it. I did just that. I happened on the second exit option, and Hope opened. Just as I slid into the Hope, the EMP wave struck the airship and disabled it immediately. Seeing that, I moved my hand at lightning speed and touched the airship, which I had just got out, and taken the airship back into my storage. It is a precious gift from the professor. I will not lose it when I have the chance. As me surviving, I don't have a FUCKING idea. Humans, surrender yourself, and you can live. If you refuse, then I will drown you in missiles. A harsh voice came out of the airship, which appeared a few hundred meters ahead of me. Ashlyn, it's time, I said in my mind before I turned to the black airship. FUCK off. I said loudly as I showed the middle finger. At the same, Ashlyn flew down from my shoulder and started to become big till she became 3.5 meters long. You have rejected my mercy, human, so die, said the harsh voice inside the airship in anger, and next moment, multiple missiles shot out of the airship from the blasters around the black skeletal airship. Around 20 missiles came at me, shining darkly under the moonlight. With their speed and their tracking ability, it is impossible for me to dodge the missile, but I have Ashlyn, and with her help I will dodge all the missiles. Chirp, chirp, Ashlyn chirped loudly, seeing the missiles coming towards use before she flapped her wings and flew away, and at the same time she had released hundreds of fireballs towards missiles, with each one radiating power to turn me into the ash. Ashlyn had merged the full power of Blazing Lotus into her source, which includes not only the fire element of fire, but also the source power that is present in the spec amount. Compared to her, I've only managed to merge only 43 of its power. Forget about the full fire element power of Blazing Lotus, I've not even able to merge with the source power that Blazing Lotus has. That source power had come from the super expert that cast that attacks thousands of years ago. Normally a source of others cannot be consumed no matter small the amount is, it is poison. But thousands of years the mutation had occurred, and that source had become extremely nutritious to those who could consume it. Ashlyn had consumed it, and that made her extremely powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The huge explosions started occurring behind us as fireballs of Ashlyn had stuck against the missiles. It is very hard to hit the missions, and powerful AI is controlling it, and they could evade any harmful attack, but Ash's attacks are not a normal attack. She could control her fireballs through her will and somehow oversmart the AI so that her fireballs could clash against the missiles and destroy them. The power of the explosion was so great that if not for Ashlyn covering with me with a powerful shield, even the runic armor I am wearing would not have been destroyed under the attack. The grim monsters were in the airship and were not going to leave with the single attack right after first missiles exploded. They launched with another attack with more missiles this time. Ashlyn was prepared and attacked right after the missiles released from the blasters. Boom, boom, boom. Attacks after attacks came, but each of them was dealt with by Ashlyn. There was no missile that was able to touch me, all of them destroyed by Ashlyn's attacks. It had lasted for a few minutes before it had finally stopped. Human, if you have been dead by a missile, you would have saved yourself a lot of pain, but now since you have become a C, Croach, we will personally kill you the most painful way, said the voice from the skeleton airship, and next moment, latch above the airship opened, and 4 grim monsters walked out. Red Fox Tribe, I said as identified the 4 foxmen from their regal red bodies that are smaller than the normal grim monster. All of them around 4 meters tall, which is unlike other grim monsters who are 6 to 7 meters tall. Of the 4 of them, 3 of them are wearing elaborate full-body armor with beautiful rapiers by their waists, while the 4th one, which seemed to be their leader, is wearing a white priestly robe and holding a staff with a bright orange gem on the top. All 4 of them are Lord Stage grim monsters, each bearing the aura that is more powerful than the Edmund. By their aura, it is very clear that they are not the normal lords, which I could easily crush with my current power, but the elites. Each of them is powerful enough to crush me in a single move. I had expected the lords to be powerful, but not these powerful in front of these lords. The lords guarding the ice, a fire building, was nothing. These people could easily crush those lords. As they came out of the airship disappeared, likely to be taken by the leader into its storage. Human, you would have done mercy to yourself if you have died by the missiles, but now you have forced me, Suze, to come out. I will torture so much that you would beg for death. The robed foxman said, a weird but elegant tone, completely different from the harsh voice which came out of the airship from before. Before we start, can you tell me why do you want to kill me, and how do you track me? I asked, right it finished. It stilled when it heard my question before bursting out laughing. The grim monsters who put big dialogues are usually fond of talking. If you ask politely, they will answer your question before trying their all to kill you. Since you are going to get tortured by hands later, and will not get any chance to talk other than scream painfully, I will fulfill your curiosity. It said with the flair of superior talking to its inferior. We are killing you because you have shown potential by winning that little competition, and we like to root out trouble before it could grow and create big trouble for us in the future. And since you are idiot enough to travel enough, we are more than happy to kill you. And as for knowing your location, you just have to know that our intelligence and technology is far superior than you can imagine. Tracking you was a child's play for us. It said with an arrogant voice. You bastard, you dar. Said on Red Foxman, and took a step toward me when it suddenly stopped as a look of horror appeared on the ist face, and it's hastily activated his inheritance at full power, and whatever defensive ability it had, it saw 4 silvery fireballs coming at them. I may not have the strength to kill them, but Ashlyn is powerful enough to kill them all with ease. The 4 silvery fireballs looked beautiful in the night as they shot toward the Red Foxmen, who were trying to activate their inheritance and defensive measures before the fireballs could hit them. They did not try to run away from the fireballs, because they knew it would be impossible with the fireball's speed. Not to forget, these fireballs could move to the will of the monster. They have seen how these fireballs have destroyed the missiles. They had expected the monster to be powerful after seeing how it had destroyed the missiles, but still felt they could handle it, especially with the help of the leader now seeing these terrifying fireballs that are tiny as eyes. They lost confidence. They did not do a thing even their leader could not deal with these dangerous fireballs. Bang 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 D-hub. The banging sound rang out as the fireballs reached the grim monsters and breached their shields easily before blasting them into ashes. The grim monsters did not even get a chance to scream before they even died. Not all the grim monsters are dead, though the one wearing the priestly robe survived. I had thought it would die too, as his defensive art also got crushed under the might of Ashlin's fireballs, but right when it just touched its body, a gray field popped out of its body and repelled the fireball. Protection Talisman. I saw the runic shields covering its whole body, and its grade is quite great as it did not even ripple when it repelled the fireball. You bastard, you made me waste my life protection talisman that I had obtained after so much hard work. It screamed. Its voice lost its elegance and became a high pitch which felt very grating to the ears. What are you going to do about it? Attack me. I mocked it. Blazing anger appeared in its eyes as it heard me, and it moved its gemmed staff toward my direction in a fury. Harcellen Melda Ospit. It muttered in grim language, and the next moment, a small black runic formation came out of its staff. These runic formations are completely black and have small smoke coming out of them. For a moment, I did not understand such a strange attack before something clicked into my mind, and I paled a little. Cursemaster. I said in my mind I should have guessed seeing the priestly robe. Only these bastards were such clothes. I can't blame myself, though I've only heard about them, never come across them before. The cursemasters are rare in Grim Monster, but these bastards are the most fearsome of the bunch. They are ants that could devour the tiger. These professions are very feared due to their strange curses and tricky behavior. It was the cursemaster who has made my mother lose all her strength when she talked about yesterday. I saw the fear in her eyes. Professor also said that these bastards are the trickiest bunch to deal with. They are very hard to kill as they always have some tricks into their sleeves, like this right now when Ashlyn attacked it and destroyed its shields. A protective talisman had appeared out of nowhere and saved it. Chirp chirp. Seeing the curses coming toward us, Ashlyn attacked without me saying anything. She had not only sent fireballs towards the curses, but she also sent it toward the grim monster. She had sent a lot of fireballs toward it. Bang bang bang. The silver fireballs crashed against the black smoky curses and destroyed it. In contrast, the fireballs crashed against the grim monsters did not seem to do anything, seeing that grim monsters opened its mouth to say something, but found a flurry of hundreds of fireballs coming toward it. Ashlyn got angry seeing her fireballs not doing anything, so she sent lots more at the grim monster. It tried to dodge, but the fireballs easily caught it and crashed on the gray shield covering it. Nothing. I thought seeing the attack of Ashlyn not working on the shield. Hahaha, bastard. This is life protection talisman that could even save me again. King stage powerhouse attacks, so you puny monsters' attacks will do nothing to me. It said in an arrogant tone. Oh yeah, for how long? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour max. I asked with a smile. When the protection is over, you will also turn into the ash like the rest of your friends. I said sarcastically, which dimmed down an arrogant smile on his face a little before it brightened up. Seeing the smile, a vigilance rose on me, and I asked Ashlyn, ready for any tricks from this bastard. Bastard, you should feel honored that I will be killing you through the curse my brother had created. It is made to kill a duke. Feel honored that it will be used to kill you today, a puny knight. It said, hearing that my face paled. Run. I said to Ashlyn I don't care if it is bluffing or not, but I don't want to risk it, so I asked Ashlyn immediately to run, and we shot out like a rocket. Puny human, you will not run away from this life-burning curse. It said with madness, and before a small thing came into its hand, which looked like it was made of a bunch of grasses and herbs binded together with complication formation carved on them. As the thing came into its hands, it gently muttered something which made it shine faintly as it shone. A smile on its face brightened up, and as it gently threw that grassy thing toward me. Dupe, that thing burst into flames and shot toward me with a speed that it crossed hundreds of meters and appeared before me and entered my body before Ashlyn and I could react. Hee, bastard, enjoy the torturous death. I heard a faint voice behind me, but I was in no mood to listen as soul-curdling pain shot through every part of me as my life force started to burn away like a kerosene-dipped wood. Ah, the pain is torturous, more painful than when that blood-red being started to create a constitution base inside me. Here my very being is burning. The curse is terrifying. It has not only enveloped my body but also the soul, and it is burning them. I felt like a kerosene-dipped wood that burst into the blazing fire. My throat had become dry from screaming, but I am still screaming. There is no other option for me to anything. The pain had immobilized me completely, that I was even capable of opening my eyes. If not for me feeling a sharp cold wind against me, which told me that I am still top of Ashlyn and we are flying at breakneck speed, I would have believed I had fallen into a cold, dark pit from which I could not get out. Time passed, I don't know how much, but I was finally able to open my eyes after huge efforts, and the first thing I saw a faint gray smoke coming out of me. It was coming out of every part of my body. The faint gray smoke, byproduct of my life force being burned down with the power of the curse. Are we being followed? I asked Ashlyn directly. I could barely move my body and did not have the energy even to utilize my senses. Choo choo choo. Ashlyn chirped, saying that the grim monster just laughed and left hastily, seeing that I could help feel relieved, and next second I took out my airship after a huge effort. The effect of the EMP bomb had been over, and I could use the airship again after taking it. I opened its door. Ashlyn and I flew inside there. I opened the control panel and set a course toward midzone with the greatest speed airship has to offer. The sooner I reached the midzone, the better the powerhouse station there could help me. Even if that powerhouse could not, the professor sure would. I had activated the SOS on my HoloWatch. As soon my HoloWatch picked up the range, the SOS message will be sent to the professor automatically. But I have to survive till that time. Even with the greatest speed of the airship, I will need more than 2 hours to reach there, and I don't have that much time. Seeing the rate, my life force is burning. I will be completely dead in less than an hour. I have to do something to extend my life, otherwise I am as good as dead. Laying awkwardly on the floor, I gritted my teeth to the pain and extended my consciousness into my storage and started to take out all the useful things I have. From the potions to herbs to fruits, everything has started to come out. In the ruin, I had got many good things, especially at the last battle. The things I had got were very amazing. Seeing them forget night, even the eyes of the Lord would turn with envy. I looked at the small hill of things I had taken out and looked at the most useful thing, a small bottle in which thick green liquid is stored. It is the most powerful healing medicine I have. I've got it from the conqueror that Ashlyn had chased and killed at the end of the battle. Seeing the marking, I know it is a reward from the 900th floor. Gulp. I took the bottle in my hand, forcefully opened the cap before unloading it all into my mouth. As the liquid touched my throat, it started to spread through every inch of my body, revitalizing it. But the next moment, the horrifying thing happened. The curse power came to the healing power and started burning it. Seeing that, I was shocked but also pleasantly surprised when I found that the curse power had diverted about 10 of energy to the healing power of the potion. It had not only slowed down burning my life force, but pain also lessened quite a bit. Seeing that, I hope couldn't help but appear in my eyes, and I started to eat every healing medicine in front of me. I not only chugged potion after potion, but also ate all the healing fruits and herbs that, within 5 minutes, half of the pile of things disappeared inside me. Now 30 of the power of the curse is busy burning up the healing energy, while the other half is busy burning, no matter how much I chugged. The curse is not diverting more than 30 of the power of the curse into burning the healing energy. This will give me 45 minutes extra to live, which means I could stay alive for 1.5 hours before the life force inside me completely burned out. And I die. I don't want to die. In the torturous pain, I started to think about ways to get more time. 1.5 hours are too little. I will need at least an hour more, but no matter how much I think, I was not able to find any way. The only thing I could think of is the wine bottles that I had got into the ruin, but the professor had said that even a simple whiff could explode me into pieces, so I can't even smell it, much less drink it. But I will still keep the wine as my last option. I still remember when Ashlyn had blasted apart the door. I was able to get a whiff of that smell. It had instantly made me drunk and filled my body with energy. If I was really at my last leg, I will open the bottle and take a whiff of it. Even if explode by it, I will explode on my terms, not due to some fucking curse. Still, after making plans for my last stand, I started to search for the ways for which I could extend my life. I even began to scour through every inch of my storage, but I did not find anything. I was lying in pain and defeat when suddenly I remembered something. I don't know if it will work or not. I probably don't think it will work, as those two things are completely different, but there is a slight chance that it might work. Since it is a chance, I am willing to work on it since I have nothing to lose. The thing that came to my mind is to practice my methods, the secret method and body cleansing technique. At their last level, if I am able to practice them successfully, then they might help to delay the curse. Both methods' final level focused on cleansing body and soul, though their result might not affect the kind Duke level curse. I will be satisfied as long as it will delay it. Not to forget, there is third 300 ruby seal, which if I can create, will help me resist the power of the curse. The vitality it provides is the opposite of a curse. It will definitely help me with the curse, though reaching my target in 3 methods is extremely difficult, but what I have to lose, since there is a very high chance I will die anyway. After making my mind, I crawled toward the small practice room of the airship. It was just a few steps away from where I was lying and only took me a minute to reach there. The practice room is quite small, but it will be enough for me now. The only thing I have to do is muster enough energy to practice the method when at every moment, a large chunk of my life force is slipping away. I am feeling quite weak, but I have no choice to practice the methods and finish them within 1.5 hours or die. So even if I am weak, I will perform the methods and take them to completion, only then I might get out of this predicament. Gulp. Gritting my teeth, I got up and took out the small bottle from which I took a gulp. The small bottle is a bottle of soul-tempering essence, and instead of taking a few small drops of it, which I usually do, I took a gulp. Normally, I would not do such thing, as it would be akin to suicide, as I had to refine all the essence in the soul through the secrete method. If I fail to do that, then this soul-tempering essence will turn into poison and poison my soul. Not to mention, taking this much of the soul-tempering essence would make my soul extremely heavy, that I would not be able to perform a simple bodily function. The curse is already going to kill me, so what of little poison as for the feeling of weight, it had been completely drowned under the soul-burning effects of the curse, that I did not feel anything, seeing that I took another gulp of soul-tempering essence. It was a suicidal thing to do, but nothing happened even with a second gulp. I felt nothing that made an empty whole bottle into my mouth. If anyone sees me now, they would think me mad, who is trying to kill himself. But I did not think that way, since I had decided on my target. I have to give my all, and since I had broken through a new level of the secrete method just 3 days ago, it is impossible to make another breakthrough 3 days later, especially in the secret method. So I did the craziest thing. I drank the whole bottle of soul-tempering essence, and to be honest, I still do not feel any effect of it. I could see the soul-tempering essence spreading through my soul, pressuring it, but I am not feeling anything. The curse is too powerful for it to let me feel anything else than the pain it gives. After I had done that, I started to perform 3 methods. This time I did not keep the cores in my mouth. I don't think I could coat them with my energy and keep them safely in my mouth. If I eat a bunch of cores right now, they all will slide down my throat a few minutes later. The power of all those cores will be too much for my body to handle, and I will die, so it is better for me that I do not eat any cores. I started to perform and felt tired in just a few poses. Something like this never happened. I would always get tired in the end, but not the starting. Not to forget, my speed would be way faster. Despite feeling tired, I continued with gritted teeth and also increased my speed. With every move, I only have 1.5 hours. If I continued with this speed, I would not be able to complete my target in 1.5 hours. So with each move, I kept increasing my speed, not only of the physical exercises of body cleansing technique, but also the circulations of secrete method and supreme combat exercise. All 3 methods are important, and I have to complete the target of all 3 methods if I want to have any chance at surviving for more than 1.5 hours. I kept pushing myself harder and harder every second. Every second is a challenge to myself. I've never challenged myself so hard as I am doing right now. I am bleeding the gray blood through every hole of my body due to the pressure I put on myself, but I did not care. This 1.5 hours is the time I have to live, and if I did not give my all in this 1.5 hours, then I will not remain on earth for regret. I will die. There are many things I have to do in my life, and first and foremost is to remove the curse on my mother. I could see the pain of losing her powers in her eyes and how she missed it every moment she lived. I have seen that strange empty look my mother had since I was a child, but I was never able to know the reason for it, and now I know the reason, and I want to fix that. This has become my greatest dream. Though I know it will be extremely difficult to do, the one that cursed my mother was peak tyrant cursemaster. I don't know anything about the curse or how to remove them. The Mistan, with all their shame, would have tried their all with their power to remove the curse, so the shame of their organization lessens. If a supreme could not remove the curse, it would be impossible for me. I have to perform that impossible. To do that, I will have to survive, and I will survive. With the flame of hope burning in my heart, I started to perform faster and faster and faster, without caring about a weakness that is increasing in my body as my life force burned like a candle, lessening every moment. Still, I continued, as this is the only option. I have giving up means death, and I am sure as hell will not give up until I give my everything to achieve my target. I don't know how much time had passed when I had finally reached the 16th move of body cleansing technique. I have become extremely tired. Reaching it, every part of my body is begging me to stop. If I stopped for a moment, I would stop forever. The challenge had started right now. Last time when I performed the technique, I had reached this stage, and now I have to move forward. The 16th and final move, body cleansing technique. In this move, I will go through the supreme cleansing. This last stage gathers a cleansing energy that is a grade above the normal cleaning energy, which I had been gathering till now. This higher grade energy will take my body through the supreme cleansing, which cleanses my body from the cells. When my body goes through the supreme cleansing, it will be cleaner than that of the newborn. This new energy also makes the practice of the 16th move very difficult than others. The 16th move is a lot harder to practice than others, and unlike other moves when I would go through normal cleansing and major cleansing every few poses, in this nothing like that would happen. I would only go through only one cleaning called Supreme Cleansing when I perform the 108th move. With the gritted teeth, I continued. I had just seen how much energy the life force of the curse had burned away, and I know I have only half an hour. I have to make progress in half an hour and delay or fall dead like a dried husk which I am becoming. Life force is the building block of all beings, and it affects everything. When my life force started to burn, change began to occur in me. My body is starting to turn thin and sickly yellow. Now all my skin stuck to the bone with a sickly yellow shade. I looked like a man who had not been fed for a month. It is a sight I had never expected to see, but now I am seeing it. Seeing such sight of myself, the fire in my heart started to burn brighter, and I continued to perform without care for weakness that had seeped into every part of my body. I have only one target in my mind, and reaching 108th as soon as possible. Any other thing did not matter. I continued performing while also circulating the other two methods, and in this very second, I made huge progress in Supreme Combat Exercise. I had started to second Amethyst Seal. I had created one a few minutes ago, and now the second one. As the creation of it started, a large amount of curse energy came at it, bearing its fangs, wanting to destroy the whirlpool that is sucking energy from the tower. But no matter how much it tried, the whirlpool of Supreme Combat Exercise couldn't be crushed. Like last time, it continued trying till the seal was created before again going back and burning my life force while the seal started releasing gentle energy. I did not feel the energy, but when it came, the cursed energy attacked it like a hungry shark after blood, and this time it was able to burn half of the energy before it seeped inside me. I continued with the practice, and every few minutes I would create a few seals of Supreme Combat Exercise as I moved forward in body cleansing technique. Though I am making progress in two methods, there is not much progress that could be seen in Secrete method, except for soul tempering essence getting refined and merging into my soul with every circulation. There's a lot of soul tempering essence to be merged in the soul. Every circulation only refines and merges a tiny percentage into my soul, which is very frustrating. With such speed, it would take days to refine and absorb all the soul tempering essence I've drunk. Seeing that, I don't know if I should laugh or cry seeing the condition I am in. When I gulped down the soul tempering solution, I had thought a few hours would be more than enough to refine and absorb all the essence, but I was wrong. The secret method is just fucking too slow. If I survive somehow, then I will get a headache of dealing with the poison of the soul tempering method. Well, I will gladly take the poisoning of the soul. If I survive, I am sure a powerhouse like Professor would have 100 different ways to deal with soul poison. I looked at the Secrete method for a while before I again put all my focus on the body cleansing technique, which I am performing with fervent madness while fighting a mountain of fatigue and soul tearing pain at the same time. 50th, 60th, 70th. 100th I continued, and finally I reached the 100th move, but there are still 8 moves that remain, and I have fairly few minutes to live. Nearly all the life force in my body had been burned away, and now there is only 10 of it remained, which under the power of curse will vanish in less than 5 minutes. If I want any chance to survive, I will have to reach the 108th move in less than 5 minutes. Only then I will see some chance of surviving. It is not surety either if grand cleansing would able do anything that will help me stall the curse, but it is the only hope I have. The second hop I had put off the ruby seal is still quite far and would need at least an hour before I could have the third ruby seal. So seeing no choice, I performed even when I had no energy remaining in my extremely sickly bony body. I performed pose after pose without caring for anything and having only one thought in my mind, and that is surviving. Rumble. A loud rumble rang through my body as I reached the 108th pose, as I found my body was filled with white energy of supreme cleansing as I fell on the floor. White energy flooded through me like a broken dam and spread through every inch of my body. As it did, it started to push back a curse. It is not destroying it, just pushing back, but that is enough for me. The curse is getting pushed back as a huge amount of white energy started filling every cell on my body. As it spread, Nero came out from the sneak hole he was hiding under. The curse was too dangerous to even for a special being like Nero. He had hidden in front of the curse, but now the curse is getting pushed back. He came with red eyes, seeing an unlimited amount of hidden energies started to come out from deep inside my body. Life flood had occurred. Wherever the white energy passed through, it brought out all energies that were hidden in my body. Huge swaths of energies had started to come out with a shocking amount. There are even lots of miracle fruit energy, which Nero ran to eat as he started to change. The mutation began to occur in him. The miracle fruit energies are the best food for Nero. They could begin a mutation in him immediately. As the cleansing energies started seeping through the energy part of my body, impurities began to come out in vast amounts. I was by their quantity, as I was completely covered in impurities within a few seconds. I was just observing the whole energy when I saw 20 of it moving toward my soul. It was not a surprising thing, it had been happening since the grand cleansing started. 1/5 of the cleansing energies would always move toward my soul. As the cleansing energy entered my soul, something amazing happened. It started to refine soul-tempering essence as it touched it. I just have to circulate the secret method to fuse that refined energy. With the cleansing energy, the speed of refining increased tens of times, more than 100 times, as soul-tempering essence started to disappear inside my soul. It was such a shocking scene. With it being done, if I survived, then I would not have to worry about the poison that soul-tempering essence will cause to my soul. If I am wrong, then it would not take more than 3 minutes to refine all the energy. The supreme cleansing really lives up to its name. I thought as I saw the refining and merging of the soul-tempering essence. I wonder, with so much refined soul-tempering essence merging into my soul, will my secret method will reach the completion. I hope it does. Its fulfillment may be able to buy some time for me. I looked at the process for a while before I again started to track the cleansing energy as it goes deeper and deeper into my body, pushing the curse deeper. As the cleansing energy goes deeper inside, more impurities and energies come out. My whole body is getting covered in thicker and thicker impurities every moment. As I watched the flow of cleansing energy, I saw it as having no problem in seeping deeper and deeper inside me, which is a little different than what usually occurs. Normally, any foreign energy when entering the body fight has to go through the body's defense. Even harmless and nutritious energies face some resistance. Now all the defenses of my body are occupied in fighting against the curse, which gave free rein to cleansing energy. With no resistance, my body will be cleansed at an even greater degree. It literally is blessing in the curse. I thought mirthlessly. The cleansing energies went deeper and deeper, bringing out more energies and clearing out more impurities while pushing the curse down. Finally, we reached near the end of my body, and there, I saw something that shook me to the core. A dark tar-like substance is covering through the outer layer of my body, releasing an aura that is shaking me to my core. It is giving the same feeling as Professor at her peak, but a lot denser. It is clearly more powerful. Curse. I did not have to think about what it was. It was a curse. It is a curse passed down from my mother to me, and it is covered by very dense runic formation. Seals, I thought. Someone had sealed the curse, I thought as I saw the formations covering the curse. It is a very powerful formation, but it is still not completely stopping the curse. There are very tiny holes in the formation, and though these holes, thousands of thinner than hair strings, came out before they divided themselves into 100 more strings, before spreading to every part of my body. I had never noticed these curse strings before, and would not have noticed it with my own eyes, as these already thin strings divided themselves into 100 more strings. They became invisible. It is due to this invisibility I did not notice these millions of curse strings before. I could help but shudder when I looked at these strings, as they have spread through every part of my body. Currently, they are not affecting me, but as I break through the night, they will start affecting me. Mother seemed to know about these strings, as she had warned me about my progress after night. Now the whole energy is pushing the gray curse toward the tar like a curse, but the gray curse energy is not budging anymore. It is acting. It has seen some kind of monster, and is unwilling to move even an inch closer to it. The black tar did not seem much interested in it. Its strings flashed briefly. Before they went back to normal, it seemed like this tyrant-level curse had no interest in this puny Duke-level curse, but Duke Grey curse still not willing to move closer to it. It had created the stalemate between the two. I watched the stalemate for a moment before I turned to thousands of original strings that have divided themselves into millions of strings. I first threw, these strings are separated from each other except for the source they made from. But as I looked at them closely, I saw a complex circuit of strings appearing in front of me. This circuit is extremely complex and not easily detectable. One had to look at it a certain way to notice the circuit. Buzz. I was just looking at strings when suddenly understanding dawned on me. As it dawned on me, I felt like I understood something very vast and felt soul and body responding to me and wanting me to do a certain thing. The unknown level. I've not only the feeling of unknown level of night, but I also fully comprehended, and now I just have to will it, and I will make a breakthrough into the unknown level of the night. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing that, I became ecstatic, and about to break through into the unknown level of night. As the stronger I am, the more time I will have against the curse, when suddenly, a familiar cracking sound started to ring out through my soul. Hearing the crackling sound, I stopped in my tracks on breaking through the unknown level of night. I am quite surprised that I am breaking through the secret method. Though I had expected it might happen, it still left me quite surprised. The cleansing energy of the body cleansing technique has pushed back the curse. Though it is temporary, it still brought me some time, and with the final breakthrough of secret method, I am sure it will be able to buy me some more time. Not to forget to get there is a breakthrough to an unknown level of night. I hope it gives me some life force, so I won't die till I reach the midzone. Seeing the breakthrough coming, I started to push supreme combat exercise like never before. With only one method in circulation, I completely pushed my all on it. I hoped when I returned, I would have ruby seal. It will help me very much. Crack, 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 bang. The crack spread through the soul, and seconds after that, I heard the loud bang. It was many times louder than the normal band that resounds when I break through the levels of the secrete method. As the bang resounded, I was enveloped in familiar darkness, and when my vision cleared, I found myself in the conscious space. No pain. I thought as I found myself free of that soul-breaking pain. There is no pain I am feeling. I felt liberated without the pain. Even though the curse had been pushed back, I was still in pain, but now there is nothing. I reveled in my condition for a few minutes before I started to experiment. The time in the consciousness is precious, and I have too many things to experiment on, so after I calmed myself, I started right on with my experiments. Shake, shake, time passed by, and I was extremely surprised that I had spent 4 times more in the conscious space before it started shaking, notifying my exit. I was able to do many experiments and changed my armor a little. In the fight with Edmund, I had found too many mistakes. I had not only fixed all of the mistakes, but also made it better. The huge time I had to help me very much this time. Fuck, I cursed loudly as I came out. The torturous pain descended on me as I had returned to the real world. It had me like a hammer and made me nearly blacked out. If not for me forcefully steeling myself, I would have surely passed out. I don't know how much time has passed, but there are big changes that have occurred in my body and soul. I've made huge progress in supreme combat exercise. The supreme cleansing is still going on, and now it has set a target on my mystic methods. The bases of the mystic method are flowing out of my body. The cleansing energy destroyed them, and now they are flowing out of my body. I am surprised to see that, as I know supreme cleansing takes out the mystic methods. It considers them impurities of the body. I am surprised that Tower let it do that. They were under Tower's protection, and if Tower wanted, it could have protected them, but looked like it too saw them living out their usefulness and throwing them out. In the unknown level of a night, mystic method won't be any use to me. They have already been purified by the 7th level of the tower. Their strength is not going to increase anymore, and not to forget, reaching an unknown level, my source will merge with the complete power of Blazing Rose, that alone gives strength like never before. The secret method's breakthrough is still going on, which is very unlike before, as normally when I am out of conscious space, the breakthrough is usually finished, but now it is still going on. My soul had become clear as spring water, that I could completely see through it. I never saw it so clear before. If not for the torturous pain I am feeling, I would have loved to see its effect. I was looking at my soul when I noticed something and quickly started refining mana in the two. I have created the 300th seal of Supreme Combat Exercise and the creation of 3rd Ruby Seal. I thought mana stored in Tower would be enough, as not only is it extremely pure mana, but it is also in absolutely huge quantity, but it seemed like I was wrong. The 3rd Ruby Seal continued to guzzle up the mana that now there is less than 10 have remained, and if I did not do something soon, it would be finished too. So I started refining more mana with a smile on my face. The more mana it will take, the greater the benefits it will give it to me. I have so much trouble refining the mana, so I continue to refine the mana, but it is like a hungry wolf that hadn't eaten guzzle every bit of mana I am producing. Time passed by, and when I finally started worrying, as the cleansing energies in Boy started to lessen, the curse finally began to push back. Seeing the speed, the curse will completely take over my body and soul again in a minute. I started to sweat seeing that, despite completion of my 2 methods, of them just purified my body and soul. They did not give me any vitality and life force, which means once curse attack in full strength, I will have barely 2 minutes to live before it completely zapped me up from living. I have 2 minutes because of numerous amethyst seals I had created when I am conscious space. Those seals have added the precious 1 minute to life, and now I need this ruby seal to gain at least 10 more minutes, enough that so that I could make my breakthrough to an unknown level of night. Buzz. The curse kept pushing back and about pushing back the cleansing energies altogether out of my body and soul. The 3rd ruby seal finally stopped sucking the mana and buzzed as it started to release the flood of red energy into my body. This red energy had his completely vitality, their feeling of life force in it, which is likely why when it released, the curse became mad and started attacking it like crazy. The energy of Ruby burned, but its burning speed was slow, and most of it had started to seep into my body. I did not feel anything due to the immense pain that is drawing on me, but I saw a change happening in my body. The sickly yellow shade of it started fading, and my extremely bony body started to fill up little, my flesh which had completely stuck up to my bone filling up at very slow speed. It continued for a few minutes till only a faint shade of yellow remained on me, and my body gained some, though it is far from my original state, way better than before. It gave me quite a good boost, but Seal stopped spreading energy. The curse focused on me fully again, looking at the remaining life force of my body, and the speed curse is burning it. I now only have 12 to 15 minutes. Let's hope it would be enough for me to reach the unknown level. Juju, I did not waste any time and started my breakthrough as I did. I felt like millions of holes opened in my body and soul, and they sucked unlimited energy from the outside. It is not just my imagination when I opened my eyes. I found a cloud of worldly energy gathering above me and funneling the energy into my body. The energy is coming inside me through the millions of holes into my body. As the worldly energy came inside me, it started to spread through every inch of my body. I could my strength growing at a visible rate. And the most amazing thing is, the worldly energy is converting itself into life force and filling every inch of my body. The sickly color of my body quickly fading, and the weight started to return to my body. It is all happening at the visible rate, while all the curse could do wildly attack the worldly energy, which is not doing anything. Seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. With my vitality returning, I will have at least an hour, and in that hour I could easily reach midzone and call the professor for help. I watch the change happening to me with an ecstatic face. I am sure is a huge amount of energy that is flooding me every second. My strength will rise incomparably, and if I am not wrong, then life force I will have after the breakthrough will be much larger than before. It means more time against the curse. Shit. I was watching everything with a happy smile when suddenly something happened and brought despair to me again. The invisible string's curse string that spread through every inch of my body became visible as they shone for a second before becoming invisible. It did not seem to do anything, but I know that is not the case since it reacted. It must have done something. The tyrant-level curse would not react for no reason, and I was right. A second later flash of curse strings, the gray curse stopped attacking worldly energy wildly and began to conjure in a single place as it did. I found pain lessening in my body at a visible rate. By the time the curse conjured into the ball, all the pain I am feeling had disappeared, but that did not make me feel relieved. Instead, I started to feel even more despair, and I was right to feel that, as that conjured curse started to melt and mix with worldly energy as it began to spread through every part of my body. Horror couldn't help but appear on my face as I saw it and started to try my best to stop it all. Even tried to stop the breakthrough, but it cannot be stopped once the breakthrough began. It can't be stopped. I watched in despair and more curse melted into worldly energy before merging the very core of my body. Earlier curses attacked me, but it never attacked this deeply, but now it is seeping at the very core of my body without feeling even a shred of resistance. It is not doing anything to me right now, but as soon as the breakthrough is over, it will attack me like a hungry shark, and that time, no matter how much life force I will gain, it will all be whittled away in a matter of minutes. It is going deeper into my body, directly at the core form, there it will be able to do anything it wants. Burning my vitality up would not be a problem for it. It's all happened to due to that fucking tyrant-level curse that is hiding inside me. It could not stay silent till I broke through the night, just have to finger me when everything was going so well. I couldn't help but curse loudly at it before I opened my eyes and summoned the control of the airship. Seeing it, my mood worsened even more. It is saying that it will take 25 minutes to reach the closest midzone. I don't think I have this much time. I could feel the flow of worldly energy slowing down in my body. In minutes it will be completely slowed down, and the curse will begin its terror again. Why I always found myself in such scenarios. Every few months, something like this happens to me. I happened in ruin when I was caught by that blood-red being. It is like I am some kind of trouble magnet. Every few months, I would attract some kind of deep shit that would take me near the death's door, and I would always survive to hear breath. But this time, chances of it happening seemed very low. The curse is going into my core. It will be extremely easy for it to burn my life force from there. Even if my life force is many times more than before, it will be easily able to burn it all. A minute later, the breakthrough is finally finished, and I couldn't help but marvel the feeling I am getting. I've become extremely powerful. My life force has increased by 5 times, not to forget my strength, which has advanced by leaps and bounds. I had just glanced myself when the pain hit me, and this pain was 10 times worse than the pain that hit me earlier. It's so painful that I found myself losing consciousness. Seeing I was about to lose my consciousness, I pulled myself back forcefully and steeled in this soul-breaking pain and again looked inside me. Seeing what was happening, the horror on my face deepened. The gray curse had made my body furnace and now burning my life force furiously. In less than 2 minutes, all my life force will be burned clean. I have only one option left right now, and that is to upgrade my constitution. This option only became available after I made a breakthrough into the unknown stage of night. I did not waste any time and added Israndia moss into constitutional formation storage. I was wrong about this moss when I found it. The one that is at the mouth of the bottle is the lowest grade moss, while the one that is found deepest is the highest grade moss. I am adding grade moss into constitution storage. just pinches off, I would have added more, but seeing the grade of moss, which could even make eyes of king and emperor stage powerhouses green with empty, it would be fine. I just added the moss when received notification of sort from the formation. It is said one type of her herb could only be used to fill the formation at 50. I will have another herb or herbs to fill the other 50 of storage. Without wasting any time, I started to add all herbs I have, not caring how expensive they are or I might need them later. I simply added them into formation storage with only one goal in mind, and that is to fill it as soon as possible. 99.9 FUCK. I really want to see that number after adding every herb I have at my disposal. It still hadn't been filled, there only 0.1 remained to be filled. Seeing that I felt like going crazy, all of my herbs had been spent, and the one I have in huge quantity couldn't be used more than 50, I have to do something and fill that 0.1. It is very bad that I could not fill that 0.1 with energy crystals, I have tons of them. I started thinking of the ways to get that 0.1, even thing about jumping down the ship and adding a bunch of trees, but there is no time, I will die before I reach the ground. I have to find something, but I have added everything I could, there is nothing I could add. Wait, there is one thing, I said, and a small fist-sized ball came to my mind. It is an herbal ball made of essences of various herbs and miracle fruit. Ellen's teacher had tested it and warned me it had different results when tested, and most of these results are bad, and I might turn into an abomination of some sort if I used it, but I have no choice. Either that or die within minutes, and since I am going to die anyway, I might as well die if it became an abomination or something. I would kill myself. So without wasting any time, I added the small ball of herbal essences into constitutional storage. Just as I added the battle, the formation lit up brightly before cracks started to appear on formation. Shit, I couldn't help but curse seeing that, as I had expected something like this might have happened. This small ball not only contains the essence of thousands of precious herbs, but also several miracle fruits. It's completely chaotic with a shitload of energy. If it is a normal herb, the formation would take the amount it needs before throwing out the rest. But the ball had too many chaotic energies that it directly started to crack the formation made of the ancient runes, and I could only watch what was happening in despair as time ticked by. In a minute, I am going to die either by the curse or the explosion of the energies. I was having thoughts when suddenly two runic chains appeared out of nowhere. One is green, while the other is silver. They quickly enveloped the essence ball in them, which immediately calmed it down, and at the same time, changes started to appear in the formation that is covering my body. It started becoming more complicated than before. The changes are done in a few seconds before the formation shines again as the power fills it, but this chaotic power is completely docile under the command of two chains and starts to fill the formation again. In a second, formation completely filled up, and a gentle green mist started to release from the formation. It is the pure life force that began to fill me up, and strangely, the curse did not react, but that is not the strangest thing that happened. The strangest thing happened right after that. 7 runic chains appeared from the formation. The 6 went directly to my source, while the 7th went toward the large sea of tar that is hiding in the very core of me. The 7th chair quickly reached the curse, and to my surprise, it directly went in the tyrant curse, completely disregarding the complex seal placed on the curse. The 6 chains that went into my source enveloped my 4 rule powers and 2 sources. As it did, the color of the chains started to change. Their color and runes began to change. They are becoming what they are. Holding the chain, holding the representation of my killing rule, has become blood red as it is. It is not only happening to the runic chains in my source, but also happening to the runic chain that dipped into tar like tyrant curse. Its color and runes started to change before the aura of these chains also began to become like things they are holding. I am becoming quite flabbergasted seeing such change. Of all the times my constitution was upgraded, something like that had never happened. It was a simple affair. I would add the required herbs and energy crystal into the constitutional storage, and the upgrade would start. An hour later, I would have my upgraded constitution. But something different is happening here, and I could follow as I do not have the power to change anything. With time, it will become clear what is happening in the formation. Time passed, and minutes later, the chains have finally moved. They started to entangle themselves from things they are holding, and now returning. Every chain is now completely changed. They now have the color of the things they are holding, and sending off a similar type of aura, all the 7 chains doing the same. Soon the chains returned to the formation, and the life force that released from it stopped, and the next moment, the pain came back in full force as life force started to burn away again, but this time I did not even care about it. In the past few hours, I had come close to death so many times that I lost the fear of it, and now I am more interested in change that is in the formation. It is changing again, becoming more complex by the second. Buzz. The change continued for a minute before it stopped, and the whole formation shook, and the next moment, rainbow-like dust started coming out from the formations in huge quantities. This rainbow-like dusk has the same color as the things that runic chain had latched onto. The dust started to spread through my body, and I began to feel a very comfortable sensation. I am quite surprised seeing that, as with the pain I am feeling, no other sensation should be able to make such an effect on it, but it made me feel very comfortable as a mother's embrace. Gasp. Seeing that, I concentrated on the dust and let out a gasp a moment later, as I noticed the things I am assuming are dust is very tiny runic formations that are seeping into every part of my body, including the parts which are covered by two of the curses. A huge amount of dust kept spreading into my body and soul when I suddenly noticed something. I saw as the time passed, the pain I am feeling due to the curse burning my life force is dimming down with time. I first thought it is due to my focusing completely on the comforting sensation of the runes that I am finding the feeling of the pain is lessening, but that is not the case. When I looked at the curse, I saw it was burning less and less life force. The power of the curse is still present, but it is not using it fully, and as time passed, it is using it even less. I had guessed the reason for it, but I will remain quiet for the time as there might be another reason for it. I watched the process for a while before I opened my eyes and tapped a few buttons on the holowatch and control panel of the ship before I closed my eyes and continued to watch the whole process. The more I watch, the more I become sure that I will not die. Since I am not dying, there is no need to hurry and reach the midzone. Milford is 10 minutes away, but I am not going there. I had put instruction on the ship that as soon as it picked up the signal, it should stop and hide in clouds and activate full stealth mode. If something goes wrong, I will immediately call the professor for help, and if everything goes as I think it will go, I don't think there will be a need to call the professor. Hun. I watched the whole process when I sensed happy emotions from Nero when I looked at him. I found he was going through the mutation. When two chains connected, they not only stabilized the formation, but also started taking energy from it. The ball seemed to hold infinite energy. Two chains and formation covering me had been sucking energy from it, but barely any change had occurred in its size. As Ashlyn sucked energy through the silver chains, she also gave some of that energy to Nero, who is extremely happy to take it. Miracle fruit energy is the most favorite food of Nero, and it is also the thing that made him mute at fast speed. Soon the mutation of the Nero is finished, but it is not over a minute later. The mutation finished, another mutation started occurring through Nero. Nero had begun on another mutation. As long as Ashlyn keeps providing Nero the energy, Nero will continue to mutate, and I am happy with that. The powerful Nero will become, the greater help he will provide to me. An hour passed by, the process far from being over. The essence ball size had only reduced by a quarter, and the formation was still sending dust which was merging into every part of my body and soul. Nero also has gone through another 3 mutations, and now I could see faint crystalline veins started to appear on its body. This is a very big change. Till now, Nero was made completely of the energy, but now there are faint crystalline veins appearing on his body. As for the curse, it's barely burning my life force. Its speed is so slow that I have started recovering my life force eating the herbs and medicine. Though these medicines are low grade, still, when you eat enough of them, you will see improvements. The change happening to me is very big, and it is continuing. I don't know what I will become of me when change is complete, but one thing is sure, that by the time the change is finished, I will become very strong. Another hour passed by, and now the size of the essence ball had been brought to half. There are many great changes that had happened to me. First is the curse stopped burning my life force, now is just moving around my body without doing anything. Even when it swims through the life force, it did not react to it as if it did not see the life force. Aside from the curse, the change in Nero also deepened. The faint veins on his body became slightly more prominent, and again his eyes have become even more lifelike, full of emotions. Changes kept occurring as the time passed, and finally, 2 hours later, the battle of essence finally sucked dry by the formations and 2 chains. Just as that happened, the 2 chains disappeared, and the formation started to shine brightly. Crack, crack, crack. As it shone, the cracks had started to form on formation. One could see cracks appearing on each and every rune, and unlike before, I did not feel any danger from the formation. Bang! The more and more cracks appeared before a band occurred, and complete formation turned into the dust before seeping into every part of my body and soul. The comfortable feeling intensified by 100 times as the dust of formation started to merge in me. It is such a good feeling that I felt like I am in heaven. Regretfully, the feeling lasted only a few seconds before it was over. I couldn't help but feel sad seeing that, but I soon controlled myself and started to check every inch of my body. My constitution should now be called Rainbow Constitution, now instead of Sin Constitution, I muttered, seeing the changes in the constitution. Interesting, Josephine couldn't help but mutter as she scanned Mitchiel's body with her senses. She had arrived right after his airship had been attacked. She had set up an alarm system on the ship before giving to Mitchiel. She did not want to lose the great seed she had found before it even got the chance to bloom. She wanted to help from the start, but her intuition told her to wait, and as always, her intuition was right. What she saw after Mitchiel was hit by the curse is beyond her imagination. She had never thought that kind of thing would even be possible. She was already shocked when she saw Mitchiel going through the completion of the body cleansing method. It had truly impressed her. She had gone through the completion and knew how many tries it took her to complete the last level, but Mitchiel did it in a single turn. If that was not enough, he had completed his soul cleansing method too. I had really thought I would have helped him personally to deal with the poison that soul tempering essence would turn into if not refined on time. There are many things Mitchiel did that had shocked her, but there is only one thing that scared her. The curse hiding in the Mitchiel after she knew he was Anna Meiselsson's son. She had guessed some part of the curse many have seeped inside Mitchiel. I had tried to look, but it was hiding too deep. I would have able to see the curse if I had touched the Mitchiels. A slight touch would have been enough, but I wasn't ready to cross that boundary. And also, I was already going to ask my sister to seal his curse. She had one of the best inheritances in the whole world to deal with curses, but when I followed the flow and looked at the curse, I shook. I know a lot about curses since many people have come for my sister's assistant. I helped her sometimes control them, but when I saw the curse, I shook. The curse inside Mitchiel had gained sentience somehow. I don't know it could have become sentient, but it has gained the sentient. The level of sentient is not high, but it is a horrifying thing as this small amount of tyrant-grade curse had now become extremely dangerous. I was wallowing in my horror when Mitchiel reached the limit of night, and that time, I had received the greatest shock. It is one of the shocking things I had ever seen. Mitchiel's constitution broke through the boundaries of grade 12, which is very shocking but not shocking enough to shake my soul. The shocking thing was the change in his constitution. The sin constitution he had previously had been erased, and now in its place is the strange 7 apparition constitution. It is fucking insane. I did not know how it happened for some reason. I could see how it happened. I was only able to know due to the aura he had released. Mitchiel now has a strange 7 elemental constitution, in which curse is also one of the element. Due to this curse element, the Duke-level curse he had inflicted with has become nearly useless. As Mitchiel's body has become a cursed elemental body, the Duke-level curse did not know what to attack as everything it sees is made of the same energy as it. Though it is easy to fool the low-level curse, it is extremely hard to fool the high-level curse, especially the one that became sentient, but now Mitchiel doesn't have to worry about it. Before he accepts the inheritance, I will ask the sister to seal the curse. Although the curse is powerful, and she will not completely be able to seal, she will be able to seal it at least for a few years. With double protection of seals, the curse will need at least 7 to 8 years to break through the double, and I am sure that time will be enough for him to become tyrant or at least emperor. He is the son of Anna Meiselssson, and the willpower he showed just now, I don't think becoming a tyrant is a question for him. The only question is how long he will take. Seeing how he got a 7 elemental apex grade constitution, I think 7 years would be enough for him. Still, nothing could be said about the future. It is filled with many unexpectedness. He might even die like many talented before he even had time to shine. I looked at him carefully one more time, and seeing he is completely fine, I broke through space and disappeared. Mitchiel is in the range. If he needed my help, he would call me. Crack, crack, crack. The cracking sound rang out as I tried to move. A very thick layer of filth had solidified around my body whenever I moved. The crackling sound rang out. This is how thick the smell is. As for the smell, it is very intense but difficult to distinguish. At first, when the impurities had started to come out, it was the most horrible smell I had ever smelled. If not for pain taking all my efforts, I would have definitely vomited my guts out. But some time later, the change had occurred in the smell. The change occurred when the bases of mystic methods have turned to dust and started to flow out of my body like impurities. Those bases had completely changed the smell they had created that is neither good nor bad. It is vomit-inducing, but it is not the smell one wants to take a whiff of it ever. With cracking sound all over me, I got up and walked toward the bathroom without caring for the dried shell of impurities falling on the ground. Soon, I reached the bathroom door and was about to go inside when I stopped and tapped a few buttons on my holowatch to activate the auto-cleaning mechanism. I did not want to see or smell any filth when I came out of the bathroom. It feels good, I said as I came out taking a long shower. As I came out of the shower, I found everything clean and fresh. There are no dried impurities or that weird smell. I tapped a few buttons on my holowatch and soon a full body mirror came out of the ground. When I looked at myself in the mirror, I couldn't help but feel impressed. I am not narcissistic, but I looked like I have been carved out of the most precious stone. Every part of my body has become defined. Even my average face had some improvement. My eyes had the biggest change. They seemed full of life. It is like life itself is flowing out of them. It is likely due to my constitution. The healing element seems to have done some magic to my eyes. I have the 7 elemental constitution right now, which has made every part of it filled with energy. I've become very powerful. I could literally feel strength bursting out of every part of my body. I am getting an amazing feeling. Not only has my body become stronger, but my soul too. My senses have become powerful even without actively using the killing rule, because they are using it passively. The sin constitution had been erased, and now I have the killing constitution, which has made my senses very powerful. I am not sad about the sin constitution being erased. Instead, I am happy. There are many rules powers contained in the sin package, but I had only comprehended one, and that is sin rule, the killing rule due to which I could not fully utilize the power of the sin constitution. If I wanted to use my sin constitution to the fullest, I would have needed to comprehend a couple more sin rules, which I have no time to do. With this rainbow constitution, which is what I am calling it now, I have nearly every aspect of the constitution in me. Even for the curse aspect, I have 2 curses that are lingering inside me, though I do not know if I will be able to use them, or they will attack me with every chance they got. Still, the curse aspect of my constitution helped me dealing with the Duke-level curse. I looked at myself excitedly and wanted to test my powers, but the airship is not the right place to do that, nor is midzone. Even in Warzone, I will have to search very hard to find the right opponent, and now I had no plans to go to Warzone. From the beginning, the reason I was going to the Warzone was so that I could break through to the unknown level of night, and now that I did, there is no need to get there. There is some other business to finish, but they are not important. I already know the information about the people who sat on a high table and who did not address my grievances despite sending 100 mains in my desperate times. If they wanted to, they would have solved all my problems with a simple command, but they did not do so. I am sure with their talent, and no matter how big the central continent is, I will meet them at that time. I surely take my revenge by beating them till they regret not considering my pleas. So my next stop would be Milfred, where I will reach in 10 minutes from there. I will sneakily go to the cave, collect fruits before going back to Cometh City. I now want to go to the central continent as soon as possible and get inheritance so that I could break through from night. I have to do many things, and to do all those things I will need strength, so the quicker I will go to the central continent, the sooner I will be able to begin. I have already done what I needed to. I had reached the true limit of night and also the peak of the martial stage. Now the only thing I have to do is accept the inheritance and make a breakthrough to Lord stage. I opened the command and tapped a few buttons. As I did, the airship roared loudly and sped toward the Milfred. 10 minutes later, the airship reached Milfred and now descending on the roof of the small manor that I have booked. Step. The airship landed, and I got out of it before storing it into my storage. I entered and directly went to the master bedroom and fell asleep without care for the hunger I am feeling. In the past hour, I have become extremely tired. Even though I've made a big breakthrough, that did not erase the fatigue I am feeling. In the 7 hours, I saw my life force burn and experienced the pain that would turn a normal person a vegetable in seconds. I had wanted to sleep right after the shower, but I controlled myself and came to Milfred at first. I did not want to get attacked when I am sleeping. I don't know how much time I slept, but I was woken up by hunger, and when I opened my eyes, I found Ashlyn sitting on my chest looking at me with accusing eyes. "I'll make something good right away," I said as I patted up lovingly before getting up. I quickly freshened up before going into the kitchen where I cooked a simple but delicious dish within half an hour. We both ate until we were full before I cleaned the dishes. There is staff to all these chores, but I prefer to do them myself. I wore my gear before getting out of the manor. It is night, and I am going to the garden. I was planning to meet some people I knew first, but since it was midnight, I decided to visit the garden first before meeting. I silently moved out the gate and entered the forest. On the way, I vaporized all the grim monster without stopping for a moment. 2 hours later, I reached a small hill where the entrance of the garden is. After Ashlyn to scan the area one more time, I walked inside the cave with anticipation bubbling inside me. "That went better than expected," I said as I walked out of the cave. I spent nearly half a day in the cave. Training there had really helped me get full control over my strength, not to forget the amazing fruits I got, especially the one at Admantine's level. Those fruits are very rare. They could help one get an epiphany about the unknown stage of night. It is simply said that they could increase the chances of one reaching the limit of the night. Regretfully, one tree had only 2 of those fruits, and I got 4 in my storage. Ashlyn had given me her 2 fruits. I don't need these fruits since I had already reached the limit of night, but there are many people who need it, especially those like Alina who had got slight comprehension of this unknown. It will be most useful to those people. As I got out of the cave, Ashlyn flew down on my shoulder. I had sent Ashlyn out before to check whether anyone is in this area. I don't want to be seen by anyone, especially humans, which I could not kill. After getting out of the cave, I made my way into the city. There I slept for some time before I went to meet the few people I know. The meeting took a while. I returned at late midnight. Instead of entering the manor, I flew to the roof manor and took out the airship and flew back to Cometh City in a stealth mode. Everything I wanted to do in the grim battlefield, I did, and now it's time to reach Central Continent. I will return, though, as soon as I made some progress in the stages above night. The garden had many amazing things, and I wanted to use them while they were useful to me. It will take little more than a day to reach Cometh City, and it is fine for me, there are still many things I have to do. So after waking up in the morning, I freshened, showered, and ate before I started to comprehend the second chapter of Eldritch Sword Art. As I started to comprehend it, I was surprised to find that my comprehension speed had increased quite much. I am understanding things more quickly than before. The secret method had completely cleansed my soul, and that increased my comprehension power. With such comprehension speed, it should not take me more than the month to comprehend the second chapter of Eldritch Sword Art. I opened my eyes in the evening. I had been comprehending for the whole day, and I had benefited a lot. It would have been quite good if I were not in an airship. I would have really wanted to try some moves. Though the airship had a practice room, it was not as big as I needed, so I could only comprehend it, not test it. After walking out of the practice room, I went to a small kitchen where I cooked something for Ashlyn and me. After eating, I read for a few hours before sleeping. I am going to reach Cometh City. I hope the grim monster will not attack me. This time, though, I've taken sufficient precautions and had even called the professor in the city and told her what happened. She wanted to come to take me, but I declined. In this continent, tyrant powerhouse, like Professor, could indulge as she has time, but in the central continent she will have hands full, so it is better to depend upon her too much. As Mom said, it is me who I should depend upon most. Only one can help oneself. When I woke up the next day, I was only an hour away from the Cometh City. Seeing that I freshened up and showered, by the time I was done with that, only 20 minutes remained till the airship reached the Cometh City. To pass the time, I sat on the chairs and watched beautiful clouds. It is peaceful to watch them sometimes. I do that when I feel too much stress or just want to relax. Soon the ship reaches the Cometh City and slows down as it flies toward the mansion. A minute later, the ship starts descending before finally landing in the garden. I got out of the airship and found the professor and Alina sitting on their garden chairs as they usually do. Every day in the morning, they will be in the garden drinking tea and talking. You have returned sooner than I had expected. Alina said as I reached her. Well, there is nothing in grim battlefield for me now. I said and projected the slight aura of the unknown level. Gasp, you broke through, you lucky dog, Alina said as she sensed my aura. Jealousy could be clearly seen in her eyes, which she did not try to hide. As I had, she too planned to go to war zone to break through to the limit of night. Those grim monsters must be really powerful to make your breakthrough, you, she said. The professor must have told her about me getting attacked by the grim monsters. Yes, they were really powerful, I said while shuddering a little. The soul-burning pain is still fresh in my mind. You have reached the unknown already. I don't know how many months or even a year I have to spend before I reach the limit, she said with a droopy voice. Here it ka, I said as red-violet fruit appeared in my hands, and I was about to explain to her what it is when her eyes light up like bulb, and her hands became extremely fast that I barely track her movements as she took fruit off my hands and looked at the fruit with great longing. I've never seen such a look on her face, but seeing how she reacted, it confirmed that she knew what the fruit is, so I won't have to explain it to her. Where did you find this limit fruit? Alina asked after she calmed down. It was with one of the grim monsters that attacked me. I lied smoothly. If I had to pay careful attention to the professor right now, I would have seen her lips curving slightly and eyes twinkle. This fruit is extremely precious, and I will not reject it. I do not want to spend months comprehending something which this fruit could help in an hour, she said, though this fruit did not guarantee the comprehension and breakthrough. Those who already got some faint comprehension found it very useful. Auntie, I am going to use this fruit now, she said to the professor as she got up. Good luck. Professor said as she saw Alina flash toward mansion. So, are you ready for the central continent? Professor asked. Yes, I replied with a smile. Good, it is a place with millions of chances and extreme danger, but with little luck and hard work, you can be successful there, Professor said. To that, I smiled before I asked the professor about some questions. There were some questions that were bugging me, and the professor was kind enough to answer them as such half. We were just talking when suddenly, the professor looked at the manor, and a smile appeared on her face. I did not have to guess the reason for the smile. Alina had likely reached the limit of night. 20 minutes later, Alina finally came out, glowing vibrantly with an aura of unknown level emitting from her every part of her body. It is clear that she had broken through and reached the limit of night. Congratulations, I said. Congratulations, Ellie. Did you tell your parents? Professor asked. No, I am going to surprise them, Alina said before she turned to me. Mitchiel, do you want to spar? Alina asked. Sure, I replied. With her power increased, she will bring out even more power from her inheritance. She will be an excellent opponent to test my new strength. The three of us soon reached the familiar arena in the mansion, with Alina and me entering inside. Let's start, Alina said as we entered the center of the arena. As she said it, a steel armor had appeared on her body, which looked even more prominent than before. An intense aura shot out of her as she came at me. She does not seem to hold back anything. She is using the full power of her level 3 inheritance. Seeing her coming at me, a fire started to cover my palms and feet. Even though I had advanced and got the apex constitution, I am still not a match for Alina with her full power. My apex constitution is hollow. I will not be brought out its full power without proper inheritance. If I had the inheritance then, level 1 of it would be more than enough to deal with Alina. Apex constitution is not only for the name. The fire is now different than before. It is still a silver in color, but had become a lot denser, and also its aura had become a lot stronger than even Alina, who had swiftly closed on me, had noticed it. As the fire covered my palms and feet, it turned liquid as she spread over them, converting themselves to silver gauntlets and armored shoes, on which colorful lines representing 4 rules started to appear. As it finished, small strings left from the forepart of my armor and connected in my back. By the time it finished up, Alina had already appeared in front of me and swung her sword at me with incredible speed. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. My totem artifact had appeared in my hands, and at the same time, a couple of runic formations in my incomplete armor lit up. Just as that happened, my sword moved to blur and appeared right before Alina's. Clang! A loud clang rang out, and the body of Alina shook as the faint amount of smoke rose from her body. An expression of shock had appeared in her eyes, and as she looked at me, "How can your fire ability be this strong?" Alina asked in shock. My fire ability is extremely strong due to merging with Fire of Blazing Rose, but that is not a thing that made it strong. The thing that made it strong is the fraction of source hiding in the Blazing Rose. It is from the super powerhouse that had cast the attack thousands of years ago. The source I merged, which had weakened and mutated over time. It is still not something that I could digest on my own, but I had Ashlyn, who somehow, with her amazing abilities, had been able to refine it, and my fire ability was able to merge with a perfectly compatible high-level source. If I had been looking at Professor now, I would have seen the twinkle in her eyes and would be able to read her thoughts, which said, "I've found a gem." "It's secrete," I said with a smile before I whipped my sword back and attacked again, this time using a little more of my power. Seeing the attack coming, Alina's eyes became serious as she swung her sword at me to counter. Clang. Our swords clashed again. This time she did not shake. Last time she was completely unprepared for my attack, but this time experienced the power of my fire and had made ample preparations to deal with it. Clang, clang, clang. Right after the second attack finished, she launched the third attack and fourth, and so on. We started to fight at blurring speed. I was quite surprised seeing the power Alina is harnessing. Her strength is great. She is stronger than I had expected. With her current strength, she would have the power to defeat any participant of the championship in one move. The only people she will not defeat are me, Alina, Jill, and Edmund, which speaks how powerful she had become after reaching the limit of night. Clang, clang, clang. She continued to attack me intensely, but I did not have problems in countering them. Her attacks are powerful, but not powerful enough to make me harness all the power of my incomplete armor. The fire ability had made the armor of mine so powerful that I am confident that if I fought an Edmund right now, I would be able to defeat him using this incomplete runic armor. Our spar continued. Alina attacked me with every single move, ability, and the method she has, but the result was the same. I had dealt with each and every attack of her virtually without feeling any problem. But it is clear she is not sad about it. While fighting, she is getting better and better control over her new strength. She's not the only one that is benefiting from this spar. I have also got to know a few cool things about my constitution, and first and foremost, I now barely need any effects to draw out my strength, be it my fire ability or rule powers. Even using rule power, I now only had to use a quarter of the soul energy to use the rule powers before, which is a big relief. Operating the armor is a very stressful affair and needs massive soul energy. With rule powers needing less soul power, I will have more to use for the other things. "Looks like I will have to use my art," Alina said finally. The next moment, another Alina came out of her, and both Alina came at me with speed like never before. This art of her is also amazing. It lets one make an exact copy of one with similar power, but not everyone could practice this art. It had a very high requirement that very few people could practice it. Alina had said her mother had prepared her from childhood for this art, only then she was able to possess what it needs to practice. I like this art. If possible, I will try it. Clang, clang, clang. The fight had become a little challenging when two Alina had appeared, but I am still able to deal with them easily and use my most of focus on her art. Despite fighting with her tense of time, I was never able to find a sure way to pick up a real one and a fake one. Whenever I fight her, I would track both of her. I had many times found fake ones during spars, but never through the single method. I was able to find them through the little hints I found here and there during our fight. I want to find a definite way, a real weakness of this art, but that harder said than done. This is so masterfully crafted that even those with powerful sensory abilities would not able to find the weakness of it. In all fights I've fought with her, I have never been able to find a secret of this art, and this time did not seem different either. I had literally drowned both of the Alinas in my killing rule, but I was still not able to find a definite way. Let's stop now, Alina said after an hour of fighting. Sweat could be seen coming down from her body heavily in this spar. She had really tried everything, which had made her quite tired. You have grown quite powerful. I could only think about beating you after I accepted the complete inheritance. She said, to that I could only smile. Once I reach the central continent, I will not remain empty-handed. I will get inheritance as soon as possible so that I could level up to Lord Stage. I have accomplished everything I had to in the Knight Stage, and now it is time to level up. She will have to try very hard to beat me once I have accepted the inheritance. Time passed by in Cometh City, and the professor continued with her business. In the days spent, I would usually spar with Alina twice a day before spending most of my time focusing on comprehending the second chapter Eldritch Art and Reading. As such time of leaving had finally arrived, today we are going to leave for the central continent. I am now in the main hall of the mansion with Alina, talking to 11 people in front of me. These 11 people agreed to join the academy. All of them had participated in the championship and are quite powerful by the standards of this continent. Is everyone ready? I asked the professor as she walked inside the hall behind her several people. They were the people who had come to the academy and did most of the job in recruiting. Stay calm, the journey will only take a few hours, Professor said, and the next moment, aqua blue energy of the professor covered us all before the gap in space tore open, and we all went inside. I once again came across the space sea. Seeing it, I couldn't help but shudder. The few minutes I've spent here last time were the most dangerous period of my life. If I did not have the protection of the protection amulet, I would have ground into the fine powder by these waves. I had experienced the terror of tiny space particles and saw how they tore through everything without feeling slight resistance. I still remember the pain I had experienced when those particles tore through my body. Time passed in the space sea. As we sailed inside it, the expression of the professor is extremely serious. Every step she took inside the space seal is extremely calculated. The smallest mistake in space could cost one their life. I don't know how much time passed when suddenly I felt a change in space. This change is not visible. It is just a feeling I am having that something has changed. We continued for a few hours more when suddenly aqua blue energy covering us flared up, and we found ourselves on the solid ground. Welcome to the central continent, Professor said cheerfully. As my feet touched the ground of the central continent, I felt intense suppression on every part of my body, as if the whole world was weighing on me. The suppression lessened after a few seconds, but some of it remains, and this some of it is huge. Under this suppression, I felt like my power had lessened significantly. It had become a quarter less. The suppression is not surprising, as I had already known about it, and the reason for the suppression. It is said that the core of the world right below the central continent. This suppression is felt by every being of the central continent that resides on the continent. Those who born in the central continent, only those who came from the other continent, need little time to get used to. I took a deep break as I got used to the suppression and found the energy in the central continent is very thick, far thicker than the energy I've encountered in any ruin, which had quite surprised me. I had not expected the central continent would have such thick energy. No wonder it creates such powerhouses and produces resources to nourish them. The central continent is amazing. As I looked around, I found we were square and people are seen everywhere. As I looked around, I found we are in a beautified city with a tens of canals spread in small parts of the city, which I can see. I am sure there will be hundreds more around the city. In front of me is a huge wall with big above which Riverfield Academy is written. The writing and design are very simple, but when one looked at it, one couldn't help but revered. This feeling of reverence is very intense that the feeling I got, Professor, is nothing in front of it. Whoever wrote those words must be very powerful to create such an effect. Have you all got used to it? Professor asked after a minute, to which everyone nodded. Then let's go to the academy. She said, began to walk forward toward the gate. As we got close to the gate, I found it is heavily guarded, with each guard at least a duke stage with leader's aura being at the king stage. Seeing the professor, they became extra alert and looked at her reverently, but still did not move from her post. Only when she took out the badge like the rest of the people and scanned it did move from their spot. Are these new seeds, Professor Josephine? The king stage guard asked as he looked at us. Yes, John, they are. We have found quite good seeds this time, she said, which quite surprised him, but he did not ask a further question about it, and we followed the professor inside it. As we walked out of the huge gate, we came across a huge plaza, and the center of the plaza are statues of two women. These are the most lifelike statues I've ever seen, if not big size and statue figures. I would have thought they are real people. These two statues are side by side, as the women in the statues are holding hands. The women of Let had chocolate complexion and average features, but when one looked at the eyes of hers, one would shudder uncontrollably. They are deep as abyss and held the power to swallow everything. I had to look away instantly from those eyes. The other statue is of an enchantingly beautiful woman, the most beautiful I have seen. It felt like she had been carved from the moon itself. Anyone who would look at her would become enamored by her beauty. When I looked at her, I found myself staring at her for a minute before I forcefully averted my eyes. Ramona Hawthorne and Catherine Roosevelt, the brightest stars the Academy ever produced since its inception, Professor said, and there is genuine reverence that could be seen in her eyes when she looked at those statues. I am not shocked when I heard that I did not know anything about Catherine Roosevelt, but I have heard a few things about Ramona Hawthorne. She is the strongest powerhouse this world has ever produced, and also the founder of the supreme organization Hawthorne C. Jill also had the same inheritance as Ramona Hawthorne. I had seen Alina salivate hundreds of times when she talked about abyssal inheritance that Ramona Hawthorne had created based on her inheritance. Riverfield Academy is a very special organization in the Central Continent, as it aligned with two supreme organizations instead of one, said Professor with pride as she started to lead us into the Academy. The Academy is beautiful. There are both small, big structures present inside. The bigger ones are 100 floors tall, while the smaller ones are single-storied. All of them are perfect synchronization with the architecture of the Academy. If one asks what the most beautiful feature of Academy is, then I would say it is the canals. The canals are everywhere. People could be seen walking on them or riding the beautiful boats. There are also many small lakes inside the Academy on which many beautiful buildings are constructed. I like the houseboats the most. They are both on the lakes and the canals, if possible, to make my stay on them. The inheritances that Riverfield Academy offers are more than 100 in numbers, of which 9 of them are from Riverfield Academy, while the rest are from the other organization, Professor said. I am quite shocked by what I had heard. Any inheritance is stronger or weaker, is the most sacred thing of any organization. It is literally their base. So, keeping their inheritances in other places is quite difficult to comprehend. The other inheritances, half of them are from the Wisdom Tower and Hawthorne Sea. The inheritance they keep are normal inheritances, but also their core inheritances. Like the abyssal inheritance of Hawthorne Sea, which is the core Hawthorne Sea, created by their founder itself, the Academy has that inheritance in incomplete up to level 6 form, Professor said. Some people are so shocked by it that they are literally stopped in their tracks. It is comprehensible if normal organizations kept their inheritances in the Academy, but it is a completely different matter if the Supremes kept it. Other than 2 Supremes, many tyrant-level organizations aligned to 2 Supremes also kept their inheritances in the Academy, Professor said as she walked. Accepting inheritances other than Academy means you became a member of them and will join the organization. She said. Hearing this, No is surprised. No organization will give their inheritance for nothing. Accepting inheritance will mean becoming their member, and many people would die to do that. For Supremes, you will have to reach King Stage before you can formally join them. As for the Tyrant, the conditions are a little lax. You will have to reach the Prince before joining the Tyrant formally, Professor explained. I could see the eyes of many people shining. They all are dreaming about getting an inheritance of the Supreme Organization to become members of the Supreme Organization. It will not be easy, though, even if Supremes kept their inheritances here. There will be some heavy conditions before one can get them. As for becoming a member is not a condition, but a blessing. Many people dream to become a member of Supreme Organizations. The resources and scope that Supreme Organization could provide are limitless. I am sure many of those talented who did not get selected in Supreme join the Academy to get a second chance in joining the Supreme. Professor continued until we finally stopped in front of a huge building where lots of people could be seen coming and going. Arnold, register them and explain to them the rules of the Academy before setting them to their lodging, Professor said to the middle-aged man who had come with us from Cometh City. Mitchiel, I will come to you in the evening, give you a full tour of the Academy, Alina said before she disappeared with the professor. As she disappeared, I found myself becoming the recipient of many jealous gazes, including Arnold. Let's get you all registered first before finding your lodging, Arnold said before he took inside the big building. The registration took 2 hours, and after that, for half an hour, Arnold explained the rules of the Academy before he finally walked us toward our lodging. The Knights have the biggest population in the Academy, they admitted, since they are at the private stage of Knight. So there was a special campus inside the main campus for the Knights, and we entered there with Arnold. This mini campus is beautiful as the main campus, filled with state-of-the-art facilities that helped develop the Knight. We had to walk for 10 minutes before we came across a square-size 50-story building. It looks like it is made from a block of steel. Thousands of apartments could be seen in a huge building, and all of them house powerful adamantines. All of you except for Mitchiel will live here till you make a breakthrough from the Knight. Arnold said before he turned to women in early who followed us from the administrative office. Jenna, show them their dodging. He said and turned to me. Mitchiel, let's go, your lodging is not far, said Arnold and started the walk. I don't understand why we aren't flying. In this mini campus, there are no restrictions on nights flying, otherwise I would have not seen hundreds of people flying around. I followed him, and 5 minutes later, I found myself staring at the beautiful tower. It not much tall, just 30-story tall, in the shape of a bullet or pill as one sees it. It looked like it was made of glass and green wines covering it, and from the wines, water could be slushing down. Not to forget the beautiful garden below. The architect must be a genius to design something beautiful as this tower. This glass tower, it is where the most exception knight gets to live, said Arnold with a slight hint of jealousy. As I walked into the beautiful garden, I felt many gazes on me. I saw many people sitting on their beautiful green balconies, and the garden below cast their eyes on me. Soon, I reached the saw and saw the beautiful vines which had nearly covered the glass tower whole. The vine had a pretty powerful aura. I did not expect the vine to be at Prince grade. It is powerful and beautiful. Each piece of vine feels like they have been carved from the beautiful green crystals, and it makes them even more beautiful when water drops down from them. I was just watching the vine when I felt something. The vine is releasing a faint smell that seems to have the effect of calming the wine. I felt very calm when I was near the vine. It is peace breath vine. It has the effect of calming one's mind. Arnold, before he walked into the elevator, I quickly followed him. Soon the elevator stopped on the 25th floor and we walked out. The tower has 30 floors. Each place in the tower is earned, and now you have directly got a place into the 25th floor. You will have faced quite a challenge before they accept you being worthy of this place, Arnold said with a laugh. I first groaned when I heard that before my mood brightened up. The challenges would be good for me to test the true power of my armor. Here is your apartment, and I have also sent you the copy inheritance details. Arnold said. He tapped a few buttons on his holowatch. I wish you good luck in the academy, he said, and before I could ask him any further questions, he disappeared from my view. Click, shaking my head, I flashed my holowatch to the door and it flashed open. I entered inside with my eyes shining like stars. The interior is as beautiful as the exterior of the garden. The inside did not have any plants aside from the gallery, but one could feel the green through the glass walls. The calming presence of vines is even dense inside the apartment. I walked inside, and the first thing I checked was the balcony. It was truly too beautiful. One could see nearly everything in the mini campus from it. Ashlyn, too, who was on my shoulder loving the scenery as she chirped happily before she flew to the wine. So how were you guys' trip? Said a beautiful woman in her early 40s who is sitting behind the ornate desk around her. There are multiple projections that could be seen shining, but her focus is on two women sitting in front of her. One is her daughter, while another one is her sister, who has her feet on the table, which she did not like. If it had been anyone else, she would snap, but she could not do anything else against her sister. It was very good. I have found an incredible student for the academy, Josephine said. Are you talking about Anna Mitchelson's son? Marina asked. Yes, he is very talented and hardworking. Josephine, hearing that Marina couldn't help but feel surprised. She knows the nature of her sister, who would not even praise those who have got apex inheritances and bloodline, so her praising anyone means there is something special about it. What is so special about him? She asked, feeling extremely curious. You will know in the future, her sister said mysteriously. Hearing this flash of anger couldn't help but appear in her eyes. Her sister had some really bad habits, and she really wished she had coddled her too much when they were children, but it's too late now. She could not beat this younger sister of hers who could throw her away with a flick of her wrist. So she gulped down the anger, turned towards the apple of her eyes. Darling, I am proud of you. Now that you have reached the limit of night, you have finally become capable of getting a powerful thing that your aunt had found for you, she said with a smile. A few years ago, Josephine had entered a very dangerous ruin to search for the cure for her problem. She did not find a cure she was searching for, but she did not return empty-handed either. She found the miracle fruit, a bloodline fruit to be exact. Formed in the place where the blood of powerful beings had fallen down or powerful beings died, and created bloodline fruit after thousands of years. Her sister could be said to be one of the luckiest people in the world when it comes to finding powerful miracle fruits. Normally, people would not find a single miracle fruit, but my sister found two in her life, and both of them are extremely powerful bloodline fruits. When my sister ate that bloodline fruit, she was a knight in the 8th level of knight, a quite weak person to eat such powerful fruit. Though she survived eating that fruit and gained extremely powerful bloodline, still complications have occurred and for which had been finding cure till now. She did not want the same problem to occur to her daughter, so they have waited still now. Though Alina is still quite weak to consume the fruit of an unknown bloodline, still it is the right time for her. Consuming it after she became Lord might create bigger complications as that time, the inheritance will be imprinted inside her forever. The choice will ultimately be hers. Whether she wants to eat it or not will wholly depend upon her. Your father will come in a week, we will begin then, she said to her daughter, who was looking excitedly for the thing which she had heard for a few years. She does not know it is a miracle fruit, a bloodline miracle fruit at that. She talked to her daughter for a moment before she again turned to her sister. You said you found a great thing for me. What is it? She asked her sister, hearing her. That irritating smile appeared on her face again. If she gave her that same irritating answer again, then by the gods, I will hit her even if she's stronger than her. Josephine, likely to understand her thought, wiped that smudgy irritating smile off her face and took out an old-looking wine bottle. I have to say Mitchiel is quite lucky. This is 5,000 years old wine he found in Rune, Josephine said as she placed the bottle on the table. She is quite surprised to see the bottle intact. Ruins don't have the right environment to preserve the wines. The places they stored tend to erode the runes if they continue floating aimlessly in space. Only when it anchored to any world did the environment inside stabilize with the suppression from the world. Josephine covered the bottle with her energy before silence, opening the cork of it. She took out 2 crystal glasses and activated the formation carved on her energy before pouring the wine to them. She filled her cup by the quartered while filling mine with enough wine that I could only take a few small sips. I frowned, seeing that about to snap at her for playing her irritating tricks when I saw her expression. They filled with LUSD, a LUSD for wine. Seeing those expressions, I gulped down my anger and took the glass from her hands. She looked at the dark red wine for a moment before she touched her lips to the mouth of the glass. The smell formations were caging and had entered her nose, and her eyes went wide, and she understood why her sister giving her only a few small sips worth of wine is not because she is playing her usual tricks, but because she would not be able to drink any more of it. She is peak emperor, and this wine is tyrant's. Taking a few small sips would be her absolute limit. Sip, she enjoyed the smell for a while in silence before she finally arched the glass and took that small sip. As she did, she felt like the world had exploded in front of her. An explosion of colors appeared in front of her, and many emotions washed over her. Instead of resisting and forcefully cleansing the effect of wine from her body, she let everything happen and enjoyed them in content. She was shocked, though, by seeing the visual phenomenon and understood that this is not a common wine. Normal aged wines could not produce such phenomena. Only those crafted by the expert produce such phenomenon, and sadly, they did not have such experts in their world who could craft such fine wine. As she's watching the fusion of colors, something clicks in her mind. In her inheritance space, a bright purple strip is added into the heart that is floating silently in the center of it. She was utterly shocked seeing it, but soon an ecstatic smile appeared on her face. She had been waiting for this moment for more than 15 years. She had been holding back her breakthrough into tyrant for more than 15 years. Many people had called her an idiot and called many other names behind my back, but all the wait was worth it. I had finally comprehended the part of inheritance I had been trying for nearly 2 decades. I could now finally break through into tyrant with potential to reach the peak level of it. I activated the isolation formation around my office before I started my breakthrough to tyrant. With this breakthrough, except for those old monsters, very few will be able to match me healing the curses. I enjoyed the balcony for a while before coming inside. Ashlyn is still on the balcony. She has created a small nest out of vines, and now she is laying there in the content. The apartment is beautiful with 3 rooms, the hall, bedroom, and practice room. There are also a kitchen and bathroom with a state-of-art tech, so this apartment is perfect for a single person like me. I looked around for a while before entering my bedroom and lying on the bed. It is time to research the inheritances. I said in my mind that I opened the list of inheritances, and I have to say, I am impressed by the collection of inheritances that the Academy has in its collection. There are 182 inheritances. They are from Academy, Supremes, and many tyrant-level organizations. Each of these inheritances has the power to take one above the tyrant stage. Professor had said that many inheritances are weak while many are strong, but one always chooses which one feels suitable. Though the power of inheritance matters, still it is suitability that one should look after. But not many people will heed that advice. The allure of the Supreme's inheritances is too great. They all will surely try their all to get Supreme Organization's inheritance before they try any other, and they are not wrong to do that. The inheritances from Supreme are good for even the most untalented people. I will try to heed the professor's advice. Unlike others, I have already decided my path and that of the armor. If for others, it might be difficult to follow that path as one will have to break quite some rules of energy, but I do not have to worry about those. I have the ability from Nero with its help. I can completely ignore the rules altogether. That ability has become even stronger now that its trait has been integrated as my constitution. It has made everything easy for me. Now I just have to find the inheritance that is best suitable for me. It does not matter whether it is stronger or weaker. Even if it is weaker, I am confident I will be able to make it stronger through my armor. My runic armor is just at the basic stage due to efficient soul power I need to run. After I reach the Lord stage, I will make those changes in the armor I've dreamed about. That time I will not be able to launch only physical attacks, but mono attacks that are just as powerful. The arc attack I've used in the championship was a basic attack I had created. I want to create a complicated attack that will be equal in might to those of art. It sounds very ambitious, and others might laugh hearing it, but I am confident I will do it. Now, I have to select the inheritance and attend classes on runes at the academy. I have knowledge of runes through a knowledge crystal. I do not have a proper idea about utilizing it. Attending classes will not teach me about many applications of runes, but will also help me find the flaws in my armor. I continued to read about the inheritances, and I had just read a few when a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I was right earlier. Each inheritance came with certain conditions and tests. If one wants those, one will have to comply with those inheritances and tests. These conditions and tests are really hard, especially for the Supremes. One has to be good to get their inheritances. No wonder all the knights I've sensed, when on the way, are quite powerful. Those who have come from continents will have to try very hard to get even tyrant-grade inheritance. It's not like all the inheritances have tough conditions. As I've continued to read, I've found there are many inheritances that have quite lax conditions and tests, and some inheritances did not have any. One could just give an application and could start the process within a day, which is not possible in the powerful inheritances. Half of the inheritances that are present are such, so if I chose some weaker inheritances, I wouldn't even have to wait for more than 3 days to get those inheritances. I continued to read the details of inheritances till it was the evening before I finally finished with it. Looks like I will have to go to the library, I muttered. The information they provided is good but not detailed enough. The inheritance is the most important part of one's progress, and it is important I will do full research before I select an inheritance. Professor and Alina both had advised me to research the inheritances in detail before selecting one. Closing the window of the holowatch, I got out of the bed. Alina said she would be coming in the evening. She will be coming soon. Tring tring. Seeing that, I quickly refreshed and had just changed into new clothes when the doorbell rang. Hearing that, I immediately flashed toward the door. Click, I opened the door and found Alina on the other side. She too had changed into a floral sundress dress and looked unusually happy for some reason. Ready for the tour? Alina asked. Yes, I said, and closed the door behind me as we walked toward the elevator together. You seemed quite happy. Something good must have happened, I said with a smile. You can say that, she said before looking at me weirdly. What you want to see first? She said. I had no idea I had been reading about inheritances till now. I replied I wanted to look at the academy's map before Alina came, but I was too engrossed in research that I did not have time to do that. Practice is not everything, Mitchiel. You must do something for the fun too, she said as she left the elevator. I will keep that in mind, I said while scratching my nose awkwardly. The academy is too big to see it for a few hours, and there were many restricted areas for night like that. Even she, the daughter of the head mistress, could not enter without a proper reason. We were just talking when we heard footsteps coming toward us. When I looked, I saw a small group of people coming toward us in the lead of the young man and women who looked to be a year older than us. Seeing the group approaching us, a smile on Alina's face dimmed a little, but she continued talking as she hadn't noticed. Alina, it's been a while. Who is this friend over here? Said the young man in the lead. Asked. He is Mitchiel. Aunt has recruited him personally, Alina replied without any emotions. A small surprise flashed into his eye for a moment before it disappeared. He must be quite talented to be recruited by Professor Josephine directly, he said and carefully looked at him. I also looked at him. He is quite powerful. From what I am sensing, he is even slightly powerful than Edmund. Even the group of people surrounding him are quite powerful. Each of them has power equal to or greater than Alina. And all of them had reached the limit of night. I thought reaching that level is quite difficult, but here I see a bunch of people at the limit. One could not underestimate the people from Central Continent. They are on a whole new level. Well, it's nice to see you, Sam, Alina said before she dismissed him. Turned to me. I could see the expression of a young man turning cloudy by dismissal, but Alina did not seem to care. He looked at me for a moment with enmity, which I did not we ever had, and left with his group. You know, your dismissal of him had earned me his enmity. What would I do if he decided to challenge me? I asked Alina with a mock-scared voice. Oh, you will be fine. You would not need even a minute to beat him up, Alina said, and she is right. With full armor, I might even be able to beat him with a single move. We talked for half an hour before we said goodbye and went back to my apartment where I slept after I changed into comfortable clothes. When I woke up was early morning. After freshening up, I cooked breakfast for myself and Ashlyn and were about to head toward the practice room when I suddenly stopped. I've been doing this for a few days now, practicing body cleansing method. It is a thing I will do every morning and evening, but I finished it, but my body and mind seemed to forget that, as nearly every day, I would find myself heading to the training room for the practice of body cleansing technique. Buzz. I walked back into the hall and about to make plans for the library when my life buzzed and with the notification. When I opened it, a list of names, 11 names, had appeared on my holowatch. They all are people that challenged me, and all of them belonged to 24th, a floor below mine. I was going to reject and do it a few days, but decided to accept the challenge to meet someone challenging who could make me use the full power of my armor. Such a disappointment, I said, with walked out of my buildings. Arena, each one of them had gotten beaten in a single strike of mine. They all had equal power to Alina, so I summoned by incomplete armor and finished it off in a single move. There were some people who were quite powerful, but they did not challenge me, and I had no time to challenge them. I want to select the inheritance as quickly as possible before breaking into the Lord stage. The library of the mini campus is not far in 10 minutes walk. I had reached the library, which is the middle of late. The library is a beautiful 6-story white marble building that emits peace even at a distance. Alina said this is one of the oldest buildings in Academy, built by Ramona Hawthorne. I marveled at the building from the distance before I stepped onto a small wooden bridge that led toward the library. Many people could be seen coming and going through the library, doing their research. I entered the library through the door and found calmness on of intensified. I enjoyed it for a few moments before I walked to the 6th floor. The 6th floor is only allowed to those who reach the peak of night stage, and ready to make a breakthrough. Even then, they have to take permission to visit the 6th floor. Only knights living in the glass tower don't need to do that. We automatically get it with our entry in glass tower. I walked the stairs, and soon reached the 6th floor. I scanned my Academy ID on the scanned, and went inside. There I saw hundreds of people sitting silently doing their research. People had both holographic screens and physical books in their hands as they do their research. The droids could be seen taking the physical books off the shelves and delivering to the people who had asked for them. The library has a history of more than 3,000 years. It is a long period of time in which millions of books have been returned and thousands of important have happened. I am sure the collection of the library would be quite vast. Alina said that most been converted to electronic media, but many books did not get converted, and their knowledge remains in their paper selves. I looked at rows and rows of physical books to which I did not have much contact in the past. The library is quite full, and nearly every seat is taken. It had taken me a few minutes to find an empty seat in the corner. After taking a seat, I activated the hologram of the library and added the list of books that I had made a list of to read. The documents that Arnold had provided today had a reference for many books, and Alina also provided a list of books when I had asked her. I'm not planning on reading every inheritance in details. Since reading the document, I had already noted the inheritance which I do not want, like the most powerful inheritance of Hawthorne Sea. The abyssal inheritance, I have no interest in it. I don't think it will be suitable for me. Of the whole 182 inheritances, only 24 have caught my eyes, and after one more time, looking at all the inheritances in case I missed an important point on those inheritances. I will select only inheritances that I felt suitable for me and do heavy research on them. After making my mind, I started right into research. Time passed by and more holographic windows began to appear in front of me. There are also multiple physical books that carefully opened on the small table. Some of these books are extremely old and fragile. If tore or break them, that scary-looking librarian will skin me alive. Just a few minutes ago, I saw how she had made a young man nearly cry, and the only mistake was that he had accidentally made a nail scratch on the cover of a very old book. Hearing the words of the librarian, I shuddered and became even more careful with the books. Since then, it is a good thing I did. The books I needed were ancient, and one time I nearly ripped the page apart. It's a good thing I stopped on time, or the librarian would have ripped me apart. 6 days passed by. Every day I would come early in the morning and return late, where I would fight any challenges if I had any for 3 days. There were no challenges, but seeing everyone's got beaten by me in a single move, they left me alone. On the first day, I had reread all the inheritances in full detail, and selected the ones that I found suitable for me, and discarded others before heavily researching the inheritances that I found suitable. It looks like the criteria I had set for inheritance is too big, even selected ones getting cut out after I read them in the details, and by the time 6th day evening came, there is only one inheritance remaining. The 5 screens and several books are all about it. It is the only method that can solve all my requirements. If others were to see my choice, they would laugh at me, as this inheritance is quite different from other inheritances. It is called Creation Heart Inheritance. It did not have any inheritance energy or abilities or arts inside it. It came completely empty, just like a wet clay that could be molded into any shape and size. One could create their own type of inheritance with the help of it, as it provides the complete tools to do that. But what is inheritance? It is created by the strongest powerhouses. How can a lord make it? I have read the accounts of the people who had taken this inheritance, and I blushed reading them. They are cursing their hearts out at this inheritance. These people have also got impressed by it and brought this inheritance, but soon found that even if the inheritance provided the tools, They did not have the knowledge or skill to create inheritance from scratch. It's like giving a person a necessary tool and large rock to carve a statue out of it. He will not do that. Only those with talent and skill will be able to carve something worthy out of the stone. Those poor people had to destroy their foundations and start practice again to get rid of inheritance, which is a very painful thing to do for any practitioner. I did not like to go with such a risky inheritance, but I have no other choice. This is the only inheritance that satisfies all my condition and helps me develop my armor further. I will choose this inheritance, whether it is a mistake or not. I will only know after I get it, but before I am fully committed to it, I like to take my opinion. I would have liked to take the professor's opinion, but I don't think she will have any time. She had talked about how busy she will be once she comes back to the central continent. So I could only be asked for Alina's opinion. She is the only person who could help me. Her mother is the head mistress. She must have to know about a lot of secret information that is hidden even in the books. I had contacted her a few minutes ago, and she said she would come into my apartment in an hour. So I wrapped up everything, left the library. I have done all the research I could, and after taking Alina's opinion, I will file the request for the inheritance. Even though I had asked for Alina's opinion, I will still go with the inheritance. I chose the opinion was just for my peace of mind. This inheritance seems to be very worthless as there are no conditions required to get it. I will get tomorrow if I will file an application today. Since it is from the Academy, I will not have to pledge my allegiance to any organization except for the Academy. This inheritance is the best that I could hope for. It would have been great if it had inheritance energy and some abilities, but if it had that, then it wouldn't be the inheritance as it is. 10 minutes later, I reached my apartment and freshened up, ate some snacks, and waited for Alina to come. So which inheritance have you selected? She asked as she sat opposite to me. Creation heart method. I said. I replied, hearing that the expression on her face has changed abruptly. Oh, that, she said after some time. Her expressions were a little weird when she said that. I did not expect this kind of reaction. I had expected her to be burst out and say I should not use such inheritance. It's been thousands of years since anyone was able to do something with that inheritance. Nearly all those who got that inheritance ended up destroying their foundation, so they could start again with another inheritance, she said, reaffirming my belief. Choose another inheritance, Mitchiel. Too many people have regretted getting that inheritance. She advised, hearing that I just smiled. It is your choice, and even if you ended up destroying your foundation, you would not lose much except for time. The grade 12 special constitution of your will heal all the foundation damage you have received, she said with a sigh, seeing I am going to choose the creation heart inheritance. I would have chosen other inheritances, but it is the only inheritance which gave me absolute freedom to do what I want, I said, hearing that Alina just smiled, probably not understanding what I am trying to say. Alina stayed for 10 more minutes before she left. After she left, I opened a lengthy form from my HoloWatch and started to fill it. The form is very complicated, and sometimes I have to think for a while before writing their answers. The application took me about 2 hours to fill before I hit submit. With that done, I laid on the bed, tiredly, massaging my head before I got up and opened my HoloWatch again. I am browsing through the Academy's marketplace. I want to buy some cooking ingredients. The ones I have are in standard of the native continent. Even if they are good, they are nothing much in the central continent. When I opened the food section, I truly understood. The stuff used to come from the central continent is trash compared to what I see right now. With glittering eyes, I looked at these materials before I bought them. All of the things are pretty expensive, but I could afford them, and it's not like I am buying in loads. I am only buying a few days' worth of things. After I level up to Lord in a few days, I will have to buy things to that standard. 10 minutes after ordering, the drone had delivered everything. I started cooking, feeling quite excited about the new materials I would cook with. After I decided what to cook, I started with it right away. It took me more than an hour to cook everything, and when it finished, it smelled delicious that I had to stop Ashlyn from diving into the pot directly. Soon, I set plates and we started eating. 45 minutes later, we finished, and now both me and Ashlyn sitting bloated on the balcony watching the view and the gentle voice of water dripping from the vine. Ashlyn is laying in her newly made vine next she seems to like. For the past few days, she hadn't slept anywhere except for her little nest. Buzz, I was sitting peacefully when suddenly my HoloWatch buzzed with mail. The mail is from the Academy, and I had been called for an in-person interview before giving out inheritance. Each person is psychologically wedded. It is an unavoidable process that everybody has to go through. I had thought I would get through it tomorrow, but it looked like the Academy processed things faster than I had thought. After rereading the mail, I got up from my spot and changed into new clothes before I walked out of my apartment. After 20 minutes of walking, I reached a huge administrative building and walked inside it. It is time to get done with the psychoanalysis. Once it is over, I will be able to get the inheritance I need. He is getting that inheritance, Marina said as she looked at the request of inheritance on the screen in front of her. Not only Mitchiel, any student who will submit for that inheritance, she will get notified. That inheritance had changed the fate of the academy one time, but since then, nobody was able to bring the true power of that inheritance. It is extremely hard. Not anyone has the ability to start creating their own inheritance when they are just lords. Are you going to interfere? Josephine asked. No, everyone had free will. Even if it is hopeless, it is his choice. With his constitution, his foundation will not be damaged at max. He will lose a year or two, she said with a sigh. This time it might not be hopeless. There is a slight chance that he might be able to utilize that inheritance, Josephine replied, hearing that she couldn't help but feel surprised. Over the thousands of years, thousands and thousands of people suffered due to that inheritance, seeing the glory it had once brought to the academy. That 1,000 years ago, the headmaster of that time decided to erase all information about the inheritance and make it a common inheritance. He did this so that people would not choose this inheritance due to the glory of the past, but due to their choice and suitability. His decision was wise, as he saved many people from suffering under that inheritance. Now, very few people know about the reality of that inheritance, which was the inheritance of Catherine Roosevelt, who is also known as the Saint of Salvation in the world. Once upon a time, even Ramona Hawthorne had that if she could destroy her abyssal inheritance, she would do it in a second, for the unlimited possibilities offered by the creation heart method. But since Catherine Roosevelt, nobody was able to create something worthwhile with that inheritance, even after 3,000 years, so she was indeed quite surprised when her sister said that. Let's hope then, she said with a slight smile, feeling no hope. If that inheritance had been so easy, then many people who have tried for thousands of years surely would have made something out of it. Tring, tring, tring. I was woken up by the alarm. I patted my holowatch to stop the alarm and slept for half an hour more before getting up. Today is the important day of my life. From this day, my life is going to be changed forever. I am going to accept the inheritance today. My psychanalysis went well, and they permitted me to accept the inheritance. I now just have to go to the Hall of Inheritance at 1130 and start the process of accepting the inheritance. It is also good that nobody is vying for that inheritance. I got up, freshened up, and showered before I started to cook for us. I finished 45 minutes later. We ate before resting in the balcony. There are still a few hours before I go to accept the inheritance. Until that time, I plan to do nothing but bask in the calming feeling of these beautiful vines. The hours passed, and finally, the time of my leaving had come. I walked out of my apartment with Ashlyn on my shoulder. 10 minutes later, I reached the Hall of Inheritances, one of the most secure places in the whole academy. Hall of Inheritances is a black ring building with floors tall. It is made from rare armaldote crystal, which is good at blocking the aura. This crystal is quite expensive, and they made a whole building out of it, but it is not surprising, seeing it is the most important building of the academy. It is a place where the life of the people change forever, and mine will too change in it. With that thought, I walked toward the building. As I got closer, the feeling of danger came at me. The closer I got, the denser it became. When I reached its door, I was shaking. The feeling of danger is very intense. I've never felt such an intense feeling before, and the worst thing is, it is not even directed at me. There is a very powerful formation laid on the building that can vaporize the tyrants. Not forget the old monsters guarding the building. They are the real defense of this building. As I took a step inside the building, the feeling of danger completely disappeared, seeing that I couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's a good thing it had disappeared, otherwise I don't think I would have calmly been able to accept the inheritance. I looked at the map I had been provided and walked according to direction. The building was neither empty nor crowded. Nearly all the people I've seen here are knight or lords. There are very few high-stage powerhouses that are present here, and those present are guarding the door of the inheritance room. Soon, I reached the place. It is only quite a desolate place on the first floor. If not for the map, I would have thought I had come to the wrong place. Soon I found the door I was looking for, and it is being guarded by the old man who is playing video games with a peculiar smile on his. When I looked at what type of game he is playing, my cheeks couldn't help but turn red. This fucking old man, does he not know any shame? He had grown so old but was still playing that kind of game. Who are you glowering at, you brat? I heard a sharp voice that broke me out of my thoughts. It was the old man who spoke. He had paused his game, not closed it, and looked at me gloweringly, probably blaming me for disturbing him from playing his game. My apologies, sir. I had no wish to disturb you. I had just come to accept the inheritance, I said respectfully. So you are that dumb brat that chose to accept this useless inheritance, said old barked. Brat, many people have damaged their foundation with this inheritance. It's still not late. Go back and choose some other good inheritance. The academy has plenty of them. The old man said. My apologies, sir. I cannot do that. This is the inheritance I found most suitable for myself, I said adamantly, hearing that the old man looked at me concentratedly before letting out a sigh. It's your choice, brat, but don't cry later when you realize you have accepted the wrong inheritance. The old man said and opened the door that he had been guarding. He opened the door and beckoned me in, and I come across the huge hall. In the center of the hall is a big platform, and on the platform a heart is floating. The heart is unlike anything I've seen before. It looked like it was made of glass and is blue in color, but the next moment, I found myself wrong as it was orange color, and a moment after that, I found the heart is black in color. The heart is not changing color, it is I who is seeing those colors. The color of the heart is constant. What the fuck I am talking. I cursed myself when I heard what I said to myself, but I thought for a moment I found it was true. The color of the heart remained the same, it is I who are seeing things differently. Brat, you know the drill, right? The old man said, disturbing my thoughts still. I will explain since you are idiot enough to accept this inheritance, old man said snappishly. So listen to well, brat. The only thing you have to do is climb on the platform and sit near the heart before placing both hands on it. As you place your hands on it, start your breakthrough into Lord Stage. The inheritance will automatically start imprinting itself on you, said the old. A second later, the old man left after giving me a look and also closed the door from behind, leaving me alone with the inheritance. I slowly walked toward the platform before climbing on it before sitting next to the heart. The heart is not big, it is just a palm-size thing. I am seeing different colors of it despite concentrating on it to look at its real color. Buzz, it is time to imprint the inheritance, I said in my mind and gently placed my hands on the floating heart. Just as I did that, the heart started to shine brightly, and the green, and while runic formations began to appear on the formation. As the formation appeared on the platform, they started to release faint green and white mist. I had not taken out any resources because this platform contains all the resources I need in extremely pure form. The green mist is an extract of many herbs, while the white mist is energy from the energy crystals. The platform contains a huge number of these resources, so I won't have to worry about them is not enough. Shudder. Seeing everything is ready, I close my eyes and begin my breakthrough into the Lord Stage. Just as I did, a shudder ran through my body as my body had been a vortex and started to suck the misty energies that platform is releasing. At the same time, I saw the energy of heart come inside me and started to spread through every inch of my body and soul. I had to expect the pain as some inheritances tend to give it, but from it, I am not feeling anything. If not for seeing the energies of heart are imprinting themselves into every part of my body, I would have never thought I am imprinting an inheritance. The imprinting of inheritance takes a long time. Most inheritances took 1 to 3 days. It's a good thing this creation heart inheritance only took a day. This less time applies only when one accepts inheritance when breaking through the Lord. If one accepts when one is knight and not have any interest in breaking through, the process took weeks. Time passed and I found my body is opening from many places to suck the energy, and to be honest, I am kind of shocked by the amount of energy I am sucking inside it. It's like my body has become a gluttonous beast who wants to swallow everything. The platform that I am sitting in is releasing as much energy my body needs. The energy released on the platform depends completely on me. If I needed more energy, it would release more energy. If I needed less, it would release less. More and more energy started to come inside me when sometime later, the moment I was waiting for had come. The worldly energies started to come inside me, and just as that happened, I concentrated everything on it. For the stages above night, worldly energy is very important. It is a thing that makes powerful attacks even more powerful. It is due to this worldly energy one could freely fly in the air without needing any artifact. The control of night over the world energy is very limited, but still, I want to control it as much as I could and harness it into my armor. It would be idiocy if I did not use the worldly energy into my armor. I want every movement of my armor infused with the worldly energy, whether it be attack or defense or simple movement I made through it. I want it to be infused with worldly energy. It will not be easy to do that, but I am confident I will be able to do that, which is why I am focusing my everything on the worldly energy on it, so I could learn as I am much as I could about it. This is the best time to learn about world energy when it wasn't being elusive enough. Its flow and rhythm completely visible. I just have to understand it. Once I did that, the worldly energy would be in my control. Time passed as more and more energies had started to come inside my body, and despite that, I did not feel any discomfort. Instead, I was feeling quite good. The energies felt like the gentle wind on the grass that one enjoys on peaceful days. Few more hours passed by as such when finally the inheritance from the heart stopped spreading and moved toward my heart where it started to gather. It the last and most time-consuming part of inheritance imprinting. The inheritance is now solely concentrating on my heart, creating an inheritance core. The inheritance core is the most important part of the inheritance. It is the center point of the inheritance. As the creation of inheritance core started, a large amount of worldly energy and energy from the platform began to seep inside it. Nearly 90 of energies began to seep inside me. I was shocked to see it from what I had ready. The inheritance core only had around 50 energy flowing through the body, but this took 90. I had read about the inheritance core of this inheritance taking a large amount of its energy, but never expected this much. This is just a starting. The inheritance core will continue taking energy for a few hours before it is completely made. I looked at the inheritance core forming in my for a few minutes before focusing again on the worldly energy. Hours passed and the forming of the inheritance core continued at full force. I think more than half of the day has passed, and another half a day later it will be over. I couldn't help but feel joy at those thoughts as I am really excited about this inheritance. I have read about the tools it provides. With the help of those tools, I will be able to make my armor more amazing. And the most amazing thing is, I will be not merely creating an armor but inheritance itself. How cool it is to create an inheritance from Lord Stage. Though I am excited, I am also aware of how difficult this will be. Still, that did not dampen my excitement about my new inheritance. Nearly a day had passed, and inheritance core started to loosen its grip on the energies. It is still forming, but it takes less and less energy, which means its completion is near. As time passed, its energy demand had also started to lessen, till it barely required the trickle of energy in a minute or two. It will be complete, and I will be able to see the shape of my inheritance method. Good boy, you have selected a creation scripture. A primordial voice suddenly rang through my mind, scaring the shit out of me. This voice feels too old, older than the world itself, and for some strange reason, I can't seem to tell the sex of the vote. It feels both male and female at the same time. I was just searching for a voice when suddenly everything in front of me turned black, and the next moment, I found floating myself in front of a humongous red ball of blood. For a moment, I found it unfamiliar when something clicked inside, when I saw green runic chains binding the abomination, which was thousands of times smaller than it used to be, and blood which used to be small and now had grown hundreds of times bigger. I looked at the abomination, which had terrorized me once, and now itself it is terrorized. Thousands of its eyes are filled with terror and are completely stilled, not creaming and clawing like last time when I saw it when it was bound in the chains. If not for seeing the small shine of life remaining in its eyes, I would have thought it is completely dead. Still, it is no better than dead. Whatever chains had done to it had completely broken it, and it could be said that it is now a living dead. Taking a look at Abomination, I looked around, searching for a person who had talked to me just now and brought me to this place. I really don't like this unknown voice. Nearly every most times I had come in constant contact with them, I found them wanting my body. Are you searching for me, boy? I heard a voice, and it came from the giant blood drop. Who are you? I immediately regretted not keeping my voice respectful. It doesn't hurt to be respectful. It is because of the politeness that the blood-red being had answered quite a few questions of mine. I am Arenthius, Titan of Annihilation, the greatest Titan to be ever born, the voice boomed. When I heard it, it simply sounded like boasting to me. If this guy was so great, then why did it end in the hands of an abomination who was very gleeful to refine it and make it part of its own bloodline? What do you want from me? Do you also want my body? I asked because I felt very suspicious. All those boasting old bastards wanted my body, and I felt this one wanted my body. Yes, I want your body, but not in the way you think. The primordial voice said, boy, you do not need to worry about me taking your body. I, Arenthus, born in the essence of the world itself, does not have to occupy anybody, even if it is an extremely real perfect host body. Said the primordial voice. A clear disdain could be heard in its voice when he talked about my body. Though it is not taking over my body, it said it needs my body, which puts me on more alert. I may not need to occupy your body, but I still need it. The perfect host body is best for incubation. I will not be detected by those wretched abominations as I recover inside you, primordial voice said. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel stumped. This high-mighty sounding bastard is just hiding from his enemies while also recovering inside me. Why can't it say that directly instead of going around words eloquently? I thought. I still don't want it in my body, though. I had seen the power of abomination, and it still made me shudder, but I am not an idiot enough to say. Who knows, if I say it might kill me and take over my body. Instead, I should try to take as much as benefits from it I could. You know that abomination had nearly killed me. I barely survived from it, and not to forget you are staying in my body recovering. Shouldn't you give little me some benefits? I said with my eyes blazing with greed. Snort. Boy, it is not you but that little Titaness and clone of Yggdrasil who dealt with this wretched abomination. But you are right. I had called you here to give you the benefits that will help you progress beyond that you had ever imagined, said the primordial voice. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel extremely excited. I know the green runic chain that came to create my constitution comes from this being, and it is what had helped me control the medicine essence ball that had exploded and burst me into pieces. So the benefits it will give will also be amazing, but I will not wait for him to speak as there is already something I want from it. Can you help with the curse inside me? I will be satisfied as long as it helps me deal with the curse inside me. I asked. Professor said that after I reached, she will ask her sister, the head mistress, to seal the curse, which will at least give a few years till I find the cure for the curse myself. But this being willing to help, I am very sure it will not be a problem for it to vaporize that tyrant-level curse inside me. Dream on the boy. This is your problem you have to solve yourself. If you can't deal with little filth yourself, then you might as die by committing suicide. The primordial voice boomed with a hint of anger. Seeing the condition getting out of hand, I quickly composed myself and said, "You are right, it is my problem and I will deal with it on my own. So what are the benefits you have called me here for?" I asked with my eyes shining with greed. "You have taken one of the creation scripture that we supreme titans have created. They are difficult to practice, but those who find their ways into them go further into practice than anyone else," said the primordial voice. As he finished, 7 colorful dots appeared in front of me before they started to transform, and a few seconds later, they turned into books. These 7 books are on 7 elements of your constitution. Each book contained the very basic information about them, but I am sure this basic information would be more than enough till you get out this little world of yours, said the primordial voice as the 7 books entered inside me before I could touch them. As they entered inside me, I was waiting for an infusion of knowledge, but nothing came. I'm not surprised seeing how it reacted when I asked it to remove the curse. I don't think knowledge will be directly infused into me. I will have to study them like normal books. I have taken everything I could from this little abomination. Only a few specks of it remain, and since you have suffered under it once, I will give it to you, said primordial voice and brought the abomination in front of me, which is now the same size as me. As it came in front of me, I couldn't help but shudder as I remember those memories. They remain fresh in my mind. As the abomination came in front of me, it suddenly started to burn away as white flames released from the green chain. As it burned, there was no change in its eyes. They are still broken and empty. Soon, the fire fully engulfed it, and I was not able to see what was happening inside the flames. The flame continued for a while before they finally retracted back into green chains, and now in the place of abomination is finger-sized small blob which is completely transparent. As I looked at it, I found it was in the same state as before. There is life there, but it was broken. I was just looking at it, when suddenly I found my sword appeared in front of me. There is only speck remaining of it, but it is a speck of a very powerful being. I had refined abomination in my annihilation flames, and removed all the impurities it contains. This speck of refined abomination spirit would be the highest grade sword spirit you could have, said the primordial voice. As it finished, the blob seeped into my sword, and the next moment, it turned into a black hole in which many things started to enter. Wait a minute, I said when I saw numerous things entering the black hole of swords. Many of those things entering inside were my things, the things stored in my storage. There are many precious metals, herbs, and many things I've found in the ruin. The being is throwing all of them into the black hole. I felt pain seeing many rare and precious things going inside, but I did not say anything. I just watched the whole process with a bleeding heart while remembering the efforts I had put into collecting them. Many times I had nearly died. Like one room in the Ephirian room where I am taking out the precious metallic parts of the one machine when it had suddenly activated and nearly cleaved into 2. Many things started to inside. Seeing the speed they are going inside, I don't think it would take long for my whole storage to get empty inside. Time passed when finally the black hole started consuming things and disappeared, and in its place is a huge black blob, like the one I had seen back in the Forbidden Cavern, where it had sucked nearly everything inside the cannon to create the blob. The blob appeared, but the next moment, those wild flames again came out of the vines and covered the whole blob and started burning it. It burned and burned for a few minutes when suddenly, I saw bright yellow golden things falling off from the blob before disappearing. These yellow golden things seemed to be impurities. Something like that had happened last time too. They kept falling down in large amounts till finally, the fire returned to the vines and I came across my sword, which had completely changed. Its size and shape remained nearly the same, but other things had a big change. Its crystal ruby blade had now become transparent that I could see the other side through its blade. The grip had also turned black, and the signet of abomination which was in the center of the crossguard remains empty. There's nothing on it. The signet remains blank. The sword changed and became even better than before. It became not only powerful, but also beautiful. The transparent edge of it really adds a great charm to its beauty. Now the last part, said the voice and my refinement. Tower appeared in front of me. It really is beautiful, I thought, but I did not get to admire the tower for long as it started breaking apart soundlessly, including the space particles that had been stored in its bottle. Soon the tower completely broke into pieces without any soul and started to melt on its own. Not only pieces of the tower began to melt, but tiny particles of space also began to melt away. This shocked me. I have read about the space and know how difficult it is to deal with it. Even tyrants don't have the power to melt the space. so I am quite surprised seeing it melting the space without even taking that dangerous fire. Sometime later, everything melted and merged into each other before they started taking the shape of the tower. Seconds passed, and finally the tower took a body, and runes began appearing on it. Finally, after some time, the new refinement tower was fully constructed. Unlike the tower before, which was very beautiful, this one was very primitive. It looked made of simple while marble and had 9 floors instead of 7 like previous. This tower feels old and gives the feeling of primality. There is nothing flashy about it. It is plain, even the runes on it are very simple, but despite its simplicity, whenever one looks at it, one will have an extreme compulsion to bow down in front of it. I called it Chaos Devouring Refinement Tower. It can refine any energy that could be found in this small world. Even the filthy energies you have from the spawns of abomination could be refined in it, said the primordial voice. I first did not understand what it is saying, but soon realized it refers to the 2 curses I have in my body. Hearing it have the power to refine them, I couldn't help but feel ecstatic. The curses are the things that worried me most. The professor had messaged me in the morning telling me to contact her as soon as I finished accepting the inheritance, so she could take me to her sister, who will help me seal the curse. These things are my gift to you. What will you do with them is up to you, but I hope you progress fast and move out of this little world as soon as possible, said the primordial voice, and next moment, I found darkness coming across my eyes, and I again found myself on the platform. I returned to the platform, and to my surprise, I am still accepting the inheritance. The inheritance core is even taking the energy, though it is only a small trickle, the core is still forming. I had thought an hour had passed when I talked to that being, but in reality, not even a minute had passed. Seeing that, I immediately closed my eyes and looked at my totem artifact. Seeing my new totem artifact, I couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. I did not want all those things to be a dream. They are all things I needed for my progress, especially those books. Thinking of books, I quickly found them in my heart space beside the totem artifact and tower. The totem seed, which was in the process of creating, had also disappeared, probably went into the sword, which was a little disappointing as I was hoping to create another totem artifact with it, but with it gone into the sword, that will not happen. Still, I am not sad. The things I got from that being is more than enough to make up for the small loss. Though they will not increase my power spontaneously, they will help immensely in the long run, especially those books. If they contain the knowledges that being boasted, then it will help me most in carving my future path. I really wanted to check those books right now, but my inheritance is nearly finished imprinting. I want to watch that process, the books I could read after I reach home. Buzz. Seconds passed, and finally, the heart stopped taking energy. Just as that happened, a buzz went through me, and I felt the sensation of exploding as every part of me filled to brim with power. I felt like I could do anything I wanted. The strength I got from Lord Stage is immense that now I can finish off an opponent like Edmund in a single attack with raw physical power. I've never felt such strength before, and I don't think the normal Lord could have such physical strength. Only those with Apex inheritance or bloodline or something could have such immense raw power in them. This strength I have gained after becoming a Lord, and I have to say, I like this power very much. After calming down from the excitement of my newfound power, I looked at inheritance core which had been produced in my heart. It is a simple white pearl of thumb size. There is nothing remarkable about it. Other inheritance cores are filled with many runic designs, but mine does not have anything. It is completely plain. It will only have something when I am starting to create. Not only its design, but also shape and size might also change according to the inheritance I create. I concentrated on it and soon found myself in the white hall. The hall is completely white, and except for the simple black chair, there is nothing inside it. This is the inheritance space of the creation heart method. The inheritance space of other inheritances is the same for everyone, but it is not the same for creation heart inheritance here. The inheritance space of everyone is different. It is said the inheritance space they get is a reflection of themselves. I walked toward the chair and sat on it. Just as I did that, some information had transmitted into my mind reading it. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face. This inheritance space is a lot like conscious space, but it could do many things that are impossible for conscious space to do. This inheritance space let me do many things, but it had rules, and one rule is most important. It is due to this rule majority of the creation heart inheritance's hosts decided to destroy it and start anew. The rule is that at every level, your creation has to be better than the past. If it is not, then you will not be able to use the powers of the inheritance or use your creation. It simply means my armor of Duke stage has to be above that of the Lord stage. If it is not, then I will not be able to use the armor in Duke stage. It is a very harsh rule. It forces one to improve, create something better than the previous. Whoever created this inheritance must be a sadist bastard. For others, this rule turns to bane, but for me, it is challenging itself. If I cannot improve my armor at every stage, then I simply don't deserve the path of armor. I should destroy my formation and choose some inheritance. Failing this inheritance will only mean following the path chosen by others, not created by oneself, and I will never let that happen. I will spend years perfecting my own path rather than the one laid down by the others. Feeling I am going too far with motivational thoughts, I clear my thoughts before I wave my right hand in front of me, and my armor appears in its runic form. I did not have to wave my hand to summon my armor, but I did. It feels good. Armor appeared in front of me, and as I saw, I shook my head in a sigh. With current strength, this armor is useless. Before I had not thought that I would have to throw away my old design, but the current strength I have, and with the strength I need, I will have to create something from scratch. This is quite exciting despite having barely any idea about the new armor, as my ideas wholly depended on modifying my old armor still. It is a good thing. It is time to start from scratch. It will be fun. With that thought, I moved the armor in the corner, and the glass case appeared and covered it wholly. I will keep this armor in my inheritance space as a remembrance. It is an armor that has given me victory in the important milestone of my life. It deserves the place. With that done, I was about to something when I suddenly sensed something happening in my body, and I paled. Fuck. I totally forgot about that. I cursed and exited the inheritance space without wasting any time. Fucking curse. I had forgotten about it in the giddiness of my toys. The professor had said to me that I should contact her as soon as the inheritance imprinting is enough. I could see the curse strings inside me multiplying crazily while sucking more power from the tar sea, and the Duke level curse, which had become dormant in the past few days, started to awaken from its slumber. With my current strength, I don't think the Duke level curse has the power to kill me despite being one level higher, but I still prefer it not to attack me. I opened my holowatch and tapped on the message that I had already typed. Now I just have to wait for the professor, who will be coming any second. Click. Barely a second had passed since I messaged the professor when I heard the door of the hall opening and found the professor appearing in front of me wearing her signature black suit before touching my shoulder. I could feel her gentle energy spreading inside me, stopping the strings from multiplying, but I don't think the energy will hold the curse for long at max. It will be able to hold the curse for a minute. Let's go, she said, and next moment, I found myself outside the inheritance hall before disappearing with the professor. When I appeared again, I found myself in the hall under the three people's eyes. Aside from the professor, there are three people, Elena, while the other two are adults who look to be in their early 40s. One is a man and the other is women. The woman is beautiful and has similar features as Elena and the professor. She is likely headmistress Marina, Elena's mother. As for man, he is likely Elena's father. She shared many features with her. His curse acted, professor said, hearing that women nodded gently and moved, looked at me concentratedly. Lie down on the bed. Headmistress said, her voice is gentle but commanding. I was stumped, hearing that as I did not see the bed, only noticing Elena's eyes did I notice the bed is right behind me. Seeing I already made a fool of myself, I quickly lie down. As I did, whole gentle energy enveloped me like an egg before it started to seep inside me. Close your eyes and relax. It is going to take a few hours. I heard from the opposite side shell that the headmistress asked and let her energy enter me without resistance. I did not want anyone's energy inside me. It will easily reveal many of my secrets and raise many questions, but I did not have a choice. It is the tyrant level curse, which I am completely hopeless against. Marina released her energies and made them seeped inside the boy's body, and when her energy finally came in contact with curse strings, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Josephine had told her about the curse being sentient, but still seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but feel surprised. She had dealt with curses all her life, and thousands of curse-inflicted persons have come to her, but in all of them, she had never seen sentient curses in them. It is a very, very rare phenomenon. The last record of the sentient curse was 3 centuries ago. As she started to envelop her energies to the strings, her expression suddenly became grave as she noticed the power of the curse. Her sister had too much underestimated the power of the curse. It is way too powerful. It could be said to be the most powerful curse she had ever encountered. Why can't it acted before? She questioned, seeing the power of the curse. It would not have waited till now to act. She had just asked this question when her energy reached the source of the curse, and she saw the formation covering the curse. Seeing the formation, her eyes couldn't help but open far wide. Anna Mitchielson really could not be underestimated. Despite losing her powers, she was able to get the help of that person to seal her son's curse this thoroughly, she thought. She knows this sealing runes too well. This person had one of the best sealing powers in the whole world. They could be said to be good friends, seeing both of them specialize in dealing with curses. They met at least once a year to discuss their progress in their own research. Gasp. She kept releasing more and more energy into Mitchiel, spreading into every corner of him when she finally noticed something that made her extremely shocked, and gasp came out of her despite her immense self-control when she noticed 2 attributes. Apex Constitution, she whispered and turned to her sister, who she is really angry with right now. Josephine, why didn't you tell me he had the Apex Constitution, especially of the healing and curse aspect? You very well aware of what those two attributes mean, right? She asked her sister with gritted teeth. This boy had Apex Constitution and the one with healing and curse elements. He would be the perfect student for her, take her mantle. If she had known about his constitution before, she would have tried it all for him to accept her inheritance. Those old guys would not have tested him vigorously, as they did here. When she chose the inheritance, she has those two aspects of his inheritance, would have made them forget their old rules and old ways. Hell, even those old bastards of various supremes would come running if they came to know about it. The aspects of his constitution are too great that they will try to have him with everything they got. Why did you tell me about him before? She asked again to her sister. Everybody should have a choice. With you hovering around him like a ghost, he would have a difficult time choosing the inheritance that's suitable for him. Her sister replied, completely stunning her with her words. Interesting apex inheritance with healing and curse element. I am sure even Matron would come running when she heard it. A voice said that disturbed the stalemate between the two sisters, and both of them looked at the man glaringly. Robert, don't even think about informing Hawthorne C about it. Both sisters said in unison, brought down their aura at him. You know I can't do that. Apex Constitution with healing and curse too important. I have to inform the higher-ups. Her husband replied with a smile. If the world needs anything more than capable fighters, it would be healers. The cursemasters are a terror on the battlefield. It is very difficult to deal with them. Even she had to give a quarter of her day to heal the people who had come from the battlefield. They do not know enough healers to deal with the curses brought by the grim monster. That way, whenever someone shows the potential of the apex healing potential, they will fight tooth and nail against each other. One has to choose between apex fighting potential and apex healing potential. They will unhesitantly choose the one with apex healing potential. Only when someone with abyssal star inheritance came did the choice move toward the fighter. Honey, please, I said in my softest, most loving voice, I don't want those hounds of Hawthorne C to come to the academy before she has a chance to talk properly to the boy and convince him to change his inheritance. To others, it might take at least a year to recover their lost foundation, but with his apex constitution and the resources the academy is willing to spend, he will be able to regain his lost foundation within a month. Still, she flashed him her most loving smile before she turned to the boy. The sentient curse inside him is very dangerous. She will have to work very hard if she wants to seal the curse. As for healing the curse, she did not even think about it. From what she had seen till now, she did not have the power to purify the curse. She will have to reach the 11th level of her inheritance if she wants to do that, and that level is too far for her. She had barely reached the 9th level a few days ago, and that is after 15 years of hard work. An hour passed by, and she was finally able to take energy to every inch of the boy's boy. Now that is done, it is time to seal the curse. It is a good thing there is already a sealing formation left by her friend. She is very familiar with it, and she's going to further reinforce the seal she is casting. Seal, she shouted in her mind, and her inheritance energy, which was in Mitchiel's body, started to transform itself into tiny runic formations that are invisible to common person eyes. This is a powerful sealing move. It is the first time she is using it since it came from the 9th level of inheritance. She had just finished learning it yesterday, and Mitchiel is the first experiment. The formation formed all over Mitchiel's body before they started the move toward the curse strings that spread every inch of Michael's body. She wants to seal in each and every curse string, so the curse will at least be sealed for a decade. As the sealing formation started to latch the strings, the powerful curse reacted. The tar sea bubbled, wanting to burst out the sealing her friend had cast on it, but the seal held. It did not let the curse break it despite being under immense strength. Seeing that, soft smile couldn't help but appear on her face, but next moment, the smile on her face froze when suddenly the tar lake started to glow and started to release a humongous level of curse energy into the strings. Her face couldn't help but turn pale seeing that before a calmness dawned on her face again, and she started to release more energy into the Mitchiel's body like a raging river. The curse was really hiding its true power. If not for her attempt in sealing it, it could have continued to accumulate even more power before bursting out of seal in one go, and seeing how much power is showing, it would have needed less than 2 years to do that. Now I truly understood the meaning of "don't underestimate sentient curse" that Saint had written in her notes. Nearly all the people who had a sentient curse consumed by it, only a select few were able to survive from it. She's very happy that she's getting a chance against the sentient curse. Sealing it will show me a way to break through into the 10th stage of my inheritance. The last 3 stages are notorious for their difficulties. Very few people are able to reach them. I continue to pour more and more energy into Mitchiel, creating more and more formations to seal it. It was resisting but not much longer. I have confidence within an hour I will get the upper hand over it. Till then, Misel will have to continue bearing the pain. I am shocked by his willpower. His boy has become the battlefield of two powers. Though my energies are stopping any damage that came to him, the pain he is feeling must be immense, but he is still bearing it without any scream. The only sound that could be heard from him are whimpers. The clash continued for 40 minutes before I finally got the upper hand, and just as I got it, I activated a powerful sealing attack, leveraging the sealing formation my friend had already cast. FUCK, that was intense. I curse it as I become conscious what happened earlier was way too intense. If not for the headmistress energy protecting me from any harm, I would have shredded into pieces by two tyrant-level energies. Still, it is good something like this happened. I have got a better idea about the curse inside and curses in general. The tyrant-level curse is the most powerful curse of our world, and seeing it in its full glory gave me quite an insight into curses and made me realize how dangerous the curse hiding inside me is. Another thing is the Duke-level curse is still inside me and unsealed with the power I had seen from Headmistress. She would have easily been able to vaporize the curse, but she did not. She left it untouched. After checking everything inside me, I opened my eyes and found a room completely empty. There is no one in the room, which was filled with 4 people before. Seeing that I got up only to notice the state of clothes, the headmistress may have saved me, but she did not save my clothes. They are in a complete shamble. Seeing no one is in the room, I decided to change. I don't want to come across like a beggar when I go hours. I took off my old clothes and sent my consciousness into my new storage to take out new clothes when I noticed the state of my storage. One of my storage, sprawling with things like supermall, is now nearly empty. My storage is nearly empty. My crystals and rare and precious metals, the thousands of grim monsters' weapons, all were gone. I've become so poor that I became incapable of supporting myself. The inheritance I've selected myself will need enormous resources, as this time I am creating the inheritance or not simple runic armor. Whatever I create will affect my body and soul. Nearly everything I could sell is gone, and most things that have left hold a little value. It's a good thing that my new airship has remained. It had not taken it to upgrade my sword. It is good nothing happened to it otherwise. I will not answer the professor. I was just sighing in the sadness of my current wealth when I noticed a pile of glittering gold or turd, seeing where it came from. Earlier I had thought about where the impurities went as they were on the platform, but it looked like that being was considerate enough to store them back into storage. Seeing them gold like impurities, my eyes couldn't help but shine. I still remember how valuable the impurities had got from the blob were. They were perfect mold to create the totem artifact. These golden nuggets might turn something like that, and these may be even better. Seeing how these nuggets are refined under the powerful flames of that being, their value must be a lot higher. I will have them inspect them as soon as I get out. I am really in need of money right now. Feeling remaining NAKED for a long time is not a good thing. I take out my clothes, which were spared, and wear them before walking toward one of the 2 doors in the room. Click. The door opened with a click, and I found myself looking at a grand office. The office was big and littered with things that scream ancient, but the office is not ostentatious. It had a very calm and authoritative feeling, just like a woman sitting behind the opulent desk. Did your mother tell you anything about the curse? She asked. Yes, she told me she was cursed by a very powerful tyrant, and a small part of that curse had seeped inside me. I replied, there is no need to hide my background. I am sure the professor would have told her. Yes, that part is true, but there is another part. The curse inside you have become very dangerous, and in a few years its power will surpass the curse that your mother has, she said. I'm very shocked to hear that. My mother had been told that only a small part of the curse had seeped inside me, and it had been sealed inside me by a powerful person. But then how can it become so powerful? The headmistress likely read the question on my face and answered, the curse inside you had become sentient. She informed me, hearing that a tremor ran through my body. I am very much aware of what this means. Anything that could become sentient becomes very powerful and grows very fast. Hearing that, I have zero doubt remained about the headmistress word, but now I am starting to get worried. I've sealed the curse, which will buy you at most 7 years, and there is a high chance that the curse will break before 7 years. One can't predict the growth of the sentient beings, headmistress said with a sigh. If I take headmistress words into consideration, then I have about 5 years, which is very less. If I want to have any chance against the curse, then I have to become tyrant and destroy the curse with leverage of my constitution. But how difficult is that? As for me, I don't think I have any hope of becoming tyrant before 30, much less in mid-20s, and the inheritance I chose makes everything even more difficult. The road further is difficult for you, but there are ways to deal with it. The gentle voice of the headmistress rang out when I was deep in my thoughts. What way? I asked if there is something that could help me with the curse. I am ready to do it. It will not only help me with my curse, but might help me with my mother's. Have heard about healing heart inheritance? She asked. Yes, it is healing type inheritance with the strictest condition. I replied I studied all the inheritances, and in all the inheritances, the one which has the most strict condition is healing heart inheritance. This healing heart inheritance is from the Academy, and its conditions are even stricter than inheritance of the two supremes. You could accept the clear heart inheritance. Your apex constitution with healing and curse aspect is the best to host for this inheritance. I couldn't help but get surprised when I heard it. I've read about the conditions and know how difficult they are, but hearing the headmistress, I could tell that they are willing to vie all the conditions, which had come as a great surprise to me. I am sorry, headmistress, I can't accept that inheritance. As you know, I had already accepted the inheritance. I said, I like my inheritance very much, and even if there's scythe of a curse at my neck, I will not destroy inheritance. The headmistress seemed to want to say something and even opened her mouth to say it, but closed it with a sigh. Kids these days, so stubborn about their choices. Headmistress said with a sigh before she looked at me, Are you willing to be my student? Headmistress asked suddenly, and that stumped me immediately. I had thought she would be angry at me or might even say something about me rejecting her advice, but I had never expected her to ask me to be her student. Are you an expert in runes? A question came out of my mouth before I could stop it. I wanted to ask this question more politely and respectfully, but it came out directly, and I was about to apologize for my rude behavior when a chime-like laugh came out of the headmistress's throat. I do not dare to call myself an expert in runology, but there is no one academy who has better knowledge about runes than me except, of course, some of the seniors who had retired, she said, hearing that smile couldn't help but bloom across my face. Then I would be very happy to accept you as my teacher headmistress, I said respectfully to that. She nodded with a satisfied smile. Good, from tomorrow your lessons will begin, but I have to warn you though, most of them will be about healing, and I will try my all to convince you to destroy your inheritance and accept healing heart inheritance. Headmistress said, and from today call me a teacher instead of a headmistress. She said, Yes, teacher, I said. I talked with the headmistress for a few more minutes, where she asked me a few questions about my breakthrough before I got up and walked out of the door. How are you feeling? I had just walked out of the office when a familiar voice asked, Fine, the curse is completely sealed inside me. I replied to Alina, Aside from Alina, the other two people are sitting in this waiting room, a man who might be Alina's father and professor. To that, she just smiled, and I was about to say something to her when I remembered something, and immediately took out the gold turd the professor had once boasted that she is very good at appraising things. If I found something good like wine, I should give it to her to appraise. Though I know she was just covertly asking for more wine, I still want to make use of those words spoken by the professor. I had found these things in ruin and researched quite hard about them. Even the knowledge of natural materials has no information about these things. Would you mind telling me what it is? I have a bunch of them in my stow. I was continuing when suddenly, a man appeared in front of me and took a gold turn in his hands, and observed before his eyes started shining like a golden thing which he was holding. Boy, did you say you have more of these things? Take all out. The Hawthorn Sea will pay any price for it, the man said as he looked at me with shining eyes as if he saw the treasure. Snort. Robert, you are really shameless. Let me see, what is this thing that brought out your shamelessness? Professor said. She appeared beside the man and snatched the gold turd from the man's hands before he could say anything. Oh, I've never thought we would get this thing, Professor muttered before she turned to me. Mitchiel, it seemed like you are very good at finding precious things, first the thousands of years aged wine, and now this, Professor said while looking at me with twinkling eyes. Professor, what is it? I asked. I had already a faint idea about it, but I still decided to ask. This Mitchiel is a very precious thing. It is what we called unblemished mold, the things that could help one construct the unparalleled totem artifacts, Professor replied. How much do you have? Give me all of them. The Academy will pay the right price for it, Professor said. Hearing that, I took out 60 of the yellow gold turd I have. They have created a small glittering pile on the ground. There must be close to 200 yellow golden nuggets in there. Seeing them, all of their eyes start blazing. Greed is blazing in their eyes as they look at the golden yellow nuggets. So much unblemished mold. I don't think anyone had found the unblemished mold in such quantity before, said the professor with amazement as she crouched down and started to look at each nugget as they are some precious gems. The first mold I've got was not this precious. I've had it checked on multiple places. This mold had used many precious materials and got refined in that being's white fire, which I think is the real reason they have become so precious. Yes, it is really in huge quantity. A century ago, Blazing Spear found 50-some pieces of it, and they still gloat about it even now, said the man as unceremoniously sat down beside the professor and looked at them with shining eyes. Click. I was just about to ask to leave the room sneakily when the door behind me opened, and the teacher walked out. What are you, Pio? She said, but stopped midway and appeared beside me and looked at the golden yellow nuggets. Is this what I think it is? The teacher asked as she took one of the golden yellow nuggets in her hands. Yes, unblemished mold, and there are 207 pieces of them, Professor said gleefully. 207. The teacher said slowly while still looking at the nugget in her hands. Honey, you have to give me some. You know I have made concessions for you earlier. You have to return the favor now. The man said suddenly, immediately falling under the sharp gazes of two women. He did not seem to cower under their gaze instead. He met their gazes head on. Or I could just inform the organization about the earlier matter, he said while casting his eyes at me for a moment. Professor wanted to say something, but before she could, the teacher spoke. How much do you want? The teacher asked with a sigh. Half. The man answered in one word. Robert, you must be high to think we will give you half of it. Professor snapped next second then. 40, said the man, and this time it was the teacher who had snapped. They continued to negotiate hard till the teacher and professor agreed to give 25 of the pile to the man. After the negotiation finished, another intense argument broke out about which nuggets he should take. Their sizes are not similar, and seeing how precious they are, the man wanted to take the maximum benefits, but the two women weren't relenting either. Seeing it was not going to be over soon, I quietly moved toward the exit and found I was not the only one. Alina also followed me. Soon we walked out of the room where those three people were arguing. Sorry for the family drama, they weren't like that usually, Alina said with slight embarrassment. It's nothing, every family has their own drama, I said, though my parents rarely argue. I have seen them argue many times throughout the years. That is such a beautiful place, I said with a sad sigh. The tower was not only beautiful, but it also has that vine, which created a very calm environment. There are many beautiful places for lords to stay too, she said and tapped a few buttons on the holowatch, and the next moment, projections of multiple buildings appeared. I had seen some of them before while others were unknown, but one thing is clear about them. Each building is beautiful as a glass tower, some are even more beautiful and could be said the architecture marvels. But my gaze fell on the simple house in the middle. The house looked simple and made of wood, and the most amazing thing about it was that it was on the lake like a houseboat. Wait, can I get a lake house? I asked excitedly. I wanted to live in a lake house ever since I saw them, but I did not think Lord could have them. But since it is she had shown it, it means I could live in them. Normal lords can't live in them. Only those who performed a distinguishable merit for academy or did something great or in the top 10 lords chart could live in them, Alina said. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel sad as I've done nothing that Alina had mentioned. But you will have no problem in getting a lake house. You are an official student of headmistress. That alone gives you the right to live in them, not to forget the extremely precious pile of things you have dropped there, which have to earn you a right to live there, Alina said, hearing that I couldn't help but turn ecstatic. It means I can apply for it, I asked excitedly. Yes, she said. Hearing that answer, immediately opened the accommodation portal of the academy and tapped a few buttons. Soon, projections of 6 lake houses appeared in front of me. Only 6 of them are available for the lord. I looked at each of them and discussed them with Alina. It took me an hour, but I finally selected the lake house and applied for it. As soon as my application got approval, I will shift into my new home, a beautiful lake house. It is beautiful, I said as I looked at the brown wooden house that is floating on the lake. The lake is medium size, and there are 4 of such houses, the Lord Powerhouse's house, all of them. The lake is artificial, but it had been more than 1,000 years that it became natural. The lake is deep, and the water on it is crystal clear without any impurity, and on the clear water, pearly white lotuses are floating. These lotuses are the same as the peace breath vines. They release a calming scent, and their effects are even better than vines. I looked at the whole lake, and one found a young man not much older than me sleeping on the boat as it drifts in the lake. There is also a girl who looked to be the same age as me is fishing from her porch. She seemed very focused on fishing, not even moving a little, as she held the fishing rod she had constructed with her mana. Earlier, I had read that there are very rare emerald fin fishes in the lake, which are incredibly delicious and helpful to practice, but notoriously hard to catch even with the power of the Lord. One has to try very hard to see them. I gently floated toward the lake house, not wanting to disturb any of my neighbors. I had not learned to fly on my own yet and use the artifact. After I applied for the lake house, it got accepted. Within an hour. I left the beautiful apartment in Glass Tower for the beautiful lake house right after receiving the confirmation. Tap, I gently land on the porch, not wanting to disturb my neighbor whose house is floating just a little more than 100 meters away. She's still wholly concentrated on the fishing. As I landed on the porch, I took on the beautiful view of the lake before going inside. The interior is very comfy and lit with glass panels in the wooden walls. It all looks very beautiful. This house is standard 2 bedrooms, hall, kitchen, and practice room. There is an arena underground. To reach, I have to take the elevator, which I will check later. The first thing I have to do now is a shower. There is a thick layer of dead skin surrounding me. It results from a breakthrough into the Lord. It is giving me an itching feeling all over my body. I tapped a few buttons on my holowatch before entering the bathroom, which is big and equipped with all state-of-the-art facilities. I've spent half an hour there before I came out feeling completely refreshed. I wore comfortable clothes and walked to the porch where the big box was already present. I lifted it and carried it to the kitchen. There I opened it and took out the ingredients before I started cooking. These ingredients are quite expensive, and if not for the special privileges I have due to being headmistress student, I would never have been able to afford it seeing my current financial condition. The academy hadn't paid me for the golden turds yet, and Alina said it might take a while to evaluate the value of those things. They are far more valuable than I had thought, and only when Alina explained to me in detail, I finally understood their real value. Those turds are not only useful for the totem artifact of knights and lords, but they are also very useful for the totem artifact of the tyrants. They could increase the power of the tyrant's totem artifact, which is a big thing. Alina said that higher-ups would perform tests on the turds to define their exact value and properties. She sounded very excited about it, and got even more when I had given her one of the turds I had in my storage. She had declined to accept it first, but with my insistence, she finally took it. Those I had given to Professor have become Academy's property, and she will have to go through a lot of official processes to get one despite being the headmistress' daughter. In the few days I've been here, I have learned many things, and one of them is that the Academy is very strict with its rules. Even the headmistress had to answer the council of her actions. Though the council rarely interfered, the headmistress still had to report all the important decisions she had made to the council. With me giving Alina the mold directly, the teacher won't have to go through all the troubles. An hour later, I finished cooking, and I have to say, the food was very delicious that Ashlyn and I ate till our stomachs felt bloated. I had thought something would be left for the evening, but nothing had left. Everything was wiped clean by us. "It is time," I said as I laid on the couch by a huge glass window, and the next moment a book appeared in front of me. The book is silver in color, and there is a silver fire emblem on it, and it gives the same feeling as my fire ability. If one looked at the book from a distance, they would see it as a real book, but if they look closely, they will see it as a thing made of energy, but unfortunately, others could not see it. The book will not materialize in front of others before I understand complete knowledge inside it. I could read the book by summoning it or just closing my eyes, opening it in mind, could read it in my inheritance space, the knowledge of it available for me anytime, anywhere. I observed the book for a while before I flipped the cover and started to read it, and just reading a single page, I was completely blown away. The information presented on a single page took me years to understand on my own, but it was written on the first page of the book, seeing how I cannot be completely shocked. 10 minutes into reading, I closed my eyes and appeared into my inheritance space. There I materialized the book I am reading and a notebook to take the notes of what I had learned. Seeing how profound the information is, I will need years or decades to read through the book, which looks small but contains a huge amount of knowledge. That being seemed to be keeping eyes on me, it seems. In the book, not only it had provided the written information, but also detailed runic records of which runes are better to hold my ability from which I could show its maximum power. This book is the right thing I need, and the inheritance space is the perfect place to study it. Not only I could save the notes which will not vanish when I exit this place, but also time runs 3 times faster here. In normal inheritance spaces, the time runs twice faster, but in only Apex inheritances, it runs 3 times faster. It is an ideal space for practice for someone like me, who is always short on time. I continued to read about my fire ability until I started on pages where the information goes so deep that I haven't understood it even after 3 years since I have this ability. As I read further, I started coming across more and more applications of the ability. With my ability imbued into my constitution, I will be able to do many things with it that normal people could not do. I read about it for a few hours when I finally closed the book and scribbled a few things on the notes again. This book is going to help me very much in creating my own inheritance. I am sure with me studying other books, I will be able to create my own constitutions. After some time of resting, I fished out another book. This one is red, and it had the sun carved on its page. I did not even turn the page, I just looked at the book and found my sun, rules comprehension increasing. The sun did not emit any comprehension or anything, but the design of it seemed to be a real representation of the sun, despite it being a plain sun diagram. The plain diagram of the sun seemed to hold millions of its mysteries. I continued to stare at it for an hour before I finally flipped the cover, though my sunfire did not advance but reached very close to advancement. I am sure in the next few days I will advance. An hour later, I flipped the page and started to read, and was quite surprised to read that everything in the book is about the application of sun rule. There is no explanation about the sun rule which helps me comprehend the rules further, just knowledge on its application. When I think about it, is not that surprising, seeing that being did not want to give me a free meal. In the books, everything it has given me, I have to work hard to understand. There is nothing easy with its rewards. After I read Sun Rule, I picked up a book on Swallowing Rule. The book's front cover had a design of black hole, that is what I think it is, and seeing it, my comprehension started to increase till it reached closer to the small breakthrough. When I read it, I found it is the same as the Sun Rule book. It only had applications of rule power. Time passed by and I read one book after another till I finished reading a few pages of all the 7 books, and all of them are completely mind-blowing. But the one that impressed me is most of book on my second ability, Mold, the being referred to as the rule-breaking power. It is an amazing power. If I can harness its true power, I will be able to do many cool things that seemed impossible to others. I wanted to continue reading it, but I know it is time if I do not go outside and cook. Ashlyn will come knocking on this inheritance space, not to forget how tired I've become after reading so much material. After freshening up, I cooked food for Ashlyn and me. An hour later took it to the porch under the night sky. The night is beautiful today, with a full moon shining brightly on the clear lake surface. Such beautiful scenery. The dinner was delicious. The things I used to make them were really good. Even with my mediocre cooking, they have become delicious. After I finished eating, I lay there on the porch with Ashlyn enjoying the beautiful view. Are you Michael, the one that the headmistress accepted as a student? I heard when I looked, I found it was the girl who I saw fishing earlier. How do you know that? I asked. It hadn't been a day since the headmistress accepted me as her personal student. Everybody in the academy knows it, she replied. Hearing that, I couldn't help sigh. I hope it did not attract too much attention. I want to study in peace and create the inheritance for Lord Stage before going to the battlefield. Hello neighbor then, I said to the girl. She's about my age and is tall with blonde hair whose shade I cannot identify correctly due to the lightning. Carolyn, she replied. How you caught any fish earlier? I asked. Only one. These emerald fin fishes are notoriously hard to catch. She said grudgingly, I heard. I said I had only read briefly about them, but the information said the same thing as the girl had complained. We talked for a few minutes before Carolyn went back inside her house, while I remained on my porch for another hour before I, too, went inside. With books checked, I have to look at my armor and refinement tower and see what excited changes that being had brought to them. As I reached the practice room, I took out my totem artifact and found it became 4 times heavier. It is not much weight for me, but to the average lord, it is immense that some of them would not even fight, using much less to defend against its attacks. Like I saw in front of that being, the blade is completely transparent that I could see the other side with the crystal clear clarity. The blade looked like it was made from the purest crystal. The new sword had become more lethal now. It now had 2 enchantments. The first one is Blazing Sharpness, which my sword already had. It had now become even more powerful than before. When I activated it by putting my fire ability, the bright red layer sufficed the blade's edges, and it became extremely sharp that just looking at me made me feel like cuts being appearing all over my body. The second enchantment is a new one. It's called Herculean Weight. It is just a fancy name of the enchantment of weight. I could now increase the weight of my sword at my will. It was an awesome enchantment, a very practical one that would help me crush my opponents quickly. I really like this enchantment. It will be extremely useful in the battle. With a heavy weapon, I could become a bulldozer, crushing any enemy that came into my way. I am glad that being carved such practical enchantment instead of some visual show-off. After checking enchantment, I started to look at the spirit of abomination that had merged into the sword, but I did not find anything. If not for the faint fluctuation of life I felt when I concentrate on the sword, I would have thought there is no soul inside my sword. The fluctuation of life is very faint. When I tried to make contact with it, I did not get any response from it. It feels like the soul is its nascent stage, and it might take quite a while before it grows and responds to me. And as for how it will grow, I have no fucking idea. The being did not explain anything about it. After checking my sword, I took it back inside me and sat down. It is time to check my new refinement tower. As I closed my eyes, a simple 9-story tower came into my mind, giving of the feeling of ancientness. The aura of primality it had is something else entirely. Feeling that aura, I just wanted to worship it. As my consciousness touched the white tower, I understood its working and also got a big urge to kill that curse the bastard who had given me this tower. The tower is very amazing, but I could not use it till I create a template of my inheritance and its inheritance energy. The tower could do many things, including refining curse energy that is hiding inside me, but before all that, I need to have my inheritance energy refined through this tower. Till then the tower is useless to me. How easy to create the template of inheritance. It is not the armor I crafting, I am creating an inheritance itself. The template will define my inheritance and its future path. It had to be flexible and moldable so that I could perform millions of changes in it. Creating something like that is no easy task. If I am extremely lucky and have all the knowledge I need, then I might be able to create it in the months, or it might even take years. It's a good thing I have 7 books, but I will need much more. It would be great if I am able to get notes of the super powerhouse who had created the inheritance before. I am sure the Academy have them. The question is whether they will give it to me. The inheritances are very sacred and their notes hide their weakness, so if the notes present they could not be given to anyone, it would like giving the key to that inheritance's weakness. Still, I will try. With me being a headmistress student and the treasure I had given to the academy, I will at least be able to get a glimpse of those notes. Still, if that's not enough, I will even sell those bottles of wines. For me, nothing is more important than creating an inheritance. Crunch, crunch. I opened my eyes and threw the piece of the Lord's stage monster core into my mouth. Even after reaching the Lord, Nero could not get out of me, so I have to eat core every few hours to feed Nero. He might need to go through a couple of more mutations before Nero could mutate enough to come out, but normal food would not help Nero. Only something like miracle fruit could help Nero further mutate, but miracle fruits are extremely rare. Even the most common, level-up miracle fruits could not be seen in the market. Still, I have a couple of ideas on how I could get the common one. I am sure many powerful people will give me a couple of common miracle fruits in exchange for the turd. But before I delve into that, I have to know the real value of turd and do the exchange through some powerful people, who know if someone comes to know I have such precious mold they might kill me and take all mold I have on me. I don't want that to happen. I am now the Lord stage, a very common stage that nearly any central continent people could reach. I will have to reach Emperor stage before getting little confidence in my safety in a dangerous place like the central continent. Unlike the Knight stage, the Lord stage and other advanced stages are divided into 4 parts: initial, middle, high, and peak. It might seem simple because of that, but it is extremely difficult as one needs comprehension to level up even the small stage without it. One would be stuck at the same level forever. I have checked everything that I've got after I leveled up to Lord except for one thing, and this thing is equally important as inheritance. And if I wanted my inheritance to be strong enough to crush even apex inheritances, then I would need it very much. Worldly energy. From the Lord stage, it becomes extremely important. It makes one move stronger and helps one last longer in battle if one wants to fight without worldly energy. First, I have to control it enough that I could fly using it. Nearly all the Lord could do this by the time they reach the peak level of Lord, and some talented ones manipulate it too enough that they could fly using it just as initial stage. I closed my eyes and took a deep break before recalling the feeling of worldly energy which I had sensed when it was coming inside me. The world energy is present everywhere I need to have enough comprehension to summon it and control it. At first, I did not feel anything, but after a minute of trying, I started to feel something. It was a very faint feeling still. It was enough for me to know that I am walking in the right direction. So I started to concentrate on that feeling and accumulate more and more worldly energy until I felt I had accumulated enough. Seeing that, I started to urge the energy to lift me, but I soon found the energy I had accumulated was not to lift me up. So I started to accumulate even more energy. A minute later when I was finished, I again urged the energy to lift me up, and this time I was successful. Though it had barely lifted me an inch, it lifted me, that's all that matters. With success in my hand, I started to try again, and each time I would go higher. Half an hour later, I was able to lift myself a meter high before losing control over the worldly energy and falling on the floor. I could have stopped the fall by activating the void boots that I am wearing, but I did not. I did not plan to use the void boots when I am learning to control the worldly energy. In the next 3 hours, I fell on the floor multiple times, but the progress I have made is also immense. By the time I ended my practice, I was able to stay in the air for full minutes before falling. If I continue to progress at such speed, then in 1 week, I will gain enough control over it that I will be able to fly without falling. After practice, I went to my room and slept. When I woke up the next day, it was early morning. I followed the usual schedule, and after I finished filling my stomach, I laid on the couch like yesterday and entered my inheritance space and started to study the 7 books. I read them until I felt the intense vibration of my alarm. Seeing that I got out of the inheritance space and started to make preparations to go out, it's time for my first class with my teacher. After the class, I will do some research about the Academy's courses. I plan on taking a few classes. Most of them would be about runology, but some of them would be about different subjects too. I have to take full advantage of all the resources present in the Academy. 10 minutes later, I walked out of my cottage and was quite surprised to see Carolyn was fishing like yesterday. She's completely focused and still with her fish rod, which is crafted from her own mana. I flew gently without making any noise and increased my speed when I moved out of the lake range. Soon, I reached the central area and continued flying. Lords cannot fly in the central area, but I can. It is a privilege that only headmistress students have. Soon I landed in front of a small palace-like building. While the building is not the tallest, longest, or biggest building in the Academy, and its architecture is also not that impressive, but it is still the center of Academy. The building is quite average compared to other architecture marvels, but this building represents the history of the Academy. It is the first building of the Academy, and since the founder, All the headmasters have commanded the academy from this building. I walked into the building under the gazes of many powerful people, but nobody dared to stop me. They just looked at me before going their own ways. Knock, knock. I soon reached the headmistress' office and knocked. It opened the moment after. Come in. I heard from the headmistress. Hearing that, I went in and saw the headmistress sitting on her usual chair, and compared to her tired self yesterday, she seemed vibrant today. Let's start the lesson with a simple question. What is a curse? The teacher asked, and I was to answer in the simple definition that I had heard many times but stopped myself from doing that. Since yesterday my knowledge about the curse had advanced a lot, I now know more than a simple definition. I did not answer it immediately. I thought for a while to form a better answer. The curse is the special way of manipulation of energy with one's will or runes or both. I answered, this is what I had learned after reading the book on curse and healing. The teacher looked quite surprised before a bright smile appeared on her face. Wonderful, you surmised the curse quite greatly. Though you have missed some points, still what you said is the core essence of the curse. Headmistress said with a smile. Now let's start from basic, what the curse is and how it affects one. Headmistress said, an energy released from her, forming a world of diagrams and visuals that looked completely realistic to the smallest detail. Seeing such a scene, I couldn't help but marvel at the headmistress's energy control. I will need decades if I want to have such extreme energy control. It is enough for today, still I will say it again. Mitchiel, consider changing your inheritance. Teacher said, and all the visuals she has created around us vanished. The lesson lasted for 2 hours, and in these 2 hours I've learned many new things and understood some things which I had not understood when I was reading the book on the curse. Teacher is extremely knowledgeable about the curse. Teacher, I have a small request. I said, what is it? She asked, I was hoping that I could get access to notes of some complete inheritance. I said, as you know, I am creating my own inheritance, and those notes would be really helpful. I added, truth to be told, I have no damn idea about creating the inheritance. I could go on my own, but I don't think that will help me create the powerful inheritance I want. For that, I will have to look at the predecessor's notes and see how the real inheritance could be created. I was waiting for this question. I had thought it might take you at least a week to ask, but you asked about it earlier than I had imagined, she said as she looked at me. Normally, the Academy did not let anyone see notes of, but since you have accepted that inheritance, there are special provisions Academy's rules that let you see the notes of one inheritance, teacher said. Usually you would have to go through some strict tests that took more than a month, but since you're my student, you won't have to go through all that, the teacher said and took the golden badge off her chest. The next second, a holographic screen popped out of it with Academy logo hovering on it. The teacher tapped on the logo, and another screen popped up before she clicked several times again. A minute later, teacher finally closed the hologram and put the badge back to the chest. I've given you the access. You can go to the Grand Library to read the inheritance notes, teacher said. 15 minutes later, I found myself in front of the Grand Building. The Grand Library looked like a humongous palace. Not only is it big, but it is also very beautiful, with a towering tower and a huge garden where thousands of people study without disturbing each other. The Academy had 11 libraries, but the Grand Library is the biggest. It also has huge numbers of books. Some of them are dated more than 10,000 years old. It is said that aside from Supremes and Pyramid, the Academy has the most number of books in their collection. Thud, I landed in front of the garden and walked into the park, which is bigger than I had expected. There are thousands of people who could be seen studying in the garden. Some were on the open grass hole, others were in under the shadow of trees, while some in small kiosks that were all around the garden. Soon I reached the huge palace that is a library and entered inside and saw rows and rows of books in every direction and with people sitting on chairs studying the books. I looked all before climbing the stairs. Despite the library being so huge, there is no elevator. One will have to climb the stairs if they want to get to the top. No one is complaining about. With the strength everyone has, reaching the top in a minute is not a problem for anyone. A few seconds later, I reached the top and found the area completely deserted. And like Inheritance Hall, I started to feel tingling all over my body. Thought is not as intense as it is the Inheritance Hall. It is still pretty intense. The security here is powerful. Not only is this floor had the protection of the extremely powerful formation, but it is guarded by a lot of powerful people. I am sure those people must be hiding somewhere on this floor somewhere. As I entered the top floor, I took out my badge and opened the map inside it. The rooms here are unmarked. The only way one could find what they needed is through the badge. I followed the mark on the map and soon stopped in front of the door. It is like every other door I had passed by. It is the same as others down to the hole which is made for the badge. Seeing I reached my destination, I placed my badge into the hole. As I did, the badge lit up, and next, a scanning ray shot out from above and started to scan through every inch of my body. MICHELZAR, identity confirmed, zip. The words flashed before me and doors opened with a zipping sound. I walked inside the room without taking my badge out. I will get it back when I walk out. I went inside and saw a medium-sized hall filled to the brim with books. Everywhere I see books. It's a good thing there is a table in the center, otherwise I would have hard sat on the floor to read. The storages, artifact, and holowatch did not work here. I also could not use my strength. In this room, I am a normal person. I am quite surprised by such strong formation, but soon thought it is normal seeing things that are stored here. Here are the notes of the creator of inheritance, aside from the inheritance, this most valuable thing of the creator. Inheritance is heart and blood to create an amalgamation of their life's work. Keeping notes and not destroying them is already a big thing, which is why it is hard for even Tyrant to get entry into this place. I was lucky to have chosen creation heart inheritance and also a student of headmistress to gain access to this place. This hall contains the notes of Slayer Fountain Inheritance. It is the inheritance of the Academy and one of the weakest ones. This inheritance is considered weakest, the only inheritance that is weaker than its creation heart inheritance, which I imprinted. Still, it did not matter to me whether it is a weak inheritance or strong, what matters seeing process of inheritance making, so I get a better idea of how to create an inheritance. The hall is filled with books, but one could easily find what one needed with just one glance. Everything is marked perfectly, and looking around, I know from where I should start. I started on the first shelf. It is the smallest shelf, and does not have many books. The books on the shelves discuss the ideas the author had when he decided to create the inheritance. Most people might skip this shelf, as there is nothing much about the inheritance he had created, only about various ideas he got when he finally decided to create the inheritance. I found this shelf very important, as it holds one of the two things for which I came to this place, ideas and design, and I am going to start with ideas before I started to designs. It took me the whole afternoon to read all the books on small shelves, and I have to say I am very impressed, to the point of shock, when I read about the ideas of the author about creating the inheritance. The name of the author is James Esther. He was a student of the Academy before he joined the Wisdom Tower when he reached the King stage, but after 2 centuries, he returned to Academy to spend his retirement and created the inheritance for the future generation. He was also the possessor of the powerful bloodline, which had suddenly awakened when he was at Prince stage. The inheritance he created was based on the bloodline he had. His ideas were quite amazing, in reading them. I got whole new respect for the water element, which he was specialized in. I put the last binder back into the shelf and looked at the second shelf from this shelf. The real creation of inheritance has started. I looked at the shelf before taking out the first binder that is placed there. I sat back into a chair and started to read it, and in just a few pages I was shocked. In this binder, the author talked about the idea which he had selected and will construct his inheritance according to it. The more I read, the more shocked I became, and in 2 hours I finished the book and immediately second one excitedly. From the second book the designing started. I started to see the rough sketches of the shell, an extremely complex formation containing more than 50,000 runes. It is a good thing the author had made his notes on the magic paper, which could expand up to 100 times otherwise. To see the formations, I would have to use the magnifying formation with the help of my killing rule. To expand the page at maximum, I had to throw away the chair and table into the corner and expand the paper in the center so that I could see the formation a little more clearly. The runes still seemed tiny, but I can't do anything about it due to the limitations of the space. After expanding the page, I started to study carefully, reading every rune, understanding every tiny formation. Chu, the creator of the formation, was simply genius. I've never seen such a complicated formation worked so efficiently. I was completely enamored by the formation that if not for the angry chirp from Ashlyn, I would have not woken up from my reverie. Hearing her chirp, I got away from the page and took out food packets from my storage. I could feel Ashlyn's glare when I gave her ready-made food, but I quickly averted my eyes and started to eat the bland food. I should have brought some ready-made food here. These food packets are from my native continent. Compared to what we have eaten the past few days, it is simply trash. I could go down to the library kitchen, but I don't want to leave the room yet, so I quickly finished eating before I continued studying the shell again. The shell had excited me very much, and it's like a whole new door had opened in my eyes. This shell is one few he made. There are others, 2 more perfected ones. I could have started with them, but I wanted to start with the basic ones. Time passed by as I continued to study, and by the time I had finished, it had already been an early morning, and to be honest, I am not feeling a bit tired. Hell, I am excited and wanted to start on another shell, but I did not. It is not healthy, and it's not like this is my only chance to study here. I could come here anytime I wanted, and I plan to come here daily. There is another reason I am not staying, and that is Ashlyn. If I did not feed her smoking good, then she might be burned down in a whole room in her anger, and I don't want something to happen. So after I placed the books on their respective places and arranged the table and chair where they should be, I walked out of the room, and a few minutes later, the library, before speeding toward the cottage. When I reached my lake cottage, I freshened up and cooked something before eating with Ashlyn. Only after that, I laid on the bed to sleep and woke 3 before my class. After showering, I ate before entering my inheritance space. I began studying the books until my watch vibrated, telling me it is time for me to attend my lessons with the head mistress. Days passed by, and after a few days of crazy studying, which did not give me more than 4 hours of sleep, I crafted the timetable for my activities and strictly started to follow it. My schedule would include my lesson with the head mistress, studying the inheritance, studying the 7 books, learning the control of the worldly energy, and taking at least 5 hours to sleep. 5 weeks passed by as such since I took my first lesson with the head mistress, and in these 6 weeks I studied like never before. Day and night, I would study something. I've never studied so much even before I bonded with Ashlyn. The 5 weeks had been very fruitful through. I've studied the inheritance so much that now it had become so advanced that I could not understand it. But still, I am extremely happy. I've got what I needed from their place, and since 3 days I stopped going there. Whatever I studied, I could recall in my inheritance space, and so do not need to go there unless my knowledge had advanced. The teacher also started teaching me about the runes. Aside from healing and curses, she even took to her hospital to give me practical experience. It should be called Curse Hospital of Powerhouses. It is a hospital where the weakest patient is the Emperor Stage Powerhouse. There are several tyrants too. All of them have been sent from the battlefield to heal the curses that had been cast on them. When I saw the effect of some curses, I couldn't help but feel horrified. Some of the curses have turned humans into abominations. 2 weeks ago, I've seen teacher turning an abomination back to human. That man cried like a baby when he was healed, and even kneeled to the teacher, who was quite a shocking sight. Seeing the man was a tyrant-level powerhouse. These scenarios are quite common across the hospital, which was handled by teachers and some retired powerhouses. The teacher also many times tried to convince me to destroy my inheritance and choose her, but like always, I've rejected the idea. Every experience I got in the past 6 months helped me very much, and now I finally have an idea about the inheritance I wanted to create. Today, I took a break to relax my mind. As from tomorrow, I will start creating my own inheritance. Now that I know what I want to create and how I want to create, it is time to create it. I don't know how much time it will take before I create the shell. It might take months or even years, but unless I create it, I will not take a step outside of the academy. Finishing the dinner, I laid on chaise long comfortably, enjoying the afternoon view, which I haven't got a chance to enjoy in the past month. I had decided to take a break today and forbid myself from doing anything of the training or studying, but that did not seem to work. 2 hours after that, I started to feel kind of bored without doing anything and began searching for the ways to pass the time when I saw Ashlyn, who is fishing. Emerald fish, I thought, and decided to go fishing. Ashlyn likes this emerald fish very much, and if not for me warning her not to hunt fishes in the lake conventional way, I am sure she would have hunted them into extinction by now. Hunting emerald fish is forbidden. They are training resources and should only be fished through the poles made of mana. Doing it any other way would not. One will have to pay a hefty fine but also eviction. Such a condition did not stop her fishing every day. She would stay still for hours to catch some fish. It is a good thing she is catching the fishes this way. If she hunted, it would take her barely minutes to catch a fish. For other lords, it is nearly impossible to catch the fish with their full power. These fishes are extremely fast, so catching them with speed is extremely difficult, but that is no problem for Ashlyn. I don't think she will have any problem catching the fish with her abilities. I got up from the chair and slowly walked toward her, without making any sound, and sat beside her. To normal people, she would see like a tiny bird that is sitting in my corner, but if they concentrated, they would see the invisible thread of worldly energy coming out of her is dipping into the water. Instead of using mana, she is using worldly energy. Such energy control in the Lord is simply unheard of. Seeing that, I also started to summon worldly energy and willed it into the shape of the fishing rod. I had progressed very much in my control of the worldly energy that I became capable of flight within 6 days of starting the training, and since then, I've not used the void boots even once. My speed of flying using worldly energy is still slow, but it is speedily catching up. I am sure within a month, I will be able to match the speed of the void boots. After a few minutes of hard work, I had finally morphed the worldly energy into the thick string. I tried to make it thin as hair like Ashlyn, but my control over the worldly energy is not strong enough, so I could only go with the thick string. After creating a fish hook and attacking feed to it, I loved the string into the water and wanted to. Fishing is a skill of a patient person. I have seen Ashlyn stay by the lake for hours without moving a simple inch to catch the fish. So like her, I stayed on my spot without moving. Hours passed and evening came, but I did not catch any fish. Compared to me, Ashlyn had caught 2. Though I did not catch any fish, I felt quite relaxed. The stress built in my body and mind had been thoroughly released. I was just finishing when I felt an intense gaze on me. When I looked up, I saw Alina coming with intense speed. I am quite surprised to see her, as she had been going through something for more than a month. The last time I had seen her day when the head mistress had healed my curse, she had informed me she would be going through something and might be out for a month. A look of surprise appeared on my face when she appeared in front of me. She had completely changed. The change in her is really big. Her hair had turned dark blue, and her eyes had become violet. Her body had turned even more lithe. She had got the perfect fighter's body, and when I got up, I found she had become taller than now. She is now barely smaller than me. She had also leveled up to the Lord. It is very clear by her aura, but one thing is confusing me very much other than the shocking changes in the flavor of her aura. It is completely different than before. It should not have happened once the inheritance accepted. One got the aura of that inheritance. It does not change unless one destroys that inheritance, but seeing how Alina changed from up to down, I don't think it is the reason or the whole reason behind her aura change. What happened to you? I asked, seeing her completely changed. Nothing, me, just luck had shined on me. She replied, evading the question that I had asked. Congratulations on becoming a lord, I said. I did not follow up on my earlier question. Her secrets were hers. I do not have the right to know about them. Seeing that, I shook my head. I followed her to the elevator. She's hiding her battle power, so I could not sense it, but I could still feel a threat from her, which is making me believe that with my current strength, I may not be her match. As we both walked into the elevator, its doors closed, and elevated started to descend down. A few seconds later, the elevator stopped, and its door opened, and we came across the big arena. It is a public arena of the lake, shared between 4 tenants but barely used by any of us. Most, if want to fight, go to the campus arena, where they could easily find powerful challenges to fight. It's been a while since I've been beaten this badly by someone of the same level, I said with a smile as I got up. I've used everything in the battle except for my sword but still lost badly. I am quite injured, though my body is healing at the visible pace and the healing rule also circulating at full speed. It will still take a minute or two to completely heal the injuries. Why did you not use your armor? If you had used your armor, you would have lasted a minute more. She asked, hearing that I couldn't help but smile mirthlessly. The refinement engine I use is a little different. I can't use it unless I have inheritance energy, so I don't have any mana to use my old armor, I said. For the same reason, I did not take out my totem artifact. As for how I am using artifacts like void boots, the lord level body had some natural refinement ability. It refines enough mana that I could use the normal artifact for a few hours. The fight was no fun. Looks like I will have to find someone to polish my fighting skills before I head to the battlefield. She said, "You are leaving?" I asked in surprise. Unlike the grim monsters in the minor continent, the grim monsters of the central continent are very dangerous, and most that came to the battlefield are Duke stage grim monsters, 1 stage above. Most lord waits till they reach peak stage, or some wait till they become lord before heading to the battlefield. However, not all lords do that. Some powerful like Alina head to the battlefield as soon as they become lord. I was also planning on doing the same before I chose the inheritance, but now, with this inheritance, if I go now, I will be serving myself to grim monsters on a silver platter. So, unless I had created the inheritance, I will not be stepping out of the academy. Even if I want to, the teacher will not let me do that. Seeing her obsession with the 2 elements of my constitution, she will not let me leave the academy till I am assured that I could protect myself. Yes, I am leaving in a week, she said as she walked toward the elevator. I followed her behind. Stay for dinner? I asked when we reached the hall. No, not today. Father is leaving tomorrow, so we are having a family dinner today, she said. She had stayed for 15 minutes before she flew away before promising to come for dinner tomorrow. Bloodline, I muttered as I watched her leaving the silhouette. Alina had got a powerful bloodline somehow. While fighting her, I was able to identify the aura. It is quite surprising she got the bloodline. The bloodline miracle fruits are extremely rare. She is very lucky to get one. She's my second friend who has got the bloodline artificial way and third who had the bloodline. Rhea also got the bloodline through the miracle fruit, though she did not tell me. I was able to know it when she released her bloodline in the arena. As Ellen's bloodline, it was a natural bloodline which she had started awakening when she was knight. After she left, I showered and started to make dinner. Ashlyn had caught the 2 emerald fishes today, so we will have emerald fished as a side dish. Despite eating the emerald fish every day, we have not got bored by it. The fish had a distinct taste that one could never get bored eating. It took me 2 hours to cook dinner and to eat it. After that, I am free again. Seeing that, I decided to call my parents. I don't know what Mistan wants them to get them central, but they seemed fine when I talked to them twice a week. I wish my parents could live closer to me in Riverfield City, but my mother said they would have to stay for a few years, which I don't like, but what choice I have. Still, I had talked to the teacher about it, and she had told me that Miss San would not do anything to my parents. They are just keeping them close to warning others that a shameful incident like 25 years does not happen again. Soon, my parents picked up the call, and I talked with them for half an hour before hanging up. They seemed fine except for my sister, who is still missing home, but she will be fine as she gets used to the central continent. After I finished with the call, I had to spend another hour at the porch watching the moonlit lake before going inside my room and sleeping. I am sleeping early today to prepare for tomorrow from tomorrow. I will not rest like this till I create the template for my inheritance. It might take months, even a year, but I will continue without rest until I create the template finally. Still, I had talked to the teacher about it, and she had told me that Mistan would not do anything to my parents. They are just keeping them close to warning others that a shameful incident like 25 years does not happen again. Soon, my parents picked up the call, and I talked with them for half an hour before hanging up. They seemed fine except for my sister, who is still missing home, but she will be fine as she gets used to the central continent. After I finished with the call, I had to spend another hour at the porch watching the moonlit lake before going inside my room and sleeping. I am sleeping early today to prepare for tomorrow from tomorrow. I will not rest like this till I create the template for my inheritance. It might take months, even a year, but I will continue without rest until I create the template finally. 5 months have passed since I started working on the template of my inheritance, and more than 6 months since I entered the academy. Such a long time passed, but I did not feel anything for me. It's like a few weeks. For the past 5 months, I have been completely focused on creating a template for my inheritance, not taking a break of the single hour, and finally I had succeeded. I was able to create the inheritance template. These 5 months had been really something. I had failed so many times that I had thought I might not really be able to create, and even started thinking about destroying the inheritance and taking another, but I forged on and got successful. Today is the fateful day when I fuse with that template, and if successful, then I will take my very first step in the inheritance creation. I hope it will be successful, otherwise, all my hard work will go to drain. For the past 3 weeks, the teacher and I are checking every nook and cranny of the template, and aside from some small mistakes, the teacher said it might. She's not too sure either. Creation of inheritance is no small matter. She did know whether my body will fuse with it or not. Still, there is nothing I could do. I did the best I could. Now the only thing remaining is a fusion. Sigh. I took a deep sigh and walked out to the porch before covering myself in dense worldly energy and shooting toward the center of academy. In the past 6 months, I have been regularly working on my control of worldly energy, and now it has become quite great that now just with the throat, I could summon a gust of it. The current speed I am flying is 3 times that of what void boots could give me, and with this natural flying, I could do many things I had not been able to do before with void boots. Thud, a few minutes later, I landed in front of the teacher's office and walked inside now. Unlike 6 months, the coming and going powerhouses do not intimidate me as they used to. Knock, knock. Soon I reached the teacher's cabin and knocked. It opened a second later, and a voice from inside called, asking me to come in. Are you ready? Teacher asked from behind the desk. Ready as I could be. I said with a soft smile, let's go then. She said, and next moment, the teacher white energy enveloped me, and a second later I found myself in the small hall. This hall is a copy of the inheritance hall, a small size one. It is completely white and also has a platform just like it. Taking a deep breath, I closed and went into inheritance place. The inheritance space is completely changed right now compared to 5 months ago. There are multiple runic humanoids scattered around, but of all of them, there is one that is most eye-catching. It is in the center, right in front of the chair. It is 5-meter tall humanoid which is completely made of runes. From inside to out it was filled with runes, and seeing it, pride couldn't help but well up in my heart. This humanoid results from my many sleepless nights. Made of 30,002 and 12 runes, there are hundreds of small formations filling the humanoid from the inside out. It is a template that I am going to merge with me. I kept it as flexible as possible so I could make changes still. Once merged, the changes I will be able to make will be only to a certain degree. I will not be able to perform a complete overhaul on it. I admired it for a minute before my gaze turned serious, and I touched it with both of my hands and initiated merging. Buzz. A buzz rang out as I've been thrown out of inheritance space when I came back. I found runes are spreading into every inch of my body. They are not only outside, but also inside. Most of the runes are inside. There is less than one of it showing outside. These runes are spreading into every part of me, my eyes, my ears, my hands, my legs, everyone. Fuck. Soon they spread all over my body, and before all of the runes lit up at once and created the suction, which is way stronger than I had expected, seeing that I couldn't help but curse. The runes started to suck the energy, and they started with my body in just a few seconds. All the energy in my body had been sucked, and they began on vitality. If not for the platform started releasing huge fog of energies, the runes would not have stopped sucking my vitality and would have been sucked dry in a minute. The runes are crazily sucking the energy, and as time passed, I saw a cloud of worldly energy appearing above me, and runes also started to suck energy from it. I had expected it to have such energy, but not in such a flurry. Seeing the speed it is sucking the energy, I know I had estimated wrong. If I am not wrong, then runes will become such 3 to 4 times more energy before they start to merge with me, and that is worrying me. My body may be strong with apex inheritance, but with these bomb-like runes started merging with me at the same time, I don't know if it will be able to bear it. I was already worried about my earlier estimation, and now with such intense energy, I've become even more worried. I hope if things go wrong, the teacher will save me in time. Only she has the capability to save me. The runes kept sucking energy in frenzy for about 35 minutes before it finally slowed down. Seeing that, I finally heaved a sigh of relief. My estimation was wrong again. The runes have sucked 5 times more energy than my initial estimation, which had already scared the shit out of me. It feels good that the teacher is not far away from me. She is at the boundary of the platform looking at me with an intense gaze. She using a powerful eye skill that inheritance granted her to see everything that is happening to me, while also furiously taking notes with her energy-controlled pen. I could see the excitement and worry in her shining silver eyes since I've become her student. She had been trying to convince me to change my inheritance in nearly every lesson, but since 3 weeks ago, she entirely stopped when I showed her the template for the first time. In the past 3 weeks, she has helped me very much perfecting my template, identifying the small mistakes that I was not able to see, and even helping me change some parts of the template before it became what it really is. It isn't going to be pretty. I thought as finally the runes stopped taking the energy, what will happen next will not be painless. I had just thought that when I found my body heating up. When I looked inside me, I saw runes lighting up like the resplendent sun, and 3 seconds later, they started merging inside me, and I felt pain like never before. Even the pain of curse I felt in the airship felt pale in front of it. I couldn't help but scream loudly as I saw all the runes merging into my body at the same time. It felt like my body and soul was getting skewered in the lava. The pain is extreme, but I am still able to sense the changes it is bridging to my body. I could feel those runes are bonding with my constitution, and once I successfully merged with these runes, I will be able to harness the power of the apex constitution that I was never able to do before. I can't imagine how powerful I've become just with that, not to forget the power of the inheritance I will have. But before that happens, I have to survive. These runes are getting deeper and deeper into my body and soul, which is increasing my pain. I am feeling pain reaching above my limit, and I am slowly losing consciousness due to it. I can't let that happen. Once I lose consciousness, everything would be for naught. So I held on, despite feeling immense pain and compulsion to let it all go and rest. I held on as runes dug deeper and deeper inside me. They continued going deeper before they finally reached the place where the curse is, its tar-like body covering me. It did not seem to faze the runes as they continued to go deeper and deeper into me. The runes may not have reacted to the curse, but the curse had reacted seeing the curse and started to go frenzy, but it could not do anything. It is under the confines of the 2 powerful seals at least for a few years. It will stay powerful until it becomes powerful enough to break through the confines of the 2 seals that are confining it. Time passed by and I continued fighting unconsciousness as the pain kept increasing. Finally, after 7 long hours, the runes stopped as they reached my core, and the pain I am feeling vanished suddenly, but not over yet. Buzz. The runes buzzed as they stabilized and released millions of strings through them. Each rune released thousands of strings, and thousands of runes released thousands of strings, making them millions, and these strings spread through every cell of my body till they completely covered it. As my whole body covered in strings, the strings shone and started melting as they melted into me. I felt a torrent of energy rush into every part of me that I completely lost control over, and my senses did not know what was happening. It is like I had entered some kind of state, and that state lasted for quite a while before finally, I regained my senses and saw the teacher looking at me in wonder. "Congratulations, Michael. You are first in 500 years to successfully create the template for Lord Inheritance," she said. I was about to say something to the teacher. I found her energy developing me, and a second later I found myself in a small arena. "Come show the teacher your armor. I wanted to see what you have made with 6 months of hard work," the teacher said to that. I nodded with a smile and summoned my inheritance. As I did, I felt floodgate had opened inside me from the runes that had merged in me, and a silver armor, metallic-looking armor, appeared in my body. It had hugged my body perfectly with well-defined metallic lines. The armor is pure silver. There is only one colored part of it, the emblem of wings on the chest. The wings are very colorful, made of a combination of 7 colors that defined my constitution. The wings looked very beautiful, and I had spent quite much time designing them. The colors I took from the Constitution, but the design I took from Ashlyn. These wings are an exact copy of Ashlyn wings, and with 7 colors they look extremely enchanting. The whole armor looked stunning, levels above the silver armor I used to create using runes. Not only it looks far more stunning, but it also is extremely powerful. My old runic armor is nothing but a paper figurine in front of it. The armor looked good. It's a good thing you have kept it silver and not made a rainbow out of it as you did in that little competition. Teacher said, hearing that my cheeks couldn't help but turn red. I've really become a rainbow man with my armor in the final match of the competition. This is why I decided to make my armor plain silver and made it beautiful using metallic cuts instead of colors. Take an hour to refine energy. I will test the power of your armor within an hour. The teacher said and disappeared. Now that I had created the template, I got the inheritance energy. I now have to refine it to make it even more powerful. I have to refine as much as inheritance energy as possible. Teacher is even more merciless than the professor. The few times she had trained me, she would break my bones every few minutes before healing me and fighting again. I would go through that vicious cycle tens of times. Within an hour, it was pure torture. That time I understood why Alina shudders whenever she talked about training with her mother. I truly pity her. What I had experienced in a few months, she had been experiencing since she was a child. I sat on the ground and closed my eyes, and soon I found myself looking at the tower, and just like I had expected, there is a pool of energy that is amassing at the base of the tower. This energy looked like a mixture of silver, green, purple energies. It is my inheritance energy. I had created it through the combination of 6 energies of my constitution. Usually, it is very difficult to merge the energies, but with rule-breaking power, it became very simple. Still, I had to work very hard to create it. The 6 energies are not equal amounts. I had tried out thousands of combinations before I chose this combination as my inheritance energy. So, without wasting any time, I took the energy into the tower and started refining the energy. It is extremely hard. It's like pushing against the mountain. Still, I continued pushing. I had experienced many things that made my willpower quite strong, so even if using the refinement tower is difficult, I continued through my efforts. The runes of the first floor started to light up one by one till they all lit up and refined inheritance energy came out, while giving off an immensely threatening aura. Seeing the energy, smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The energy is powerful, but that is not what made me smile. The reason I smiled because of tower. That being created the tower with me in mind, or might I say my constitution in mind, as this refined energy came out of the tower is changeable. I could easily change it into one of 7 energies it is made of. For example, if I need healing energy for a specific move or purpose, then I could convert the whole energy into healing energy. I could even turn the energy to flavor energy while eliminating the other but current on the first floor, incapable of doing that. I will have to take my energy to the second floor if I want dual conversion. I already had knowledge about that, and I had designed some of my moves according to it. I continued refining the energy till my holowatch buzzed, only then I opened my eyes. I was only able to fill 20 of my energy storage, which may seem low, but when one sees how big the energy storage of the first floor of the tower, one will understand how much 20 is. My refinement speed is quite slow, but it will pick up speed after I get used to refining. I was just fiddling with energy when I noticed a presence. When I looked up, I saw the teacher had arrived, and with her is a Professor Josephine. For the past 6 months, the professor had been out. From what the teacher had told me, after spending 1 month on the battlefield, she had gone to a couple of dangerous ruins where only tyrants could go. She coming here means she had returned from her trip to the ruin, and looking at her, she seemed fine means her aura is unstable like a roller coaster as before. Teacher, professor, I said, seeing them appear in front of me. Well, Mitchiel, you have surprised me. I thought it might take you a year, but you finished in half a year. Professor said to that. I just smiled. Shall we start, Mitchiel? The teacher said suddenly. Hearing my expression became serious. I nodded as I took a jump back. Creating the distance, I summoned my totem artifact. Seeing it, both of them looked quite surprised by its design. The transparent blade is such an odd design, but they did not comment on it. As usual, I will only use Lord Stage Strength. The teacher said, and soon her energy transformed into a rapier, which came me with the intense speed. Like always, the teacher did not hold back. But this time I am not as weak as before. The runes that are deep inside me lit up, and I sped toward the teacher with speed like never before. Good, my student, with such strength, there is barely any lord who could contend against you. Even Ellie has to give her all if she doesn't last more than an hour against you, the teacher said as she ended the fight after beating me to a pulp again. All I could do is smile at her praise as I covered my inheritance energy into healing energy and circulated through my body. Sounds started to come out of my body as I began to heal rapidly, surprising both teacher and professor again. Now let's start the real business, teacher said after I got up from healing my injuries. Teacher's energy covered me, and I found myself disappearing from the hall. The fight was just a trailer. If I performed badly, the teacher would not have said much of anything or been disappointed, but I have to perform better at the place where the teacher is taking me. If I perform even slightly less than her expectations for me, then she will eat me alive. We soon appeared in front of the Grand Hospital. It is as big as the Grand Library and has a nearly identical design. It is the biggest hospital of Academy and heals Knight to Kings. Only those above King stage were sent to a small hospital run by headmistress and some retired powerhouses. We silently walked into the hospital. People looked, but nobody stopped us. As we entered the hospital, I saw people suffering. There are very few people who looked normal. Most of the injuries healed by the potions, even near-death wounds, are easily healed. Only some special kind injuries like energy contamination, poison, or curse needed one to go to the hospital. In the hospital, more than half of the patients are inflicted with curse, and the other 25 are inflicted with poison, while the rest have the strange ailments that could not be cured through the potions. Headmistress. The man in the white coat who looked to be in his mid-40s said as we reached the door of one ward, "He is very powerful if I am not wrong, then he is the Emperor's stage powerhouse." "Is everything prepared?" she asked. "Yes, everything is arranged as you had ordered," he said while taking a glance at me. The teacher nodded and entered the ward with the man, me, and Professor followed behind. When I had entered the ward, I rows and rows and rows of bed. There must be around 50 beds. All of them are occupied by people, and except for their blurry figures, nothing could be seen as all of them are encased in a protective layer. Aside from them, there are also many 7 healers. Weakest to them is Duke stage while strongest at King stage. Professor Nathan opened the protective layers of all the Lord patients. Teacher ordered a middle-aged man. "How many headmistresses?" He asked again, taking a look at me. "All of them. My student going to heal all of them." Teacher said with a smile as she tapped me on my shoulder. That tap of hers feels like the sword of Damocles. If I did not perform up to her impossible standard, then it will hell for me. Professor Josephine also seemed to understand it, which is why she looked at me with pity. The Emperor Powerhouse was startled hearing it, but he followed the order nonetheless. He happened a few buttons, and soon the protective field on the 40 patients had been removed. Only 10 remained enclosed. Some of the people immediately opened their eyes, and as the protective field of their bed opened while some remained unconscious. Just one look at them was enough for me to tell they are inflicted with a curse. I could see some even reached advanced stages of infliction and had huge changes started to appear on their bodies. One patient had his body completely turned dry like tree bark, while others had spores present in every inch of their body. Despite seeing such conditions tens of times with my multiple visits to the hospital with the teacher, and for my own research, I still shudder whenever I look at the grave condition of people suffering under the curse. "Mitchiel, will you be kind enough to heal these poor souls?" the teacher said. As the people in the ward heard, all of them looked at me. Especially those 40 people who had been suffering under the curse. The gaze they looked at me with made me feel burdened. "Yes, teacher," I said before turning toward patients under the gazes of many powerhouses, and activated my inheritance. Armor again appeared on my body, but this time, the armor is green and black color instead of silver. The armor is a light green color with thin dark black lines around its body. Even the design of wings on my chest is different. The wings, instead of being multicolor, are dark green with black edges. My inheritance has 2 armor modes. One is battle mode and other healing mode. I had activated the healing mode. The healing mode of the armor let me completely focus on healing. With armor appearing on my body, I walked forward till I reached the center of the ward. "The treatment will hurt very much. Please bear it," I said to the patients. "Rose domination third move, rose vines," I said in my mind, and vibrant green thorny vines released from both of my hands. As the 2 thorny vines released, they started to divide themselves into the multiple vines and moved toward patients. The Lord shook. Seeing the vines coming toward the vines looked dangerous with sharp thorns. They shook, but they did not evade it, and soon vines reached their body and plunged into their stomachs. Fuck, fuck. Curses could be heard about the ward as the vines stabbed into them, but they soon stopped. This much pain and nothing into them who had actual attacks stabbed into them on the battlefield. "Professor Nathan, the next step is going to be very painful for them, and some might try to remove vines due to the pain. Can you please bind them?" I asked the Emperor-grade powerhouse to look at the teacher for permission. Seeing her nod, he tapped a few buttons on his holowatch, and soon energy bindings bound all patients, so they could not move even an inch. "It's time," I muttered inside my mind and activated the second part of the move. Loud screams started to ring across the ward as I activated the second part of the move. The vines that had punctured their stomach had begun to spread throughout their bodies. Normal healing is gentle. Even the teacher barely used a painful method even when dealing with tyrant-level curses, but I am torturing these people. I could see the patients are looking at me as if I am some kind of devil. Not only them, even Duke-level healers looking at me in anger. Only those who could see what was happening had a look of interest in their eyes as they looked at the screaming patients. Few minutes passed when finally, screams started to slow down until they stopped as vines finally spread through every inch of them. "It is time to root out the curse," I said in my mind, and my armor started to shine brightly as I activated the third and final part of my move, which made them scream even louder than before. Despite their loud screams, no one is paying their screams any attention. As they are completely focused on the vines, there is something beautiful happening to them. On the vines, the buds started to appear before these buds began to bloom into the beautiful black roses. Black roses began to appear on all 40 vines connected to patients. These black roses are curses that had been sucked from the patients' bodies. They are extremely dangerous and have to be removed with care. More and more roses started to bloom across the wards, though there were screams no one was paying attention. All of them are focused on the process of curse extraction. This move may seem, but it is extremely complicated. The time it took to create was the same as 2 offensive moves of the rose domination, and when I see the result now, I could say the time I spent on it was very much worth it. Marvelous, my dear student Marvelous, today you have really me proud. Teacher's voice rang out behind me. I wanted to say something, but I am still concentrating on extracting curse. The hat is left within patience. Handling these many patients at the same time is a very demanding task. If not for expert energy control and my practice of multitasking when I used to use my armor, I would have never been able to do something incredible that made the teacher publicly state that she is proud of me. I was extracting the curse when Nero contacted me through our link and conveyed something, which made me extremely happy, and that smile blossomed on my face. I had not thought that Nero would be interested in eating the curses, seeing I already had 2 curses inside me, and he never shows an inclination to eating them. It is likely due to the level. The curse is higher level than Nero, and since he had not eaten curses before, he had not shown any inclination to eat it, but now, since he had asked for roses, I will give him some after I finish extracting the curses. 15 minutes passed by, and I finally extracted every bit of curse from their bodies. All people now looked like humans again, though they are very pale. It can be dealt with using a simple potion. As the curse extracted, the vines inside them crumbled on its own and transformed into healing energy and spread through their bodies, healing any injuries they had received during the extraction. I detached the vines from their bodies and started to burn the roses. Mitchiel, stop, when teacher had stopped me. Let them store these cursed roses, they will be good resources for research and teaching. Teacher said. I nodded. Soon the King Stage powerhouses carefully started to cut the roses and stored them into boxes with an excited expression. The extraction of a curse and transforming it into a curse may seem simple, but it is extremely hard, even for the powerhouse. I was able to efficiently do that because of my Apex Constitution, which has a curse and healing element. If not for that, I would not be able to do it no matter how good the move I've designed is. One by one, all the roses were being plucked and stored in the boxes. When there were only 5 roses left, I took the vines inside me, including the roses that are sticking on them. All the healers were shocked to see it, including the Emperor-grade powerhouse, but they did not say anything. Seeing my teacher did not stop it. Both teacher and professor know about my constitution and Duke-level curse that is inside me. So me taking a couple of Lord-level curses will not affect me much. As I took 5 roses inside me, Nero came out and started munching them. He seemed to enjoy eating the curse, and there is no adverse effect could be seen on his body. Seeing that, I heaved a sigh of relief. Mitchiel, can you deal with the Duke-level curse? The teacher asked. Yes, but I need to take half an hour rest before I start. I replied. Take half an hour rest then, she said. I sat on the corner of ward and closed my eyes, while the teacher and others started to check on the condition of the Lord Stage patients whom I just healed. Those people are completely healed. They just drink some potions to recover their health, and they will be ready to discharge from the hospital and could even join the battle a day later. While the teacher and others checked the condition, I started to refine the mana. I am tired, but not that much. The reason I had asked for a break is to refine the mana. The healing just now had emptied 10 of mana storage, and now I have only 1 remaining in me, which I do not think would be enough to heal Duke-level powerhouses, so I decided to refine the mana in the guise of taking a break. Still, I am surprised. The energy needed for healing is far greater than I thought. 10 energy is huge considering how big the tower's energy storage is. With such energy, I am sure I would have killed at least 100 average lords. Soon half an hour is over, and I open my eyes, ready to extract the curse for the dukes. I was surprised when I got up as I found 40 people that I had healed had disappeared. Their beds are empty. Now only healers and 10 Duke Stage patients remain in the room ward now. I again activated my inheritance armor in healing more, and walked toward the 10 Duke-level patients who are looking at me like I am some kind of devil. These people likely heard the screams of earlier lords. Though there is fear in their eyes and there are also expectations, these people also wanted to get healed, and which is why they did not make a sound when the thorny vine pierced their stomach. Like the lords, they also started to scream when vines began to spread through their bodies. It is really a painful process. Very few people could bear such pain without screaming as loud as they can. Soon the vine spread through every inch of them, and I started to extract the curse from them. The process is harder with them because their curse is stronger. I had to give my all to extract the curse from them. The roses started to bloom as the curse was being extracted, and this time the shade of the roses is a lot darker. It is normal since the Duke level curse is powerful. It took me 40 minutes to extract all the curse from them, and by the time I had finished, I had become very tired, with only 2 of energy remaining in my tower storage. You have outperformed my expectations, Mitchiel, the teacher said as we returned to her office, but the road from now on would only get harder. You have to continue polishing your inheritance and make it better. Only then you will be able to reach the peak. She added with a serious note. I understand, teacher, I said. I truly understood how difficult the road is going to be. Every moment I will have to keep improving my inheritance if I want to advance forward. When will you apply for battlefield? The teacher asked by evening. I said, I have seen your healing power and designated you a profession with my authority, so remember to apply by that designation. Teacher advised, I don't want to go by designation, but now that she has verified my designation by authority, even if I applied by designation, they will still process my application by that designation. Good, our lessons will continue till you leave for the battlefield. The teacher said the teacher gave me some instructions, and before I was able to leave her office. A few minutes later, I reached my lake house, and the first thing I did was to sleep. I went directly to my room and slept. It was early evening when I woke up. The first thing I took was a bunch of resources and sat cross-legged. In the past 6 months, I have advanced in many things, and even gained comprehension of Lord Stage in just 2 months. If I wanted to, I could have broken through the mid-level of Lord Stage at that time, but I've waited. I wanted to wait till I take the first step into my inheritance before I make the breakthrough, and now I did. It's time to do that. Buzz, a loud buzz rang out as I initiated the breakthrough. My body and inheritance core became a whirlpool and started to suck energy from the resources I spread around me, and a small cloud of worldly energy. My body and soul merged energy into itself. At the same time, my inheritance core transferred the energy to the inheritance runes that have spread about my body, and those runes started to suck the energy that inheritance core sent toward them greedily, while taking a bite at the energy that my body and soul are taking for themselves. The breakthrough lasted for 15 minutes before everything had calmed down. I had now formally entered the mid-level of Lord Stage. I still have enough comprehension that will let me reach the high level of Lord Stage, but I did not want to make breakthroughs through it now. I will make that breakthrough after I make some changes in my inheritance. That way, I will take maximum benefits from it. The breakthrough was small, but the enhancements it had given me were quite surprising. Seeing it, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. With breakthroughs done, I opened the page of Pyramid and started to fill the application. Normal people apply through the guilds they have, but since I am not a member of any guild, I could only apply through them. So I could only apply through the Pyramid, which controls all adventurers' paradise around the world. The form was tedious, and finally I came to the part where I had to fill the designation or profession as they called it the Central Continent. There are 2 5 professors, but 2 are important. One is fighter, and the other healer, and these 2 also have many sub-professions. As I touched the blank it got automatically filled with War Medic. It is verified by a teacher itself earlier. Not all tyrants have verifying authority. Only those who are best in their fields like the teacher have that authority, and through her authority she verified me as War Medic. I could change its fighter or common healer, but it will not change much anything. Seeing scarcity of War Medics, the people who had exceptional fighting strength and healing powers. The Pyramid will definitely assign me as War Medic, so I confirmed my profession that was already filled and submitted the form. I should reply in a day. The Pyramid is exceptionally fast in processing these applications. With the form done, I walked to the shower, which I had not taken today, before walking into the kitchen to cook. I am feeling quite hungry, and I plan to make something good today. So I started without wasting time. An hour later, there was a small feast in front of Maya and Ashlyn, which began to gobble up like hungry wolves. After eating, I walked to the porch, sat under the moonlit sky. After half an hour, I closed my eyes and looked at how my inheritance core had changed. It is still around the pearl, but now there is a strange fractal diagram on it. I had thought that runes would appear on it, but there are completely strange fractals. The only thing that it seemed to have in common with my inheritance, that it is also made of the 7 colors of the same shade, which represent 7 elements of my constitution. I observed those fractals for a few seconds before going into my inheritance space, which changed slightly. Space became bigger, seeing that smile couldn't help but appear on my face. Space is completely filled with various humanoid runic shells, and I don't want to destroy them as each of them contains a different idea. I might not use that now or use certain limiting factors, but I might need them in the future. So with a huge space, I could have more space to work. The center of the hall is the same 5-meter-long runic humanoid, the one I chose as my template. The change had happened on it too. There is a golden ring above its head, which made it different. I looked at the whole hall before I started to fiddle. I worked till my whole watch vibrated and opened my eyes in the real world. I have to refine the mana, I said as I looked at the time before I left for the hospital. I have been given a job by a teacher in the hospital. I have to fill 2 shifts of 2 hours every day. My night shift is 1.5 hours away, so I better refine some mana to heal patients. 3 days passed since I had merged with template of my inheritance, and in 2 days I will leave for Fort Arthur, and since I have 2 weeks to go there, I will visit my parents at the Mistan since it is on the way to Fort Arthur. I had just returned from my hospital shift and now refining my mana. With regular healing, I am more proficient in healing, but my notoriety has shot to the sky in the hospital and academy. One of the healers which I've made friends with told me that people started to call me the greatest sadist of the academy who gets pleasure by torturing people. Still, my reputation did not stop people from coming in throngs when I visit the hospital twice a day. People did not care for an hour of pain when they could get rid of the curse that could kill them. Every day I would heal around 50 people, all of them Duke stage. The teacher had told me to focus on Dukes the most since that is who I will be healing in Fort Ardan. Currently I am refining the mana with the 3 days of practice. My refinement speed has already increased greatly, so now I could fill 45 of my mana storage within an hour. Knock knock. I was just refining when I heard the knock on the door. Hearing the knock, I did not open my eyes and continue refining, and the person who had also knocked was sensible enough that he did not knock again. I continued refining till I finally filled mana storage full, opened my eyes, and sat on the couch to see who knocked as I could still feel their presence. I looked at the front door and there were 3 people waiting by it. Seeing them, my eyes went wide that I did not react for a few seconds. Rachel. A hollowed voice came out of my mouth. It had been more than a year since she left, and since then I was not able to contact him. Even now, I at least send her 1 mail every month, but I did not get even a single reply from her. Feeling my gaze, she looked at me, and our eyes met. She had a complicated expression in her eyes when she looked at me, but second later, they smoothed up, and her eyes became tranquil as water. She has not come alone. Beside her is her sister Sarah and ex-boyfriend Samuel, whom I had beaten. I calmed my emotions as I got up from the couch and walked toward the door. Click, it is quite a surprise, I said in a flat voice as I opened the door and invited them in. A flash of guilt appeared on Rachel's face as hearing my words, but it disappeared quickly as it had appeared. We have come to apologize for the harm that members of our organization caused to you, Sarah said, her behavior just as before. The haughtiness she used to have still did not lessen. Instead, it increases. Harm means trying to kill me every chance they got, going as far as throwing me to space sea, I replied dryly without any hint of rage that is bubbling inside me like an active volcano. An expression of shame appeared on Sarah's face for a moment before it had disappeared. It was done without the permission of higher-ups. It was done by 2 of them by their own will, and they have been punished for it, Sarah replied with a stony face. I am sure 3 months of imprisonment and a year-long ban on Resources Academy would be big punishment. I again replied dryly, but this time blazing anger which I had been suppressing inside me had finally leaked through my voice. The teacher had told me that under the pressure from the Mistan, the Sky Saber design punished people who tried to kill me. 3 months ago, when the teacher had told me what punishment they had got, I had nearly burst out in rage. That tyrant powerhouse behind all the things that were to me was not punished at all, and his 2 students just got imprisoned in a luxurious vacation manner. As for the resource ban, it is nothing but a hoax created to satiate the pride of Mistan. Sky Saber is sorry for what happened to you, and they decided to give you this as a token of their sincere apology. She said and placed a delicate palm-sized wooden box on the table between us. I do not want the apology nor this token. What happened to me, I will deal with it myself, I said directly. I would be letting down my pride if I accepted their apology and a little trinket. They had tried to kill me. If I did not reciprocate, then I will not be who I am. Though I am weak right now and could do nothing to the mighty force like Sky Saber, there will be a day when Sky Saber will quake under my name. Mitchiel, take it. The organization had made a big concession. The talisman inside the box could protect you against the attack of Tyrant. She said with a sigh. Hearing her, I got both surprised and angry. Surprised because of the talisman. It is extremely hard to create and could only be created by only some peak tyrants. So she is right. Giving me this talisman is a big concession on the Skysaber's part, and that is what made me angry. Her saying I should take it. I thought with our time together, she knew me, knew my nature, but seeing she had asked me to take the talisman and accept the apology, she had seemed to forget about my nature. What people say is right, time does make people forget certain things, I said with a sigh before looking at Sarah, who is staring at me with her stone-cold eyes. Tell your organization that I do not need their apology nor their trinket, I said to her. Everyone fell silent. Sarah and Samuel just glared at me without saying anything. The silence is uncomfortable, but nobody had anything to talk about. Mitchiel, can I talk to you alone? Rachel finally spoke. Okay, I said after thinking for a second before walking toward my bedroom with Rachel following behind. Soon we were both alone in my room, silently staring at each other without saying anything. So it is over between us, right? I said, and she nodded after a slight hesitation. I had a feeling this might happen when I saw her by the door and felt very sad about it, but it is the truth. It is an undeniable fact that in the past year, we have grown distant from each other. I still love her, but my feelings for her are not as intense as they were a year ago. I could see the same had happened to her. Though this is not the sole reason for our breakup, which was inevitable with choices in organizations and what her organization did to me, still the major reason was the distance that grew between us. You know, you should have at least maintained some contact. It's not like they were restricting you, not after you integrated into the organization, I said. I know, I just felt that the less you have contact with me, the safer you will be from some people, but looks like I've been wrong, she said, and her eyes hardened for a moment. I know you won't like me to say it again, but you should take a talisman. It is a precious life-saving object. She said. To that, I just looked at her, and she sighed in disappointment before a gentle smile appeared on her face. Congratulations on getting Apex Healing Inheritance. You have become a topic of talk in many organizations, she said. To that, I just smiled. Unlike my runic armor, people could not see through the reality of my inheritance. The teacher had that my healing power is comparable to that of Apex Healing Inheritance, and people will consider it Apex Healing Inheritance. I should neither deny it and let people form their own opinion. There are less than 5 people who know about the reality of my inheritance, and the fewer people know, the better. The teacher said I should not disclose the reality of my inheritance to people. It will bring trouble if they know it. With nothing much to talk about, we left the privacy of my room and returned to the hall, where Samuel and Sarah are waiting. Sarah, to store the talisman back to your storage. Mitchiel is not taking it. Rachel said, hearing that Sarah quickly swiped off the delicate wooden box from the table. Let's go, our job is finished. Sarah said and stood up from the couch. Mitchiel, let's fight. Last time it was a draw between us, but this time I will win, Samuel said suddenly. Shameless, last time I had beaten him in a second, and if not that bastard stopped me in a humiliating way, I would have to beat his pretty face black and blue, I'm sure. I said while cutting Rachel off, who is telling me not to fight. I just hope whoever came with you this time is not as shameless as those two. I said, hearing the expression of 3 of them changed for the worst. Let's go, we will fight the underground arena, I said and walked toward the elevator in the corner when I noticed Samuel is not following. The arena underground will not be able enough for my full power. Let's fight in the campus arena of your academy, he said. Hearing that, I was a little surprised, but soon a smile appeared on my face. This bastard has come with intentions of fighting me and likely done all the research before coming. Sure, I replied and walked toward the door. Soon we flew toward the campus arena. A few minutes later, we reached Lord's campus arena and found thousands of people going inside. I just heard a few words from their mouths and quickly tapped a few buttons on my holowatch. This bastard had planned, I thought. This bastard directly advertised our fight before even asking. He had posted it when I was talking to Rachel in my room. In his words, he posted the holder of Supreme Inheritance from Sky Saber and would be fighting against me, headmistress student. The news spread like wildfire, and people started filling the arena. Even now, thousands of people are entering the arena. Like me, 3 of them also reached the Lord. Sarah and Rachel are peak lords already, and Samuel is high-level lord, 1 small level below them and 1 small level above me. I did not fear him, even though he had Apex Inheritance and had long used to its power. I did not fear him. It is he who should fear me. I have designed my inheritance. I know each and every part of it. Every small ruin present in my inheritance is placed, keeping me in mind. Since I designed the inheritance, I could harness every bit of power it possesses, and I sure the strength my armor could give me is not lesser than the one given by the Apex Inheritance. This fight will be the perfect chance for me to measure my strength, which I have not got until now. My fight with the teacher did not count. She is tyrant-level powerhouses. Even if she used Lord-level strength, she could easily beat me. Soon we were inside the arena and found it jam-packed. Many people were even standing. I am quite surprised to see the arena of 500,000 sitting capacity filled to such a degree within a few minutes. I hope you will last more than 10 minutes, said Samuel as we both entered the center of the arena. Don't worry about me. You just use your full strength from the start, otherwise you will lose in a single attack again, I quipped, which made him extremely angry. This little fellow came with a plan, or is it you who made a plan? Marina said non-committal as she cast a glance at the fellow beside her. He may look to be in his mid-30s, but he is nearly 200 years old. These cowardly bastards from Sky Saber always live longer than others of their generation. Half of the people of his generations have already been buried in the soil, with constant fighting against the grim monsters. Headmistress, we never interfere in the business of the young generation as long as it does not affect the organization, said Jordan with a smile. Snort. I snorted. What a bull crap. These fellows are the noisiest bunch. They would prick their finger into anything they could. Congratulations, headmistress, on getting such a wonderful student. The Apex Healing Inheritances are quite rare, Jordan said, though he had a smile on his face. A clear hint of envy could be clearly seen in his eyes. Yes, I am truly lucky to get Mitchiel as my student. I said with a genuine smile. Mitchiel had true potential to create the whole inheritance. She had read the notes of those who accepted creation heart inheritance, and they were nothing compared to what Mitchiel designed in the first stage. She had even read the notes of Her Majesty that only a select few have access to read and compare her first stage with Mitchiel's, and found his design is equal to her with having more flexibility for improvements than hers. She was quite shocked seeing it, but was also quite happy. If the Academy produced another Salvation, then it can return to its glorious age, just like the time when it produced the twin stars. Your luck is not bad either, getting 5 hosts of Apex inheritance at once. If not Hawthorne C getting the one who got Abyssal inheritance, you guys would have been the luckiest, I said, hearing that nauseous smile couldn't help but form on this detestable fellow's face. So who do you think will win headmistress? Jordan asked as he turned to me, Mitchiel off course. I said without hesitation. Jordan seemed quite surprised by my confident answer, but soon that surprised face morphed into a creepy smile. Headmistress, you forgot Samuel has an Apex inheritance which had not appeared in the world before, he said with a creepy smile and looked forward as the battle was about to start. Samuel activated his inheritance, and a beautiful white robe appeared on his body. This white is not a normal robe, but a battle robe. One could have beautiful white armor covering vital parts. As armor appeared, his weapon also appeared. It is a white color saber, beautiful as his armor. He looked like a holy being that came to deliver the death. The inheritance these 5 people received is angel inheritance, each angel aligned to a domain. Rachel is the tribulation lightning angel, which aligned with lightning, while Samuel is hell angel, which aligned toward death, which seemed quite poetic seeing his look, which pure white. Not many people align this color with hell and death. Seeing him summoning his inheritance, I too summoned my inheritance, and soon silver armor appeared on my body and my greatsword in my hand. Samuel's eyes flashed in surprise, seeing it. I've not shown my battle armor in public, yet the one I showed to the public is healing armor, which is green-black in color. So it is normal he is surprised to see the silver armor. Shall we start? I asked. He nodded and came at me right away with an unbelievable speed. A faint silhouette of the wings had appeared behind him, and his speed increased again. Seeing that, smile couldn't help but appeared on my face and flashed toward him. I have taken speed moves from my previous runic armor and improved it massively, that with just simple activation I appeared in front of Samuel and swung my sword. He seemed surprised but reacted quickly and attacked, his saber covered in dense white flames. My eyes couldn't help but contract to see the white flames on his saber, this move of him extremely dangerous that even the average peak burned to death by these flames. Clang, ashen death, he muttered just as our weapons clashed, and just as he said, the fire as if became alive danced and moved at my sword. I couldn't help but be surprised to see the fire as it covered my sword before it touched my hand and spread through my entire body in a single movement. Gasp. The audience gasped as they saw my whole body covered in extremely dangerous deathly white flames. It happened extremely fast one moment, our weapons clashed next moment. I am completely covered in deathly white flames. Haha Mitchiel, how are my flames? This flame is angelic hell fire of death attribute. It will seep into every part of your body and soul and burn from within. Samuel said ecstatically. Accept your defeat, you are no match against me now. He said with a laugh. He seemed extremely happy seeing covered in flame, thinking I had already been defeated. Unfortunately, he dreams. I did not find anything special about these flames to me. They are flames like any other, I said languidly, and the next moment, the multicolor wings on the chest shone under fire, and an unbelievable scene had occurred. The wings emblem started to suck the fire inside speedily, and within 2 seconds, all the fire had been sucked inside the wings emblem with them turning back to normal. I could have sucked fire to every part of my armor, but I wanted to create the show, so I only sucked through the wings. Seeing expressions around me, it is very well worth it. I could see the shocked face of Samuel. It had a frozen smile. Not only he is shocked, but also the audience who had sensed the aura of the fire and knew how dangerous it is. Even Rachel and Sarah looked at the shock on their faces. They knew how dangerous fire is, but I dealt with it without any problem. You will have to do something more if you want to injure me, much less beat me, I said and attacked. As I attacked, a burning red line appeared on the blade edge of my sword, and also heaviness started to emit from the sword. Samuel's eyes widened, but he reacted quickly and swung his saber as a counter with a speed that is equal to my sword. Clang, step, step. Our weapons clashed, creating a huge sound while making Samuel take a step back, which shocked him before anger dawned on his face. Good, you're powerful that I had thought, he said, and the next moment I felt an intense aura shot out of him. Hell feather cuts, he shouted, and the next moment the wings appeared behind him unlike the wings before. These wings are extremely clear as if they are real. As they appeared, they flapped, and hundreds of feathers, nearly 1,000, shot out of them. Sup, sup, sup. The feathers came at me at extreme speed. These feathers are small fingers, but are extremely sharp and powerful. Each of these feathers has the power to kill a peak lord. The apex inheritance could not underestimate the power one can harness through it beyond compare. The powerful lords and dukes in horror on their faces as they looked at the armor. So I not only have to defend against, but also destroy it. Well, it's a good thing I have the perfect defense move for that. This powerful attack will help me gauge the value of my newly created defensive move. Rose Domination 5th move, Rose Cover. I muttered inside my mind, and a couple of formations inside me lit up. Suddenly, gentle wind could be felt around me, and thousands of tricolor rose petals appeared out of nowhere and started to swirl around me. Clang, clang, clang. Finally, feathers reached me and clashed against the feather, and instead of piercing through them, a sharp metallic sound started to ring out as they clashed. As more and more feathers clashed, the rose petals became brighter and brighter, and they began to swirl around me faster and faster. In 6 months, I have worked very hard to create the inheritance and attacking moves that came with it. For all the moves I've designed, I added everything I have into them. There are 1099 petals in defense attack, and each petal contains exquisite formation. Each of these petals, carved by powerful, swallowing, crushing, and refining formation, also had the power of healing rule, which gave tenacity, and the most amazing thing is, all the petals form one giant defensive formation around. The more one attacked, the more powerful my defense would become. Once the attack started, I didn't even have to provide it with energy. It refines the energy it needs from the enemy's attacks. This attack was so, try something more powerful. I teased under the cover of my defensive move, hearing Samuel's angry face become beet red. Hellfeather cuts, he roared, and once again, wide, angel wings appeared behind him, and they flapped again, releasing 3 times more feather than before, drawing complete horror on the face of the audience. The attack this time is very powerful. It felt like a tide of feathers coming toward me. Even a powerful lord with an apex inheritance would feel fear seeing this attack. Not many people would have the power to avoid this all-swallowing tide. But I do not fear it. Instead, I am very much looking forward to facing this attack head-on. I wanted to test the power of my defense, and there would not be a better attack than this one. Clang, clang, clang. The tide of feathers finally clashed against the feathers swirling around me, and I was quite surprised when these feathers, and working consecutively to find a hole in my defense and breach. It gave me a pleasant surprise, and I've again reminded myself to never underestimate apex inheritances. No attack of them is as simple as it seems. The attack came at me like a hungry monster wanting to break my defense with its sharp teeth, but my defense is not that weak. Every feather is making it stronger. The more feather crashed into it, the stronger my security would become. Finally, the attack was over, and we looked at each other. The anger that was present on the face of the Samuel had disappeared, and now he is looking at me with calm and rational eyes. Seeing that, I also turned serious. The attack that would come would be more powerful than the precious. You again surprised me. To defeat you, I will have to use my best attack, he said with a sigh, and the next moment, white flames started to cover him and the saber he was holding, with fire covering him. He looked like a being that came to release one from the cycle of life. Hell's judgment, he said, and the next moment he appeared in front of me and swung his blazing saber. My eyes turned red, seeing the attack, and I also swung my sword while calling the petals back onto me. Clang. Our weapons clashed, and the deafening sound rang out, and the shockwave was released, despite the suppression of the central continent. The shockwave was powerful enough to vaporize any average lords. The clashes had sent a huge amount of deadly fiery energy into me. It was as sneaky as death that it took me a moment to realize that it is coming at me, and by that time, it had already touched my body. As it touched my body, it was immediately sucked inside, and numerous formations that had merged into me had lit up. These formations immediately crushed this swallowed energy, converted it, and stored it into special storage without harming me even a bit. As energy swallowed, a palm-sized rose came out from my back and flew 10 meters away from us before stopping in midair. Clang, clang, clang. Samuel seemed to feel danger from the rose and wanted to go after it, but I had stopped him. Seeing me stopping him, his attacks have become even fiercer, and while roses kept releasing from me every few seconds. What the fuck are these roses that are coming out of you? Samuel asked. He launched another powerful deathly strike at me. It is extremely powerful, and I had to activate quite a few of the formations to bear the load of attack. You will soon know, I said after I defended his attack. This seemed to enrage him more, and his attacks became even wilder, but I defended it all while continuing releasing more roses. The more roses I released, the more mad Samuel seemed to become, and many times tried to attack them, but I had easily defended against those attacks. Even if his attack hit the roses, they would only lose power, not get destroyed on spot, but I prefer something like that not to happen when I am using the first time against the same level opponent. You lost, I said suddenly when a 16th rose came out of me and covered us in a perfect circle. You lost, I said suddenly when 16 roses came out of me, all the 16 covering us in a perfect circle. Samuel did not question my words. He saw 16 roses start to glow and activated his defensive art. His defensive art is quite amazing. A huge 10 meters long pearl white phantom wings had appeared behind him and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Seeing the wings, my eyes started to shine, and I looked at the 16 roses in anticipation. Soon the roses started to shine brightly, and the next moment, a thin line of tricolor energy released from them and connected them. Rose domination, second rose, rose refinement, I muttered, and the exact moment the 16 roses had turned into 16 huge petals of 10 meters and gathered together, creating a big tricolor rose in the air which descended on the huge phantom wings covering Samuel. The tricolor rose completely enveloped the huge wings that were covering Samuel, and the next moment it started to burn. The scene was extremely beautiful, the horrifying fire releasing through each petal, everyone mesmerized by it. FUCK. First there was no effect, but soon cracks started appearing on the wings, and fire began to seep in. A second after that, loud curse from Samuel could be heard across the battlefield. I could see how Samuel is struggling against the burning rose, that he had used another defensive method around him, and is now trying to escape from the rose. But how can I make the attack so easy? The attack contains the runic chains and mental beguiling formation. It is very difficult to get out of roses. Even before the rose, it would have been difficult for him to escape once the set of roses have appeared. It is extremely difficult to escape. The only way one could escape is to crash through the whole formation with sheer force, but that will be very difficult for him. For this move, not only I had used a quarter of my energy and summoned all the worldly energy I could, but also used all the energy I got from him, so he will have to be pretty strong if he wants to get out of the rose. He started to struggle, but all of his struggles were futile, like my defensive move. This move also has my signature swallow, crush, and convert formation. So the attack will get stronger every time he tries to get out, and the only way to get rid of it is with immense force. FUCK, FUCK, FUCK. For a minute, Samuel kept struggling with the help of his defensive dual measure, but soon the incinerating flames broke through his second defensive measure, and he started to curse loudly as the fire began attacking him. FUCK, I lose Mitchiel, turn off this thing, Samuel said after half a minute of struggling. I wanted to continue torturing for a few more seconds, but it will look bad for the academy. So I called back my move. The petals separated again and turned back to roses before they came back inside me. There is no need to dissolve the attack when you get it back with more energy than before. Seeing how energy-consuming my attacks are, I have to do something like that to last long in the battle. Otherwise, my mana would be completely spent out in the few attacks. There is a solution for that, but for that, I will have to wait, as I don't think I can reach the second floor of the tower and get bigger mana storage. Cheer, cheer, cheer. A huge cheer rang out as the battle ended, and the figure of Samuel appeared as he called off his defensive moves. Burning marks could be seen on his robes, and he cut a sorry figure from a handsome figure he cut before the battle. What the FUCK was that attack? He asked angrily as he called off his inheritance as his injuries healed. Rose refinement, did you like it? I asked. You were the first person to experience this attack. I informed him, which made him even angrier. Technically, it is the teacher who is the one who experienced the attack first, but she did not count. She is a tyrant, but she is also involved in the construction process. Humph. He harumphed angrily and walked toward Rachel and Sarah, who have another unknown person beside them. He is likely the tyrant powerhouse that brought them here. Headmistress, your academy never disappoints. There is always a jewel in each generation, said the man in his mid-30s to the teacher as he looked at me intensely. I don't like his gaze, but nothing I could do about it. He is not using his ability. If he had, the teacher would have said something, so I could only bear it as I walked toward them. Good fight, little guy. I did not think you will have a dual attribute inheritance. How envious, said the man before he turned to the teacher. You got a good student, headmistress, he said to the teacher. If you are so envious, some of these young ones as your students, why are you blabbering about mine? The teacher snapped, hearing that his smile turned mirthless. The higher-ups have already chosen them as their student. How an initial-level tyrant like me could get such students, he said, and the teacher nodded noncommittally as she wholeheartedly agreed with it. Well then, headmistress, I will say goodbye for now. Please take care of me if I ended up in your hospital, he said and closed his eyes as if he is focusing on something. Goodbye, Mitchiel, Rachel said as she waved while having complicated emotions in her eyes, while her sister has strange emotions in her eyes, which I could not identify. While Samuel, he is angry. I will defeat you when we meet Ni. His words cut off him half as the older man's energy enveloped me, and all of them disappeared from the arena. This is from the academy, and this is from me, the teacher said as she handed me 2 delicate crystal boxes. I took the boxes in my hands and opened them and found there are 2 talismans. The black one is a defensive talisman capable of defending you against the attack of Tyrant, while the blue one is escaping talismans. It will transfer you to a safe location that is imprinted on it. Teacher said. This is too much, teacher, I said. The value to these things immense. Even the Emperor Powerhouse did not get something like in Supreme, much less given by the Academy, which couldn't be compared to the Supreme. Keep, the Council has evaluated your potential and choose to give it to you. And as for the other one, how I can let my only student leave the battlefield without sufficient protection. She said I wanted to say something but closed my mouth, seeing her expression. The one given to you by Josephine is a little slow and lacks many necessary features that you will need in your travels. She said. This time I had unhesitatingly accepted it. This is Wasp Fanatica Model C12, a very popular and expensive airship. Mainly it is used by Prince Stage powerhouses and run on Grade 2 Violet Grade Mana crystals, though it accepts Level 1 White Grade Mana crystals too. They are required in huge quantities. The airship is black like my previous airship and also Corvette. It had many functions that my previous airship had and many more that it did not have. It is just the thing I required for my travels. Good luck on the battlefield, and when you return I will expect to see your progress in your healing arts. The teacher said, and this time I could detect a small warning in her voice. If I did not show any progress in healing arts when I return, she would definitely flay my skin. This time I want to curse Alina very much. The teacher had very great expectations from her daughter to follow the same path as her, but Alina did not have any talent for healing, nor did she like it. So when the teacher finally found an appropriate student me, she had dumped all her hopes and aspirations onto me. It's a good thing, till now I was able to perform up to her impossible standard. The day I fall behind, my tortures will begin. Goodbye, teacher, I said to her. Goodbye, my student, she said in a soft voice. I looked at her for a second before finally going inside the airship. It had been nearly 7 months since I entered the academy, and in these 7 months I had not stepped out of the boundary of it. I opened the command and chose the option. As I did, a faint vibration spread through the airship, and it started to fly up. Through the window, I could still see the teacher on the roof and looking at me. I waved at her and she waved me back. A second later, the airship pierced through the sky as it gained enough height. I continue to look at the silhouette of the academy before it completely disappears. With this new airship, it will take me 4 days to reach the Mistan, and I have a lot of work for 4 days. With that thought, I made some preparations before I inclined my seat and closed my eyes, and the next moment, I appeared in my inheritance space. There is too much work to do on my inheritance. My shifts in the hospital and my practice with the teacher and battle with Samuel had given much of the inspiration I needed, and also showed me some problems I had with my attacks. As I sat on their chair and tapped a few times on a humanoid with a golden ring above its head, the next moment, 5 blocks of complex formation came out of the humanoid and started to float in front of me. These formations were part of the Rose Domination set I had created. There are 2 sets in my inheritance, first called Old Set, which is completely taken from my old runic armor with ist moves. It mainly deals with physical moves. The second part is Rose Domination, which I had created after imprinted with inheritance. It is created from the knowledge I had got from reading the 7 books. I am proud of this set. There are 5 moves in the Rose Domination. 2 are offensive moves, 2 are healing moves, and 1 defense move. I plan to add another one of 2 moves, but currently I do not have much inspiration to go forward with that idea. I tapped on one formation diagram and expanded. Now I could see the complete runes of the whole movie. I have received some inspiration, and I plan to see if they will work. I am working on the 3rd move of Rose Domination, Rose Vine. I want to make the curse extraction quicker and energy expenditure lessons. I have got a couple of ideas on faster curse extraction, and as for energy consumption, I have taken out some unnecessary elements and research on worldly energy formation. The more worldly energy it will take, the lesser inheritance energy I will have to put inside this move. Time passed by and I continued tinkering, and as such, a whole day had passed in inheritance space when I was finally able to make a small optimization. After checking it multiple times, I placed it back into armor and tapped it several times. The next moment, I flung out inheritance space, and intense pain shot through my body. The runes started changing inside me. Some runes were erasing whole other new ones got placed in their space, while sucking energy off from the resources I placed around me. 4 days passed by, and in an hour I will reach Mistan. It has been more than 7 months since I have last seen my parents. Though I talk to them weekly, it is not as good as seeing them. The pain of the breakup is still fresh in my heart. Ever since Rachel left, I have thrown myself into the work, not getting even a moment for myself. I hoped time with my family would dull the pain of the breakup a little. These 4 days have been very fruitful. I was able to solve many small problems with my moves and add some tiny things to improve their performance. The progress was small but satisfying. Few hours passed by, and I came across the unbelievable scenes. I saw hundreds of tall, snowy mountains that are thousands of meters tall, and then the beautiful buildings are buildings that have been built. Some mountains have been carved from the mountain itself. I have heard about the grandness of Supreme, but never have thought they would be this grand. The grandness is awe-inspiring, and each and every building on the mountain look like a piece of art. The scale of it is also very big, though I can't guess properly due to the distance. I can tell that it is at least 10 times bigger than the Academy, and seeing it, I first time understood the majesty of the Supreme and knew the Academy is nothing in front of it. Time passed and finally the airship started to descend. The foreign airships are not allowed to enter directly into the campus of the organization, especially the one that is not on official business or manned by someone powerful. Still, I got to land near the closest airstrip to the campus while other airships had to land a while back. Soon, the airship landed and walked out of it, and couldn't help but get surprised when I saw the cloud-piercing mountains and realized how tall they are. After I stored the airship in my storage, the first thing I saw was a gigantic wall. From the airship, this wall did not seem big, but now I looked at it, I found it extremely huge. I tapped a few buttons on my HoloWatch and came to know that this wall is 1,200 meters tall. 1,200 meters long wall, that's how fucking long this wall is. I looked at the huge fucking wall for full minutes before I walked toward the gigantic gates, few kilometers away. There are thousands of people coming and going out through the gate, but the gate does not feel crowded. Cousin, I heard a slightly familiar voice from a distance. I first thought it was directed at someone as I did not think my cousins, who I talked a few words, would come to the gate to receive me. But this time I seemed to be wrong, as when I heard cousin a second time, I looked and found Joanna coming flying toward me, and she seemed to have a happy smile as she saw me, which confused me. The last time when we saw each other, we barely talked a few words. They seemed to hold themselves too high to talk to me, especially her brother. So when I saw her coming toward me excitedly, I was surprised. Mitchiel, it's nice to see you again, she said with a smile as she landed in front of me. Though her smile seemed cheerful and bright, I could see hidden awkwardness in it. Joanna, I did not expect you to come to receive me, or is this coincidence? I asked directly. Her coming to receive me seemed too far-fetched. Hearing my question, an awkward, guilty smile appeared on her face. We were on the wrong foot when we met the first time, she said awkwardly before her expression became a little distant. Growing up had been hard for us siblings. Aunt Anna's rise had been exceptional. She was not only one of the few people to reach tyrant before age of 25 in history of the Mistan, but also exceptionally powerful that, when she became tyrant, she was able to fight some peak tyrants again. She said when she said it, she does not seem very happy about it. Her feat at battle 25 years ago had shocked the whole world. She had fought against the whole army, and had even killed the peak tyrant cursemaster. She said with the same expression. While I was shocked hearing this, Mother had told me a little differently. Mother had told things a little differently, like reaching the tyrant before the age of 25. It is extremely difficult to make such progress. Extremely few people could do that, and I have already come across 2 people who did that. Aside from my mother, there is also a Professor Josephine. She had also become tyrant before the age of 25. Her shadow had followed us ever since we were born. As her closest relatives, everybody started to compare us to your mother, but no matter how hard we try, we were never able to match the steps of Anna Mitchelson. She said a hint of resentment could be heard from her voice when she said it. I couldn't help but get a little stumped hearing that, and couldn't help but imagine how difficult for her. No wonder both siblings showed utter resentment when they came to meet for the first time. Compared to her, my childhood was quite relaxed. There was no pressure on me. My mother had never taught me anything about the practice. So even if I stayed in a small town and lived life like normal townspeople, my parents would not have any problems with that. Here, take this guest badge. It is one of high-access guest pass, she said after she calmed her emotions. Soon we passed through the gigantic gates unobstructed. I was quite surprised when I noticed every guard in the gate was at king stage, and not at normal king stage, but peak king stage. I did not think about that subject for long. As I flew out of the gate, I came across one of the most beautiful scenes I've ever come across. The snowy mountains are laden with beautiful, beautiful buildings. Not only the beautiful scenery, but mana also here is exceptionally thick that I could taste it. I've never come across such thick mana. It is this exceptionally thick mana that makes everything here more beautiful than it already is. The people, the flora, fauna, and mountains, all of them prosper in this beautiful environment. Beautiful, isn't it? Joanna asked, looking at the hundreds of mountains. Yes, it's very beautiful, I replied. The wild mountains are not only one of the most scenic places on the continent, but also most mana rich. There are total forbidden grounds below from where we convert and harness the purest mana, she said proudly. Hearing that, I couldn't help but sigh. Only the Supreme would dare and have resources and expertise to harness cosmic energy and convert it pure mana. The forbidden zones are ticking bombs. A slight mishandling of them could create huge explosions that would completely obliterate everything in their path, that even Tyrant would vaporize under its explosion. Still, many organizations had tried it due to the unimaginable benefits it offers, but except for Supreme, all of them failed. Even some idiotic organization tried to these dangerous experiments in their backyard ended being completely wiped. That did not stop people from trying. If their organization will rise, so many organizations keep experimenting with the forbidden ground in the hope of succeeding one day. We flew across the mountains with a speed that is neither slow nor fast in silence, marveling at the mesmerizing beauty of this place. There is an awkward silence between us. Nobody knew what to talk about, so we remained silent. Well, I did not expect Mitchiel Czar to be here. I heard from behind, and Joanna and I stopped. When I looked back, I saw two women coming toward us. One is older, while the other is younger. The older one is of Joanna's age, while the younger one looked to be my age. Both of them are very beautiful, but one thing is not clear. How do they know my name? I've never met them before. Reva, Joanna said to the older girl. Her expression seemed normal, but I did not see hostility in it, though I saw a flicker of other emotions before it disappeared immediately. Joanna, the Reva girl, said with the same tone before she turned to me, and her smile brightened up. Hi Mitchiel, I am Reva, and this is little sister Charlotte, she said as she introduced herself and the little girl behind her. Reva, like Joanna, is at King Stage, and their aura is not only the same but also the feeling they gave. Both of them give off a similar flavor of energy, both likely have the same inheritance. As for little shy girl Charlotte, this girl is peak lord and her flavor of energy is very gentle. A flavor I am very familiar with. If I am not wrong, then this Charlotte likely a healer. I am sorry, but how do you know me? I asked directly. You will know soon, she said with a smile before she left with her sister. What a strange girl, I said, seeing her leave. You have no idea. I heard from Joanna. I arched my brow hearing that, but she did not answer. We continued flying again. We continued to fly for 45 minutes before the scenery changed in front of me. The vast mountains have disappeared, and now hundreds of small mountains have appeared. These mountains are small compared to big mountains, if not for these mountains are quite big, with each of them being at least 3,000 meters tall. Some of these mountains are filled with buildings, while others have only 1 or 2 buildings on them. It is a real city with homes everywhere, not only in the mountains but also in the valley. It is a dream city, a perfect blend of nature and architecture. I've never seen anything like this before. This mountain city where most members of Mistan live, Joanna informed me as we flew into the city. A few minutes later, we flew toward Naked Mountain, which does not have any architecture except for one at the top. It looked like Small Hope, which got bigger and bigger until it became a medium-sized manor. I could see my parents standing by the glass railing with my sister in my father's hands. She has grown quite big, but her cheeks are still chubby, which makes her extremely cute. Mom, Dad, I said as I flew into the manor, and the icy cold wind had completely disappeared. The whole manor is covered in an invisible force field, which helps maintain the desired temperature inside. It is very cold on top of the mountain. Normal people would freeze right away, while knights would feel the extreme cold that they would not stay in such temperature for long. As lords, common lords would also have colossal problems facing such temperatures. Hell, even I could not stay the whole day in such temperature before I had to use my abilities to fight off the cold. Brother. My sister, who was sleeping, woke up as I took her from my father's hands and hugged me before she stretched her hands for Ashlyn, who was staying quietly on my shoulders. Joanna, your lessons would be canceled for today and tomorrow. My mother said suddenly. Okay, Aunt Anna, she said before flying away. Lessons? I asked my mother. I am feeling very jealous right now. For my whole life I've never received a lesson from my mother, but some people she met for less than a year started to get lessons from her. She has the same inheritance as me, and her mother asked me to guide her for some time, she said with a sigh. Hearing that, family, no matter how much you are angry with them, you will always help when they are in need, and the one my mother is helping is her niece. I nodded, and we all walked back into the manor. Though I am sad about my mother teaching Joanna, it is her choice and it's not like she is wrong. I have seen your battle with that kid from Sky Saber. It was quite good. Mother commented when we reached the living room. The mother rarely said anything about the battles, so I was quite surprised when she said it. Yes, it was a good battle, I said with a smile, though I did not use all my moves in that battle. I had used 2 of my powerful moves, which alone was enough to tell how difficult opponent Samuel was. And congratulations on becoming a student of Marina Charleston. She is one of the best healers of her generations. Sandra had many good words about her. She said she seemed genuinely happy about me becoming a student of Marina Charleston. Yes, she is the best. I said the teacher is the best. It is because of her constant guidance I was able to create the inheritance this early. We continued chatting for a few minutes when suddenly, the mother's expression became severe. Did Marina heal the curse inside you? Front her recent advancement, it would have been easy for her to deal with the curse that was seeped inside you. Mother asked. Hearing that, smile on my face faltered, and a mirthless smile appeared on my face. Soon my expression smoothed, and I decided to tell the truth about the curse. I would have liked to lie very much, but I could not. The curse inside her and me are from the same source. She will just have to focus for a few minutes, and she will easily know that curse is still inside me. It had become sentient, I said finally, hearing that expression on my mother's face is stilled before a look of horror appeared on her face. She clearly understands the horror of the curse as I've received it from her, and now it has become sentient. Don't worry, Mom. There are already 2 seals cast over the curse, and my inheritance is very resistant against the curse, and its resistance will increase as I level up. So I will at least have a decade before that curse could do anything against me, I said, and her horror-filled expressions had finally eased up. I had no idea it would gain the sentient. It was sealed right after your birth, and the seal had been reinforced over a decade. Mother said softly. Even the teacher did not know the answer to that question. It is extremely, almost impossible for non-living entities to gain the sentient. Only when that non-living thing goes through all right types of stances before getting sentient. Your inheritance is dual attributed one, right? Mom asked after some time, to which I nodded. You are very lucky, she said, and a smile returned on her sad face. I did not want to lie about my inheritance to my mother, but I did not have any choice. If I told her the truth, she would worry about me very much. So it is better she did not know the truth about my inheritance, and what I had said is not wrong. My leveling up will help me resist the curse. As the higher I go, the more powerful my constitution would become, and the more power I will harness from it to deal with the curse. It's a good thing, only I have a curse. I had just checked on my sister, and no, she did not have even an ounce of curse energy in her body. I don't know how that happened, but the mother must have made preparations seeing the curse had seeped inside me. Mom is not as weak as she seemed. The teacher said that my mom is still a tyrant, but all her power is sealed fighting against the curse. They are both locked against each other. All her power is sealed to deal with the curse. Silence fell into the room. The only sounds that could be heard is the sound of my sister and Ashlyn eating the candies. It's a good thing you arrived today. I will take you to meet someone tomorrow, Mother said. Her voice has become very soft, and grief and sadness could be seen on her face. Okay, I said. We talked for a while before I went back to my room. Soon the evening came, and I cooked as usual and ate together before sleeping a few hours later. Soon a new day. I freshened up and showered and was about to leave for the kitchen when something suddenly clicked in my mind. So it is that day, I muttered, since growing up. My mother's mood would turn sad that day. We would usually leave her alone. Now that I think about it, one of those days came in early winter, and it is early winter in my native continent. They seemed right. Thinking for a while, I went into the kitchen and surprised to find Mother sitting there drinking coffee. Her eyes seemed red, and her face was quite tired. She seemed to be so lost in thoughts that she did not notice me entering the kitchen. I did not disturb her and continued to make breakfast. By the time I was finishing, my father also came holding my sister. All of us remained silent. Even my sister, who is usually loud, played silently with my sister. Soon I finished making breakfast and served, and everyone ate silently. If it were any other day, this much silence would have felt weird, but today is different. The long silence suits the day. Mitchiel, let's go, Mother said after we finished our breakfast. I nodded and waved my sister by, who is in my father's hands. Mom seems to be fine. The cold did not seem to affect her. Even though she has become weak as night, she is still a tyrant. This little bit of cold would not do anything. I did not ask where we were going. I just followed her in silence, and soon an hour passed by, and we flew past the city and now moved toward the main campus of the Mistan. But instead of flying toward the huge mountains, we flew toward the back of the huge mountains, and after flying for another 1.5 hours, we came across a big, beautiful valley which had many crystalline streams running through it. As the valley came before us, Mother started to descend, and with her, we descended and came across a normal-size gate which had Martyrs Cemetery written on it. The words seemed faded, but there was still a strong intent to them. It gives off a similar feeling as the Gate Academy, but this one feels less intense than one, but it has more ancientness. This cemetery is one of the oldest cemeteries in the world. Some martyrs of the First Era War are buried here, Mother said softly before she started walking inside. We started walking inside. As we did, I feel tens of gazes on me. Nearly everyone who is going in and out of the cemetery is looking at us and whispering something. All of these people are pretty powerful. Every adult male is king stage or above. I've even sensed one tyrant and a couple of emperors in the mix. I did not focus on them as I saw intense grief start to appear on my mother's face and silent tears started to fall from her eyes, and she did not stop them as if she did not notice them at all. I wanted to do something, but I don't know what to do. I've never seen my mother like this. So I just placed her hand in mine and pressed it gently as the assurance. This seemed to help a little as her tears slowed down a little. We walked through the cemetery, which looked like a garden crafted by some grandmaster. If not for the tombstones and very silent environment, I would have thought we are a garden. There are tombstones everywhere. Some are new, while others are old. Some are so old that barely a stone of them has remained. These really old tombstones are likely from the First Era War when the grim monster invaded and took over nearly the whole world. The humans continued to fight back from every corner of the world before they finally mulated enough strength to launch the counterattack. That counterattack was known as the First Era War. Few more Era Wars happened after that, every few thousands of years. The last Era War had happened around 3,500 years ago. In that Era War, we have received the greatest victory under the lead of Ramona Hawthorne. We have nearly uprooted the grim monster from our world. If not for their indestructible fortress on the edge of the world, they would have been completely uprooted at that time. After half an hour of walking, my mother finally stopped and slowly walked toward the lone tombstone under a small tree. It is a simple white tombstone, with only a few words written on it. In the loving memory of Lay, Mother walked toward the tombstone before stopping right in front of it. She stared at it for a moment before she kneeled in front of it on both legs and broke into the sobs. I've rarely seen my mother cry, and most of the time, it is a tear or two. Today is the day I saw her cry the most in my life. Now she is sobbing like a child. I may not know much, but I could tell that this is the tombstone of my mother's dead wife, which she had lost 25 years ago. You would have loved her, Mom said suddenly as she gently caressed the tombstone. She had a very lovable nature once you get to know her, she mused as she remembered her wife. She calmed down a little after then and took out a single frost orchid. She loved frost orchid very much, Moan whispered as he placed a single orchid on the gravestone gently. An hour passed when Mother finally wiped the tears off her face and looked at the gravestone with a loving smile. I miss you very much, my love, she said before she touched the gravestone gently and got up. Let's go, Mother said after taking one long glance at the tombstone. We just walked a few steps when suddenly we came across a family of 5, 2 of them I know. They were the 2 girls I met yesterday. Aside from those, there is a little boy around 6 or 7 and 2 adults of my parents' age. They seemed to know the mother well, and as they gave her a soft smile and nodded at her, the mother also nodded back before we started walking on our way. Soon we reached the gates of the cemetery and walked out. Mother looked back at cemetery for a few seconds before she finally took in the air. We had just flown for a few minutes when Mother abruptly stopped, and her eyes started blazing in rage, and killing intent that I never have seen before had erupted from her. As it erupted, it felt like the whole world had turned red. I've never felt such horrendous killing intent in my life ever before. Even if I am completely shielded by it, I had paled wholly and shot back at my most incredible speed. While shooting back, I noticed my killing rule, which had been stuck at the mid-level of intermediate stage, had broken through the high stage. If it had been a normal time, I would have erupted in joy, but now it is not time. The killing intent that Mother had erupted with was truly shocking. I had never thought anyone could have such an amount of killing intent. Just how many people did she kill to get such killing intent? I thought when I reached a safe distance the killing intent had created the domain of blood. One needs to kill in millions and have extreme emotions to create something like this. The eruption of the domain of blood attracted everyone, and those poor souls under it directly lost control and fell down. Anyone below the Emperor is defenseless against this domain, and even emperors have to quickly move away from it. Seeing even emperors phasing away hastily, I felt relieved. Mother is truly not defenseless. If she concentrated her killing intent on the Emperor, she would easily be able to turn it into a vegetable or kill one outright. I've read about killing intent having the power to kill if one was able to amass a huge amount, but I've never believed it. But seeing Mother erupting with such killing intent that even making emperors move away, I've finally believed it. The domain of blood is not related to any rule power's power or the domain-related abilities. It is simply a manifestation of one's killing intent. Though I and others are seeing blood red everywhere, it is not. It is just our killing intent reacting and showing us the blood-red world of the killing intent my mother is emitting. If I looked through the camera of my holowatch, everything would be seen normal. Mother's killing intent had erupted, and it became completely focused on the group led by Old Man. There are only 4 people in the Old Man's group, including him, and to my surprise, all of them are tyrants. Seeing the killing intent being directed at them, 3 people around the Old Man covered themselves in their energy. Only the Old Man remained unaffected by this massive killing intent as he stared directly into the vengeance-filled eyes of my mother without flinching. I could see a crowd gathering around us and whispering among themselves with a knowing look. They seemed to have a clear idea about my mother's sudden eruption and have a faint idea about it, but it is not a time to think about it. The staring contest between the mother and the Old Man lasted for more than a minute before Mother's killing intent disappeared suddenly. Mitchiel, let's go, said Mom in a low voice. I flew to her, and we started flying back toward the manor. I could see the Old Man is still looking at my mom after we are flying, and as if feeling my gaze, he looked at me. I shuddered under his cold, hard gaze, but I continued. It is very hard to do it under the gaze of the Old Man. Though he is not using his or any strength, I still felt like there are thousands of kgs weighing on me. When a second later he moved away from his gaze, I found myself sweating from head to toe in such a cold environment. That old man is very powerful. His strength might even be greater than the Professor Josephine. That old man is Wilhelm Augustus. He was the one that withheld reinforcements in that battle. She said, her voice reeked with the killing intent as she wants to tear that man apart by limb by limb. If I had been in her place, I would want to do the same. From what I could understand, that old man was solely responsible for what had happened 26 years ago. If not for him, the reality would be completely different today. 2 hours later, we reached the manor. There we ate lunch together that father had already prepared before I went to the room, taking my sister with me, who I am playing with. I played with her for half an hour before getting tired and slept, while I also closed my eyes and went to my inheritance space to study. I have too much material to study, not only the 7 books but also the inheritance notes I've read before. My inheritance space is a little more special than the other inheritance spaces here. I could do nearly all things I could do in the conscious space and much more, which means I could recall whatever I've seen in my life, whatever I had read. Now, I recall the inheritance notes that I had read before. I need some fresh ideas and want to take inspiration from the author of these notes. Few hours passed by when suddenly, I felt a touch on me. I immediately opened my eyes and greeted with big cute eyes of my sister. "Brother, give me snacks," she said with the cutest smile on her face. "You have just woken up and you already want a snack?" I asked. Though I said it, I had already taken out a packet of snacks and given her after she gave me a couple of kisses on my cheeks. I put her in Ashland's care and went to freshen up. When I returned a minute later, I took her in hands and walked out of the room. Though she can perfectly walk now, I still like to carry this little bundle of joy. As I was reaching the hall, I heard one familiar voice, and when I walked into the hall later, I saw Reva and her sister talking with my parents. "Mitchiel, you have come at the right time," Mother said while waving her hands. "This is Reva, the student I took, and this is her sister Charlotte," Mom said as she introduced herself. I am not surprised to hear that Mother had told me she had accepted a student. These 2 girls are granddaughters of her friend, a tyrant stage powerhouse that died in battle 26 years ago. Mom blames herself for their death, and since this girl, Reva, has the same inheritance as her, she decided to accept Reva as her student. "Mitchiel, Mother has a small request of you," Mom said. "What is it, Mother?" I asked while looking at 2 girls. I am sure that her request might be related to these 2 girls. This little girl had got posting in Fort Ardan, and she is also a healer like you, Mother said as she motioned toward the younger, shy girl. She had always been in the academy and had no experience of the outside world. "I hope you look out for her in Fort Ardan," Mother said. "I doubt anyone would give her trouble since she is from Supreme. Even members of Supreme will not give her trouble. She is a healer, and it is not wise to get into trouble with the healer, unless one wants to die when they are most vulnerable. So I don't think the mother's words meant that she is likely meaning for me to help her deal with real-time healing." Teacher said it could turn very gory when a constant influx of patients came to the hospital during the battle. Such an environment could easily break a rookie who had trained in the control environment. "Okay," I replied, and that brought a smile to the big sister, and the younger one nodded shyly in gratefulness. "Take care, Mitchiel. The battlefield in the central continent is a lot more different than what you have experienced so far," Mother said as she had come out to drop me off. "I know, Mom," I said. "This must be your 10th time saying this since morning." The teacher had also told me the same things many times. "The grim monsters I've fought in my native continent were chickens compared to what I will fight here. I know you know, but I still feel worried about you," Mom said as she hugged me one more time. I hugged my father and also kissed the crying face of my sister a couple of times before walking toward the airship. "Please take care of my sister," said Reva, who is beside her parents and sister. "Charlotte is coming with me to Fort Ardan. I would have liked to go alone, but since my mother asked, I will take her. I just hope she is good as she seems." "Let's go," I said to Charlotte, which is crying as she is hugging her elder sister. Hearing my voice, she wiped her tears away and followed me to the airship I had already taken out. We boarded the airship. I tapped a few times on control, and soon the airship started to fly up. We waved at our families one last time before the airship got high enough and shot through the sky. "The room on the left is yours. If you need anything, just ask me," I said to the girl. I rarely had any contact with her. Yesterday is the only time I had talked to her, and that was just a few words, and today I had met her on the airstrip. This girl is kind of reminiscent of Jill when I first met Jill. She was also a shy girl, but in a few days of intense combat had brought her out of her shyness. It will take nearly a week to reach the Fort Ardan, enough time for me to do some studying. I probably will not get much free time once I reach the Fort Ardan hell. I am not sure I will get any free time in such constant fighting. Days passed by, and with days, my conversation with the girl also grew. I was quite surprised to see that girl is very knowledgeable about healing arts. Mother had said this girl had one of the best healing talents she had ever seen, and if not for her anxiety, which many times messed things up, she would have been very priced in Mistan. Usually organizations, especially Supremes, do not let their healer go to the battlefield unless they have become a duke. Still, this girl had messed up so many times that she had completely lost hope in her despite her talent. If not for that, they would not have given her permission to go to the battlefield before it is time. Mother had told me, this girl herself has applied to go to the battlefield to family dismay. If not I arrived on time, she would have headed to the battlefield on one of Mistan's Airship. IPS. Soon it is the 7th day. Now I am sitting in my cabin discussing some healing art with Charlotte. Mistan healing inheritance as expected is amazing. Discussing with her has helped me a lot. Attention, Fort Ardon is under level 4 attack. Caution is advised, blared on the airship, hearing that I had strained up a little and opened the command. Level 4 is not that dangerous, we could still land in the city. If it had been level 5 or above attacks, we had been barred from entering until the battle ends. Those attacks are FUCKING dangerous level 4 battles are led by the King Stage Powerhouse. Such battle forts easily handle them, it is just practice for both sides. It has become serious when the Emperor or Tyrant participates. A few minutes later, Fort Adorn came into view, and so is the battle that is happening in front. Millions of humans and grim monsters are fighting the bloody battle. I quickly expanded the resolution and saw the reality of battle, seeing that I couldn't help get scared and excited. The battle is really dangerous and anything I've seen before. Both sides are fighting bloodily, with dukes and princes below and kings in the air. I could taste the killing intent from battle even from a distance, and it would have been the greatest I've ever sensed if not for me seeing my mother's kingdom of blood. There are so many people fighting. Charlotte's voice rang out beside me, her voice was shaking, and when I looked at her I found her face completely turned pale as she watched the visuals. Poor girl, I couldn't help but feel little pity for her seeing her expression. She is a healer, she won't have to go front line still, she will face the horrors in the back like while fighting. This is reality, but you will get used to it, I said with a sigh. I still remember how I froze up for a second. When I faced the grim monster for the first time, I had nearly lost my life. It would have been better if it had been one of the empty days in Fort Adorn. It would have given her some time to adjust, but we have arrived in the midst of an intense battle that forcefully made her face reality. I sighed one more time before handed the control of the airship to the air controller of Fort Ardan. I usually would not have to do that, but in time of the battle, no risk being taken. Those IPs that don't hand over their control won't able to go in till the battle is over, and that might take a lot of time. Thud, the airship finally landed, and I got my controls back from the air controller of Fort Ardan. I checked everything with control before I walked out of the airship with Charlotte behind me. I had just walked out of the airship in Charlotte when I found someone appearing beside us suddenly. He startled me and scared a shit out of Charlotte. She, despite living in Supreme, where powerhouses like flies, couldn't get used to someone appearing beside them suddenly. He is a young man with a bald head and looked to be a few years older than us, and from his aura, he is a King Stage powerhouse. Our Mitchiel Czar and Charlotte Hansen. He asked to that, we both nodded. Please come with us, the healers needed urgently at the hospital, he said as he gripped our shoulders, and before I could say anything, I found myself flying at extremely fast speed. If not for his energy covering us, the friction of air acting against us would have torn us to shreds. There is a vast difference in the abilities of the Lord and King Stage powerhouse. A minute later, we finally stopped, and I found myself in the hospital. I could see many injured people getting transported inside with swift speed. Let's go in, there is huge help needed from your guys, he said and took us inside the hospital. Charlotte is having a hard time. I could feel her anxiety building seeing bloody chaos here, but all I can do is press her hands into mine. It seemed to loosen her anxiety a little as she quickened her steps. The hospital is in complete chaos, but I could see there is perfect order in the chaos. The staff is handling the patients efficiently, transporting patients into different wards according to their ailment and condition. The condition of patients was horrible. In the Academy's hospital, each patient was clean. The only horribleness I saw was the symptoms of their curse, but here everything is different. Soon we passed through the door of one of the wards, and I saw hundreds of patients screaming madly as healers trying to heal them. Just one look at them is enough for me to know that all of them had been inflicted with a curse, and their condition is extremely serious. Here most of the patients are dukes and prince stage powerhouses. There are some lords, but not many. Lords are rare in the grim battlefield of the central continent, seeing nearly all grim monsters that presents are duke stage and above. Georgina, I have brought more healers, our guide said in a clear voice, and the next moment, women the same age as our bald guide appeared in front of us wearing a white coat like all healers. She is from Wisdom Tower and belongs to Red Flag Guild. The two badges are clearly seen on her whole coat. She's a beautiful woman with strawberry-colored hair, but currently she's looking quite tired. Before our guide had called her, she seemed to be in the midst of healing the patient. Mitchiel, Charlotte, welcome. As you can see, you are an emergency healing ward. she said as she motioned toward the patients lying on the beds. The condition of every patient here is precarious. They will die if they don't heal them. So I need you guys to quickly get to work and save as much of lives you can. She said everything in one breath before she went to heal the patients when one healer shouted for her. Charlotte, focus. Calm your anxiety and start healing. I said to Charlotte, who had seemed to start hyperventilating. Don't rush. Rushing will only make things difficult. You just focus on one patient and heal him as you get used to it. You will be able to heal more people, I said to her and pressed her hands more reassuringly before moving forward. If it had been any other time, I would have guided her patiently, but people are dying every minute and we have to try everything to save them. I stopped in the middle corner of the ward and green-black armor appeared on my body. As it did, wines started to release from both of my hands and started stabbing into patients. Usually I looked at patients for a while before I started healing them, but here is no time. All the patients are in quite a serious condition, and there is not to waste on the unnecessary things. It is a good thing that all the patients here are bound in powerful restraints, so I won't waste time restraining them. Soon my vines stabbed into the stomachs of 19 dukes and 8 lords. With my current speed, I could heal 20 dukes or 100 of lords at once. The princes are beyond my limit for now. Ah, the loud scream rang through the ward. There were already screaming patents, but their screams were not as loud as these 20 people. They had screamed so loud that made the focus of attention at the moment. The screams are really louder than normal usually. I take slow when I spread the vines into the bodies of patients, and they still scream. This time I spread thorny vines into their bodies within seconds instead of minutes. Ah, it's going to hurt, but it is nothing compared to what will happen next. As the vines spread through the bodies of the patients, I started the curse extraction, and this time too, I did not hold back, and screams that came out shook the whole ward. Hearing the screams, lots of people broke into our ward, thinking something unexpected had happened, but when they saw the scene, they stopped short with aghast expressions. They saw a devil of the boy plunged thorny vines into the bodies of patients and now doing something very nasty to them. They want to shout to stop him, but for some reason, no words came out of their mouths. They were watching everything with aghast expressions when suddenly, something very unexpected happened. They saw a tents of buds forming on the vines, and a second later, those buds grew and started to bloom into beautiful black roses. They were stumped seeing such a scene. How can that devil of the boy create something like this? Please help me cut these roses, and be careful, these roses are made of pure curse energy. A naked touch could inflict a curse on you, said the devil of the body as he threw the storage bag at one of Duke-level enforcers. The enforcers caught the storage, and a second later, he started to pluck the roses carefully and stored them into the blue boxes he had taken out from the storages. 15 minutes later, all the screams stopped as I took the vines out of the bodies of healed patients. I did not let the vines disintegrate into healing energy to heal the remaining injuries in patients' bodies. That would be a waste of my precious energy. I have so many people to heal, and these people's curse had been extracted, and whatever injuries they have left could be healed with potions. Oh, the screams started to ring out again, and as the vines began to spread into the bodies of patients before starting the extraction, I've become even more merciless than before. I have not only stopped holding back, I've even started to go faster. It made the process even more painful, but nothing I could about it is the only way to save the maximum patients. It had been 3 hours since I came to the ward and started healing. The rest of the healers in the ward have got used to such intense screaming that are they now doing their job without any problem. Still, the healers in the ward may have got used to it, but those outside the ward did not. These patients screaming blood murder had attracted a lot of attention. In charge of the ward have to put a couple of enforcers at the door to stop unnecessary people are coming in. The healing is going well, but there are too many patents. All the beds in ward are full. Whenever a bed got emptied, it occupied within a few seconds. The battle outside is still raging, and many cursemasters are cursing the people at large. I am still fine and would continue healing. Since my first healing, I focused on refining, seeing how much energy I needed for healing, and now I could refine my inheritance energy while I heal. The roses started to bloom, and with my assistance, that is what I am calling the Peak Duke Enforcer, who is helping me, is cutting and storing the cursed roses in the boxes I've provided him. First, he was quite fearful while cutting the cursed roses. Their aura is quite intense, and a normal duke could not handle them. After he got the hang of his job, his speed increased, and now as soon as the rose bloomed, he would cut it and stored it in the box. As for Charlotte, she could be said to be doing good for a rookie. For the first 2 hours, she fumbled quite a lot and nearly killed a few patients, but in the past hour she had found her rhythm and was now slowly healing the patients. She is currently focused on the healing lord-level patents, and she is healing 3 to 4 of them by the hour. The speed is good, but it is nothing compared to mine. Unlike the conventional healer, I did not focus on destroying the curse. I simply extracted it. Takes a lot less energy to do that, but healers can't do what I am doing. I can do extraction due to my cursed constitution without it. I could have had to heal the curse in the same old-fashioned way. Few more hours passed by, and the evening came, and the battle outside seemed to have reached its last leg. Battle's intensity increased, and with it, the number of patients. I had to stretch myself to the utter limit of myself to keep pace. Not only me but other healers are doing the same, and this is just level 4 battle. I wonder how these people deal when there is level 5 or above the battle. They might simply get overwhelmed. The healers are always very scarce. There are not only very few people who have the talent for healing, there are also very few healing inheritances compared to fighting inheritances, which produce the scarcity of the healer. I again unceremoniously pulled out vines from the bodies of patients as I finished extracting the curse and moved the vines to another group of patients. These patients have seen what is happening and are literally shaking in fear, but nobody moved away or attacked the vines when it pierced through their stomachs. My methods may be extremely painful, but I am very fast and efficient. I am at least 20 times faster than any healer of my stage, and at least 10 times faster than those above my stage. If they want to heal as quickly as possible, especially the serious ones who do not want to die during the treatment, they come to me. In the past few hours, some kind of understanding that had developed between all the healers. The most serious patients that might die any minutes are being sent to my direction. As soon as I finished healing, enforcers would quickly shift beds and bring the most serious one in my range so that I could heal them. This process had saved a lot of lives and freed many healers, so they could focus on the other patients that are not so close to dying without feeling any tensions. Around 1100 p.m., the battle is finally over. The grim monsters have retreated, but work has not been finished. The patients kept coming. These patients are those who kept fighting despite being cursed, and patients from other wards whose condition has become serious. Our ward is not the only one taking the patients. There are tens of others. They start bringing patients to our wards, especially to me, and I continue to heal them despite feeling immensely tired. Healing is a very stressful task. Not only do I have to heal, but I also have to continuously keep refining the inheritance energy that I will need for the healing. It is extremely tiring work, but I am also benefiting from it. I am making money as I am healing. Those cursed roses have become a very important resource to the academy. They are handy tools for research and teaching. In just a week of me starting producing them, they added these roses into the healer's curriculum. Teacher has given me a quota for these roses. I have to send these roses in fixed numbers back to the academy. Till now, I have already produced thousands of roses. Each lord gives me 2 to 3 roses, and dukes 6 to 7 with their grade being higher. With me healing more than 1,000 patients till now, my assistant have already collected more than 5,000 roses, which means I have already finished a quarter of my quota for the academy. The teacher had said that I had to send at least 20,000 cursed roses back to the academy every month. I first thought it would be a very hard target to fulfill, but now I don't think the target is that hard. It would not even take me a week to fulfill it. These are other benefits I am receiving through this continued healing. My refining speed is increasing in this tense environment. If I am not wrong, then it has increased by a whopping 20, which huge number. It had made me very ecstatic. All the moves in Rose Domination require a huge amount of energy. The more energy I will refine, the more moves I will be able to use in battle. It is such a great thing for me. Time passed by, and I continued healing. I again finished with another badge and moved my vines toward another, but to my surprise, no beds moved when I looked around and found the ward is nearly empty of patients. There are only 20-some patients who have remained in the ward, and they are Prince stage, which I could not heal. Seeing the beds empty, I couldn't help but take a sigh of relief and collapsed on the bed beside me. It has been nearly 20 hours since I am healing, and I am utterly tired that I would fall asleep if I closed my eyes for a second longer. I closed my eyes to sleep. I do not care. I am sleeping a hospital bed, and not in my dorm. I am too tired to care about it. You have quite shocked us. I've heard that the headmistress of Riverfield Academy's students have very good healing skills, but did not expect your skills being this good. The voice said, there are only a few in Wisdom Tower that could compete against you in healing talent. The voice continued. I opened my eyes in irritation. I had just fallen asleep a second ago when I got awakened. I opened my eyes and looked at the girl who had rudely awakened before I could sleep even for a second. I'm looking forward to your shifts, Mitchiel, she said when I was by the door. I nodded faintly and sped out of the ward. I would be on the field, but on my free days, I will have to do shifts in the hospital. The healers barely get any time off. There is always someone to heal. Especially people like me who have better than average healing ability. We have to do some shifts in the hospital whether we want it or not. It is a burden of being a healer that even people like my teacher and old powerhouses that retired could get away with it. Every day, the teacher would spend some time of her day in the hospital, treating patients that came to her. Soon, I walked out of the hospital and sped toward the 50-story building that is beside the hospital. It had healer's quarters written on. I barely take a look at it before I walked into and directly moved toward the elevator. I would like to fly away directly at the window, but since it is my first time, I had to go through the elevator. These stupid rules. I cursed, and as I walked into elevation and clicked 27, a few seconds later, the elevator reached the 27th floor and I flashed out of it. 3 seconds later, I appeared in front of door No. UI04 and opened the electronic key on my HoloWatch before flashing it at the door. Click. Seeing the lock turned green, I opened the door with clicking and sped inside. I did not even observe my new quarters. I flashed toward the first door I saw, and luckily it was a bedroom. A smile couldn't help but appear on my face as I saw the fluffy bed. Without wasting any time, I threw away the shoes and jacket I was wearing before sleeping on the soft bed, and within a second I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was an early afternoon. I felt very good. The earlier tiredness all but disappeared. I laid on the bed for a while before getting up and walking to the bathroom for freshening up and shower. When I finished, I wore new clothes and walked outside of my bedroom. I am feeling very hungry, except for breakfast in the morning yesterday. I have not had anything. I was about to walk into the kitchen when I noticed some notification on HoloWatch. There are some messages from friends, teachers, and parents. There is even one from Charlotte. I replied to all the messages in quick succession and asked Charlotte to come for lunch if she was free. She is when I messaged. She had just returned to the hospital, finishing her morning shift. She said she would come after freshening up. When I walked through the kitchen, I found Ashlyn there sleeping on the counter. She must have eaten earlier, and now she is napping. It was a good thing I had brought lots of packaged food of excellent quality. It is even better than what I cook. I had given Ashlyn some of it so she could eat when I could not cook for her. There will be many days like yesterday when I will not cook for her, whether during the mission or my shifts in the hospital. Without disturbing her, I took out the cooking materials and started to cook. I am cooking a simple dish. I am feeling very hungry and did not have the patience to wait for long, so the simple but delicious things are on the menu. I had brought many things to the academy that could easily feed me for years. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. I opened it with my HoloWatch and let Charlotte in. She came into the kitchen wearing black trousers and a white shirt. It suits well with her vibrant green color hair. "Take a seat, lunch will be ready in 5 minutes," I said. She nodded. We sat in comfortable silence. She is not a talker, nor I. Even in an airship when we talk, we mostly talked about healing the arts. There are very few times we have talked about the other things. Soon the lunch was ready, and I served the 3 people. Ashlyn had awakened smelling the lunch and was now eating it without waiting for us. After serving, I sat on the opposite of Charlotte, and we started eating. "You were amazing yesterday. I did not think anyone could heal so many people with such speed," Charlotte said with an awe-filled voice. "Haven't you heard the screams that came with it?" I asked with a smile to that. A soft smile on her face faltered a little. Seeing that smile on my face couldn't help but brighten up a little. "The screams are a small price for the healing of curse. No matter what they screamed during the healing, all of them would still go through it if it means saving their life," Charlotte said after something. "Creating the healing moves, I have 2 things in mind: efficiency and speed. I wanted those 2 elements in my healing. I did not care if my healing caused any pain. What matters is healing the quickest way possible in the slowest time. My speed of healing may seem slow compared to the best healers, but mind you, I heal 10 times more people than them at the same time. You know, they had started calling you pain demon, pain sadist, and some other name in the hospital," Charlotte said after some time. I smiled at that. I had gotten many nicknames in the academy. Too many people would shake literally when I passed by hallways of the hospital. "You did good yesterday." I praised her performance was quite great for a rookie who had never seen so much grime. Though she had fumbles for a few hours, she quickly got control over anxiety and started healing in earnest. "It was nothing compared to your performance," she said softly. To that I shook my head. "You have great healing talent, and with inheritance of Supreme, your performance will not be lesser than me," I said. Inheritances, even if it is weaker, as long as one understands their essence, could harness the power that could be comparable to the Apex One. It is extremely difficult to do that, as it is near impossible to match the understanding of the inheritance creator. We fished eating and went into the hall. Charlotte seemed quite surprised seeing my quarters. "You know, your quarter is big. It is double the size of mine," she said, hearing that I am quite surprised before an understanding dawned on me. Unlike the grim battlefield in a small continent, the main battlefield of the central continent works little differently. The most different thing about it is that one could not live whenever they want. Everyone assigned quarters when they entered the battlefield. The size of the apartment, place, everything depends on what one does and how great one talent is. If there had not been a fight yesterday and I had not got a chance to showcase my healing talent, I would have gotten a similar quarter as Charlotte, but showing the talent that is far better than my peers gave me this quarter. Normally, most people start with a small quarter. As their contribution grows, they can change into a different or better place. There are also many conditions for that, but they are minor. As long as Charlotte's performance increased, it would not be a problem for her to get a better quarter, and from what I see between my tiny breaks, I don't think she will take more than 3 months for her to do that. Charlotte stayed for an hour discussing many things before she went back to her apartment as she has to go back to the hospital soon. Unlike me, she is a full-time healer. The hospital is her second home. The more she got used to it, the better. After she left, I checked my quarter and found it was quite luxurious, unlike what I have heard. I've heard their military-style quarters, though the healers' quarters are better than the fighters. I did not expect them to be this vibrant. There are paintings and other artsy stuff, but there are also quite high-level plants with a calming function. Aside from it, there are 2 rooms, a hall, and a practice room. Such an ample space could be luxurious. Unlike the grim battlefield in small continents, half of forts or cities here are mobile. They can be moved. When I first heard that, I had become very surprised, as creating such big moving structures is not an easy task. The reasoning behind the moving fortresses is very simple. In the central continent, every inch of space matters. In every battle, fortresses of both sides move or retreat. Like today's battle, we have repelled the grim monsters, and the fortress had moved 10 miles ahead. It is like the game chess, where both parties abide by rules as they fight. But this is reality. The rules are followed only till it suits the other party. Once there are greater benefits, the other party will break the rules unhesitantly, and it happens more often than not. But these rules are also necessary, as it helps avoid a lot of bloodsheds. After checking my apartments, I read all the emails I've received from the Adventurers Paradise and Hospital before walking out of my apartment. I have many things to do, and first and foremost is register in Adventurers Paradise, and so they could assign me to the team. The fort had given quite a sweet offer to become a full-time healer, going as far as stating that I will only stay in the hospital for 5 hours on a regular day, not forget the resources they offered, which would make any Lord Powerhouse eyes red with greed. But I do not have interest in offers. I have all the resources I need, and the things I need could not be given to me by the four, not to mention I have no interest in being a full-time healer. I love to battle, a thrill of it, and feeling a sense of accomplishment when I kill the grim monsters. It is not there is no sense of accomplishment when I heal, there is plenty, but what battle could give me, healing could not. There is another thing of needing strength. There are many things that will need the strength of accomplishing. I need progress on the path of healing and strength together. Losing one is not acceptable for me. Only by accomplishing great success in both will I do things that I desired to do. I soon reached Adventure Paradise, which is in the center of the city. The Adventurers Paradise in Fort Ardan is a little different. There is no emblem of Adventure Paradise despite having the name instead. There is an emblem of the Golden Pyramid. In my native continent, the existence of pyramids is a secret that is known to few, but only a few who have the strength and connections know about it. The pyramid is in command of all battlefields in the world and has been for more than 10,000 years. It is not an organization but made of all organizations. Everyone who entered the grim battlefield is a member of it one way or another, and it is commanded by the strongest 7 people this generation. Currently, the leader of the pyramid is the sister of Ellen's teacher, who is also the leader of Crystal Domination. After giving it a glance one more time, I walked inside. There is a huge crowd inside, everybody going in their way. I asked for the direction where I have to go and soon reached my destination on the 42 floor. I've had to wait for an hour before meeting with the person in charge of the team allocations. You know, hospital's offer is very great. I've never seen the hospital giving any healer such an offer. The person next to me said after we went through all the documentation and now just the final stamp of approval remains. I like to be in the field, I replied with a smile. Hospital had upped its offer. Even I was thinking about it for a moment before rejecting it. No matter how good the offer is, it does not help me progress as I will progress in the field. It is your choice, he said and started tapping on the projection in front of him. All done, you will get assigned to the team by tomorrow, he said as he closed the hologram in front of him. I had applied in the Hunter division. They do one of the most dangerous missions and have a high mortality rate. It is not rare for them to have the whole team wiped out. The members of Hunter Division worked in a small team. Each team does not have more than 5 members, and the missions of teams are killing the cursemasters and poison masters and other tricky bastards. Normally there is a strict examination for it, but due to the teacher's recommendation, my experience in grim battlefield and my healing abilities had earned me a place in one of the hardest to get places. Despite having huge mortality, there is a great competition to get into the Hunter Division as there are very few teams. Each team had 3 to 4 fighters and a medic. It is a medic that limits the groups. There is already a scarcity of healers medics, and very few like me who are willing to join the dangerous division. That made the number of teams very scarce, that there are not even 200 teams in the Hunter Division. This may sound a lot, but less when seeing the fort have above 50 million in population, and each battle, at least 10 million people participate. The grim monsters attacked yesterday, and we're planning to attack tomorrow. The order of assembling had already been sent, and I had already signed up for it. Newbies usually are given a week to get familiar with the environment of grim battlefield. As for half of the people, it is the first time entering the battlefield. Not every member of the organization went to the small continent to get the experience of the grim monsters. A few minutes later, I walked out of Adventure's Paradise and walked into the teleportation point. Second later, I was in the plaza in front of the hospital and the healer's quarters where I live. I walked toward the hospital. I had received a message from Georgina earlier, saying if I am free, I should help in the hospital, and since I am free, I might as well go to the hospital. There are some things I have to do here: collect the cursed roses, which I forget, and make some more. Yesterday, I had only dealt with the curses. Today I am planning on poison. I had told Georgina about it, and she is more than happy to let me know there are lots of poisoned patients who are needed for the treatment. Few hours passed, and soon it was evening. I continued healing while making my patients scream. I healed till 900 before I finally stopped and went back with Georgina to her office, who said she had something to talk to me about. Do you know the value of the cursed roses you create? Georgina asked when we sat in her tiny office, which is beside the ward she operates. Yes, they are excellent teaching and research material, I replied without missing a beat. Hearing that, Georgina got surprised before she hit her head lightly. You are a student of Marina Charleston. She would be seen through the uses of the roses in a single glance, Georgina said in a self-admonishing tone. She is right. When I first created the roses, the teacher had immediately stopped. When I was about to burn them, she had seen through their uses without any problem. Wisdom Tower is interested in buying those roses of yours. She said, you know, I have a fixed quota for the academy. If I did not provide it, my teacher would flay me alive, I said with a smile. Hearing that, smile on her face faltered, but it soon came back next moment. I am sure you can spare some, she asked. The teacher had told me many organizations would try to have these roses, and even said to me that I should get from them. Sure, I could space at least 1,000 Duke-level roses to Wisdom Tower, but I will need a drop of violet clear water for it, I said with a smile, hearing that her expression changed abruptly. What, do you want drop of violet clear water for every 1,000 Duke-level roses? You must be joking for real. She said the loud, incredulous voice, hearing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I do not have jurisdiction to allow violet clear water, but I am sure even 10,000 roses would not be sufficient for getting a drop of violet clear water, she said. Her tone was a matter of fact, as if she could not believe her organization would give me something precious. Don't be so hasty in making the decision. Give these to your higher-ups. Let them make the decision, I said and forwarded the 3 boxes to her. Okay, I will do that, but don't get your hopes up. She was pocketing the 3 boxes at amazing speed. The teacher had told me the limit of each organization and what I should ask them in return. Violet clear water is a fantastic resource that only Wisdom Tower has in its hands. It is a tremendous resource that I need, and the teacher said they would provide me. Seeing the value to roses. That is all I ask, I said and left her cabin. After I finished dinner, I went to the practice room and took out 2 things. One is a table and the other is the chair. The chair is simple, but the table, on the other hand, not so much. Every part of it is carved in beautiful runes, which made it look quite regal. Just one look at it, one would think it is used for important work, and it is. This experiment table is more expensive than the airship the teacher had given me a few months ago to experiment on samples of curses and other things. I sat on the chair and took out 2 boxes. I opened the box on the left, and there are sickly green color roses. Even if it is a pale green color, it looked just as beautiful as black cursed rose. It is poison rose. I do not have the poison constitution, but I could extract the poison the same way as the curses. It is all possible because of my rule-bending power name change, previous name rule-breaking power. It can help me tweak my curse constitution a little, which helps me easily suck the poison as curses. It may sound easy, but it was extremely difficult. I had researched very deeply and created thousands of experimental formations for it. It is changing the frequency of old-time radio that receives different types of signals when the frequency is changed. I covered my hands with energy and gently took out the green rose and placed it in the center of the table. As I activated a couple of switches with my energy, and next moment, a projection of a rose appeared in front of me. I plucked out the single petal from the phantom rose and expanded it till it covered half of the table. The faint green lines covering it became very visible, and the tiny invisible runes started to appear across the petals. If this table had been made of technology, it would have short-circuited, but the table is electronic equipment, but an artifact itself made by a master. It let me do many things that the technical experiment table is incapable of doing, and only an artifact like this could do this. Seeing the petal had been magnified, I activated a small move of my inheritance, and 2 tiny runic circles appeared in front of my eyes. This one of the general moves I had created in my inheritance is very helpful during the research. As I looked at the petal in front of me, everything became bigger and more clear. I could not see tiny runes that covered the whole petals clearly. I adjusted the runes of my moves and started to study the poison runes. It is important to keep the research going. The more knowledge I have, the better I will perfect my inheritance. It is new, as I expected. I had researched hundreds of types of poison energies and knew them by aura. I had found this one to be new and chose it for research. The teacher would be very happy to get this. The inheritances of the grim monsters are unlimited as their tribes, and even after thousands of years of fighting, we would always come across new inheritances. Every year it is like these bastards have a whole archive of inheritances. Yes, they have. From the secret information that the teacher had told me, grim monsters have something like that. Aside from the inheritances of each tribe, hidden deep in their secret base, their tower that contains unlimited grim inheritances. Powerful members of each tribe went to the tower to get new inheritances for their tribe. Most never succeed as it is notoriously hard, but some do and get inheritance from that tower. For healers, it is extremely important to study inheritance energies to create the best healing strategy. Knowing what type of curse or poison one is dealing with helps a lot. It could save a lot more time and energy for healers if they know what they are dealing with, and this is why my roses are so precious. They preserve the inheritance energies so perfectly. Normally, these inheritance energies have a self-destruct mechanism when they come out of the bodies of the host that could deal a lot of damage to the people around. Even though these roses preserve the inheritance energies perfectly, if one is not careful handling them, they could find themselves cursed or poisoned. I continue to study the poison petal while taking notes of what I observed and also write down the formation, which I found interesting. If one looked at me, one would see a runic circle above my eyes kept moving, as if adjusting magnifying range constantly. That is what is happening. I am adjusting the magnifying range in real time according to my needs. I studied the poison rose for 2 hours before I placed back into the box and took out another rose. The type of inheritance energy it is made of is one of the creepiest things I've seen. This rose is gray-brown color, and it is from the Bugmaster's inheritance energy. One could see tiny bugs moving around the petals of the rose. I had not thought I would come across the patient suffering under the Bugmaster's attack. That patient that I healed is one wretched state. He had bugs running all over its body. This big patient is fourth of what I healed. Unlike the curse and poison, one has very careful dealing with bugs. Though these bugs are not alive and made of energy, they react like one. At the slightest provocation, these bugs will go haywire and kill patients. That is why he had been left unhealed. One needs to have special proficiency to deal with bugs, and most healers don't have that. When I healed that patient earlier, everybody was shocked, even Georgina, who had asked me at least 10 times if I am confident in dealing with bug patents before giving me a chance to heat him. To others, it is extremely difficult to deal with bug patients, but for me, it is extremely easy, and for it, I didn't even have to tweak my constitution. To these bugs, my apex constitution is the biggest threat. So when I plunged the vine into the stomach and opened the root in the vine, the bugs crawled inside it on their own, and within a minute, the patient was free of any Bugmaster's inheritance energy. Everybody was shocked seeing it. The Bugmaster's inheritance energy was hardest to deal with, and I sold within a minute. When I first noticed it during my experiments, I was quite shocked. Still, I had created a second method to deal with Bugmaster's energy. Some bug inheritance energy may not react like others, and I have to extract the same as other energy, and that I do not want myself any tools, and for that, there is a second method ready in my arsenal. I studied the bug rose for 2 hours before I packed the rose carefully and stored the table back in my storage. Before going back to my bedroom to sleep, tomorrow is a big day for me. I woke up early in the morning and followed my usual routine. 1.5 hours later, I am laying on the couch to pass half an hour before I went to Adventures Paradise to meet my new team. I am very excited. In the early afternoon, the force will move toward the grim monsters for the battle. I will participate in it with my team. I am very much looking forward to it. I've never tested my abilities in a real battle. I had many spars in the academy, but not a real crazy battle. Today I will have that. I will get to test my inheritance in a real battle. Half an hour passed, and I walked out of quarters with Ashlyn over my shoulder. The Adventures Paradise is the center of the city, a little distance from the hospital, but with the teleportation gate, it only took me a second to reach there. I walked inside the Adventures Paradise and took the elevator to the 51st floor filled with the offices of Hunter Division. When I got inside, I started to get a look from nearly everyone. Hunter Division is one of Elite Division, and all those who accepted here are Elite Dukes. So when I am mid-level lord swaggered inside, all these elite dukes will give me the looks. There is one other type of look. These people got complicated expressions on their faces when they saw me. I did not understand it at first before, but when I saw a few familiar faces, something clicked inside me. They were the people I had healed. Knock, knock. Soon I reached the office assigned to my room and knocked, and it opened by the young black man sporting a brain bun. Are you the healer that is assigned to us? He asked, looking at me from up to down. Yes, I replied. Hearing that, his expressions dimmed a little, probably not expecting a Lord Healer. I entered the room and saw the other 2 members of my team are sitting inside, and seeing me, a drastic change of expression appeared on their face, and their bodies shook a little. You both said in unison with a face that is remembering something horrible. This young man and woman seem to know me, and I've also found them somewhat familiar, but I don't remember where I had seen them. Rove, Gina, do you know him? The young man who opened the door asked before I could. Jimmy, he is the devil we were talking about earlier. The girl replied, but soon her expression changed again as if realizing what she had said something without realizing. I am sorry, it is what everyone is calling you. It somehow slipped in my mouth. She apologized. Don't worry about it. My name is Mitchiel, so go around calling me devil anymore, I said with a smile which brought a smile to her face. You must have heard our names, but I will introduce myself again. I am Jimmy, leader of the team, and this is Rove and Gina. Welcome to Team 103, he introduced. Gina is a pretty girl with short blonde hair, and Rove is a thin young man with platinum hair. All of them look a year older than me and are at Duke stage leader, and Gina are peak Duke, while young man Rove is at high Duke stage. From what I understand, your healing method is very painful, and at least takes 5 minutes. Being loud and time-consuming is not a luxury we could afford in an active battle, said Jimmy after we sat down on chairs. Don't worry, I do not have only one healing move, I replied with a smile, which made them take a sigh of relief. I have created 2 healing moves, both could be used in battle, but as they said, Rose Vine is painful and time-consuming. It's a good thing my second move did not inflict any pain at all. I had created it specifically to be used during the active battle. The teacher even said that it is one of the best battle healing moves she had ever seen, her words out to have meant something right. Let's get you familiar with our battle strategy before we assemble, Jimmy said, and the next hour we discussed the strategy and their fighting style and how I should fit in. They had planned to keep on the sidelines. If not for me showing the video of my fight with Samuel and telling them my years of experience in grim battlefield, they would have never let me participate directly against the target. Be it a cursemaster, poison master, bug master, most of these bastards are protected by a group of people. These special profession grim monsters are very powerful, but fighting strength is average. Their minions have been specially trained to protect them, so it's very hard to get closer to them, but these bastards could easily long close, mid, and long-range attacks. I would have very much liked it if I had time to practice with my teammates before battle. Though I have seen the video they have shown me, the videos did not give a clear idea about their abilities, but nothing could be done about it. We have to assemble outside within an hour. There is no time for the team practice. Soon an hour passed, and we moved out of the room. We were given the order to assemble outside the city. The attack will happen in the afternoon. The grim monster fortress is very close. An average lord will take an hour to get there with his greatest speed. Soon we flew over the army and saw half of the force had nearly assembled, and it was huge. Millions and millions of people lined in neat lines, standing straight with a battle spirit burning in their eyes. Such a powerful force would need just a few minutes to crush the whole war zone to the ground. This level 4 force will be led by the powerful king-level powerhouses. As for how many of them, I don't know, but usually in such battles, there is a minimum of 5 king-stage powerhouses participating. I am very excited about this battle, not only because it will be months after I am going to fight against the grim monsters, but also because I want to try one move on the grim monsters. I don't know if it will work, but if it did, it would be extremely helpful to me in further developing my moves and my inheritance. It will not only be helpful to me, but also to others who want to research poison, curse, and etc. Thud, thud, thud. We landed at our assigned place and waited for our next order. Within an hour, everybody will be gathered, and we will march toward the grim monster's fortress. Soon an hour passed, and a force of 10 million people gathered in front of Fort Ardan. Of the 10 million, either million are dukes, 1 million are lords, and another million are princes. We all are led by kings. As we were waiting, 7 streaks of colorful lines flashed in the sky before they stopped. The 7 streaks of lights are 7 king-level powerhouses, each emitting an extremely powerful aura. Women who seem to be in her early 20s are leading the battle. She's wearing tight black armor and a black spear in her hand. I noticed an interesting thing about her. She is wearing a cape. I've never seen anyone wear a cape in reality before. It looked amazing on TV, but not in reality. But this young woman proved me wrong. The cape suited her very well. She looked very heroic in it. So it is Matilda leading us, Jimmy said as he looked at the women. So Matilda, I thought. I did not know much about this Matilda except for her topping the king's chart of Fort Ardan. There is a power chart in each fort where top 10 powerhouses of each stage are shown, and Matilda has the top position in the king's chart. When I checked her battle record, I found it was quite great. Forward. she shouted, and all 10 million people flew in the air before following her in complete sync. Scene looked amazing. It seems like humans have bloated the sky completely. As we reached high in the air, we shot in the sky with great speed. Such speed is above what a lord could get with the void boots. To fly at such speed, one will need to have good command over the worldly energy. When we flew, my teammates looked at me with surprise. They had thought I would take worldly energy from a huge cloud that millions of people had created. But no, I had summoned my worldly energy and flew according to it. In the academy, I had given myself 1 hour daily to worldly energy. It is not only required for flying, but also needed for most of my moves. The better I have control over it, the stronger my moves would become. We continued flying for more than half an hour when finally Fortress of the Grim Monsters appeared in front of my eyes, and I have to say, the pictures did not do justice to it. It is majestic. It is mostly white with sky-reaching towers, and now it is completely covered in a force field. There's a huge army of grim monsters standing in front of their fortress. The numbers are at least 4 times higher than us. Even I shuddered slightly, seeing those numbers, but people around me seemed fine. The battle spirit in their eyes burned at even greater ferocity. Down, Matilda's voice rang out, and except for the kings, everything started to land on the ground. King level is different from the other levels here. One received the bigger stage boost. It is not wise for those below king level to fight in the closer vicinity of them. Shake, shake, shake. The ground shook like an earthquake when all of us landed on the ground at the same time. But a little earthquake is nothing in front of people who could tear the earth apart. War, war. We had just landed on the ground when the battle cry rang out from the grim monsters, and they came at us at maximum speed. Their king stag powerhouses and ours also met in the middle of the battlefield, a very high air. They have not crossed the weapons yet, but it will not take long for it any second. The fight between the kings would start, and a minute later, it would be we that would join the battlefield. It is time, I said, and my teammates looked at me as green-black color armor appeared on me. Rose domination, fourth move, rose protection. I said in my mind, and 3 green-black roses came out of my hands. Flip your hands, I said. They sounded confused, but they did what I asked then and showed me back on their palm as they did. The 3 roses went toward them. Jimmy looked fine with a curious expression on his face, while Rove and Gina were visibly scared, as if remembering the pain they had when I had extracted the curse of them. Soon the roses touched the back of their palms and started to seep inside their hands slowly. 3 of them did not seem to be in pain. Most they feel is slightly cold. Soon the roses completely seeped inside the back of their palm and became a beautiful tattoo of the rose. What is it? They asked in unison. It is rose protection. It will help you against the curses, poison, and energies of the other special professions. I replied. They seemed quite surprised by it. Most of the healing moves worked after one got afflicted, not before. How powerful is it? Jimmy asked. It is quite powerful. It will even save you against a direct full power attack Duke-level special profession Grim Monster. I replied. A look of shock appeared on their faces. What is the full power attack of Cursemaster? It helps the power of killing once. It is very difficult for one to survive. I am now telling them they can survive it. I have little underestimated the power of the rose. This move of mine hadn't been tested on the battlefield. Before, I don't want to sound the trumpet before the full results are out. This battle will help me get all the data. It is okay if it worked as it is supposed to. If it is not, I will get to know the reason and fix the move to work as it should. Jimmy wanted to say something. I could see he had many questions, but grim monsters were almost on us, and in a few seconds, both sides would clash. I hope it works as you say, Jimmy said, and he activated his inheritance like those around him. Seeing it is time, the color of my armor also changed from healing mode. It went to the fighting mode. The armor became completely silver with an emblem of multicolor sparrow wings. At the same time, my sword appeared in my hand. That again surprised my teammates. It is very unlikely for the healer to have such weapons. They usually have small weapons, but I have one of the biggest, heaviest designs for human standards. Keep an eye on the special. We will move at it as soon as we spot it, Jimmy said, and we all nodded. I had already spotted a couple of curse masters and 1 poison master on the force of Grim Monster with special sense my constitution is providing, but their places are constantly changing. Clang, clang, clang. Finally, our forces clashed, and the sound of metal clashing rang through the battlefield. We are in the middle, so we have reached the Grim Monsters, but that will happen very soon. There are 2 curse masters in the northeast direction. One is at 300 meters away, while the other one 500 meters away. I roared. My teammates heard it, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes, but they did not ask a question about it. We started to move toward the northeast, toward the direction of the curse master in the Sea of Humans. A few seconds later, we spotted a tide of grim monsters crashing against the tide of humans at the front. We unhesitatingly crashed into the tide of grim monsters with our fellow humans. We did plan to enter the wave of grim monsters. That would be idiocy. The curse masters will also not act this soon. In a few minutes, both of the forces will make full contact, and that we would be time for our hunt. Till then, we will pass some time cutting the grass. Seeing the grim monster coming at me, excitement burned through me, and some runes inside my body lit up. I moved as I was teleported and appeared beside Jimmy, who was in the lead and about to attack the grim monster. I appeared beside him and swung my sword at 7 meters tall, mid-level Duke Brown Horseman. It had a vicious smile seeing me appear in front of it, but as it caught my sword, the smile on its face froze and an expression of dread appeared. It tried to activate its defensive arts, but it had become too late. Slash. The transparent blade of my sword with a faint red edge had cut through the armor and skin of the 7 meters tall brown horseman without any resistance, and my engines assaulted both parts of its bodies, killing it immediately. After killing one brown horseman, I moved at another. There's a group of hundreds, some of them present. Some of them have noticed the killing of their friends and came to me like wild. Putch slash slash. I moved like the wind, never staying in one place for more than a moment. Sounds of slash and stabs started to ring out around me as I reaped the lives of brown whores. EN, and they are powerless to stop me. I would kill them and store their bodies and kill them and store their bodies. I continued doing that for little more than a minute before I realized there were no grim monsters in the 10 meters range of me. I had killed every brown whores, EN, that were around me. Seeing there were still a few minutes before both groups started to fight earnestly, I moved towards snow leopardmen. These bastards are known for their speed and long claws, which, if hit even slightly, could freeze one's whole body. I jumped into the group of snow leopardmen and started killing them. They may be fast, but I am faster. Even I enter their group, where about 200 monsters are present, not a single one can touch me despite them at the Duke stage. The thrill of killing is great. It has been 8 months since I last killed the grim monsters, and now I am killing it, and without any restraint I am enjoying it. It is also the first time I am freely using the old set without restraint. Even in my fight against the Samuel, I did not get to use the old set without restraint as I am doing right now. It took me a little more than 2 minutes. I killed nearly all snow leopard men. All of them were at Duke stage. With some of them being peak Dukes, I have killed them all. I was about starting on the other group of grim monster when suddenly, I sensed something. The specialist has started to move forwards, seeing that I smiled as the hunt had started. Jimmy, let's move north, I said to Jimmy as flashed near him. He nodded as he killed the grim monster he was fighting. Jimmy and I quickly finished off the grim monsters that our teammates had been entangled with before moving toward our real targets. 4 of us started moving north speedily, cutting any grim monsters that came in our path, and 5 minutes later, we have finally seen the cursemaster. It is an onyx-eyed ratman wearing blue regal robes floating in the air with both of its hands filled with gaseous black flames, which it is throwing at any human it sees. 10 meters around it, there are about 50 heavily armored onyx-eyed ratmen, each with the power of mid-level dukes, and above, this force is pretty strong and would easily be able to go against a group of average Prince stage powerhouses. These curses of onyx-eyed ratmen are working as a bomb inflicting wide damage, anyone who is unlucky enough to get in touch with them. Normally, this amount of curse would not deal with damage right when it is, but once enough time passed, it will burst out with great strength and incapacitate them. But humans have also learned to deal with the curse. Those who got cursed have the freedom to leave the battlefield. It is not only done in mercy, but to save others from getting inflicted with a curse. After the curse bursts out, it will blow up human like a bomb-spreading curse in all directions, infecting even more people. This is the main reason why these special professions are so dangerous in battle. Seeing our team coming toward it, the onyx-eyed ratmen got alert, and their defense got even more powerful, while the cursemaster ratman hands blazed with powerful curse fire. You 3 handle this minion, I will attack the cursemaster. Jimmy said. All of us nodded and moved to the group of onyx-eyed ratmen. The first ratman guards seemed to be very well trained. They immediately came at the use we entered our range. Jimmy was even attacked by 5 peak Dukes onyx-eyed ratmen. These onyx-eyed ratmen are not the same as the grim monster we have dealt with earlier. These are powerful. We will have to try hard if we want to have any chance at these ratmen. We were about to crash against the ratmen when black curse fire came toward Jimmy and Gina. Seeing them peak Duke, ratmen decided to wait to attack them first. I took one glance at my teammates before focusing on the 9 ratmen that are coming toward me. Seeing them, runes inside my body lit up, and I appeared beside them and swung my sword. Slash. I decapitated one onyx-eyed ratman before others could do anything. This had shocked the onyx-eyed ratmen, and their onyx eyes started to blaze in rage as they looked at the decapitated body of their friends. You wretched human, they shouted and attacked me. They are in a rage, but they have not lost a reason. They have attacked information. This formation made it hard to find the blind spot. For an average person, it would be difficult, but I do not. My killing constitution, which is being powered by my high intermediate killing rule, has helped me quickly analyze their battle formation and find the weakest link. Their powerful inheritance attacks on me when I suddenly disappeared from my spot and appeared behind a mid-stage onyx-eyed ratman. Puchai. I stabbed my sword into its chest before disappearing again, and the Ratman reacted immediately. If I stayed in my spot a moment more, I could have been hit by numerous attacks. I again appeared behind another weakest link and attacked, and but this they were ready just as my sword was about to cut through the neck of one onyx-eyed Ratman. A black spear appeared to block my path. Clang, my sword clashed against the spear. Humans, you have luck with 2 attacks, but you will not anymore, said Ratman as a couple of attacks came at me. Seeing that, smile appeared on my face, seeing that the spear-holding Ratman shuddered uncontrollably. Puchai. It is about to say something when it found a sword of humans had pierced through its back. It had finished speaking when it lost its life. Seeing me killing 3 of their friends within a second, the onyx-eyed Ratman got serious and are not the only ones. The cursemaster also noticed it and sent the ball of curse at me at rocket speed. The Ratman had predicted the timing well, and according to it, this attack I could not dodge or defend with speed. It is coming at me. The attack is very fast, but I could dodge, but I will not. The curse is no threat. My body will handle it without any problem. Bang, I let the curse attack me intentionally. Ha, human bastard, you are dead. There is no way you will survive after directly getting hit by the curse, shouted a couple of Ratmen and came at me, and at the same time, black veins started to appear all over my body. I am at mid-lord stage, and if I am hit by the curse attack of Peak Duke, I will experience these symptoms. Seeing the symptoms, the curse master Ratman smirked and started to focus on my Duke stage teammates. Human die, shouted Ratman in a sharp, squeaky voice and launched attacks at me. I, who is cursed, gritted my teeth and dodged the attacks, but some of them were still grazing me and injured me heavily. These onyx-eyed, seeing my injured condition, quickly surrounded me and started to launch an attack indiscriminately. I dodged most of the attacks, but some of them still injured me. In just a few seconds, I became completely bloodied, and I started to look like I might collapse at second. Even my teammates became worried despite me showing them some glimpse of my power. It is time, I said after a minute passed. It was finally time to launch the attack that I had prepared for so long. Rose Domination. Third move, Rose Vines, I said in my mind, and with that exact movement, thick thigh-high vines shot out of the ground and enveloped the cursemaster that was floating 5 meters above the air. The speed of the vines is very fast, and they enveloped the cursemaster at an incredible speed that gave no chance to the onyx-eyed Ratman cruisemaster to escape. Bastard! All the Ratmen screamed and looked at me vengeance as they saw their boss enveloped in thick vines. I smiled at them with my perfectly healed body. There is no sign of injuries on my body. The apex level constitution is not revered for a reason. Rose Domination. First move, Rose Death, I said in my mind, and used the move I've never used in public. A tri-colored rose size of adult palm came out of my chest and released its petals around. The scene looked breathtaking with petals releasing from the rose. The petals of rose gently flew toward the grim monsters as if the gale was taking them, but before Grim Monster knew, the petals appeared before them and pierced through their head. Some grim monsters, like the ones that were fighting against Jimmy, had barely had time to activate their defensive measure, but these petals acted like these defense measures did not exist. They completely discarded it and seeped into the head of the onyx-eyed Ratman. Thud, thud, thud. All the onyx-eyed Ratmen fell on the ground one after another, completely dead. My teammates looked at them in utter shock as they knew how powerful these monsters are, but I had killed them within a second. A second, that is all it took from a rose coming out of me to its petals piercing through their heads and killing them. The result is not surprising, seeing I had used the most powerful offensive move in my arsenal. I looked at the dead grim monster for a moment before appearing beside the vines that had enveloped the grim monster. These vines are developing at a crazy rate as they such as the blood and energy of curse mastering grew, but I could see the grim monster is struggling. It is quite surprising to me as I did not think once captured under the wine cover, the grim monsters can get out, but this one is clearly showing the capacity. The teacher was when she said I should never underestimate the curse masters. These willy bastards have many tricks in their sleeves. Though it is struggling, it will not get out alive. It will be buried inside these vines, and I will have what I need from it. With that thought, I touched the vines, and a couple of formations inside lit up. I took control of vines and reinforced it with my energy. Rose vines may be a healing move, but it is also a very powerful offensive move against the special profession grim monsters. Ah! A second after I took control over the vines, a squeaky mournful scream rang out, and vines started to multiply crazily as they began to suck energy and blood from the onyx-eyed Ratman speedily. It screamed for about a minute, and when finally stopped, but the vines kept growing till they covered the area of 20 meters radius. The Ratman is entirely dead, not a drop of it has remained, and now it is time to get what I want. If I get what I need, it will be very helpful to me and other healers. With that thought, I controlled the vines again, and they started to shrink rapidly till half a minute later, the sphere of the vine had shrunk from 20 meters to a meter diameter. Seeing that, I started to such the vines inside me, and the vine sphere began to unravel, until there is only one vine had remained, and the end of vines is jet black rose in which is surrounded by faint black fog. Gasp, I couldn't help but gasp seeing the beautiful treasure. The black rose is extremely beautiful. The roses I had earned from the cursed patient still look nothing but the cheap of a copy of it. It looked like it was made of Nye itself. It gave a very threatening, but also very enchanting feeling. This rose is harvested from the blood and energy from the cursemaster onyx-eyed ratman. Every part is used in the creation of this rose. I wanted to stare at it more, but seeing the scene around me, I carefully cut the rose and packed in a crystal box before calling back last on the vine in me. What you did was creepy as hell, but that rose was extremely beautiful. Would you let me take a look at it after the battle is over? Gina asked. Sure, I said with a smile. While Rove and Jimmy were fighting the grim monsters that came toward us, Gina was protecting me, seeing me focused on Rose. Though I did not need her protection, and I would have easily been able to kill any grim monster that came at me, I still felt happy that my teammates were protecting me. Let's help them. There is one poison master that is very close to us, I said, and Gina quickly went toward Jimmy and Rove and helped them kill the grim monsters they were fighting against. This is quickest we finished off any special profession grim monster. Our last record was that of 21 minutes, Rove said, clearly sounding very impressed. It had taken less than 5 minutes to attack and finished off that onyx-eyed ratman cursemaster and harvest the essence rose from it. To be honest, I am also quite surprised by the timing, as I had thought I would need 10 minutes to completely harvest a special profession grim monster. Mitchiel, that move of yours was extremely powerful. Don't skim on it when we were in trouble. Jimmy said as we moved toward the poison master. Don't worry, I will not, I replied. Though I would not like to use that move over and over due to it taking directly 25 of energy at each use. If my teammate is in trouble, I will not think twice to use it. Boom, boom, boom. We were halfway to the poison master when suddenly booming sounds started to ring from above. I don't even have to look for who is making the sounds. It is kings that had finally started fighting. We did not stop to watch the kings battle and continued moving toward our target white, cutting anything that came between our way before finally coming across our next target, Gray Veins Toadman. Jimmy spat as he looked at our target. Others' expressions also became quite serious when they saw it. I did not have to ask when they became serious about seeing. This 7 fucking meter tall toadman is attacking like a machine gun. Every second, it is at least 3 poison blob bullets through its mouth, means it had the capacity of attacking with 200 poison blob bullets every minute. The rate of attack is nothing powerful grim monsters have it. The real problem is those poison blob bullets. They are not extremely fast, but also highly dangerous. A normal duke would be killed in a minute if one got 10 shots of these bullets in his body. It is now crazily attacking every human he is seeing. If not for maintaining sufficient distance, we would have got shot at too. We will follow our initial plan, just this time we will handle minions, while Mitchiel will go for the boss, Jimmy said. Rove and Gina nodded immediately. With everyone on the board, we did not waste any time moving toward the Gray Veins Toadman Poison Master, but to reach it, we will have to first go through the 70-some minions of it. They have formed 30-meter diameter protection around it. They would attack anyone who had come into their range, but I don't think they have much lifted the weapon. Since the battle started, the one they are protecting have a big enough attacking range that they did not need to attack. Gray Veins Toadman noticed us and started to launch a barrage of the poison attack at us. It has very sharp senses and great accuracy as it attacks the places where poison will spread the quickest. Clap, clap, clap. I have been prepared against the poison attacks, and just as they came at me, I defended against them with my sword. These attacks are faster, but my team and I could defend against them, but we are not facing the Gray Veins Toadman alone. There are also his huge minions, and of which 12 are coming toward me. They are holding scimitars and their bodies boiling with their inheritance energy. These bastards may be not as armored and onyx-eyed ratmen, but they are fast. They only took seconds to appear beside. Human die. They screamed and attacked me, seeing that I smiled before disappearing from my spot. Putch, when I appeared again, my sword was in the chest of one Gray Veins Toadman. The bastard had died before it could do anything. Slash, Putch. I disappeared again from my spot and directly in front of another, and decapitated it before disappearing from my spot. Clap, clap, clap. I again appeared behind another Gray Veins Toadman, and when suddenly I found myself attacked by numerous poison bullets. These bullets were so fast that they had hit me before I could dodge. That is what it looked like. Seeing the tens of poison bullets crashing on me, the color of my face changed immediately. My skin had become sickly yellow, and I puked out the green blood. My movements became so slow that I am barely surviving against the attacks of the Gray Veins Toadman that had started carving my body bloodily. I am getting injured by seconds, and my teammates wanted to come to help me, but they are being completely surrounded by the Gray Veins Toadman while facing the poison bullets from the Gray Veins Toadman. From the outside, it looked like it is game over for us. we have become another hunter team that will get exterminated in the battle. But when everything is going as Grey Veins Toadmen expected, and they are dreaming about feasting on our body, a sudden change occurred in the battlefield. A huge amount of this thorny vines came out of nowhere and enveloped the Grey Veins Toadman Poison Master, who was attacking with powerful poison bullets from the ground, and at the same time, all the injuries present on my body have disappeared. Puch I slash. As I healed my injuries, I activated the old set with considerable energy and started the massacre. Rose Death uses too much energy, compared to its old set used peanuts. I flashed across the battlefield, slashing necks and punching the heart with my sword like a reaper. In just half a minute, I had killed about 40 Grey Veins Toadmen. There are 20 some of them had remained alive, but I am sure my teammates would handle it. I would have liked to kill all of them, but Grey Veins Toadman cursemaster is making trouble inside the vines, and if I did not handle it personally, it might get out. So after finishing half of the Grey Veins Toadman, I appeared next to vines and took control over it, and the next moment, the vines started to grow at a fantastic rate, and within a minute, it covered the whole 15 meters. Hun, it is not that easy, you bastards, I muttered when I noticed what had remained energies of Grey Veins Toadman Poison Master have become uncontrollable. It wants to self-destruct with what life has left in it, but how can I let it do that? It increased my effort and sucked out whatever life that had left in it. I killed it completely and sucked whatever it had before the vines started to shrink, and when they were just covering a 1-meter area, they began to come inside, and I got a glimpse of the most beautiful poison rose. It is bright green, and if one did not look at aura, they will think it is some kind of life-related treasure, not a thing that could take their life with the slightest touch. It had been 6 hours since the battle started, and it is raging at full volume. Grim monsters and humans, and fighting with their full power. Bodies of humans and grim monsters could be seen on the ground now and then. The battle is a bloody affair. In the battle of millions of casualties of the thousands is normal, but despite being bloody filled with death, people would join the battle the next day. Seeing the numbers the grim monsters have, we humans understood the importance of the constant battles. We participated whether we wanted it or not. We had to battle so we could quell their numbers and progress further in the path. Only those who go through the baptism of iron and blood go further in the world. There was no powerhouse who did not need to climb the mountain of grim monsters' bodies to reach the top. For the past 6 hours, we have been killing special profession grim monster. Every hour we would kill 3 of them at the least, and 2 hours ago, we even managed to kill 5 of them within an hour. Most of them died without creating many problems, but some of them created a big problem, and one had nearly killed me. These special profession grim monsters are very dangerous, and the Hunters Division is a group of people on suicide missions. I am sure no one wants to deal with these bastards, and would have let them do what they want if not them being so fucking dangerous. At their current stage, they are dangerous, but not as dangerous as them when they level to Emperor and Tyrant. At that stage, they became so dangerous that people of the same level became ants to them. Not only that, they became even harder to kill, and their wiliness also increased many folds. So it is important we kill bastards when they are still growing, making their already few numbers fewer. But one can't directly go crazy on them. Killing each one needs careful considerations. Let's go. Another one is at 400 meters away, I said, and we started the move toward it, but halfway through it, my steps stumbled for a moment. When I sensed something, I quickly made hand signs to my teammates, who faltered for a moment. They thought for a second before Jimmy made signs, and the other 2 nodded, and we moved toward it. On the way, I reinforced their tattoos, which I have not done since I gave them. This time it is going to be exceptionally dangerous. Normally, I don't ask my teammates about targets and just tell them, but this time I felt the need of taking a risk, and asking them is the right thing to do. We had come across such scenarios before and stayed away, but our constant success this past hour with minimal danger had made us a little confident, or I might say overconfident. If we failed, there is quite a high chance some of us might lose their life during the attack, but everyone understood this is necessary. Many of the curse masters are under such protections, and if we did not face such an attack, we were always in mediocrity, never being able to reach the peak of potential. Soon we reached near the target, and it peaked Duke Grey Rock Crockman holding an arrow and shooting arrows made of curse energy. The Crockman is a nearly 8 meters tall giant with a body completely encased in natural rock armor. The curse arrows it is shooting is very strong, made of strong curse energy that harnessed from very powerful inheritance. This Grey Earth Crockman could be said to be the most dangerous curse master we have ever dealt with in this battle, but it is not the reason this mission extremely dangerous. The thing that made the mission dangerous for us is its bodyguards. There are 30-some Grey Earth Crockmen protecting it, and of these 30-some Grey Earth Crockmen, 10 are Price Stage, and these Prince Stage are more powerful than the normal Prince Stage powerhouses. We are going to deal with it. Dealing with the Prince Stage is not a problem for my team. They are elite dukes, dealing prices is not a problem, but these princes are more powerful than normal princes. Dealing with them will be very dangerous, especially when a powerful cursemaster is attacking yours from behind. Still, it is something we have to deal with, as the princes protect the majority of the special profession grim monsters, and we have to learn to deal with princes' bodyguards. If we want to deal with the above-average cursemasters, we will have to face the prince stage powerhouses. The gray earth Crockman cursemaster and its minions' eyes flashed toward us, and as we entered their range and next moment, the cursed arrow shot toward us, and at the same time 10 princes came at us swiftly. Hun. I got quite surprised by it. I had thought only half of the princes would react, and only dukes would come at us seeing our level, but to my surprise, the dukes stayed at the back and princes came at us. Seeing that, my expression became severe, and my head opened till now, finally covered with the armor. I usually like to keep my head open, but seeing it is prices we are dealing with, I used the helmet finally. As I used the helmet, everything became clear in front of me, and my senses leaped. Now I am not feeling as much pressure as I was feeling earlier when I saw 2 prince stage powerhouses coming at me. A total of 10 princes. A group of 3 gray earth Crockmen went to attack Jimmy and Gina, while a group of 2 gray earth Crockmen came at Rove and me. These 2 gray earth Crockmen are at the initial level and mid-level of prince stage, and their battle power is quite impressive. Seeing that, I couldn't help but feel excited, as they will the strongest opponents I will ever face. Die human, both of the gray earth Crockmen roared and attacked. The warhammer of one came from above and sawtooth blade from the side. Their attacks are extremely fast and powerful, as they are powered with arts. Seeing the attack coming at me with intentions to kill, the formations deep inside me lit up as if the beast had awakened, and I disappeared from my spot and appeared behind gray earth Crockman, who was attacking me with a hammer. I swung my sword at it with intentions to cut off its neck, but to my surprise, it moved with amazing speed and directed its hammer at its back from the front at amazing speed. Clang! Its huge 6-meter-long warhammer with meter-long head clashed against the took pick like the sword of mind that created a deafening sound which could be heard with the booming sound of King's battle from above. The gray earth Crockman looked at me in surprise as our sword clashed, but not a shake came from me. No injury appeared on my body. Hell, there wasn't even a change of expressions. Such an attack would have turned the normal lord into a bloody mist, and even powerful would have become quite injured, but they got nothing from me. Instead, it got from it. The powerful energies its attack possessed sucked inside me and went to the different formations that had carved into my body. From immensely powerful energy, it had been turned to gullible raw energy, ready to be used by my hands. I disappeared suddenly and before appeared in front of the same gray earth Crockman that I had attacked earlier and attacked, aiming to stab into its chest. Clang! My attack stopped again, and this time not by the hammer, but by the saw-toothed blade by the other gray earth Crockman. At the same time, Warhammer came at me, burning in the violet flames. The attack is extremely danger rounds. If I did not avoid it, it would be very bad for me. So I disappeared and appeared behind the gray earth Crockman with a saw-toothed blade, which is also attacking me with its big saw-toothed blade covered in violet enemies. These gray earth Crockmen are not pulling any pouches attacking me. After seeing how difficult an opponent I am, they started to use their powerful attacks. Clang. My attack was again defended against by the hammer using gray earth Crockman, but this time, it had not used the hammer but against a 5 meters long shield that had appeared out of nowhere. The shield seemed to be of the same quality as the warhammer, as even if, after the direct clash, there was an only faint line on it, which also filed immediately, and the shield has become as good as new. I am not surprised to see it. The artifact used by the price stage powerhouse should not be of low quality, that it could not defend against low-powered enchantment of mine. Seeing my attack defended, I again disappeared from my spot and appeared directly in front of Sawtooth Blade Grey Earth Crockman and slashed my sword at it with intentions of cutting its leg off when suddenly, I sensed something. F-U-C-K. I cursed loudly as the curse arrow pierced through my back. It is damn painful. I had not expected that getting shot by the arrow would be this F-U-C-K-I-N-G painful, and this is just starting as another one is coming. Fifth move, rose cover. I muttered I was planning to take another arrow, but seeing the pain I felt, I activated my defensive method, which I had kept on standby for quite a while. Thousands of rose petals started to swirl around me beautifully. Just the moment the rose cover appeared around me, 3 attacks struck me one after another. Clang, clang, clang. First, the hammer struck the rose cover. After that, it is the sawtooth blade of the other gray earth Crockman before another curse arrow, and despite receiving one after another powerful attack, rose protection held on without any problem. The rose cover brightened up and started to swirl around me even at a faster rate. Now that I activated the defensive method, it is time to start on the real offensive, I said in my mind before making my face place and showed the sign of the curse. Ah, I screamed and launched the attack while still under the protection of rose cover. Seeing my attack, a smile could help but appear on the face of the gray earth crocmen as they thought it was my last charge. My sword moved toward them. On the way it started to get heavy, and redness on its transparent edge became denser, and it spread for an inch. Gray earth crocman, who was smiling, became instantly serious, seeing the power of my attack. Clang, step, step. The warhammer struck against my sword, and the gray earth crocman holding it shook before taking 2 steps back. Seeing that, I appeared behind him and launched another attack without caring for the cursed arrow and sawtooth blade coming at me while releasing powerful energy fluctuations. Rose cover is a perfect defensive method. Inside it, I have complete flexibility to launch any attack, so I appeared behind him and launched another attack. Clang, clang, clang. It hastily defended against the attack while again taking a step back, and I launched another attack without giving it any chance. As for the attacks of other gray earth crocmen, let them come, I did not fear them. I continue to launch attack after attack without giving it a chance while it continues taking a step back. While attacking, I did not forget to make my symptoms worse, so I seemed more desperate. Fear started to appear in its eyes, and this passed 3 times. It is barely able to save its neck from it. My attacks are getting stronger, filled with madness, and they could not do anything to me when I am in the protection of rose cover. A chance. I saw the chance I was waiting for. I was attacking this one, but my target is completely another. Just as I saw the chance, I disappeared from my spot and appeared behind Sawtooth-wielding gray earth crocman. As I appeared behind it, I moved my sword straight at its heart. It seemed to realize what was happening and activated its defensive method, and at the same time whipped its blade back, but unfortunately it was slow. If it had not been caught by surprise, it would have been able to handle my attack at current power, but unfortunately it had been caught completely off guard by my ruse. Puchai. A sound of stabbing rang out as my sword pierced through its heart after it cut through its defensive method like butter. As the sword stabbed through it, a torrent of inheritance energy resealed from it and destroyed all its vital organs, including the heart and brain. Slash. Just as I did that, I disappeared and appeared directly in front of Warhammer, wielding gray earth crocman, and decapitated it. This fucking gray earth crocman was so surprised by its friend's death that it wasn't even able to react when I cut its head off. I had thought it would struggle a minute or two against me, but this dumph, UCK, had made itself an easy kill that did not take any effort from me. First move, rose death. Just as I killed the dumph, UCK gray earth crocman, a tricolored rose released from my chest. This rose is smaller than the rose I used earlier. It had only 12 petals. As the rose came out, its petals separated. 5 petals went to 5 Prince Stage gray earth crocmen fighting my teammates, while the other 7 went to the gray earth crocman cursemaster. The petals felt like they were gently gliding in the wind, but they took barely a moment to appear before their target before seeping inside their head, passing through the obstructions as if they did not exist. Bam, bam, bam. As expected, I muttered when I saw a defensive layer coming up in front of the gray earth crocman cursemaster as my petals struck it. The transparent runic defensive layer had completely blocked the attack. Not a single petal was able to pass through it. Defensive talisman. In a fight, this bastard was carefree even when it looked at the kings fighting above. There was only slight fear in its eyes, as if it did not fear the attack of it much, which means it has something that could protect it even against the kings. I am very surprised that my guess turned right. It is very hard to get a defensive talisman, even for the grim monster. Though not much as ours as humans, our energy only became suitable to create talisman at tyrant stage grim monsters could create from the king stage. There are some exceptions like some supreme inheritances, but rare is supreme inheritance, and even among those who have supreme inheritance, how many have erudite expertise in runology to create the talisman? Creating talisman is extremely difficult, even if one has knowledge of it. Even if its defensive talisman is of king stage, it is extremely hard to create even for the grim monster. Still, I am very happy to use my most powerful defensive move against this bastard. There are 2 types of defensive talismans, one is active and the other is passive. An active defensive talisman is one that one has to activate for it to work, while passive activated on its own when it senses the life-threatening danger. You bastard, you made me use my defensive talisman. You know how fucking rare they are. I have to risk my life to it, but not it is wasted under your puny attack. It roared loudly. It seemed extremely happy, as if it wanted to tear me apart, but it had nothing of that sort, just looked at me with burning eyes. So what can you do about it? Do you have any powerful move you want to attack me with it, or have any attacking talisman to attack me with? I asked mockingly. Oh wait, you don't have it if you have used it long ago. I said again in a mocking tone. Though my voice is mocking, my heart is beating wildly. I am treading on dangerous waters here by inciting it. If this fucker had the attacking talisman and attacked me with it, it will make me waste precious tyrant-level talisman, but to kill it, I am willing to take this risk. So you don't have it. I mocked again, seeing its tongue tied with no response. Wretched human, you may have won today, but next time we meet, I will inflict you with a curse powerful enough that you will beg for me to death. It said and started to leave as it saw one by one its Duke-level minions getting killed by my team. Not so fast, I said to it, and the next moment, vines erupted from the ground and caged its running self. Though I could not harm it with it being covered in talisman protection, it will lose that soon, and that time I will kill it. Bastard, let me go. If you are a real warrior and let me out and fight me one-on-one. It screamed under the vine, but I am in no mood to listen. The rose vine had completely covered it. As soon as the power of a defensive talisman is over, my vines will move and pierce through every part of its body. The talisman will stay active for a few minutes before it will run out of power, and that time I will kill it. I could not wait to do that. This one was the most powerful cursemaster I've faced in battle. The origin rose I will get from it will be better than other roses. It started ranging and ranting, but I did not care to listen even when it began to beg. I am not surprised over its begging. A person may not beg when they have only a second or two, but they will surely beg where they are minutes away from them, and they know death is coming for them. I did not listen to its begging. Instead, I looked around the battle that is going on around me. My teammates have finished up all the Duke stage gray earth crocmen, and now they are just killing whichever grim monsters is idiot enough to enter our range. A 1.5 minute later, I spotted changed into the protective layer that was covering gray earth crocmen and became vigilant and readied my vines to suck its blood and energy. I was right to be vigilant. Just as I shield out, I found it is on the verge of self-destruction. If not for me driving the vine into its heart and stopping that self-destruct that very second, this bastard would have self-destructed. This self-destruction is also one of the things that make dealing with special profession grim monsters very difficult. The hunters are advised to finish off the battle without giving the enemy any chance to self-destruct. 2 minutes later, I was finished harvesting it completely, and the essence rose it gave was better than all the essence roses I have harvested till now. Time passed by, and we continued to battle without stopping. Each of our battles had been filled with risk, especially after we started to fight the Prince stage guards. The fights have become incredibly dangerous. Many times, and I and my teammates have nearly died under the hands of those bastards. Many times still, we have also gained many things. First and most important is the confidence to attack the special profession's grim monsters protected under the Prince powerhouses. We have grown so daring that we have attacked the Poison Master protected by more than 20 Prince stage powerhouses and were able to kill it within 15 minutes. Aside from confidence, I am also getting good at using my abilities. In the fights, I am nearly using all my abilities one after another or together. I've never gotten such a chance before, and it is making me more familiar with them. I already have a couple of ideas for making my abilities more efficient and powerful in the battle, and I am going to work on that, but before that I should focus on the next target. This time we are targeting not one but two special profession grim monsters. It is a pair of wolfmen. One is Cursemaster while the other is Poison Master, and they have a total of 27 Prince stage powerhouse. You guys remember the plan, right? I asked. 3 of them nodded confidently, but there is hidden nervousness that could be seen in their eyes. It is our most dangerous target yet, and this time, it is they who are going on the offensive while I will stay hidden. If it had been 8 hours ago, they would have said straight no for such a mission, but now, after fighting dangerous battles for the whole night, they are looking forward to fighting such dangerous battle. Don't try to kill them, just keep them occupied. I cautioned them one more time. They nodded before moving toward the werewolf duo, attacking any human in their range with curses and poisons. They just have to stall for a minute. As long as they stalled for a minute, I will kill every grim monster in that range, including those 2 werewolf bastards. Soon, they saw my team approaching their range, and 12 princes separated and went to find them, while the werewolf Curse Master and Poison Master also joined the attack. Seeing that no one is looking in my direction, I started to release the released tricolor rose. The rose is very small, about adult thumb size, and as it came out of me and it went flying. A few seconds later, another rose came off my chest and floated away. I had intentionally made the rose as small as I could, and covered them with the thick killing flavor inheritance energy and killing energy of my rule power so that they would remain invisible to common dukes. The night also helped, but it will not be there for much longer. Half an hour later, the dawn will come, but by that, I would be a long finished with this target and would be fighting some other. Roses after rose came out of me and my teammates are getting soundly beaten in just 15 minutes. They have become seriously injured and wouldn't last more than 30 seconds if this continues. They are powerful. If not, they would not have been selected in Hunter Division, but currently they are being ganged upon. They are not only fighting against the 12 Prince stage, but they are also suffering under numerous curse and poison attacks. Though the curse and poison did not affect them in a real sense and just showed the fake symptoms, still they are feeling intense pain whenever they are getting attacked, which is affecting their battle with the Prince stage powerhouses. I have to finish this off as quickly as possible, and I am trying to be quick, but this move takes some time. Until then, they will have to hold on. Hun. I was just releasing the roses when I saw one of my roses finally caught the eye of one Prince Stage Grim Monsters, and now it is attacking it. Putch, feeling displeased, I appeared behind it and pierced its chest at the same time. I touched the rose, recharging its lost power. I did not need to do that, but I still did that. I want to work it perfectly. It is the first time I am using this move on the battlefield, against so many people. I would like it to be perfect without any problem. Finally, the 16 roses released from me, and now 16 roses have covered a huge area that had not only 2 special profession Grim Monsters, but also their Duke and Prince Stage minions. Second move, Rose Refinement. I changed the name of the first move I said in my mind, and activated the move without waiting. My teammates are at their last leg, and would not last even 10 seconds if they did not get any help. The activation of my move attracted both werewolves and their minions, and some grim monsters as the tiny roses have transformed into 10 meters long petals. The werewolves wanted to run away, especially 2 special profession 1, but petals quickly enveloped them and bound them so that they were not able to run away. As the petals enveloped and turned into a rose, and it started burning, and released the domain to cover the areas around it. The rose, many big but not big enough its size, is enough to envelope 4 to 5 grim monsters at max. The domain is released big enough to cover 50-60 grim monsters I am trying to kill. A burning field is created, and the center of it is a huge tricolor rose. It looked so beautiful that surrounding grim monsters and humans paused their fight for a moment to watch the attack. The grim monsters are burning inside, but there was no sound coming out of them. Hell, their burning is also not visible. Only those powerful princes and above will be able to see what is happening inside faintly. This big display already attracted attention. I want to draw even more attention by displaying the burning grim monsters and their mournful screams. It is a good thing there are multiple domains in the surrounding, so much of the focus went to my little display. I healed the injuries of my teammates so they could fight the grim monsters that came to disturb us. This rose refinement is for the minions of 2 special professions, werewolves. I am not wasteful enough to burn 2 powerful curse master and poison master, which give me powerful origin rose. Third move, Rose Vine. I activated Rose Vine on the 2 grim monsters that are bound and burning. They produced no resistance whatsoever when my vines enveloped me and started harvesting their essence and energy. Time passed by and the huge rose separated and turned back to a small rose before coming inside me. The area where more than 50 powerful grim monsters were present now stands completely empty. The only proof of their existence is their weapons and artifacts, and also 2 beautiful black and green essence roses that are floating where the 2 werewolves have been. The morning comes and the battle is still raging. Humans and grim monsters are fighting against each other without feeling a shred of tiredness. The bodies are littered in the group, but nobody has time to care for them, all of them busy killing the enemies that are alive. The battle had been going on for a quarter of the day, and there seemed to be no signs of stopping. Both sides were fighting, as if tiredness did not exist. My team and I are also busy killing the grim monsters, taking a huge risk now and then to kill especially powerful special profession grim monsters. Of every 1,000 normal grim monsters, there is 1 special profession grim monster. One might think they are very rare, but not so rare as one thinks when one sees the huge number of grim monsters are spawned. There are too many special profession grim monsters on the floor. We have killed more than 70 of them, but there are still more at any time. I could at least sense 3 of them in 1,000 meters range. There is nothing we could do about their numbers except to kill them. The more we kill them, the less they will become a huge problem in the future. This is a formula our ancestors used for thousands of years, and we also use that. You have to keep killing, and there will be a day where there will no more grim monsters to kill. Like everybody else on the battlefield, we continue killing grim monsters. We targeted 1 special profession grim monster after another, going so far that we made a record of killing 7 special professions grim monsters within an hour. It was a great surprise, but also not when one observes the trend of the battle. When it first started, the grim monsters were suppressing us at least 4 times, but by the late evening we came to a standstill, and since the morning it is we that are suppressing them. I could see the humans having an advantage in the battle, and that is our specialty. Give us enough time, and we will turn the tide on you. As long as we get enough time, we will flip the abyssal difference between our strength. Battle is over, retreat. In mid-afternoon, we had just finished our target and moved toward another when a booming sound rang out. Both sides stopped as if they practiced it hundreds of times and started to move back while collecting the bodies of our people. The grim monster did not do it. They just started to retreat toward their fortress without giving a glance at fallen bodies of people. I am wrong. These bastards did touch the bodies to loot the artifacts as the retreat. Tap, tap, tap. I collected bodies and tapped on the bodies of humans, which I had found infected. Though the energy I had sent inside won't heal Thor curse, it will seal it for a few hours that will save them a lot of trouble and even death if the curse is fast reacting. After both of the forces separated, we took up the air and made a retreat toward Fort Ardor, and grim monsters did not attack us from behind. The same thing was done by grim monsters when they attacked and retreated 2 days ago. It seemed like today's battle the rules were being followed. I could see the faces of my fellow humans relaxing when we reached closer to the fort. The closer we are to the fort, the safer we will be. Thud, thud, thud. See you guys, I said to my team as I sped toward the gate. After the battle, people will have to go through the inspection before they can enter back into the fort, which takes a few hours, but there are always exceptions. I moved to the gate, which is open but strictly guarded by kings. When I grew closer with my speed, a couple of powerful guards looked at me, ready to stop anyone who enters without proper permission, but when they saw the projection of the pass I am showing, they visibly relaxed and let me in with a respectful nod. It is my healer's ID and also passes to let me in the city. As I entered the city, I passed through the teleportation gate and appeared in the plaza in front of the hospital. When I entered the hospital, I found it in the same state as I saw it for the first time. The patients everywhere, some looked fine where others looked so horrendous that one would vomit just after taking a look. Mitchiel, thank God you have come. It was getting extremely pressuring here, Georgina said as she saw me coming. I nodded at her before looking at the ward. It is jammed packed. There are patients everywhere but not many healers to heal them. I could see healers are trying their all, but there are not enough of them to heal. I even saw Charlotte, who was very concentrated on healing the patient that she did not notice I appeared beside her. The color of my armor changed to green-black, and runes appeared in my eyes, and as I saw the condition of each and every patient in the hospital before vines extended from my hands. Ah! The next moment the vines pierced through the stomachs of the patients, and mournful screams started to ring out through the ward as vines began to spread through their body. These screams of them had reached even higher degrees when I started to extract the poison, and this time their screams are even higher during the extraction than it normally is. I am not surprised. In the day where I harvested so many grim monsters specialists, I have gained greater control over the extraction. Its greater speed made healing faster, but the pain is also greater. The screams attracted the attention of the healers for a few seconds, but since they already heard it last time, they just gave me a look before they continued with their jobs. FUCK, I am tired. I said I have been healing for the day and feeling extremely tired, but seeing there are patients, I continued to heal. Finally, when the afternoon came the next day, I found no one to heal and directly slumped on the bed, and this time no one woke me from my sleep. I had been awake for more than 2 days, and in these 2 days I had been either fighting or healing. It had completely worn me off, and in the last few hours I had been going through with sheer willpower. When I woke up, it was evening. Opening my eyes, I found the hall again filled with patients and healers healing them, but these patients' conditions are not precarious. They could at least live for a day or two without healers' needs. You have woken up. I heard a familiar voice just as I got up and saw Georgina coming toward me. She looks a lot better than she had a few hours ago. It seems like she too got the rest. How are you feeling? She asked as she sat on the chair beside the bed, good but very hungry. I replied truthfully, I will not waste your time. Then there is someone who likes to meet you, someone who has enough access to give you what you want for your roses. She said, I can't today. I am still too tired and hungry to deal with any important stuff. I said in half lie, though I am hungry. I have even more important stuff tonight for which I am feeling extremely excited. Don't worry, that person will arrive in the fort tomorrow. She said, okay then. I said as I got up from the bed and walked toward the door. I have healed all the patients I could, and also the healers here are perfectly capable of healing all the patients that are present here. I walked out of the hospital while replying to a friend. By the time I reached my quarters, I've done with. The first thing I did after reaching my quarter is to shower before heating up and eating packaged food. It is quite tasty, though I still like to eat food made with my own hands. I feel too hungry to cook for myself. If not for being blood caked all over my body, I would not have showered before eating. After I ate, I directly walked into the practice room and took our experiment table artifact. With the table out, I took out a delicate crystal box and opened it inside. The box is a dark black rose, which is dark at night and has tiny red specks on it. Essence rose. I muttered as I looked at the beautiful yet very dangerous thing. I have been waiting to study this thing for too long, but now I will do it, and the benefits I will get will be immense. The normal roses I harvest only give a glimpse of the upper layer of the special inheritances and their working, but here I could gain much more. The essence rose, as I named it, is showing real essence of the inheritance. I covered my hands thickly with mana before I gently took out the essence rose from the box and placed it on the observation pad of the table. I did that. I sent mana into a couple of nodes and activated multiple nodes on the table with my mana. As I did, the runes on the table lit, and the observation pad started to shine usually, It took barely a second for a table to scan the rose and create a hologram of it, but several seconds had passed. D and the table still had not finished scanning it completely. It alone shows how powerful the essence rose is from the normal roses I got from the inflicted patients. Finally, when the count reached 9 seconds, did the hologram of the rose appear above the real rose. It is just as beautiful, and now I will observe every inch of it, just a thought of it, making me excited. I selected one petal from the rose and expanded it to the size of the table. To my surprise, the petal is still packed with runes and formats of inheritance energy. I had to select the part of the petal and magnify it, and also use my special eye move to magnify it more, so I could see what I want. Amazing, I muttered as I saw the magnified leaf. The working of curse inheritance energy is clear in my eyes. I could see how it is formed and how it worked, and I couldn't help but feel impressed. This is very detailed, and I am barely able to understand some things, but I know how precious it is. A tiny part of the leaf contains so much information that I have started to salivate. One glimpse of it is enough for me to salivate. I know I had picked up the treasure with immense value. This rose shows the real working of the special inheritance energies of the grim monsters. The normal rose is nothing in front of it. It could be said to be a diluted, contaminated part of it. The curse energy, when entered inside the human, it changes a little. The essence rose is different. It is harvested directly from the grim monster's very essence. It is the closest thing one could get seeing their inheritance, and this makes it extremely valuable. Though it only shows the inheritance up to the Duke stage, it is still valuable. If I am not wrong, the organization will flock over to get it, and only I could produce it because only I have the curse and healing constitution. Even others who have these constitutions could not harvest the normal roses, much less essence roses. The real key to harvesting them lies in the rule-bending aspect of the constitution. Without it, harvesting the roses is impossible. Tring, tring, tring. I was woken up by the loud alarm which I had set up before sleeping. I hastily put off the alarm before opening my eyes. I had slept very late yesterday, just 2 hours before the morning. I did not want to continue, but I did not want to mess up the rest of my day by continuing and sleeping till afternoon. So I slept early to wake up in the late morning. I laid on the bed for a while before going to the bathroom to freshen up and shower. After coming out of the shower, I cooked for Ashlyn and me before eating in silence. I did not go to the practice room to continue with my research as I wanted to instead. I walked to the hall and laid on the couch with my eyes closed, thinking about my plans. I have to spend a month or two here before that ruined teacher mentioned would be opened. I will know before a week, but before going into the rune, I will have to reach Duke stage or at least peak Lord. It will be quite difficult for me to reach the Duke stage as I don't think I have enough ideas or knowledge to create the inheritance of Duke stage. So aside from doing missions and healing, I should continue with research and accumulate enough knowledge that I would be able to create the next stage of my inheritance. Before going to the next stage, I should focus on the current stage right now as it has not been completed yet. I am just a mid-level lord, and I had decided that I would only level up to high level only when I made sufficient progress, and I think I will make it in a few days. Essence Rose has given me many new ideas that could help me heavily optimize my inheritance. If everything went well in a few days, I will make a breakthrough through the high level of Lord stage in a few days. I laid on the couch for a while, and before getting up and walking into the practice room. The experiment table is already there, and so are 2 roses as I left them before sleeping, so I just have to sit and continue doing what I was doing. If it had been any other table, I would have worried about 2 roses spreading the curse and poison in the room, but they are experiment artifact covering these roses with the invisible energy layer, which makes it impossible for their energy to leak out. I sat on the chair and about to start the research when suddenly I remembered something. I tapped on my holowatch and called the teacher. She had told me to call her when I was successful in harvesting the essence rose, and now that I did, I am calling her. Mitchiel, we were just talking about you. How is Fort Ardan? She asked as she accepted the call. She had activated the camera of her whole office so I could see her entire office and Professor Josephine that was sitting opposite to her with her legs up. It looked she had returned from one of her endeavors. She rarely stayed in the academy, always going somewhere to search for something. So do you have anything to tell me, Mitchiel? She asked. Yes, I was able to harvest the essence rose in battle 2 days ago, I replied, hearing that expression of interest had appeared on her face. How is it? Is it as you have expected? She asked much more than that. The energy fractals and runes are very clear, and they weigh too deep, I said before starting explaining in detail what I have discovered from my observation of essence roses. Take out all the essence roses. I will send Josephine to you now to fetch them, she said and looked at the professor who had been silent till now. Professor just nodded at her older sister before she disappeared. Josephine will be there in a few minutes. Now continue with what you have discovered so far. The teacher said and continued. There is so much to tell that it would take at least an hour to tell her all. Tring. In less than 10 minutes the doorbell rang. I got up and walked to the door and opened it another side as a professor in her usual black suit. Professor comes in. I invited her in. Nice room, Mitchiel. They must have a lot to give a lord quarter like this, she said as entered casually. Josephine doesn't waste. Quickly take roses from Mitchiel and return. Projection of teacher said. Calm down, will you? Professor said to her sister before she stretched her hands at me. She and I knew very well if the teacher did not get them as soon as possible, she would eat both of us alive. For a patient person, the teacher acts impatient sometimes. I handed storage in her stretched hand in the storage. Not only were nearly all essence roses I had harvested, but also 20,000 normal roses, my quota for this month. See ya, Professor said and disappeared from my view. I went back to the practice room and continued to talk to the teacher, and 5 minutes later, I saw the professor appearing into the room and sitting with her feet on the table before throwing storage to the teacher. The next moment, tens of boxes appeared in front of the teacher. Before these boxes disappeared, only green and black roses have remained. The teacher's eyes started to shine purple as she activated her eye ability. She took one of Poison Rose in her hand and started to look at it closely. For a tyrant like her, a Duke level is Essence Rose is nothing. She would be easily able to touch the Emperor grade Essence Rose, as she is touching the Duke level Essence Rose with her bare hand. Teacher continued to look at them for a while before she tapped on a few buttons of her holowatch, and a few seconds later an old man appeared in the room. Seeing the old man, the professor's expression changed as a smile appeared on her. Seeing her lying like a lazy cat, old man said something, but the professor did not seem to care for whoops. She smiled and said something to the old man, which again made him angry, and he said something. The professor opened her mouth to reply when the teacher said something which shut the professor. While their banter is going on, there is a surprise flashed on my face. This old man is very familiar to me. He is the same foul-mouthed old man who is guarding the creation heart inheritance. I have assumed him to be King Stage powerhouse, at Max Emperor Stage, but seeing how teacher is being respectful to him, it seemed like this old man is tyrant and not an ordinary tyrant either. After the teacher's angry shout, the old man walked beside the teacher and looked at roses. He too seemed to be using some sort of optical skill, as his eyes also turned silvery. Both started to observe the essence roses before they started to talk between them. The old man had a look of amazement for a while before his eyes began to shine brighter, and as he observed more. This continued for more than 15 minutes before the shine in the teacher's eyes had died down, and she looked at me. You have not traded these roses with anyone, did you? She asked. I felt happy that she unmuted the sound. For the past 20 minutes I have no clue what they were talking about. No, I wanted to go over with you before starting to make any design about them, I said. I had clearly understood the value of the roses and wanted to ask the teacher about her view about it. It's a good thing you did not make deals. These essence roses are far more precious than you imagine, she said, hearing that I am not surprised. I kind of expected it after an hour of research into them. They not only could be used in research but also in alchemy and as the main material for the totem artifact. We will be doing research on them, finding a perfect usage for them. Teacher said she seemed very excited when she said that, almost fanatic. Okay, I will try to get them as much as I can, I said, seeing the importance of essence roses. Don't take too many risks, the teacher said, and her voice had become firm when she said it. Don't worry, I will not take risks. I lied. The battle 2 days ago was full of risks. Every battle contains huge risks, especially for the people like me who usually deal with special profession grim monsters. Just take care of yourself. The teacher said with a sigh, understanding the futility of words. We talked for a few more minutes before I finally cut the call. I closed my eyes for a few seconds, and before opening them I have loads of research to do. I have to make a breakthrough to the high stage. I will have to improve my inheritance. I hope to make those improvements in a week or two before finally breaking through the high stage of night. Before, it would have been difficult, but now it is possible with Essence Rose. I continued to research the Essence Rose till late afternoon before getting off the chair and went to my room and laid on my soft bed. Essence Roses are not the only thing I need to improve my inheritance. I have to study other things. It is a good thing that at my current stage, I do not lack in research materials. I not only have the 7 books that contain the complete knowledge of 7 elements of my constitution, but I also have inheritance notes that I had read before and perfectly recall them in my inheritance space. Those inheritance notes have been filled with knowledge. It contains the ideas of a writer, but there is also reference about other inheritances the author had researched to create his inheritance. Time passed quickly even in inheritance space that before I knew it, my holowatch buzzed. A few minutes later, I opened my eyes, and as I had expected, there was a mail from the Wisdom Tower about the meeting. It was at 9:00 p.m. I had plenty of time to cook and eat before going to the meeting. Getting out of bed, I freshened up to wash away my tiredness before I walked to the kitchen and started to cook. An hour later, I finished cooking dinner and served. The dinner was not fancy, just a regular meal, but it was delicious as always. Day by day, my cooking skill is improving, and it also helps now that I have one of the best ingredients for cooking. We finished eating in half an hour, and a few minutes after that, I laid down and rested. There was still quite a time before the meeting, and I plan to rest till then as I will not have any for a few hours. After my meeting with powerhouses from Wisdom Tower is done, I will swing by the hospital for a few hours. Though I now do not need a normal curse, roses, I am still a healer who has a job to heal. Not to forget, content practice will improve my skill and give me new ideas, and also the way I will earn myself wealth. They will still have to go to the academy. The normal roses still have great value to the academy, and me getting resources from other organizations in exchange. Soon it was 8:30 p.m. I quickly changed, and a few minutes later, I walked out of my quarters towards the adventurer's paradise. "Come in," a deep voice said from inside. Hearing that, I opened the door and walked inside. The room was normal office size. There was a wooden desk, and behind it was a man in a suit. He looked to be mid-40s with jet black hair and a small beard, which is cut very professionally. He is wearing a blue suit and badge of Wisdom Tower. Seeing the design and color of the badge, I know he is the Emperor Stage powerhouse, and by the faint aura that is coming from him, he is either at peak stage or a high stage. It is quite hard to distinguish. "The ailment roses you harvest are very good for the research and teaching young healers, but don't you think you are asking too much?" He said. "A drop of violet clear water is very precious and needs quite a lot of effort to harvest it." He added while pressuring me faintly with his aura. The aura is faint, and I felt like a mountain weighing on me. The Emperor Stage powerhouse is so powerful that the simple breath of the weakest emperor could turn me into dust. Still, despite facing such aura, there was no change in my space. A soft smile on my face has even widened up by a fraction. In the 6th month of my lessons with the teacher, she had many times pressured me with her aura. I can't count the number of times I bled and fainted by it. Compared to what I had faced from the teacher, this is nothing that I did not have to strain myself to bear. His eyes showed faint surprise seeing my nonchalance, but that surprise has disappeared as it came, but the aura continued to pressure me. "Professor, the roses are the resource only I could create, and the teacher said that I should ask for 3 drops of violet clear water instead of 1, I replied with a smile. His expression faltered for a moment when he heard me mention my teacher before the smile on his face widened a little. "Your teacher, how can I forget about her? An accomplished healer like her would have seen the value of the roses just as a glance," he said with a sigh before he looked at me directly. "Are creating these through the art. If you're then Wisdom Tower willing to finance your practice, no matter how much resources you need for your practice, the tower will give it to you." He said. The hope is very apparent in his eyes. "My apologies, but I could not give you my art even if I wanted to. It had come with my inheritance," I replied. A look of disappointment appeared on his face before it turned to normal. "How many curse roses can you provide?" "Wisdom Tower is willing to buy all you have," he asked. "I could provide you at least 10,000 and more if I have left some by the end of the month," I replied. Wisdom Tower is not the only organization I want to squeeze, and there are other organizations who all control other precious resources. 10,000 is a little less than we expected, but we will take it, and if you get more then you can give it to Georgina," he said, to which I nodded and passed the storage to him. He took it and scanned it with the senses for a few seconds before looking back at me. "If you don't mind me asking, you can harvest these roses from all the special energies, right?" He asked. "Yes, as long as it is special energies, I can harvest them into roses," I replied, to which he nodded, and the next moment, a tiny bottle appeared in his hand, which he slid at me. I looked at a small bottle, which is about my thumb size, filled with thin violet liquid, which had a faint shimmer in it. I couldn't help but feel excited. This resource will be beneficial to me, especially now with my inheritance. "These roses are not the only roses you could create, right? There are better ones, right, that you have harvested directly from the grim monsters?" he asked and tapped a few buttons, and on camera, a very blurry footage of me harvesting rose from grim monsters is shown. The footage is very blurry that one would not understand what is happening. The inheritance energies make cameras go haywire, especially drone cameras. To capture footage clear, one needs to specialize in cameras that are quite big or imaginary stone, which is very rare. The footage may not be very clear, but it carries the intentions needed, and seeing that, I couldn't help but smile mirthlessly. The teacher had said people would come to ask, and I had also expected that much, but not this quickly. "Yes, I can harvest rose directly from the grim monsters. I called it Essence Rose, but I can't give you that. The teacher had forbidden me to sell it without her permission," I said with an apologetic smile. He was surprised hearing that, but soon an understanding smile appeared on his face. "It is for those essence roses that Josephine Charleston has come to Fort Ardan earlier, right?" he asked with a knowing smile. I remained silent to his question. Essence roses have become special resources of the Academy now, and it is because the Academy has a special relationship with 2 Supremes, one of which he is a member of. If it is not for that, he would not be this polite with me, and accepted the rates with a smile. These supreme fear no one, even tyrant-level academies are trashed in front of them. Could you show me the essence rose? I am sure you have kept at least one with you. He asked. I looked at him hesitantly. Don't worry, I will not take it, he said with a smile, but still saw the hesitation on my face. I just want to take a look at it, so I better gauge its value and tell higher-ups about it who will talk to your teacher. He said, hearing that my expressions finally relaxed, and took an outbox from my storage and slid toward him. He took the open and opened it. Inside was a black rose with purple veins. He looked at the rose with normal eyes first before he used his optical skill. My God, he gasped a few seconds after activating his optical skill. He seemed as amazed as the teacher was. He continued to look at Rose for 20 minutes before he finally looked up, and when he looked, his gaze about me had completely changed, and now he is looking at me as if I am some kind of precious treasure. I couldn't help but shudder feeling his gaze. Do you have another type of essence, Rose? Can I look at it? He asked, hearing that I hesitated for a second before I took our poison rose and gave it to him. He opened the box and spent another half an hour looking at that rose before he closed both of the boxes and gave them back to me. I really want to take these essence roses, he said with a sigh before he looked at me. Looks the higher-ups will be visiting the academy soon, he said. To that, I just smiled. A minute later, I wanked out of his office with a bright smile, thinking about the precious resources I will soon be getting. In the 6 months, I've used quite a bit of resource. The teacher even gave me rare ones. Due to me having an apex constitution, there are very few resources that worked on me. Common resources do nothing to me. The constitution has increased my strength tremendously, but it also became an endless well that I have to fill to get any effects. After getting out of Adventure's Paradise, I directly went to the hospital and started to heal those that were already waiting for me. Knowing about specialization, Georgina had started giving me patients with complications that require a specific set of skills. I spent a few hours in the hospital before going back to my apartment and slept on the bed within a minute. Days passed by and 2 weeks went into a blur. In these 2 weeks, I have participated in 3 battles. Each battle was tough, and many times, I and my team walked on the edge of life and death to defeat the opponent. Not only have I fought battles, but I have also visited the hospital nearly every day to heal patients and continued with my research, which had finally borne fruit. I have made enough progress in it that I could now finally level up. I placed the resources in my hands, and before I closed my eyes and went inside my inheritance place. There, I tapped several times on the runic humanoid with the golden ring above its head. With the last tap, it started to shine brightly, and I was thrown out of the inheritance space. My eyes remained closed, and I gritted my teeth as the pain began to course through my body as change started to occur inside me. Some runes got destroyed while new runes appeared on their faces, changing the structure of the formation. Every optimization felt like a software upgrade of my HoloWatch. There will be some optimization or change at every upgrade. The process lasted for 15 minutes, and I finally reached the high level of Lord Stage, and there were also some good changes in my inheritance, which increased its power. I could feel the power coursing through my body, and I fought the enemies of my last battle now. I will have an easier time defeating them. With breakthrough done, I could finally use that thing the teacher had sent. I thought as I started to undress. After I undressed my birthday suit, I picked up the bottle from the ground. It is a bottle size of half of an adult palm, and inside it milky, while liquefied shades of blue and red. This is Langstone solution. It is made from very rare resources. That 4 resources came from 3 resources came from the 3 Supremes, and 1 tyrant organization, and that teacher had gotten exchanging my roses. Currently, the teacher had made a complete ban on my essence roses, but she said she would not be able to keep that ban for much longer. The pressure from the Supreme Organization is too great to share these resources, especially from Wisdom Tower and Hawthorne Sea, to which we are associated. Like the teacher had expected, the news about both types of roses has spread into Supremes in a matter of a few days that sent their members to the academy after I threw all the responsibility to teach. Currently, we are sharing normal roses with Supreme and a few tyrants, but in less than half a month, we will have to share essence roses with Supreme too. The pressure is too great that even the teacher was unable to stall them for longer. The teacher said she and a bunch of guys are doing research on it, and very soon, they will get a concrete result that will help her negotiate better for the essence roses. I have given all that responsibility to the teacher. The only thing I need is resources and data of her research, which she is providing, and Langstone solution is one of the resources. This is a very precious alchemical product that needs tyrant-level alchemists to craft it, and now I have. I couldn't help wondering how much progress I will make from it. I opened the bottle of Langstone solution and poured it on my hands before it started spreading it on my body like a lotion, not leaving a single part of my body. This is a very precious resource, and it worked as I expected to. Then it would give me quite great enhancements. Soon the whole bottle emptied, not even a single drop had remained inside. Seeing every part of my body covered in Langstone solution, I sat on the ground, closed my eyes, and activated my inheritance. The whole runic circuits inside me lit up, and suction was created. They had created a huge suction of energy. The Langstone solution is made of very precious resources and contains immense energies that, despite runes sucking it all at intense speed, there is no change that could be seen in its reserves. Few seconds had just happened when I felt two other sources joining and taking energy, which surprised me. It is Ashlyn and Nero who are taking me energy, and I am quite surprised by that. I am not surprised that Ashlyn is taking my energy. I had expected it. I am surprised because of Nero. It was quite surprising. It is likely a change occurred due to his new mutation. In a battle a week ago, I have come across Lord Stage Poison Master. I was quite shocked seeing it as Lord Stage did not appear on the battlefield. It was pretty good, but I and my team had finished it off and harvested it. That poison essence rose that I had harvested from Lord Stage Poison Master Grim Monster, I had fed to Nero, and within a week of eating it, he had gone through complete mutation. His energy body has become even more prominent, and that is not the only change that mutation brought. Seeing how Nero is taking the energies from me, I could feel his contentment as he had such energy. He was very much loving it. Well, I would have been surprised if he hadn't. The Langstone solution contains not only rare and precious resources, but also has miracle fruit in it. The level of miracle fruit is fairly low and was just normal level up miracle fruit. Still, when it is added with those rare, the solution it creates is pretty good. This was the main reason there why Tyrant Stage Alchemist was needed. Not everyone could handle the miracle fruit energies. One needs to be exceptionally skilled in alchemy crafted. 10 minutes passed by when suddenly, energies began to release from the inheritance runes. These energies started to spread through every inch of me, strengthening my body and soul. The energies that these inheritance runes are spread are 10 of what they are sucking. Most of the energies of Langstone solution went to strengthening the inheritance runes, which is a necessity for my inheritance. One needed to strengthen their inheritances, but to most inheritances, it happened naturally. These inheritances are made from the comprehension of super powerhouses and capable of self-drawing the energies they need to strengthen them, but my inheritance does not have that luxury. I do have enough comprehension of powerful worldly energy that I could design the formation like this. So I have to do things another way, use outside sources to strengthen my inheritance. It may look disadvantageous compared to other inheritances, but I am a complete advantage. With this much control with inheritance, I could strengthen it the way I want to help me make my inheritance even stronger. This is my first inheritance strengthening, and I choose Langstone solution for it specially. Miracle fruit energy. I know the importance of miracle fruit energies, and I want to strengthen my inheritances completely through it. When I created inheritance, the teacher let me know the snippets of very confidential information. This information came from notes of SK, the past headmistress, and the only person who is able to successfully create the inheritance to its completion, and only through these snippets I was able to choose the Langstone solution for my first strengthening. This is just the first strengthening, but I already needed such rare resources as I advanced. The resources would increase too. I don't know the things I've given Academy and Essence Roses would be enough to get such resources. There is a garden too. After I reach the Duke stage, I will have to find the time and excuse to return to my continent. There I have seen some amazing resources. They will be a great help to my future strengthening. If these things are not enough, I could always scourge some ruins. There are many ruins that are still unexplored due to danger then represent. In a conversation between the teacher and Professor Josephine that I heard, they said there are a lot of ruins around our world, and some are dangerous enough that most powerful tyrants won't dare to go there. It is a thing of the future. I don't know how long it will take me to reach Tyrant before I could think about those excessively dangerous runes. It has been 20 minutes since the suction had started, and it is still going. The inheritance and two monsters of mine weren't able to fully suck off its energy. It would not take long though. I could feel the energy of the solution, and in a few minutes the three sources would be finished with sucking all the energy present in the Langstone solution. I was right. About 5 minutes later, the suction started to slow down till it completely stopped. The Langstone solution had been completely spent. So soon, I muttered as I opened my eyes. The teacher had warned about the power of solution. Though its nature is gentle, it had immense energy. That teacher had warned to take a couple of sessions to use the complete solutions. I couldn't help imagine the look on her face if I told her I had finished with the solution in one session and only needed me about 25 minutes. I am sure she would be shocked. Such strength, I said as I gripped my hands. The enhancements are obvious. I could feel strength running through every part of me, giving me the feeling that I could crush anything. I checked myself for a few minutes before I activated my inheritance. The advancement in my physical and soul strength is minor. The real advancement is my inheritance. As silver armor appeared on me, I could feel every part of it pulsing with strength. Ready to burst with immense power at the moment's notice, seeing such strength, I really want to fight something right now. I controlled my impulse and inspected every part of it. On the outside, there was not much difference. There is only a slight change in its feeling, and that also is very faint. Very few people would be able to notice it. I inspected the changes of battle mode inheritance for a few minutes before I switched healing mode inheritance, and green-black armor has appeared on me. It also barely showed any change outside, but inside it had changed considerably. Feeling changed, I want to try it immediately, but it is not the time. I have some other things to do before I try the effects. I called off the inheritance and walked out of the practice room and went to shower. The solution had mostly been absorbed, but it had some dregs, making me feel a little itchy. 15 minutes later, I walked out of the shower and went to the kitchen after wearing the clothes. I had breakfast a few hours ago, but I am feeling hungry again, so I decided to cook something simple. 45 minutes later, I finished cooking something simple. I and Ashlyn ate in silence before we both laid our places to rest. Tring tring. I'm planning to swing by hospital and dueling hall after that when my holoch buzzed with a call. It was from my team leader Jimmy. Mitchiel, we got it. We got the permit to enter the wild. Jimmy's excited voice rang out of my holowatch. Really? I asked. I had known that Jimmy applied for permission to go the wind, but I did not think it would get accepted, and this soon. The permit to the wild is very hard to get. One will have to be very powerful in their level to get that. Even in hunters, barely 20 of the teams have to be permitted to enter the wild. It is because of our exceptional performance in the battle we have able to get it this soon. Our team has broken numerous records, and currently, we hold the most kill record of special profession grim monsters in Fort Adorn. We have broken the record in our first battle by killing more than 100 special profession grim monsters and broke that record in the battles that came after. I am quite surprised about getting permits to enter the wild though. Wild means outside, and unlike grim battlefield of my native continent, here everyone cannot go out. There are 3 grim monsters fortresses in the hour range of the fort and contain a huge number of grim monsters. This makes the wild exceptionally dangerous. There are grim monsters that are hunters, and we are their prey, not to mention all the grim monsters that came out of only elite. Sending normal grim monsters out is akin to making them meat under humans' blade. In the wild, grim monsters are not the only danger. There are other dangers. Too, these dangers are far more lethal than the grim monsters. Mitchiel, we are leaving in an hour, get ready, he said and cut the call before saying anything more, seeing that I couldn't help but smile. I did waste any time and changed into different clothes and wore all my artifacts. It is a little late but not much, seeing we will return by evening. You have come finally, Mitchiel, let's go, Jimmy said just as I walked out of the teleportation gate. Seeing it had been barely half an hour since his call, I thought I had come early, but these people came earlier than me. It looked like they were just waiting for the permit. Jimmy seemed very excited that he is barely able to control himself. Going into the wild is extremely dangerous, but it is also here one could find worthy opponents that one makes challenge one's limit. In the battle, it is quite difficult to find a worthy opponent. One has to go through all the trash before one could find something good. Though unlike others, nearly all our opponents are, seeing we only target special profession grim monsters, the allure of the wild is something else. We walked toward the gate and showed the permit to the powerful guards who are guarding it. After a few minutes of strict checking, we were allowed to go out. As we walked out of the city, the excitement in the faces of my teammates died down, and all of them became serious. Battle may seem dangerous with millions of people fighting, but it is wild that it is most dangerous, Jimmy said softly. We have walked out of the city gates and become the prey from now on. Every grim monsters we see will try to hunt us, and that grim monsters will be a powerful one. The trash doesn't survive in the wild, he added before he turned toward us. We will move by foot at our speed. It will take us an hour to cross the safe zone and enter the wild, Jimmy said and gave some instructions before we started moving toward the west at a swift speed. The direct road between Fort Ardan and Grim Monsters' fortresses is barren due to countless battles, but the area around it is filled with tall and thick trees. Wild is dangerous and filled with monsters. I just hope we do not see them. It hurts to hurt one kin, even knowing they have been brainwashed since birth. We slowed down our pace as we reached the edge of the forest, and our expressions have become extra serious. The moment we take a step inside the forest, we will become prey. Every grim monsters we come across will try to kill us. According to data, the grim monsters in the wild have at least 20 times more numbers than us, which is a lot seeing all of them are elite. This makes us their prey, but today these groups of prey will hunt the hunters. Let's enter, Jimmy said softly and led us into the forest. The forest is completely silent. Not a sound of a single animal could be heard. The grim monsters like a scourge, they will destroy everything that came into their way. Poor monsters, in the territory of grim monsters, all of them are nearly exterminated. Only in the human territory are they present, where hunting them is forbidden. Nobody is unhappy about it. There are tens of ruins where all powerful monsters are present. they could easily go hunt those monsters. We slowly entered the forest and were careful about not making any noise. We don't want to alert any grim monsters by our noise. Watch out. I and Jimmy shouted at the same time when suddenly I sensed torpedo-like attacks coming toward us at an intense speed. As I sensed the attacks, I immediately appeared beside Jimmy with my sword in hands. Just as I appeared beside Jimmy, I saw huge arrows in front of us. They are big. Each arrow is about 4 meters long, covered in thick wind-type inheritance energy. The tip of it is extremely sharp with a powerful runic array carved on it. As I saw the arrows, the old set inside me were completely lit, and the edge of my sword started to shine in red as I swung my sword against the arrows. I had expected we will come across grim monsters, but not this soon, and with these powerful attacks. Clang. My sword clashed against the arrow, and I felt like I had crashed against some super fast train. If not for me using the old set and increasing weight of my sword, I would have had to take a step back, and that would have been bad as it is not the only arrow that is coming at us. K-a-rar-rar-rar-rar. After the initial clash, my sword tore through the arrow like it was butter before moving toward another arrow that was coming at Rove, while Jimmy handled the one that was going after Gina. Clang clang k-a-rar-rar-rar-rar k-a-rar-rar-rar-rar. I tore through one arrow after another, and I have to say, these arrows are extremely dangerous. I am using the full power of my set to deal with it, and still barely able to defend against them. Jimmy is great at sharing the burden. Without him, it would have been very difficult to deal with these arrows, which seem to be coming in all directions. Whoever the archer is, it is very skillful. It knows how to attack at weak points, dealing maximum damage. It is the best grim monster archer I've come until now. Jimmy, let's go deal with Archer, I said. Rove and Gina had got their bearings and were now defending against the arrows fine. Though Rove is having a small problem, he could still handle it as long as Gina controlled the pace of arrows. Jimmy looked at the two teammates before we both moved toward the archer. I had already locked my senses on the archer and knew where it was. Seeing us coming, the barrage of arrows increased, but we handled it and closed toward Archer speedily. This fucking wind werewolf is very fast. Jimmy cursed as we moved toward the archer. The archer is not only fast, but also fearless. It is playing with us without any fear. As we move toward it, it moves away speedily. It is not running away, and is just changing its position at a very fast speed that even after trying our all, we are not able to catch it. Not to forget its forest, which made it quite difficult to move around. But this is a problem for us, not an archer. It looked like the bastard had trained extensively in the forest and had art, which let move flexibility in the woods without losing the speed. Seeing that, I made a mental note to myself to train in a forest environment and make a change in the old set that I could move as flawlessly as the wind werewolves we are chasing. I am still doing better than Jimmy, though despite using top speed art, he was not as fast as me in the forest. The old set gives me complete flexibility to operate after small calibration. I could better, but it was still not enough to catch the bastard leading on a chase like a joker. Jimmy, I am going to refine this bastard. I went to Jimmy, who immediately understood my meaning and moved away from me. It is a little risky, but it is our only option to finish this bastard as soon as possible without attacking other grim monsters. A small tricolor rose released from the foot as I chased the wind werewolf. Unlike the attacks I had launched before, it did not float away. Instead, it remained in its place. The forest may be an excellent place for it, but it is also a great place for me too. Here I could easily launch my attack without it getting noticed. These tricolored roses are made from my inheritance energy and are invisible to the senses due to the killing aspect of my constitution and rule power that I add. If it had been plain field, the bastard would have noticed them, but here there is no chance of it. Once all the roses were placed in their position, no will able to save it from getting refined. Jimmy, it's done, I said to Jimmy, who was not far away from me. As he heard it, he stopped and appeared beside me sporting a toothy smile. That bastard had really made us chase quite a while. Now it will pay for that. What happened to the lowly humans? Tired already? Asked Wind Werewolf from the distance while still hiding. Though it played with us, it always remained cautious and maintained enough difference that it could retreat any moment it wanted. No, we stopped because you are already dead. I replied with a nonchalant voice. Second move, rose refinement. I muttered inside my mind as I finally activated all the 16 roses. Hahaha, human brain must have short-circuited if you think you can. It said laughingly, but midway it stopped when it saw big 10 meters long petals coming toward it swiftly, discarding the thick huge trees in between. It saw the attack and felt something wrong, and tried to run away, but it had just covered a few meters when it found roses itself covered in multiple petals which had transformed into the big rose, and now this rose started burning blazingly. Jimmy and I appeared beside the rose and saw the wind werewolf burning inside. It was first seeing it one place, before every time we saw it, it was a complete blur. Now it is trapped inside the rose, screaming loudly, but no sound came out of it. It is a completely silent process. There are no fluctuations of energy, nor any sound. If I wanted, I would have muted the visuals too. It would just seem like a big tricolor rose to burn brightly. It is peak Duke and a very powerful one at that. Even with our best efforts, we were not able to catch it for the past 15 minutes. It had taken 4 minutes for the rose to completely refine it and tuned into the ash. A few seconds later, the roses returned to me, and they seeped back to runes inside me, and their energy transferred into the inheritance runes. The surprising thing about this move is now that it does not damage anything other than the target. The rose had only refined the grim monsters. The ground it was on had remained undamaged. It is one of the changes I had made in this move. Earlier, its effect used to spread around, wasting much of the precious energy, but now it only affects the prey it had targeted and nothing else. Your move had changed a little, Jimmy commented, seeing the ground where Grim Monster was burning a few seconds ago. Yes, earlier my control over it was a little lost. I now have quite a good grip over it. I replied and went to pick up the stuff of the Grim Monsters. I have not found time to look at the stuff of the Grim Monster. Even since I had come to the Fort Adorn, I had directly stored whatever I got from the Grim Monsters in storage. I've never once looked at it. I stored the stuff on storage pocked, so we divided all the stuff later before we started to move deeper into the forest. We were a lot more careful than earlier. The archer was an eye-opener for us. We moved through the forest in silence, talking only in signs. For the first 10 minutes, we did not hear anything before hearing faint sounds of fighting. We did not move toward the fight. The rule of Wild is that you do not walk toward the fight. It may be real, but it also is fake. We continued to move when I suddenly stopped as I finally sensed a Grim Monsters. It is a group of 5 Grim Monsters. They too, like us, are silently moving toward the forest in search of the Grim Monsters. Seeing me stopped, my teammates also stopped and looked at me in askance. I quickly performed the signs telling them about the Grim Monsters and their strength. Within a minute, we finalized the plan of the attack. We will attack the 2 sides. On one side, there will be me and Gina, while on the other side, there will be Jimmy and Rove. With the plan finalized, we started to move toward the Grim Monsters in the 2 groups. Our speed is slow. We did not want to alert the Grim Monster before we attack. A few minutes later, we finally got into the 100 meters range of Grim Monsters. Seeing that, I motioned Gina and she nodded. The next moment, I and Gina burst out of our hiding spot and attacked the Scarlet Lionmen. The Scarlet Lionmen sensed our attack when we were halfway into the distance. In that time, we had already crossed the halfway distance into them, and Jimmy and Rove had also attacked from the other side. Humans, die! The Scarlet Lionmen roared and whipped their huge sword at us. These Grim Monsters are Scarlet Lionmen. As their names suggest, their bodies are completely scarlet with dark red made which burns in the scarlet flame. These burning flames gave them a very regal look, and with their 7 meters tall meaty bodies, they became killing machines that very few could contend against. Our luck seemed to be quite good or bad since we have entered the wild. First, we have come across a powerful archer, and now are Grim Monsters from Scarlet Lionman tribe, which is an above-average tribe in the Grim tribes present in the central continent. All the 5 Grim Monsters are peak dukes and are very powerful, and now 2 Grim Monsters are attacking me. Our sneak attack has caught them off guard, but it did not give us much of the advantage as we had expected. All 5 of them reacted very quickly seeing the sneak attack. Still, I am not disappointed. Attacking sneakily is a procedure to sharpen our stealth. If these bastards have died by our sneak attack, they would not be worthy to face us head-on. The 2 Grim Monsters attacked me, and at the same time, and their teamwork is impeccable, they have closed all my retreats, and if I tried to dodge or defend, I would get heavily injured or dead. There is one small mistake in their perfect plan. They have underestimated my strength. They have estimated my power lower than my teammates, thinking I am above average lord, and it is their mistake. A toothy smile appeared on my face as I dodged the sword of the first Scarlet Lionman by Nick and appeared directly in front of the second Scarlet Lionman. As I did, I moved my sword toward its heart in an effortless motion. Clang! When my sword was just inches away from it, the bright runes appeared on its body, and its huge sword, which was quite a distance from my sword, appeared directly in front of my sword and defended against the attack. It is not easy to kill me, human. I shouted and swung its gigantic sword, which I could easily dodge. The real challenge is the sword coming from behind. I gave the second Scarlet Lionman a toothy smile and disappeared from my spot. I appeared behind the first and Scarlet Lionman and attacked. At times my sword was 3 times faster than the earlier. Not to forget, I am very close to the Grim Monsters when I attacked. Sure. The blast of dense fire released from the mane of the first Scarlet Lionman that created a force field which pushed me back where the second Scarlet Lionman already had appeared, and now its sword is coming directly for my neck. Runes inside brightened up, and I disappeared and appeared 10 meters away from both Grim Monsters. It is not easy to kill me, little lions, I said mockingly. Mocking, hun. I will see if you're still in the mood to mock when I pierce a rod through you and cook you alive in my scarlet fire, said the first Scarlet Lionman without a hint of anger before it came at me with its friend. It is quite difficult to incite the anger from the grim monsters trained to take such insults. Though my insults did not make it lose, its rationale does not mean it had not become angry by my mock. Both of them have got very angry, they are just controlling it very well, they are clearly aware of the consequences of losing their mind in anger. In the battle, one not only has to fight the enemy with strength, but also with mind, and sometimes, when the strength of the two parties is very close, it becomes a battle of minds. Those who have stronger minds have better chances to win the battle, and I am going to win it. Not before I will turn you into the crystals, I said, and moved to attack them. As I did, the bodies of both of them started to shine, and their aura started to power up. A scarlet armor appeared on the bodies of both, blazing with power. Though the scarlet armor has appeared on both of their bodies, the color of them is slightly different. The first Scarlet Lionman has the armor of dark scarlet color, while the second Scarlet Lionman armor is on the fainter shade of the scarlet. Not to forget the different designs and aura they had, it is two different inheritances. Both of them have launched an attack at me. First Scarlet Lionman had thrown tens of meteor-like flames strikes at me, while the second Scarlet Lionman had come with a flaming sword, and seeing how not a single fire meteor had been touching it, it is clear that they have impeccable teamwork and know each other very well. Die human, shouted second Scarlet Lionman as he came at me with the fiery meteors launched by the first Scarlet Lionman. Seeing it, I did not waste any time and used the rose cover. I could have dodged it, but I did not. I want to kill these Scarlet Lionmen, not play with them. Green leaves came around me, and I moved fearlessly at the second Scarlet Lionman without care for dangerous meteors coming at me. Clang, my sword clashed against its fiery sword, and I had accepted it without even a shake, which surprised it but not enough to linger on its place any longer after the clash. It immediately as meteors are about to crash on me. Boom, boom, boom. As the second Scarlet Lionman disappeared, the meteors crashed on me from above. The attack is comprehensive. The meteors fell the way that they completely blocked all exit, not to forget the strange suppression released from them when they appeared above me, which suppressed all my movements and made me feel like I am in quicksand. The meteors crashed into me in great force. The power is so immense that even Elite Duke would get vaporized in such power. Be honest, I am quite shocked by the power these meteors had burst out with. Meteor after meteor is crashing on me with immense force, and after each crash, it would make the scarlet fire surrounding me stronger, seeing that excitement and fear couldn't help but appear on the mind. Excitement because I am wondering if my most robust defensive measure is able to hold on or not, and fear because if it did not, then I am super fuckid. Getting out without getting vaporized would be quite fear. Meteors came and my rose defended against them without any strain. Hell, it even started to suck the energy from meteor impact and fire around it to make itself even stronger, till it got me an impregnable defense that even the last and most powerful meteor was not able to crack. Ha ha ha, dead that human bastard is dead. Zero, no Duke had ever survived under your dread meteors. Second, grim monsters said it first. It is very sure that the wretched of humans who dared to mock them is dead. This attack of his friend is extremely powerful that whenever it struck true, it killed the enemy. Its friend is also smiling with it, sure that its attack struck true when suddenly the smile on its face became stiff, and it opened its mouth to say something when it felt a sudden pain in its chest. When it looked down, it saw a small sword sticking out of its chest. Howdy, it asked the question, but before it could fully come out of its mouth, it found itself slipping into oblivion. Your attack is quite great. For a second made me question my defensive move, I said with a laugh as I looked at the vibrant green leaves swirling around me gently. You survived, it said in shock as it attacked me with another powerful attack, which had covered its hands in a crimson fire that spread into its sword. Hee, another test, I said, and as I saw its attack and moved my sword to counter it, if my defensive method survived this attack, I will be in its awe, and if it did not, I would get blasted by its pieces.